Chapter 161 Walking Around Casually. Your behavior of pulling the curtains is wrong, Chinyu said lightly. Then he walked to the window, leaned sideways, and slowly pulled open the curtains. While explaining, you have never pulled the curtains in your room. If you suddenly cover them all, it will arouse suspicion. You are really careful. Fangya stared at Chinyu curiously. I heard that you have been living alone until now. You have killed someone outside, right? Is it important? Chinyu looked around, walking around casually, but basically avoiding the window position. Very magical movement. Fangya looked more and more strange. She just stared at Chinyu and checked around the room. After a while, Chinyu returned to Fangya, dragged her to the corner of the room, and whispered, Minister Fang, I want to ask you something. What? You? Chinyu was about to speak when his ears moved suddenly. The general who came with him suddenly turned around and leaned towards the window, growling in his throat. General. Shush. Chinyu shushed the general. What's wrong? Fangya looked puzzled. As a result, Chinyu suddenly turned around and pressed her against the corner, pressing her body tightly and covering her mouth with his hand. The two bodies were pressed tightly together. Fangya blushed. She didn't resist. Instead, she stared at Chinyu with her eyes wide open. Chinyu tilted his head. He kept listening. At a certain moment, the window of the room made a slight sound and was slowly pried open. A murderous look flashed in Chinyu's eyes. He shook his head at Fangya, then leaned close to her little ear and whispered, Someone saw me enter your room. Don't talk. Don't move. Fangya's ears were itchy. Her face was red and her heart was beating fast. But after hearing what Chinyu said, she nodded honestly. Chinyu slowly let her go, tiptoed to the window, and stood still. Soon, the window was opened. A gun with a silencer slowly reached in. When the arm was also stretched in, Chinyu suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled it into the room with great force. Whoosh! A man was dragged in alive and screamed. The next second, the general who received the order suddenly jumped over, opened his bloody mouth and bit the man's neck, biting it hard. Puff! The man's carotid artery was completely bitten open, and blood gushed out. Chinyu easily seized his gun. Soon, the man died. Chinyu turned the man over, took a closer look, and at the same time opened the man's mouth and looked at his teeth. Finally, he stood up and walked in front of Fangya, and said solemnly, It's a cannibal. Minister Fang, what I am going to say now is very important. Please listen carefully. The University of Science and Technology has been infiltrated by cannibals. I don't know when it started, but I can be sure that there are a lot of cannibals who have entered the University of Science and Technology in various disguises and are lurking everywhere. The 3 people I killed today were all cannibals. If I am not mistaken, the cannibals should have formulated a plan to disintegrate the University of Science and Technology. Now that their people have been killed, this plan may be advanced. As for when it will be advanced, it is hard to say. So, after you and I finish talking, go find Li Xiaoyun immediately, and you find a safe shelter to hide first. Do you understand? Fangya was confused. She was stunned by Chinyu's words. The University of Science and Technology has been infiltrated by cannibals? Is it so exaggerated? But the people here are completely unaware of it. The inspection team is checking every day. Why is there no reaction at all? Fangya instinctively doesn't believe it, especially seeing Chinyu kill a person in the blink of an eye. She also has a different kind of fear of Chinyu. Her body is shaking. Chinyu knows what she is thinking, so he shook his head helplessly. Believe it or not. Now I want to ask you another thing. What is it? What is your relationship with Suya? Fangya was stunned. Suya? Do you know Suya? I know her, but not very well. I know her sister Su Qing. Oh! Fangya nodded suddenly. You know Su Qing. I do know Suya. We met in a bar. The main reason is that her father works in the Science and Technology department of our school. Her father? Chinyu was stunned and said, Suya's father works in the Science and Technology department of our school? Yes. Fangya nodded. Her father is Su Jingjiang, a researcher in the Science and Technology department 5.9. Speaking of which, it seems that he is Ouyang Bingjong's deputy. Chinyu was shocked. The Su family has such a relationship? Why did Su Qing never mention it? It seems that Su Qing is also on guard against him, and has not revealed all the information about her family. Chinyu had an ominous premonition in his heart. He suddenly remembered the peace society outside. The people of the Peace Society are said to have walked out of the University of Science and Technology. Han Ziluo said that the leader of the Peace Society might have a relationship with Ouyang Bingjong. Qin Yu's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. And he looked at Fang Ye and asked urgently, "Is Su Jingjiang still alive now?" "I don't know about that." Fang Ye shook her head and then said, "But at least half a month ago. He should have been alive." Su Jingjiang seemed to have a conflict with Ouyang Bingjong. So he left the school with many people. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He figured out everything. Qin Yu figured out everything. The peace meeting outside now is most likely started by Su Jingjiang. He had a conflict with Ouyang Bingjong. He was forced to leave school. Then, the cannibals who have sneaked into the school now are very likely to be the strategy formulated by Su Jingjiang. This is terrible. If Su Jingjiang can control the cannibals, there is only one possibility. Su Jingjiang is also a cannibal. In just half a month, he is completely likely to become the leader of the cannibals. The most terrible thing is that Qin Yu suspects that Su Qing may have reunited with her father. The reason is the death of the farmers outside Yongpu town. All the people died in the same way as Wei Guoqiang did. And Wei Guoqiang's death was the result of Su Qing venting her hatred. That was her symbol. Therefore, Su Qing might be in the Peace Society. If that's the case, she might have changed. She could actually watch the Peace Society slaughter the village. And even use such humiliating means to make all the dead kneel in the square. Qin Yu's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Think deeper. Why did Su Ye know the information about the military material warehouse? It should be provided by Su Zhengjiang. Then, what did Su Ye go to Ouyang Lan for? It's probably not what Wei Guoqiang said. To go to Ouyang Lan to borrow some light. Su Ye was most likely to steal the key? Right. Su Ye went to Ouyang Lan to steal the key. And the key to the safe was probably left by Ouyang Bingjong with Ouyang Lan. This is safer. Because those who know this secret must have thought that Ouyang Bingjong would hide the key. But Su Jingjiang knew the secret of the key. So he asked his daughter to go to Ouyang Lan to steal the key. Ouyang Lan and Su Ye are nominally best friends. So it is convenient for them to contact each other. Chapter 162 Obsession. It turned out that Ouyang Lan's private life was so corrupt that she got involved with Wei Guoqiang. So, when Su Ye successfully stole the key, she was discovered by Wei Guoqiang and Ouyang Lan. So they chased her all the way, causing Su Ye to crash into the car. If this is the case, then the key should be in Su Ye's car? Qin Yu suddenly flipped his hand and took out a key from the space. This was taken from Su Ye's car. I thought it was the key to Su Ye's house. I sneaked into Su Ye's house a few days ago, but I went in directly from the window on the 3rd floor, without using a key. Now recalling carefully, it seems that this kind of key cannot be used for the anti-theft door of Su Ye's house. Qin Yu's heart was pounding. Damn! Could it be that the key to the safe had already been in his hands? Qin Yu was a little dazed. Fang Ye kept looking up at his face, also a little obsessed. No matter what Qin Yu did, his face was always full of mysterious temperament. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that he was a real man. When Fang Ye thought that even a shy girl like Li Xiaoyun would take the initiative to dedicate herself to him, she felt itchy. As she looked at him, she couldn't help but put her hands on Qin Yu's chest. My God! This muscle! Fang Ye's eyes became moist. However, her touch also brought Qin Yu back to his senses. He thought of a very bad situation. If Su Qing investigated all this, what would she want to do most now? The first thing would definitely be to destroy Ouyang Bingjong's family. So the cannibals hidden in the campus of the University of Science and Technology must be the work of their father and daughter. What about the second one? She would definitely go to get Su Ye's body back. But when she found that Su Ye's body was no longer in the central hospital, what would she do? She would investigate further. She would know that a man entered the central hospital in the name of Fang Jing that day. Of course, she knew whether Fang Jing was a man or a woman. So, she would definitely go to Jiangbei Hotel to find Fang Jing. Qin Yu was furious. He grabbed Fang Ye's hand and looked at her fiercely. Don't move. He turned around and took out a small radio communicator. This communicator is the latest model of FM communicator, with a transmission distance of up to 30 kilometers. Before leaving, he left an identical one for Fang Jing. This is the only means of communication. Qin Yu usually doesn't contact Fang Jing unless it is absolutely necessary. But now I have to notify her. I hope it won't be too late. Qin Yu tuned the encrypted frequency band, turned on the walkie-talkie and whispered, Fang Jing. Fang Jing. This is Qingyu. I heard the reply. No reply. Qingyu contacted again. After a while, he heard electrical noise from the intercom. Soon, Fang Jing's voice came out. Brother Yu. I'm here. Oh my god. You finally contacted me. Where have you been? Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Fang Jing's tone, nothing happened. Qingyu picked up the intercom and walked to the window, looking outside while whispering a few words, mainly about Su Qing. After the instructions, Fang Jing replied softly after a long time, Brother Yu. I know. I will be on guard against Sister Su. Fang Jing. Believe me, don't treat Su Qing as the former Sister Su anymore. Otherwise, you may suffer a great loss. Yes, I know. Brother Yu. When will you be back? Soon. In the next 2 days. Okay. I'll wait for you. After saying that, Qingyu turned off the intercom. After thinking for a while, he adjusted the channel again, turned on the intercom and asked, Zhang Yang? Jiang Zhan? Dong Qiule? Who is there? Still holding the intercom? I'm Qingyu. I heard the reply. I also left the intercom for Dong Qiule and the others. They shouldn't have lost it. Soon, Dong Qiule's voice came back from the intercom. Yeah. Brother Yu. I'm here. I'm here. Brother Yu. Is that you? Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Dong Qiule. I'm Qingyu. Great. Brother Yu. Where are you? I'm at the University of Science and Technology. Qingyu quickly said. Dong Qiule. Inform Zhang Yang and rush to Jianbei Hotel immediately. I suspect Fang Jing might be attacked. Go and help. Guard the place. I'll be back soon. Okay. Brother Yu. I'll go find Brother Zhang right away. Where are you now? We're at the Central Hospital. Qingyu's heart moved, and he quickly asked, Dong Qiule. Help me check immediately. If there is a woman named Su Qing who went to the Central Hospital recently. Okay. Brother Yu. Wait a moment. I'll go ask. 10 minutes later, Dong Qiule's voice came out of the intercom. Brother Yu. 5 days ago, a woman named Su Qing did come. She is a guard at the Municipal Bureau. Right? Qinyu's heart sank. Su Qing has been there. Then she must have found that her sister's body was gone. Qinyu took a deep breath and said quickly, Dong Qiule. Don't ask too much. Ask Zhang Yang to rush to Jianbei Hotel immediately. Okay. I know. The two ended the call. Qinyu slowly put down the intercom, and his hands became more and more powerful. Su Qing. I really don't want to meet you in battle. But when that day comes, I won't be soft-hearted. Qinyu had just put down the radio communicator, and the general lying on the ground suddenly got up and roared at the outside. Then, boom! A huge explosion shattered the darkness before dawn. Qinyu was shocked and quickly pulled aside the curtains to look outside. His face changed drastically after seeing this. He suddenly crouched and rushed towards Fangya, roaring, Get down quickly. Boom! Boom! A rocket directly hit the building. The building downstairs began to collapse. Qinyu rushed to Fangya at the critical moment, suddenly activated his supernatural power, and carried her directly on his shoulders. Roaring, General, rush upstairs. Then he rushed out of the door. The general followed closely. Fangya was so scared that she screamed non-stop. Ah! What's going on? That group of people launched an attack. Qinyu shouted angrily. Then why are you still running up? It collapsed down there. You will be buried alive if you go down. Qinyu ran up frantically. The stairs of the entire building began to collapse from one corner. The ground under his feet kept cracking and collapsing. At this moment, Qinyu fully exerted 100% of his muscle activity, carrying Fangya all the way, and rushed up along the fire escape stairs on the other side that was relatively stable. At a certain moment, boom! Another explosion. Another rocket hit the other side. The ground under Qinyu's feet collapsed instantly. He suddenly jumped into the air, stepped on the windowsill, and smashed the glass desperately, and shouted at the same time, General, jump into the water. Chapter 163 Under Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already jumped down from a floor more than 20 meters high while holding Fangya. The general behind him also jumped down. During the fall, Fangya was screaming, but Qinyu was observing. There was a loud rumble in the distance. There were explosions everywhere. Almost all the buildings were attacked. It's over. The University of Science and Technology was destroyed overnight. Who customized this infiltration plan? Was it Su Qing or Su Jingjiang? Plop! Chinyu jumped into the water while holding Fanya. Due to the huge inertia, he sank directly to the bottom of the water. As a result, before he could float up, a speedboat rushed to the nearby area. Then a dense stream of bullets shot into the water. Chinyu barely opened his eyes and looked around underwater, then turned around and pulled Fanya, who was struggling, into the submerged building. Soon, Fanya couldn't hold her breath anymore. She had entered the water in a panic. And when people are nervous, their lung capacity is in danger, and they feel suffocated. Now there is water all around. Fanya felt like she was about to drown. So she struggled and couldn't hold her breath anymore, and opened her mouth to shout. At the critical moment, Chinyu hugged her head, mouth to mouth, and began to breathe her air, while quickly swimming into the building. There are many rooms submerged in water. The flood came quickly, and some rooms were well sealed. Although water entered the room, there was still air in a small part of the space. Chinyu was looking for this kind of room. After finding a room with air, he immediately broke the door and swam in, quickly lifting Fanya to the surface of the water. As soon as Fanya showed her head, she immediately started coughing violently. There was a loud splash. The general also floated to the surface of the water. Chinyu took 2 deep breaths, then swam to the window and looked outside. There were fires everywhere outside, reflected through the water surface. It completely lit up the dark night before dawn. Chinyu's heart completely turned cold. His eyes were full of murderous intent. It's over. Can Li Xiaoyun survive? After spending a night with her, Chinyu felt a little sorry for this pure girl. Damn it! Chinyu turned back to look at Fanya. She was very weak at this moment. Her eyes were red. But at least she had air, and was barely alive. Chinyu swam to her and said coldly, Stay here. Don't go out. The air here is enough for you to last at least 3 hours. Then where are you going? Fanya subconsciously grabbed Chinyu's arm. But Chinyu mercilessly shook her off. Turned around and said coldly, I'm going to see my roommates. After saying that, he was about to enter the water. Fanya suddenly called him, Chinyu. There is something you need to know. What is it? Remember Tang Jie whose arm you broke? I heard from several girls that the person who was with him at the end should be Han Ziluo from your dormitory. Chinyu suddenly stopped. He slowly turned back to look at Fanya. Fanya was a little scared of his eyes, and subconsciously leaned back and said carefully, That? Didn't Han Ziluo remind you? Chinyu still didn't speak. He just silently touched his waist, and then took out a gun. A small QSC-11 pistol, 5.8mm caliber. This type of gun is relatively small, and is mainly used by military officers. When Fanya saw Chinyu holding a gun, she was shocked and thought he was going to kill her. She was so scared that she trembled and said, What are you going to do? Chinyu swam straight over. He reached out and took her hand, put the gun in her hand, silently helped her hold the pistol, and then briefly explained the position of the safety, how to pull the bolt, and how to pull the trigger. After teaching once, he looked up at Fanya's eyes and whispered, In case someone comes down, you can shoot everyone except me. You decide for yourself. You gave me the gun. What will you do? Fanya asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. You forgot that I'm a loner. A cruel look flashed in Chinyu's eyes. He looked coldly at the sky illuminated by the fire outside and said lightly, Also, thank you for your reminder. No need. Fanya nodded. I felt relieved. The purpose of her reminding Chinyu was to tell him that his brother was not too reliable, because people outside had been looking for Chinyu before. Guo Huaiyan attributed Tang Jie's death to Chinyu, and would not stop until he found him and killed him. But at this time, Han Ziluo did not say anything. If he was the one who killed the person, it means that he has decided to give Chinyu away. Chinyu understood this kind of thing as soon as he thought about it. He could only feel helpless. He didn't blame Han Ziluo. Everyone would do anything to survive in the Doomsday. Good, those who have families must take care of their families first. Han Ziluo's approach was right. However, from now on, he will no longer be Chinyu's brother, but an enemy. When Chinyu came back this time, there were only 2 people who really wanted to take away. One was Han Ziluo, and the other was Su Sheng. Now, Han Ziluo was past. Only Su Sheng was left. If he and Xiao Yu were still inseparable, then he would have no chance. Chinyu patted Fanya's shoulder, turned around and called the general, dived into the water, and quickly disappeared in the darkness underwater. As soon as he left, Fanya became even more scared. It was pitch black all around. Occasionally, there was a firelight outside, which was reflected and flickered in the water. It was terrifying and eerie. Vanya held the pistol tightly in her hand and looked at everything around her in horror. At this moment, she realized how safe it was to stay with Chinyu. What should I do in the future? It's so chaotic outside. Can my mother, who is a dormitory manager in the boys' dormitory, be spared? Chinyu emerged from the water silently. There were dense gunshots outside. Yangbingzhong's people should still be holding on. The sound of the engine motor can still be heard around this building. Chinyu commanded the general to crawl into the ruins of the building to hide first. He took out the Desert Eagle from the space and installed a silencer. Under the cover of darkness, he slowly moved towards the rear of the speedboat. Soon, he found the speedboat. It was the one that had fired at them before. There were 2 people on it. The voices of 2 more people came from the ruins. Chinyu dived into the water. When he swam to the side of the speedboat, he quietly emerged and took out his gun and shot again. Piu. Piu. 2 shots took out the people on the boat. Chinyu quickly collected their guns, then climbed up the stairs to the ruins and whistled into the darkness. A few seconds later, the general's roar suddenly came from the ruins. Chinyu rushed over. He raised his hand and shot one of them. The other one had been bitten on the head by the general. When he was still struggling, the general bit him hard and heard a cracking sound. The skull was bitten to pieces. Chinyu reached out and patted the general's head, and was quite shocked by its bite force. It was getting more and more terrifying. The bite force was already exaggerated to be able to bite a person's skull to pieces. Chinyu collected his weapons and began to climb in the ruins. He soon reached the broken stairs on the 5th floor and opened the mental map at the same time. It's over. There are no survivors around here. Chapter 164: The Ruined Rooftop. Chinyu looked around but couldn't see Li Xiaoyun's body. Helpless, Chinyu climbed up again, all the way to the ruined rooftop, and then took cover from the bunker, took out the night vision binoculars, and began to observe the situation in the school. Almost all the buildings were on fire, including the administrative building. But there were still fierce gunshots in the administrative building. Obviously, Yangbingzhong's men were still resisting. However, the water surface of the campus was densely packed with boats. They were doing the final big cleanup. That night, very few people could survive on campus. Looking at the boys' dormitory, the whole building was dark, and there was no movement at all. It is estimated that the mop-up has been completed. Chinyu pondered for a moment, turned around and found a more convenient space, then reached out and touched the wall, activating the camouflage ability. After a moment, he took off his clothes. The whole person merged with the surrounding environment. Then, he took out the M16 assault rifle from the space, adjusted the shooting mode to single shot, installed the scope and silencer, set up the rifle, find the leader, get rid of the leader first, and these people's offensive will collapse. Chinyu slowed down his breathing and began to search around the administrative building with a night vision telescope. The enemy leader must be nearby, because the administrative building is the last fortress. After searching for a while, Chinyu narrowed his eyes. Found it. There was a speedboat about 1,000 meters away from the administrative building. There were at least 17 or 18 small boats around. On the speedboat, several fully armed men in black surrounded a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding a walkie-talkie and kept gesturing at the administrative building, as if directing the battle. It was probably him. Chinyu raised his assault rifle, found the man through the scope, and slowly aimed at his head. There were many people on the boat. The target would be blocked from time to time. All Chinyu had to do was wait. Slowly, his breathing became still, always waiting. After a few seconds, suddenly, a blank area appeared in the side of the scope, and the target man's head was completely exposed. Chinyu pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot. The man's head was blown into a blood mist and flew out directly. The people on the boat were so scared that they hurriedly looked for cover, looked around, and shouted loudly. Someone grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled. Chinyu continued to observe. The group did not retreat. The fierce attack on the administrative building was only slightly eased, and then continued. Obviously, they changed the commander. Chinyu was not in a hurry and continued to look. At this time, the general beside him suddenly growled. Chinyu's heart moved, and he quickly put the assault rifle into the space, and signaled the general to hide. He himself did not move. He just stood there. His body had become exactly the same as the ruins wall. In addition, it was the darkness before dawn. The east was just beginning to turn green, and the vision was still unclear, so no one would find him. Soon, a drone flew over his head. Chinyu was secretly shocked. This stuff is all there. This group of people really has a lot of supplies. The drone flew away after spinning a circle above his head. Not noticing him at all, Chinyu took out his assault rifle again, set up his rifle, aimed at the distance, and soon found another commander-like person. Aim and shoot. Bang! Another person fell down. There were several people who looked like leaders near the commander. So Chinyu simply turned on the burst mode and fired at them. After a few shots, he killed a lot of people. Seeing that someone had discovered the location where he shot, Chinyu quickly put away his rifle and commanded the general to quickly escape from the ruins and get into the water. Soon, many speedboats came around the ruins, but nothing was found. At the same time, the gunfire from the administrative building slowly stopped. Thus, a mysterious sniper war began. Chinyu used his camouflage ability to lead the general to constantly change the venue. And then he started a crazy sniping on the university campus. Half an hour later, the attackers on the campus were killed and screamed. After barely holding on for 40 minutes, these people finally retreated. All the boats on the campus quickly fled. At this time, the sky finally got light. Chinyu slowly walked out of a ruined building, looked at the location of the campus gate, and put away the assault rifle in his hand. He found a small boat at random, and quickly rowed to the ruins where Fanya was. Then he jumped into the water and found the room. But when he swam in, Fanya had disappeared. Chinyu frowned. After looking around, he suddenly found a line of words scratched on the wall with a hard object. It said, "Chinyu, I'm going to find my mother." Chinyu hurriedly swam out again and rowed the boat with the general to the boys' dormitory. Fanya's mother was the old lady downstairs in their dormitory. A few minutes later, when Chinyu arrived downstairs of the boys' dormitory, he found that most of the dormitory building had collapsed. There was no one in the ruins. There was a dead silence around. Chinyu looked at the mess on the ground and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Let's go and do our own things first. This place has become history after all. Go to the bank. Try to see if the key in your hand is the key to the safe. If it is, you will be the biggest winner. Chinyu turned around and resolutely left with the general. A few minutes after he left, another boat rowed to the dormitory building. The people on the boat were Li Zhongyuan and Li Xiuyun. Li Xiuyun looked at the building that collapsed into a ruin, and tears fell down. Suddenly, a person walked out of the ruins in a daze. Li Xiuyun exclaimed, "Sister Ye. Sister Ye. It's me. Xiuyun?" Fanya trembled all over. Looking at Li Xiuyun, she couldn't hold it anymore, and ran over directly, hugged Li Xiuyun and cried loudly, "Wow! My mother is dead. Woo woo woo." Li Zhongyuan sighed helplessly when he heard it. Too many people died that night. Chinyu abandoned the boat and went ashore. He released Night 15 in a hidden place and rushed towards the bank with the general. He had a hunch that the key in his hand might be the key to the bank's safe. However, there was someone guarding there. It was unknown whether it was Ouyang Bingzhong's people or Su Jingjiang's people. Anyway, no matter whose people they were, Chinyu would take the supplies there. 40 minutes later, it was bright. Chinyu also drove to the vicinity of the bank. After getting off the car, Chinyu put away the car and took out a telescope to observe carefully. There are still people inside, wearing camouflage uniforms, carrying guns, and they are obviously more nervous than the last time I saw them. They probably heard the news. No matter who they are, the massacre at the University of Science and Technology last night will make them frightened. Chinyu thought about it and signaled the general not to move and stay where he was. He took off all his clothes and casually touched the mirror, disguising his whole body as a fully reflective mirror, and entered the optical stealth state. Chapter 165 received a lunch box. Then, he slowly walked towards the bank door. Arrived at the door, the people inside did not notice him. Chinyu tiptoed in. There were only 5 people in the bank hall. 2 sat outside, and the other 3 were guarding the door inside. Chinyu held his breath and walked gently to the inside. 3 people were chatting inside. After listening to a few words, Chinyu was sure that these people were Ouyang Bingzhong's men. Don't keep them. Chinyu stood on the inside and suddenly took out a pistol from the space. Bang bang bang. 5 shots in a row. The 5 guards received the lunch box in a confused state. Chinyu did not remove the invisible state, and went straight to the door on the inside, opened the door and walked downstairs through the fire escape staircase. Soon, he entered the basement. He came to the door of the bank safe. Whoosh! It's time to witness a miracle. Did he hold the key to the material warehouse without knowing it? Chinyu took out the key and compared it with the keyhole. Damn! It really matches. Chinyu inserted the key without hesitation and then slowly turned it. After turning it a circle, he heard the sound of mechanical transmission from the heavy safe door. Then, the rotary switch on the door was activated. The hydraulic lock can be opened. Chinyu held the rotary switch with both hands and twisted it hard. He heard a creaking sound. There was a mercury column on the door, showing the hydraulic pressure value inside the door. 10 seconds later, the hydraulic pressure value dropped to 0. Then, Chinyu turned the key again, and the sound of mechanical transmission came from the door again. Finally, when the key was turned to the end, the whole door shook and slowly cracked. Chinyu was ecstatic. It worked. This anti-theft door was imported from West Germany. Triple anti-theft. Extremely safe. If it is powered, one key is not enough. And fingerprint unlocking, biometric verification and password input are required. As a result, the power is completely cut off now, and even the backup power supply of the safe is exhausted. So the electronic lock is completely ineffective, and unlocking has become much easier. Chinyu pulled open the heavy safe door with force. What caught my eye was not money, but boxes and boxes of neatly stacked military supplies. A full vault. Chinyu smiled. He walked into the vault and opened a box at random. There were weapons inside. They were brand new. All 92 type semi-automatic pistols. He opened another box, and it was full of 79 type submachine guns. At first glance, this type of weapon box occupied more than half. Chinyu walked to the inside. Inside were military rations for the troops. The kind of compressed food bags. This kind of thing is extremely efficient. A small bag can keep an ordinary person's energy and calorie consumption for a day. There are at least tens of thousands of such military rations. Others included military tents, engineering equipment, marching equipment, and even some powerful bombs. Worth it. These supplies are really good. Especially the military rations. That kind of stuff is the best supplementary material when food is exhausted in the future. You're welcome. Collect. Chinyu began to sweep the material warehouse. All the supplies were thrown into his personal space. These things in the warehouse alone can arm a reinforced company. After looting all the supplies, Chinyu turned and left the safe. After thinking about it, he locked the door of the safe again and took the key. Back upstairs. Outside, the morning sun shone down, and the chill of early autumn made Chinyu feel cool. He quickly got dressed and left the bank. After meeting up with the general, he drove to Jianbei Hotel. Early morning. Fong Jing sat alone on the balcony on the 7th floor. She looked dazed, mainly because Chinyu's news was a little hard for her to accept. Will Instructor Su Qing come? Will she take force against her? Will the former Sister Su become the leader of the cannibals? No way. She is so wise and so strong. How could it be? Just as Fong Jing was lost in thought, the sound of an engine came from far away outside. Someone is coming. I really hope it's not Su Qing. Fong Jing slowly picked up a Type 79 submachine gun from the ground, checked the magazine and clip, and turned on the safety. At the same time, she pulled out a Type 92 rifle from her waist. She also checked it. Although her heartbeat was a little fast, Fong Jing still had her spirit. After checking the weapon, she picked up the intercom next to her and pressed the call button. Someone is coming. Everyone be prepared. Don't worry. A man's voice came from the intercom. It was Zhang Yang. In addition to Chinyu, Fong Jing was relatively confident in Zhang Yang's ability. That man was the ace of the Army Special Forces. Besides, Chinyu said that he would be back a little later. She must hold on until he comes back. So, Fong Jing put down the intercom, picked up the gun, and stood sideways at the window. Soon, a large fishing boat slowly drove to the front of the building and stopped. The fishing boat dropped anchor. Then, a graceful figure walked out of the cabin. It was Su Qing. Fong Jing glanced at her through the gap in the curtains. Feeling extremely complicated, she really came. If she came, it meant that what Chinyu said was true. She was the leader of the Peace Society? She raised cannibals? It was simply unimaginable. Didn't she just want to avenge her sister? Su Qing on the boat did not move. She just looked up at Jianbei Hotel silently. There was no expression on her face. There was a bit of a complicated look in her eyes. At the beginning, she promised Chinyu that once the revenge was completed, she would definitely come back to Jianbei Hotel and be the little woman behind Chinyu. But now, she can't turn back. Too many things happened during this period of time. Su Qing stood silently for a while, finally let out a sigh, and shouted loudly, "Fang Jing, I know you are in there. You have covered up too much. I taught you before that if you want to hide an ambush, don't do it according to the method taught in the textbook. It's too deliberate." After a long time, Fang Jing's voice came from inside. "Sister Su, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." "Why do you say long time no see? But don't come out to see me. Are you alienated?" After a few seconds, Fang Jing slowly walked out from the corner of the room and stood on the balcony. The two women looked at each other. At that moment, Fang Jing saw a kind of darkness, while Su Qing saw a kind of happy husband. Su Qing, who still retained a trace of humanity, looked at each other. Su Qing was observing Fang Jing, but Fang Jing was looking at Su Qing's boat. It seemed that there was only one driver, and he didn't bring any weapons. Even Su Qing didn't see any weapons on him. But Fang Jing didn't dare to be careless. She saw a kind of darkness in the depths of Su Qing's eyes. A boundless darkness. The Su Qing in front of her was definitely not the high-spirited, all-round instructor elite guard in the guard team. For a long time, Su Qing asked softly, "Fang Jing, have you been to the Central Hospital?" "No." Fang Jing shook her head directly. "So, it was Chinyu who went to the Central Hospital, right?" "I don't know." Su Qing asked again, "Where is my sister's body?" "I don't know." Fang Jing shook her head. "I really don't know what you asked." Chapter 166 Inexplicable. "Okay." Su Qing looked up at Jianbei Hotel and sighed. "It seems that you are not going to invite me up to sit." "Sister Su, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Fang Jing couldn't help asking. Su Qing looked at her again and said with a smile, "Do you still care about my business?" "Of course. Thank you." Su Qing sighed, "But you don't have to care anymore. Just be a good little woman behind Chinyu. I know you are very close to him." Fang Jing didn't say anything. Su Qing continued, "I wanted to destroy this place. Sister Su, this place is not so easy to be destroyed." Fang Jing finally raised the gun in her hand, aimed at Su Qing. At the same time, a red light spot was also aimed at Su Qing's forehead. Su Qing looked up, with a cold smile on his face. He murmured, "Do you think you can escape like this?" "Fang Jing, if I fall down now?" The next second, this place will be attacked by 3 tanks and 15 rockets. What do you think is the chance of you surviving?" Fang Jing's face turned pale. "Do they have such powerful firepower? If that's the case, there is no chance of winning at all. And everyone will die here." Fang Jing bit her lip. Then he looked at Su Qing firmly, aimed his gun at her head, and said calmly, "Sister Su, you taught me that as a guard. The most important personal quality is psychological quality. It's useless to scare me. You came to see me like this. I don't believe you want to perish together with me." Hee. Su Qing smiled. After carefully looking at Fang Jing for a few times, he suddenly lowered his voice and chuckled, "Fang Jing, you are getting more and more beautiful because of him." Fang Jing blushed immediately. Su Qing continued to smile. "Actually, I slept with him too." "What?" Fang Jing was stunned. "I slept with him too." "Really?" Su Qing simply recounted what happened in the zoo as if she was chatting with her family, and finally said angrily, "That bastard. Can you imagine that he had sex with me when I was seriously injured? Although I proposed it, I never thought of giving it to him at that time. The result? Alas." Fang Jing was speechless for a moment. Su Qing had her hands behind her back, and her temperament was very different from before. In the past, she was a spirited and heroic special warfare elite. Now, Fang Jing felt that she was more like a tyrant, a female gangster. She had a very strong aura, even stronger than before. After Su Qing finished talking about what happened, she looked up at the upstairs again, and then looked at Fang Jing and said, "Fang Jing, tell Chinyu that I'm leaving." "What?" Fang Jing was stunned. "I'm leaving. Leaving this city." Su Qing said calmly, "I know that Chinyu took my sister's body away. I also know that he must have figured out the secret of the military material warehouse. And he may have even succeeded. So, I don't want to fight anymore. My father, and I will take people out of Jiancheng and head north. Fang Jing. I won't touch you. First, you are my good apprentice. I can't bear to kill you. Second, you are his woman. I can't bear to make him sad. Tell Chinyu that although I became a cannibal, I was forced to do so. But once I take this path, I can't turn back and can't face him again. Tell him that I have only loved one man in my life. And that's him. When Su Qing said this, tears welled up on her face. But her voice was terrifyingly calm. Fang Jing's eyes were also red. She put down her gun. With a look of admiration in her eyes, she looked at Su Qing and trembled and said, Sister Su, you, listen to me. Su Qing reached out to wipe away her tears and whispered, let him treat my sister's body well. If possible, choose cremation. Sprinkle my sister's ashes into the water and let her return to nature. In addition, I will definitely destroy Ouyang Bingzhong's group. So, tell him not to resist for the people of the University of Science and Technology anymore. Ouyang Bingzhong is not a good guy. He is a technology spy. He works for Western countries. My father was ostracized and assassinated by him because he discovered his secrets. And he almost died in school. This is also the reason why my father asked my sister to steal the key to the military material warehouse. Fang Jing, tell Chinyu this. Before I leave, I will destroy Ouyang Bingzhong. After that, we will go north. He and I will never meet again. You ask him to forgive me. I am already a person who is rotten to the soul. After saying that, Su Qing turned around and stopped looking at Fang Jing. Her boat also started the engine. Fang Jing could no longer hold back. Tears fell like rain. And she cried sadly, Sister Su. Sister Su. You. Why don't you tell him these things yourself? I don't want to repeat these words to you. Sister Su. Su Qing never looked back again. Standing at the bow, slowly went away. Fang Jing completely burst into tears and fell to the ground and cried loudly. Her feeling was right. The instructor who once treated her like a sister had not changed at all. Although she became a cannibal, deep in her heart, she still retained her feelings for Chinyu and herself. What a pity! She just left like that. Fang Jing burst into tears. Soon, Chinyu ran in from outside, hugged Fang Jing directly, and comforted her softly. Upstairs, Zhang Yan also put away the sniper rifle. Looking puzzled. It's over like this. Much thunder and little rain. What happened to Su Qing? Everyone was puzzled. Only Fang Jing knew that Su Qing relied on her feelings for Chinyu to keep a sense of reason. This is a rare thing among the cannibals. What happened to her? Everyone gathered in the room on the 7th floor. Seeing Fang Jing crying heartbreakingly, everyone was silent for a while. More than 20 minutes later, the sound of the fishing boat's engine was heard again outside. Zhang Yan leaned over to the balcony and looked out, and was immediately delighted. Brother Chen is back. Ah? Brother Yu is back? Really? Brother Yu is back. Aunt Fang. Uncle is back. Stop crying. Huh? It's good this time. Mr. Chen is back. Everyone cheered. Soon, Chinyu drove the boat to the front of the building. There were 3 huge woven bags on his boat. After he stopped the boat, Zhang Yang waved with a smile. Brother Chen. Long time no see. You are really a busy man. Brother. Thank you. Chinyu smiled brightly when he saw him appear in the building. But then he saw Fang Jing with red and swollen eyes. Chinyu instantly thought of the key. It should be Su Qing who came here. But there was no damage here at all. And there were no casualties. Chinyu frowned. He had a vague premonition of a bad situation. Chapter 167 startled. Zhang Yang. Jiang Zhan and others helped to tie up the boat and took down the 3 large woven bags on the boat. Opened them on the spot. Zhang Yang was startled and picked up a submachine gun from it and said in surprise, Is this a military weapon? Where did you get it? Is it new? Wow. There are also pistols. So many? Wow. What is this? This is military rations. Zhang Yang looked at the things in Dong Qiulei's hand and was even more surprised. That is the combat rations used by the troops. Brother Chen. Where did you get it? Are you taking over a company? No. Chinyu patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder. I will not conflict with the military. Don't worry. After that, he walked straight to Fang Jing, looked at her carefully and said, What's wrong? Su Qing is here? What did she say to you? Fang Jing bit her lip. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Yu's arm, pulled him outside, walked to the corner of the stairs, and told him everything Su Qing said. After listening to Fang Jing's words, Chen Yu's face was calm. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness at all. Fang Jing said faintly, can you persuade Sister Su to come back? No, Chen Yu said firmly. Why? There are some things I didn't tell you. Chen Yu looked at Fang Jing and told her very seriously about the massacre of farmers outside Yangpu town. After that, she said lightly, Su Qing is right. Once something happens, there is no going back. She can't face herself, nor can she face me. So, even if we meet again, even if I don't kill her, she won't stay with me. She has become a cannibal. In essence, her humanity has been slowly devoured. No one can guarantee how long her feelings for us can last. So, her leaving may be a good thing for both her and us. After listening, Fang Jing nodded helplessly. She didn't know about Su Qing's massacre of the village before. Now that she knows, she finally understands why Su Qing resolutely left the only man she had ever loved. Because she couldn't face Chen Yu at all. Massacre? Her hands were stained with the blood of countless people. And the blood of some innocent people. Although it was also for survival. But ordinary people simply couldn't accept it. So, it was indeed the best choice for her to leave. Chen Yu let out a long sigh, patted Fang Jing's arm, turned around and said, I have to go to the University of Science and Technology again. What? Fang Jing hurriedly asked nervously. Why are you still going to the University of Science and Technology? Do you still want to save Ouyang Bingzhong and those people? No. There are a few friends there. Just want to confirm whether they are dead or not. After saying that, he turned around and hurried out. Upon hearing that Chen Yu was going to the University of Science and Technology, Zhang Yan quickly put on his weapons. Take me with you. I have to follow you this time. Brother Chen, don't think about getting rid of me. Chen Yu looked at him and nodded. Okay. You come with me. After saying that, he looked at Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, who were eager to try, and waved his hand. You too. If you obey, stay. If you don't obey, go out and survive by yourself. The two people who originally wanted to go out with him immediately became depressed. Okay. Let's be obedient babies. Jiang Zhan is okay. Dong Qiulei looked at Chen Yu with a face full of resentment as he took the general and Zhang Yang and leapt on the boat again. I'm so angry. When can I act with Brother Yu? On the way to the University of Science and Technology, as Chen Yu drove, he heard fierce gunshots and explosions coming from that direction. It lasted for about 20 minutes. After several extremely terrifying explosions, the war came to an end. In the distance, thick smoke billowed. Chen Yu drove the Night 15 and stepped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle rushed all the way like a roaring mad bull. Zhang Yan looked at Chen Yu in confusion. One hand tightly grasped the handrail beside him. After enduring for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen, do you want to save people or meet that Su Qing? Save people? Chen Yu looked at the smoke in the distance indifferently. Really? What else? What other friends do you have in the University of Science and Technology? A roommate. Zhang Yang blinked. Just one brother? And a girl. Oh! Chen Yu turned his head and looked at him. Zhang Yang shrugged. I didn't say anything. You'd better look at the road ahead. Although there are no cars, no traffic lights, and no pedestrians on the road now. But if you drive like this at 320, it's easy to get into trouble. Don't worry. I'm a good driver. Ahem. Okay. The two stopped talking. 40 minutes later, Chen Yu drove the car to the building near the school. The building had been destroyed. Everyone inside was dead. But the boat was still there. Chen Yu asked Zhang Yang to go down and get the boat. And he went to hide the car. After Zhang Yang got off the car, Chen Yu found a deserted place, secretly put the car into the space, and then quickly went to the river and got on a small fishing boat. The two drove the fishing boat slowly into the school. At this moment, the whole campus was dead silent, and no sound could be heard. The administrative building collapsed completely. From a distance, you can see that the ruins are full of wooden spikes, and the wooden spikes are full of people. They are all naked. The wooden spikes go in from the back and out from the mouth. Everyone's hands were tied, and they were in a prayer position. The scene was extremely tragic. Zhang Yang was furious and cursed. Did Su Qing and his gang do this? Yes. Chen Yu hummed and looked at the dead people carefully. Zhang Yang was so angry that his teeth were creaking, and he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. That's Su Qing. Damn it. The next time I see her, I will definitely kill her on the spot. Chen Yu ignored him. He just searched silently. Finally, he frowned. Didn't see Ouyang Bingzhong? Is he still alive? He didn't see the bodies of Ouyang Bingzhong and Ouyang Wan. Obviously, they were not dead. I don't know whether he escaped or was captured by Su Qing. If it was the latter, their fate would be too tragic to imagine. But if it was the former, Su Qing and Su Jingjian would never give up. They would not leave until Jiancheng was turned over. Just as Chen Yu frowned and thought, gunshots were heard again in the distance. Zhang Yan quickly took out his gun and turned around, saying in a deep voice, "Are there any more people? Let's go and take a look." Chen Yu looked in the direction where the gunshots came from. It seemed to be the direction of the school auditorium. The two immediately rode in that direction. Outside the school auditorium, a group of more than a dozen people rushed into the auditorium in panic. At the entrance, several people shouted at the people behind them, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" The two girls who fell behind were two girls. One was fat and didn't run fast. Another one was wearing glasses, but her glasses fell off during the run. With nearly 800 degrees of myopia, she couldn't see the road clearly, so she ran stumblingly. Chapter 168 Extremely Miserable. Just when I was about to run to the door, a boat just happened to pass by from 100 meters behind me. There were 6 people on the boat. All of them were armed. One of them immediately raised his gun and aimed at the 2 people on the steps, and fired several shots. The 2 girls screamed. Their legs were injured, and they fell to the ground. The people on the boat screamed and laughed miserably. At the door of the auditorium, when they saw the 2 girls lying on the ground and injured, the 2 people immediately closed the door of the auditorium and locked it from the inside. Then they retreated in fear. More than a dozen people crowded together. For a moment, I didn't know where to hide. This used to be the auditorium, but later it was changed into a camping site. The seats inside had been removed long ago, so it was bare as far as the eye could see. There was no place to hide. Su Sheng and Xiao Yu were mixed in the crowd. Han Zilio and Chen Gui were at the door. Xie Wei was at the innermost, shaking with fear. In the middle of the crowd, Li Xiaoyun and Li Zhongjuan were also there. But Li Zhongjuan was injured, with blood on his shoulder and half of his body soaked in blood. Fanya and Li Xiaoyun supported him on the left and right. The rest were classmates. At first, these people were protected by Li Zhongjuan with the help of Li Xiaoyun, and escaped the massacre of the Peace Society. After the Peace Society's large group of people left, a few girls ignored the dissuasion and ran out from their hiding place to see the situation. As a result, they were discovered by the last scavenger team of the Peace Society. So, the two sides exchanged fire. Among these people, only Li Zhongjuan and Han Zilio were armed and could fight. Outnumbered, Li Zhongjuan was finally injured, and everyone could only flee for their lives. Several people were killed on the way, and then they ran here. Now, they are completely blocked in the auditorium. Everyone is desperate. Han Zilio's gun has no bullets, but the firepower of the scavengers outside is still very strong. So, there is no way to escape and die? Several girls squeezed into the corner and cried. Li Zhongjuan endured the severe pain of his injury and quickly looked at the situation in the auditorium. Han Zilio ran back to him and asked breathlessly, "Uncle Li, what should we do? Is there any other way?" "Alas," Li Zhongjuan sighed. "This auditorium has been renovated, and there is no shelter at all. If the enemy rushes in, it will be easy to kill everyone. In addition, everyone has no weapons and can't fight back. In this situation, what else can be done?" Han Zilio's heart sank to the bottom, looking at the gun in his hand that had run out of bullets. He said hoarsely, "I have no bullets either. I have a gun here. Actually." Suddenly, Vanya said softly. Then she slowly pulled out a small pistol from behind. Li Zhongjuan and Han Zilio were stunned. Even the others were stunned. Xiao Yu in the crowd said in surprise, "How do you have a gun? Why didn't you take it out just now? Why are you so selfish? If we had your gun just now, we might have one." Vanya was silent. Han Zilio took the gun from her hand and frowned and asked, "Where did you get the gun? Minister Fong?" "Xin Yu gave it to me." Vanya's expression was calm, and there was no desire to live in her eyes. She looked up at Li Xiaoyun calmly. "Originally, I was going to use this gun to end my life. I would rather commit suicide than be caught by those people. You all saw the scene in front of the administrative building. I don't want to die like that. Everyone was silent at the same time. Who wants to die like that? Vanya looked at the gun in Han Zilio's hand and murmured, if you use it to fight, I will commit suicide in another way. Han Zilio opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He took out the magazine and took a look. There were more than a dozen bullets in total. It was best to use it for suicide. 1 bullet per person was almost enough. If he used it to fight, he had no confidence that he could kill the scavengers outside. It would be fine if Li Zhongjuan came. But unfortunately, Li Zhongjuan was injured. Li Xiaoyan looked at the gun in Han Zilio's hand. Then looked at Vanya. Her eyes turned red. And tears silently fell. She was very envious. Envious that Chun Yu could leave Vanya a gun. She didn't even get to see Chun Yu again. It would be nice to see him again before she died. Li Xiaoyan looked at the window of the auditorium and looked out through the window. Today, it's cloudy. The sky is dark and dark. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. The weather is as dead as people's mood. Li Xiaoyan took a deep breath, slowly grabbed Vanya's hand, and whispered, Sister Ye, don't lose heart. Dad said that you must keep your faith at all times. Otherwise no miracle will happen. Li Zhongjuan, who was standing by, couldn't stop smiling bitterly. Miracle? Now I don't believe in miracles. Just then, there was a scream outside. It was the voice of the 2 girls. Ah! No! No! Ah! Please don't! Save me! Save me! Woo-woo-woo! Han Zilio! Xiao Yu! Save me! Please! Open the door! Ah! Don't do this! The 2 girls' voices were extremely miserable. Everyone inside was furious. The 2 girls might be suffering inhuman treatment. Hearing that she was called by someone outside, Xiao Yu suddenly broke out and cried. Go and save them! You boys go quickly! They are our classmates! Han Zilio! Please open the door! Don't you have a gun? Maybe you can kill them? Han Zilio looked at her coldly. I only have 1 gun. And the people outside are all carrying submachine guns. How can I open the door? So you, Hao Li Hao, are you just going to listen to them being humiliated? Xiao Yu screamed, looked at Han Zilio, Li Zhongjuan and others and shouted, if we don't save people and remain indifferent to their voices, our humanity will disappear. Without humanity, what's the difference between us and those cannibals? It's better to be dead than alive. Go save people. Go open the door. There are only 6 people outside. We have 12 boys here. And a veteran. Can't 2 against 1 beat them? Xiao Yu's scream, and the shrill screams of the 2 girls outside the door stimulated everyone's nerves. Sometimes, moral kidnapping is terrible. As a veteran, Li Zhongjuan has no choice but to do his duty. He suddenly pushed Li Xiaoyun and Fanya away, pointed to the innermost part of the auditorium with a ferocious look. Go inside and find a place to hide. After saying that, he snatched the gun from Han Zilio's hand and walked resolutely to the door to boast. Li Xiaoyun's face turned pale, and she said in shock, Dad? You? Li Zhongjuan waved his hand without looking back. Xiaoyun. Dad is a soldier. /n/n Li Zhongjuan went all out. Seeing that he was about to go out, Xianwei and several other boys rushed over to block him in front of him. Uncle Li, you can't open the door. Chapter 169 saluted. Yes, we can't open the door. Once the door is opened, we're all done. Don't listen to Xiao Yu's nonsense. She said it lightly. 2 against 1. I'll beat you, MLB. It's 2 bare-handed people against a man with a submachine gun. I'll beat your mother. Yes, Uncle Li. You must not go out. MLBD. Xiao Yu. You go out by yourself. Several boys stopped Li Zhongjuan. In fact, Li Zhongjuan also knew that as long as the door was opened, the consequence would be 99% of everyone being wiped out. Loyal to his duty, he had to go out to save people. But he also had weaknesses. It's his daughter. Li Zhongjuan didn't want his daughter to die so soon. He actually wanted to hide for a while. He wanted to find a way to fight back. So, Li Zhongjuan hesitated. When Xiao Yu saw that several boys were bombarding her, she became even more excited and screamed, Why are you scolding me? If you are so capable, go outside. What kind of man are you if you lose your temper at your own people? Listen, the 2 outside are our classmates. We usually eat together. After hearing their screams, will you be able to sleep even if you survive in the future? Su Sheng, you go. Xiao Yu turned her head and looked at Su Sheng beside her and said anxiously, "Go get the gun. I believe you. You can do it. Haven't you been trained? Haven't you always wanted to be a field agent?" Su Sheng was stunned. His mind went blank. Xiao Yu saw Su Sheng was stunned and slapped his arm angrily. "What are you looking at? Go. You want me to go alone?" Su Sheng looked at Xiao Yu blankly. Xiao Yu scolded angrily. "Are you stupid? As long as you take the gun and open the door. Won't these boys be forced to fight? They are all donkeys. And they won't leave unless they are whipped. Be my man. Set an example." After hearing this, Su Sheng didn't even wait to speak. Xianwei got anxious first. He looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief. "Fuck. I didn't realize it before. How can you be so vicious? You can even say such words. The two outside may be half dead. Are you going to make all of us die with those two girls? I won't talk to you." Xiao Yu just stared at Su Sheng. "Are you going or not? If you are a man, do what a man should do." Seeing all the eyes focused on his face, Su Sheng's teeth were almost broken. Behind him, Xianwei and several other boys were blocking the door. Looking at Su Sheng, he said anxiously, "Old Su, don't force us. Whoever dares to open this door today, we will fight to the death." "Coward," Xiao Yu sneered. Xianwei cursed. "CNM, you are great. Do you believe I will kill you now? Come if you dare." Xiao Yu glared. "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Xianwei's eyes turned red, and he went over angrily. Xiao Yu quickly hid behind Su Sheng. When the quarrel was getting out of hand, Li Zhongjuan suddenly shushed softly. "Shush. Stop making noise." The sound outside seems to have disappeared. Everyone was stunned at the same time. No one spoke. Listening carefully, there was indeed no sound outside. Did they leave? Impossible. They were all caught in a trap. Would the scavengers outside give up? Besides, where are the two girls? Li Zhongjuan staggered to the door with a gun and waved to the people blocking the door. "Get out of the way. I want to listen." Several people quickly moved away. Li Zhongjuan came to the door and listened carefully. There was someone outside. It seemed that he was talking. Listening carefully, it seemed that a man was saying, "They are both hopeless. Relieve their suffering." Upon hearing this voice, Li Zhongjuan was shocked all over, and looked back at Li Xiaoyun and Fanya and exclaimed, "Is it Qinyu? Qinyu is here? What?" When Han Zilyu heard this, his head buzzed. "Qinyu is back?" Li Xiaoyun and Fanya screamed and rushed to the door. When Li Zhongjuan pulled open the door of the auditorium, everyone saw the man standing outside. It was indeed Qinyu. However, he had a gun in his hand. He fired 2 shots at the 2 girls on the ground. The 2 girls trembled all over and stopped breathing. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Li Xiaoyun and Fanya, who had just rushed to the door, stopped in fear and stared at this scene in amazement. At the same time, Qinyu slowly turned around and looked at the people inside. When he saw Li Zhongjuan, he smiled with relief. Then he saw several familiar faces. Li Xiaoyun, Fanya, Su Sheng, Han Zilyu, and even Xianwei and Shengui were not dead. Except for being a little embarrassed, they were still doing well. Qinyu turned around and walked to Li Zhongjuan and said lightly, "It seems that I am not too late." "Thank you, young man," Li Zhongjuan said hoarsely. Then his body swayed and he sat down on the ground, unable to hold on any longer. "Dad." Li Xiaoyun rushed over. Qinyu also took a step forward and reached out to support Li Zhongjuan at the same time as Li Xiaoyun. Then, Qinyu's eyes met Li Xiaoyun's. "Fortunately, you are not dead," Qinyu said softly. Li Xiaoyun burst into tears instantly, subconsciously letting go of his father's hand, and hugged Qinyu directly, hugging him tightly. Crying and sobbing, Qinyu hugged him with his backhand and winked at Zhang Yang behind him. "Old Zhang. This is a veteran. His name is Li Zhongjuan." "Ah? A soldier?" Zhang Yang was also a soldier. So when he heard that Li Zhongjuan was a veteran, he rushed over to hold him and whispered, "My name is Zhang Yang, a member of the Army Special Forces. How are you?" When he heard that Zhang Yang was from the Army Special Forces, Li Zhongjuan struggled to stand up and saluted. He knew that such a young member of the Special Forces was likely to have a high rank. In the army, when you don't know the rank of the other party, but the other party is obviously likely to have a high rank, you usually call the other party the chief. It's not impolite, and it won't be wrong. So Li Zhongjuan greeted hoarsely, "Hello, chief. Don't Don't do these empty words at this time. I call you Lao Li. You can call me Xiao Zhang. How are you? Are you okay? Ahem. Still holding on. Zhang Yang looked at the wounds on Li Zhongyuan's body and twitched his lips. Tough guy. He can still hold on in this situation. He is really a veteran. He immediately laid Li Zhongyuan flat on the ground, tore off the clothes on his shoulders, and began to treat his wounds with the medical tools he brought with him. With Zhang Yang around, Qin felt relieved. So he gently hugged Li Xiaoyun and whispered in her ear, I went back to look for you. But unfortunately I didn't find you. Luckily you are okay. Just this sentence completely captured Li Xiaoyun. Her heart, which was just beginning to fall in love, was firmly tied to Qin and could never be untied again. Chapter 170 Dull Expression. Qin hugged Li Xiaoyun, which made many people jealous. For example, Xiao Yu. For example, Han Zilio and Su Sheng. Not only women get jealous, but men also get jealous. So Han Zilio and Su Sheng came over and greeted Qin. Ayu. Ayu. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise we would be finished this time. As soon as these two people spoke, the rest of the classmates squeezed over to look at Qin. Qin, thanks to you. You are so amazing. You can still find us. Qin, you are our savior. Qin, you are so amazing. You are my idol. Can I follow you in the future? Ah. Everyone was talking at once. But Qin turned a blind eye. At this time, a different voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. Xiao Yu was kneeling beside the bodies of the two girls with tears in her eyes, choking and saying, they shouldn't be treated like this. Why did you kill them? Why? She looked up at Qin. Qin also looked down at her. I didn't want to strangle her. I didn't expect her to jump out by herself. Just when Qin wanted to speak, Su Sheng directly blocked Xiao Yu's sight and frowned and said, Xiao Yu. They are dead. I know. Xiao Yu looked at Su Sheng and said weakly, he died under the indifference of you people. And he died under the gun of our classmates. Don't you feel sad? Xiao Yu. Don't talk to me. You don't have any responsibility as a man. Su Sheng slowly clenched his fists. Qin on the side wanted to speak, but he was silent. He didn't want to talk anymore. He just wanted to see how Su Sheng would react. In the last life, Su Sheng finally compromised in the face of Xiao Yu's saintly heart and lost his life. In this life, will he compromise again? If he still chooses to compromise, it means that this is his nature. Then there is no need to keep him around. Qin did not speak, but Zhang Yang, who had just finished rescuing in the distance, could not help but speak. He frowned and looked at Xiao Yu, my classmate. When we arrived, the two girls were already on the verge of death. Their leg tendons were cut. There were signs of being violated, and their stomachs were cut open. If Qin had not sent them on their way, they would have had to endure the pain. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill on the back of their necks. So cruel? These cannibals have no humanity. It's simply terrifying. It's better to die than to fall into their hands. Xiao Yu was also stunned for a moment, but he still said stubbornly, don't make excuses for your behavior. They both have the right to make their own choices. How do you know that she can't be saved? How do you know? All right. Suddenly, Su Sheng roared. Xiao Yu was so frightened that she trembled all over. She looked at Su Sheng in astonishment and said anxiously, what are you doing? Why are you yelling at me? Are you still polite? Xiao Yu. Su Sheng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Yu. You have to act different from everyone else. Right? You are the only one who is awake in the world. You are great? In this situation, everyone will agree with Chen Yu's approach. What are you picking on? What am I picking on? Xiao Yu's face turned red with anger. She stood up suddenly and looked at Su Sheng. Okay. Su Sheng, you dare to yell at me. Right? What right do you have? What qualifications do you have to yell at me? You are so timid and cowardly. Look at what you have done for so long. You have accomplished nothing. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? Okay. Su Sheng looked ashen and said hoarsely, from this moment on, we break up. From now on, you go your way. I go mine. You can find someone awesome to follow. I'm not worthy of you. Okay? You? Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and pointed at Su Sheng, and stomped her feet in anger after a long time. Okay. Break up if we want to. Useless trash. Who wants to follow you? Su Sheng let out a long breath. Then he took off a couple ring from his finger and threw it in front of Xiao Yu. He took off an earring from his ear that was the same style as Xiao Yu's, and threw it in front of Xiao Yu. Finally, he turned around and strode out. He didn't look at Qinyu, nor at anyone else. Everyone was stunned. Han Zilluo rushed over and grabbed him. Old third. What are you doing? Brother Luo. Take care. Su Sheng struggled to break free from Han Zilluo's hand and continued to walk forward. Han Zilluo angrily cursed, Su Sheng. You are just for a woman? That's it? You just treat her as a fart and it's over. Have you forgotten how I was betrayed by my girlfriend? Didn't I persist until now? Su Sheng stopped. He didn't look back. He said coldly, Brother Luo, I don't want to become like you. Me? What's wrong with me? Han Zilluo was stunned. Su Sheng said hoarsely, I have always been protected by you before. And I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. But when I found out that you killed Tang Jia, but didn't stand up to clear Yu's name, I knew that you had changed. I'm grateful that you took care of us. But I really don't want to be like you. In order to survive, you can sell out your brothers. I'm afraid that one day in the future, for some reason, I will also be the one you sell out and abandon. So, I'm grateful to you. You are still my brother Luo. But I won't follow you anymore. I will be a loner. Like a you. If I can't survive, that's fate. If I survive, and we meet again one day in the future, then I won't call you brother Luo. I will call you Lao Han. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Sheng quickly walked to the water's edge, plunged into the water, and swam hard towards a small boat floating in the distance. Everyone looked at him. There was a moment of silence. Han Zilluo stood blankly by the water, his face pale. On the contrary, Qinyu kept staring at Su Sheng's back, with no joy or sadness on his face, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry, happy, or regretful. Soon, Su Sheng climbed onto a small boat and rowed away from everyone's sight. Xiao Yu had a dull expression all the time. She didn't expect that after being a dog licker for so many years, Su Sheng would decisively break up with her at this moment. It's over. What should I do? Xiao Yu blinked and quickly looked at Qinyu. Can I follow him? No. He seems to hate me. Strange. I vaguely remember that when I was in school, when Su Sheng was pursuing me, Qinyu accompanied him several times. At that time, I seemed to be able to see the passion in Qinyu's eyes towards me. He must have wanted to seduce me too. It was just that Su Sheng succeeded first. But now? Why is there no passion in his eyes? There is only disgust. Deep disgust. Xiao Yu's mind turned quickly, and she looked at everyone present. And finally her eyes fell on Zhang Yang. Then her eyes lit up. This man is really like a man. Just now I seemed to hear that he was from the Army Special Forces. And he was a leader. Otherwise why would Li Zhongjuan call him the chief? Chapter 171 Just Broken Heart. Find him? Xiao Yu made up her mind and immediately took action. She slowly walked to the side of Zhang Yang and Li Zhongjuan, squatted down, wiped her tears, pretended to be a person who had just broken heart and suffered a lot of grievances, and said with concern, How is Uncle Li? Do you need my help? Xiao Yu asked with concern. With her tearful eyes, she did look like someone who had just broken heart, but was strong and wanted to be warm-hearted. But what surprised her was that not to mention Zhang Yang had no feelings for her. Even Li Zhongjuan frowned and took the initiative to say, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Said that he propped himself up and avoided it. Xiao Yu was embarrassed. She stood up and was at a loss. At this time, Qinyu no longer paid attention to others, but looked at Li Xiaoyun and Li Zhongjuan and asked, Is there a place to go? Not yet. Li Zhongjuan shook his head helplessly. Then go to my place to recuperate first. Wait until your injury is healed, and then decide whether to stay or go. Li Zhongjuan nodded quickly. Young man. Then I'll trouble you. It's okay. Qinyu patted Li Xiaoyun's shoulder, motioning her to support her father, and then looked at Fanya again. What about you? Fanya was relieved immediately. I was really afraid that he would ignore me. He said quickly, I'll follow Xiaoyun and Uncle Li for the time being. Okay. Qinyu did not hesitate, nodded, and turned to walk directly to his boat by the water, saying as he walked, Old Zhang, let's go. Zhang Yang was stunned and looked at the other students. What should we do with these people? Find a way to survive. The students at the door were dumbfounded, thinking that Qinyu would take all of them away. Xian Wei subconsciously ran over and said anxiously, Brother Yu, take us with you. Can we follow you? You can take Li Xiaoyun away. So we are not a big deal. Right? Xiao Yu was also anxious. She came straight to Zhang Yang, put on a weak posture and said anxiously, "Comrade, you have to help us. Aren't you a soldier? We can't survive at all." "Yes. Take us with you." "Chun Yu, take us with you? You can't just leave us here." "Yes. Leaving us here is no different from killing us. You can't do such an inhumane thing. Chun Yu, you have to take us with you." Everyone was talking in a hurry. Zhang Yang hurriedly said loudly, "Don't make a noise. Classmates, don't make a noise. No one knows if that group of people are still left on campus. If you make a noise and attract people, it will be a big trouble." After hearing this, everyone dared not say a word. Zhang Yang walked to Qinyu and asked in confusion, "Aren't you here to save them?" "Old Zhang." Qinyu turned his head and looked at him. "I have seen everyone I want to see. The one I want to save the most has left on his own and become a lone traveler." After saying that, he looked back at the people behind him and said indifferently, "Do you know why Su Sheng left on his own? Because he knows my temper. I can come to save him, but I will never take him in. Why? I saved him because of our past brotherhood and I can help him once. But I won't take him in because he is not qualified yet. I took in Li Xiaoyun and her daughter, as well as Fangya, because they all protected me when Guo Huaiyang wanted to arrest me. They didn't know my ability, but they still wanted to protect me. I will repay a favor and avenge a grudge. So, which of you has done me a favor? Please come forward and tell us. Which of you has a brotherly relationship with me? Please tell us." Everyone was silent, except for the few people in the dormitory. The others didn't have much friendship with Qinyu, not to mention favors. Qinyu looked at everyone coldly, and finally looked at Zhang Yang. "Old Zhang, if you want to save them, find a way to place them yourself. You know my principles." Then he turned and left. At this time, Xianwei suddenly shouted loudly, "Qinyu, damn, living in the same dormitory. Don't we have any feelings?" Qinyu looked back at him. "Xianwei, you are not dead now. Do you think it is a pie in the sky?" Xianwei was stunned, then pointed at Han Ziluo who had been silent. "Isn't Brother Luo your brother?" "He used to be, but not now," Qinyu replied lightly, then came to the waterside and got on the boat, motioning Li Xiaoyun and his daughter and Fangya to get on the boat and prepare to leave. Han Ziluo didn't say a word. He didn't even look at Qinyu. He just stood on the other side with his back to everyone, staring at the direction where Su Sheng was going. After Li Xiaoyun and the others boarded the boat, Qinyu glanced at Zhang Yang. "Are you going or not? If not, we'll leave first." "Alas!" Zhang Yang looked at Qinyu helplessly. "Let me take care of it. You go first. I'll find a way to send them to a safe place and then come back to find you. Whatever you want." Qinyu drove away quickly. After he left, Zhang Yang looked at everyone and said loudly, "Okay, classmates, I will help you find a safe shelter, and you can live on your own." "How can that be?" Xiao Yu hurriedly ran to him, boldly stretched out her hand and grabbed his sleeve. "Comrade, you are a soldier. You can't leave us. We are all ordinary people." Zhang Yang frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this girl talking. As soon as she opened her mouth, she would inevitably use moral kidnapping. It was disgusting to hear. Zhang Yang broke away from her hand and said seriously, "Classmate, although I am a soldier, I came to Jiancheng with a mission." "You know? With a mission?" Xiao Yu was stunned. "Yes, I came to Jiancheng with the order of the military commander to find Chen Yu. He is my target, and the one I want to protect." Zhang Yang said seriously, "If you don't understand, I can give you a popular science. My mission order is a super encrypted mission. So for me, I can give up anything, as long as I keep an eye on Chen Yu. Do you understand now? I can give up on you at any time. Just focus on Chen Yu. Understand?" Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Xiao Yu finally had nothing to say. Zhang Yang looked at the others and said, "Okay, I'll send you to a safe place. This is the best I can do. If you have any other needs, solve them yourself." As he said that, he turned his head and looked around. The boat they came on had been driven away by Qinyu, so they had to find a boat by themselves. Fortunately, there are many boats floating on the water in the school now. Just get a bigger one. Soon, Zhang Yang found a big ship not too far away, and then turned back and said, "Wait, I'll get a boat." Chapter 172 Tears. he said, and jumped into the water. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it was okay that a soldier protected them, and they left the school. At this time, Xianwei slowly walked to Han Ziluo and glanced at him. It turned out that Han Ziluo was actually crying. He was stunned and said, "Brother Luo, what's wrong with you? Are you injured?" "No." Han Ziluo's voice was hoarse, and he reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Xianwei suddenly realized and asked in a low voice, "Is it because of Chenyu?" Han Ziluo didn't say anything. Xianwei curled his lips. "Brother Luo, don't take that idiot seriously. He doesn't even regard us as dormitory brothers. Why do you care about him? From now on, I will hang out with you. Don't worry. We can definitely survive." Han Ziluo still didn't say anything. He just looked at the distance blankly. He felt uncomfortable. He was very upset and regretful for having thought of abandoning Chenyu. Now, the Brotherhood is completely gone. Chenyu sent Li Zhongjuan and the other two back to Jianbei Hotel as quickly as possible. When the three entered the hotel and came to the luxurious living area on the top floor, they were stunned and confused. There is electricity and water here. There is also food. It feels like living before the disaster. And Chenyu has medicine. With the help of Fang Jing, Li Zhongjuan used antibiotics again and disinfected and bandaged the wound again. Chenyu obediently brought 2 glasses of water to Li Xiaoyun and Fangya. "This feeling is so warm. It is much better than the feeling of living in school before. In school, although you are alive, you feel dead. Every day you worry about what to eat tomorrow. Every day you are scheming against each other. Every day you are on guard against others. But here, Fang Jing is a guard. Very gentle, very considerate, and smiles before speaking. Little Chenyu is very well behaved. She is also cute. She doesn't talk much, but she is very polite. There are also 2 very enthusiastic young people. One named Dong Qiulei, and the other named Jiang Zhan. In addition, there is Dong Zhou's family. According to the introduction, he is a doctor. There is also a whole floor of cultivation room here, where he grows vegetables, fruits and grains. Oh my god! It feels healthier here. Only here can you feel alive." Li Xiaoyun and Fang Ya's eyes were red. Especially Li Xiaoyun. She knew that her father should not die. Here, he will definitely get the best treatment. After Chenyu settled the 3 people, he immediately called Fang Jing outside and whispered, "I have to go out again." "Anything else? Do you need me?" Fang Jing asked hurriedly. "No. You can help me entertain them. I'll go to see Zhang Yang. He wants to send the remaining people in the school to a safe shelter. I was afraid that he might be in danger on the road, so I went to pick him up." Fang Jing was stunned. "Are there any survivors in the school?" "Well, there are not many." Fang Jing nodded, and did not ask Chenyu why he did not bring back all the survivors. Anyway, Chenyu had his own reasons for doing anything. No one was qualified to object. Even Fang Jing could not do that. So she just nodded calmly. "Then you go. Leave it to me. But you don't have to worry. Right? There shouldn't be many people in this city who dare to take advantage of Brother Zhang." "No. There is still a group of people." Chenyu narrowed his eyes. "I didn't see the bodies of Ouyang Bingsheng and Ouyang Lan in the school. Maybe the father and daughter are not dead yet. If they are not dead, Su Qing will not leave." Speaking of this, Chenyu sighed and said, "Su Zhengjiang may not bother me because of Su Qing's feelings for me. But other people don't have this concern." "I understand." Fang Jing nodded. "Then you go quickly. Well, pay attention to Li Zhongjuan. He is a veteran. I trust his character. Don't worry. Then I'm leaving." Chenyu reached out and touched Fang Jing's hair, turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Jing watched his figure disappear downstairs, then returned to the living area and came to Li Zhongjuan and the other 3. Li Xiaoyun and Fangya stood up quickly. In their minds, Fang Jing seemed to be the hostess here, and it can be seen that she has a close relationship with Chenyu. Although Li Xiaoyun had a relationship with Chenyu, she also realized that it might just be Chenyu's momentary passion. Facing Fang Jing, Li Xiaoyun did not dare to be arrogant. Fang Jing walked closer and smiled politely at the 2 girls. "You don't have to be nervous. You can relax properly here. This place is different from ordinary shelters. Not as cold as outside. The people here are all recognized by Chenyu to stay, so you don't have to be nervous." Fang Jing smiled and came to Li Zhongjuan and said softly, "I heard from Chenyu that you are a veteran. You are older than us, so I will call you Uncle Li. Oh, I don't deserve it. Li Zhongyuan stood up and shook his head in panic. Uncle Li, please sit down first. Your injury is quite serious, and it will probably take some time to recover. So during this period of time, you can rest assured to stay here. We still have some medicine, which should be able to support your recovery. Thank you. Li Zhongyuan bowed seriously. Fang Jing quickly dodged and said anxiously, Uncle Li, don't bow to me. Really? Please don't be so polite. These are all what Qin Yu told me. Alas. Li Zhongyuan sighed weakly. Officer Fang, let me tell you the truth. Even before the disaster, I, a veteran, didn't get much respect from people. So, I understand what you mean. Fang Jing nodded, but you can rest assured here. This is Qin Yu's home. And he really respects soldiers, even those in our security system. Generally, when he sees people of our status, he will lend a hand. People like me and Zhang Yang have all received his help. He said that even in this Doomsday world, the only people who can unconditionally help the people and fight to the last moment are basically real soldiers. Hearing this, Li Zhongyuan and the other two stood in awe of Qin Yu. I didn't expect his realm to be so high. Li Zhongyuan was convinced. Because after he retired from the army, he returned to the local area and there was no good job arrangement. Just barely making a living. And in society, not many people really respect his identity as a veteran. Especially the young people nowadays. They simply disdain it. So Li Zhongyuan is also a person who has experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature. I never thought that at the end of the world, he would have the honor to meet someone who recognized the soldiers so much. Still a young man. It's really amazing. Li Zhongyuan was really relieved. Fang Jing saw that he was completely relaxed. So she smiled and said, That's right. I'll help you clean up 3 rooms on the lower floor later. No. Don't bother. Li Zhongyuan shook his head quickly and said, I'll take them both. Just find 3 rooms on the 7th floor at the bottom. Chapter 173 Acting as a Doorman. The 7th floor? Fang Jing was stunned. There was already water below the 7th floor. Strictly speaking, the 7th floor was the entrance to Jianbei Hotel. He wanted to live on the 7th floor? Could he take the initiative to act as a doorman for the hotel? Sure enough. Li Zhongyuan looked at Fang Jing and smiled honestly. Qin Yu is a good guy. And we are also indebted to him. I think we will live on the 7th floor. My old bones are still okay. And when I was in the army, I was a soldier in the reconnaissance company. Give me 2 weapons. I will help you guard the door. I will teach them how to survive outside. Officer Fang, I know you are kind-hearted. But the 2 girls can't always be protected by others. So we live downstairs. And it is also convenient to teach them on weekdays. Fang Jing didn't know what to say when she heard this. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Qin Yu's vision is always so accurate. Every time he finds someone, they either have a skill or are responsible. No one comes here to eat and drink for free. That's great. In the future, there will be more people here. Maybe Jianbei Hotel will become a very loving place? I'm really looking forward to it. Fang Jing couldn't beat Li Zhongyuan. This old man has his own ideas. And he is very persistent. So in the end, he took Li Xiaoyun and Fanya downstairs and found 2 rooms on both sides of the elevator on the 7th floor to clean up. Except Dong Zhou. Everyone else came down to help. Otherwise, the people and things here shocked Li Xiaoyun and Fanya. These people are very good. They are kind to others and have no grudges. Fang Jing and Lu Yu helped to clean up the room and brought the new bedding and daily necessities. Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei helped to clean up the environment outside. At the same time, they tried to transport a battery down to them. Xiao Qinyu was not idle either. She sent some daily necessities down one by one. They were all prepared by Fang Jing. In this way, in less than 2 hours, the 2 rooms on the 7th floor were cleaned up. Fanya and Li Xiaoyun were in one room, and Li Zhongyuan was in another room. Fang Jing took down all the anti-inflammatory drugs and disinfectants for hemostasis for the week and put them in Li Zhongyuan's room. Finally, she brought him 2 guns. A pistol, a 92 type semi-automatic pistol, with a large caliber of 9mm, 10 magazines. A 5 type submachine gun with a low sound pressure. This gun was found by Fang Jing herself during her free time when Qin Yu was not around. This gun was officially finalized and put into service in 2005. It is a submachine gun with a built-in silencer. 5.8mm ammunition, and a magazine capacity of 50 rounds. This gun is the standard weapon of special forces and anti-terrorist forces. Unfortunately, bullets are scarce. Fong Jing only kept 2 magazines. This is all the ammunition. The main reason is that there is not much time to search for bullets. But even so, when Li Tsuanzhong saw these weapons, his old eyes lit up again. Ignoring the injury on his arm, he immediately began to familiarize himself with the weapons. If the left hand doesn't work, then play with the right hand. He leaned on his body and thighs to check the gun chamber and the slide bolt. Fong Jing, who was standing by, was relieved to see that he was skilled in his movements. This veteran wanted to prove his worth, so he chose to live on the 7th floor to guard the gate. Therefore, this submachine gun with a low sound pressure is very suitable for him. On the other side, Dong Qiulei and Jiangjun were about the same age as Li Xiuyun, and they were not much different in age, so they quickly got to know each other. However, Jiangjun was a little too enthusiastic. It was easy to misunderstand that this guy had noticed 2 young and beautiful girls and was interested in them. Until later, the 2 girls secretly learned the secret from Dong Qiulei. It turned out that Jiangjun was gay. This surprised the 2 girls. Such a cool and handsome guy turned out to be. What a pity. However, I always thought that the gay group seemed to be quite annoying. But Jiangjun was a very good person. He had a good sense of boundaries. He also had a high EQ. He was a person who could make friends. So, the 2 girls quickly put aside their grudges and simply accepted Jiangjun as their new best friend. For a while, there were bursts of laughter in Jianbei Hotel. It was almost noon. On the way to the central hospital, Zhang Yang walked slowly with a dozen students. The only safe place he could think of now was the central hospital. After all, there were still military personnel there. Due to the outbreak of the virus, the number of people in the central hospital also dropped drastically. Many soldiers died of the disease. This also led to their inability to protect other shelters in the city, and all the surviving troops retreated to the central hospital for protection. There are also 2 experts in virology in the central hospital who have been trying to study the Doomsday virus, hoping to find a way to alleviate it. For those who don't know, the end of the world may be here. As long as the virus is conquered, humans will slowly multiply in the future. But Zhang Yang knows it well. According to Chen Yu's speculation, the virus will cause the surviving animals in the world to mutate. So it will take less than half a year for the mutant beast tide to sweep the world. Therefore, studying the virus is a waste of time. After the mutant beast tide, the sun will lose its heat, the world will freeze, and it will enter the Ice Age. At that time, no one will care about the virus at all. So the people in the central hospital are just doing useless work. Waste of manpower and material resources. Unfortunately, there is no way to talk about this kind of thing. People won't believe it even if you say it. Let's do the work at hand. Zhang Yang, who was walking in front, was very alert, and looked back from time to time at the dozen or so surviving students behind him. Li Tsuanzhong is quite capable. When the cannibals attacked the University of Science and Technology, he was able to hide these students and escape the massacre of those people. I can't let him down. Let's do everything possible to send them to the central hospital. These people are all young people. After training, they can still become warriors. Zhang Yang's idea was good. But when he looked back, his mentality collapsed again. The remaining dozen students, except for the one named Han Ziluo, are too weak. They had been under shelter before, so they had never lived alone. Nor had they really exercised. Their physical fitness was poor. Their mental state was also poor. They had no perseverance. They had only been walking for a short while. But they were already complaining, dragging their feet, and not alert at all. Soon, a girl tripped and fell to the ground. Ah! I won't go on. I'm so tired. Her shouting made everyone else start to give up, sitting on the ground one by one, and no one would go on. Zhang Yang frowned. He quickly returned to the front of the crowd and said seriously, "Get up. This is next to the road. How dare you sit on the ground here? What are you afraid of? You have you anyway." A girl replied with a smile. Zhang Yang's face darkened. Chapter 174 Constitution. At this time, Xiao Yu hurriedly came up, looked at Zhang Yang and explained softly, "Brother Zhang, don't be angry. All of us haven't eaten since last night. We haven't drunk any water until now. And we really can't walk anymore. We don't have your constitution. Zhang Yang frowned and said, if we hold on for another half an hour, we will almost reach the central hospital. We can't hold on for another half an hour. I really can't hold on any longer. Xiao Yu rubbed her stomach pitifully. Brother Zhang, my stomach acid is coming up. Let's find a place to rest. It would be best if we can get something to eat. Okay. You let them all get up. They can't sit here. This city is full of out-of-control people now. I only have one gun. I can't protect all of you. Zhang Yang looked back, pointed to a store on the roadside and said, go in there. Hurry up. Let everyone go. Okay. /in Xiao Yu was very positive. She wanted to perform better in front of Zhang Yang, because she also saw that Zhang Yang must be very capable. He is a soldier of the special forces. He should be more powerful than Xinyu. So, once she gets close to him, she will not have to worry about her future. So, Xiao Yu returned to the crowd, scolded them, and chased everyone away. It's not to mention that she is the squad leader, and there are still people willing to listen to her. This is also a skill. A group of people dragged into the roadside store. It sells daily necessities, but it had been cleared out long ago. Not a hair was left. After Zhang Yang followed, he looked around, and finally returned to the door. Looking at Han Zilio, who had been in a daze, he waved you. Come here. Han Zilio had a dull face. No response. Xianwei on the side quickly poked him. Brother Luo, I'm calling you. Ah? Han Zilio quickly looked up at Zhang Yang, then stood up and ran out. Brother Zhang, you called me. Well, come out. Zhang Yang called Han Zilio outside, looked at him with a dark face and said, your name is Han Zilio? Yes. Can you use a gun? Yes, I can. Zhang Yang casually pulled out his gun and handed it to him, and said in a deep voice, Han Zilio, don't look so depressed. Act like a man. You take the gun. 240 guard them. I'll go find something to eat. I know you and Xinyu were brothers before, but because you made the wrong decision, Xinyu gave up on you. Am I right? Han Zilio's eyes turned red, and he slowly lowered his head. Zhang Yang shouted, Han Zilio. Han Zilio raised his head. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand and slapped him, shouting, when I call your name, you say it. Han Zilio's heart trembled. Does this man want to train himself? Han Zilio. Yes. The voice is too soft. I can't hear it. Han Zilio. Yes. Han Zilio roared, somewhat excited. Zhang Yang looked at him and nodded, then said with satisfaction, okay. This state. I'll go find something to eat. You open your eyes a little wider. Yes. Han Zilio then asked nervously, Brother Zhang, you give me the gun. What do you use? Use this. Zhang Yang casually pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet, looked at Han Zilio and smiled faintly. I am an elite member of the Army Special Forces. Do you need a gun? After saying that, he turned around and left quickly, looking at his back. Han Zilio's eyes slowly regained vitality. He did regret it. He had been regretting his short-sightedness. At that time, he actually wanted to save himself by giving up Xinyu. Now it seems that he was totally wrong. Chen Yu's ability and personal qualities were shocking. So Han Zilio regretted it very much. He didn't have the face to call Xinyu a brother anymore. In this Doomsday world, he felt lonely. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was a passionate soldier. He didn't give up on him because of this, and encouraged him. So Han Zilio recovered a little bit of blood. At this moment, the city was dead silent. No people or animals could be seen around. It was terrifyingly quiet. Facing such a world, people with weak wills would have collapsed long ago. Han Zilio touched the gun in his hand, took a deep breath, and decided to perform well first, at least to get a high score from Zhang Yang. Brother Luo. Suddenly, Xianwei's voice came from behind. He came over with a smile, looked at the gun in Han Zilio's hand, and said excitedly, let me touch it. No. Han Zilio's face sank. Go in. Oh. Don't be so nervous. Look outside. There's not even a ghost. Why are you so nervous? Don't take chicken feathers as an order. Han Zilio looked back at Xianwei and said coldly, if you're not afraid, go by yourself. Live your own life. Like Su Sheng. I'm out of my mind. Xianwei said unhappily, I have a special forces soldier protecting me. Why should I live my own life? Am I crazy? Do you think he can protect you forever? Han Ziluo stopped looking at him, and looked around vigilantly. Xian Wei stopped talking either. Indeed, Zhang Yang couldn't protect them forever. Once they were sent to a safe shelter, they would leave. And they would have to live and survive on their own in the end. Alas! Xian Wei sighed, and leaned against the door frame thinking about his own things. In the store, the surviving student sat in the corner and whispered. Everyone was talking about Chen Yu and Zhang Yang. Time passed by. Slowly, everyone lost the desire to talk. Hungry, tired and sleepy. Didn't sleep all night last night. Everyone was worried. It was getting quieter and quieter. It was so quiet that it made people sleepy. Why didn't Zhang Yang come back? Did he give up on them? Or was he in danger? Han Ziluo stood at the door, getting more and more anxious. Suddenly, Xian Wei behind him exclaimed, "Fuck!" Han Ziluo was startled. He turned around and looked at him. What's wrong? He saw Xuan Wei's face full of fear, slowly shrinking into the room, while pointing at it and trembling, saying, "Brother Luo. Crow, crow." What? Han Ziluo was stunned. Crows? What the hell? Turned around and looked up. Shit! Han Ziluo's heart skipped a beat. At some point, the cables and roofs above his head were covered with huge crows. Quietly, all the crows had bloodshot eyes, which looked extremely weird. This scene was very similar to the classic scene in the third Resident Evil movie. Han Ziluo was completely frozen. His scalp was numb, because when he looked up, he found that the bloodshot eyes of the closest crow had already been fixed on him. The crow tilted its head. It looked at him carefully with one eye, and its body began to tilt slightly, and the wings on its back slowly opened. Han Ziluo swallowed hard. The next second, caw! There was a piercing cry above his head, and the huge crow suddenly kicked its feet and swooped down from the cables. Chapter 175, State of Mind. The huge wings spread out, like an eagle. When this crow moved, all the other crows made a deafening ca sound, and almost all rushed down. For a moment, it covered the sky and the sun. A dark mass rolled down overhead. Han Ziluo was so scared that his soul flew away, and he turned around and wanted to run to the store. But what he didn't expect was that someone inside screamed. And then, he saw Xiaoyu closing the door with a look of horror. With a bang. This sound completely shattered Han Ziluo's state of mind. He was locked outside. Han Ziluo was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be abandoned so easily. At this moment, he suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Yu wanted to be a lone traveler. Because you never know how many faces these people behind you have. And you never know who will close the door to your survival at a critical moment. In such a moment of distraction, the largest crow has already swooped down on his head. The sharp and long beak instantly pecked Han Ziluo's eye. Ah! Han Ziluo screamed miserably, and his body hit the door. Then, the overwhelming crows pounced on him. The screams became more and more miserable. Xiaoyu closed the door immediately, locked Han Ziluo outside. Everyone hid in the innermost part in fear, including Xian Wei. Only one person subconsciously rushed to the door and said anxiously, "Let Han Ziluo in." It was Chen Gui. This person was almost like a transparent person. I didn't expect him to rush out at this time. Xiaoyu stood in front of the door and screamed, "Are you crazy? If you let him in now, those crows will also rush in, and we will all die. You shouldn't have closed the door. He could have come in." Chen Gui said anxiously. "Don't talk nonsense. If I closed it later, we would have been eaten by crows. Shorty, go to the side. Don't yell at me here." Chen Gui is from Fujin. He is indeed very short, only about 1.65 meters tall. But at this moment, he was really excited. He rushed over and grabbed Xiaoyu's clothes and threw them hard, causing Xiaoyu to stumble. Xiaoyu fell to the ground and shouted in fear, "What are you doing? Don't open the door. Don't let him open the door. Stop him quickly. Fuck. Chen Gui. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. If you dare to open the door, I will kill you." Xian Wei was also crazy. With red eyes, he rushed over again, trying to stop Chen Gui. Unfortunately, he was slow. Chen Gui pulled the door handle and pushed hard. What happened? The door didn't open. It just opened a crack and was closed again. At the same time, a shrill roar came from outside. "Don't open the door." Chen Gui was stunned. Xian Wei, who had just run to the door, also stopped subconsciously. Han Zilio was not dead yet. Moreover, he did not want to come in, but blocked the door tightly, blocking the door from the outside. Chen Gui's eyes were red. He suddenly turned his head and glared at Xiao Yu. You idiot! He could have survived. You let him in? At most let in a dozen crows. We can't beat the cannibals with guns. Can't we kill a few crows? Is your brain full of shit? Do you think Zhang Yang can always protect us? He is in the same group with Chen Yu. If he wasn't a soldier, he wouldn't escort us at all. From now on, only Han Zilio can protect us. Do you understand? You idiot. We will be killed by you sooner or later. Chen Gui cursed, and Xiao Yu's face turned red. She shouted stubbornly, before, in the school auditorium, I wanted to open the door to save people. And you all called me a saint. What are you doing now? How can it be the same? Chen Gui subconsciously rushed to her, grabbed her, and unexpectedly broke out a rare man's strength, dragging her directly to the window and pointing outside. Idiot. Look for yourself. Look at Han Zilio. He is still fighting hard? He is saving us with his life. Don't you know? Xiao Yu was stunned. She saw a scene that she could never understand in her life. Han Zilio's eyes were pierced and his eyeballs burst. His whole body was covered with blood and flesh, without a single piece of intact skin. But even so, he still waved his hands mechanically, trying to drive away the crows, and his body was always against the door. Xiao Yu covered her mouth with her hands and trembled all over. Chen Gui also pushed her aside, and finally couldn't help kneeling at the door and sobbing. All the other girls in the store cried. Only Xianwei stared blankly outside. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from a distance. It was Zhang Yang. He waved 2 torches in his hands. He tried his best to drive away the crows, but the crows in the sky were too large, and they were very ferocious. In just a dozen seconds, Zhang Yang was pecked with wounds. Chen Gui suddenly began to take off his clothes, turned around and picked up a chair in the room, and threw it to the ground, breaking the chair into pieces. Then he picked up a broken stick, tied his clothes to the stick, took out a lighter, and set the clothes on fire. Xiao Yu shouted in horror, What are you doing? If you dare to stop me again, I will kill you. Chen Gui glared at Xiao Yu with scarlet eyes, then walked to the door, pushed the door hard, and the door was finally pushed open. Han Zilio outside had already fallen to the ground. Chen Gui rushed out, but only him, because the moment he went out, Xianwei closed the door again. Outside, as soon as Chen Gui went out, he was hit by a group of crows. Countless wounds were instantly torn all over his body. That feeling was too terrifying. Chen Gui's hands and feet were shaking with fear, but he still gritted his teeth, covered his eyes with one hand, and ran quickly to Zhang Yang and Han Zilio. At this moment, Zhang Yang was also covered in blood. When he saw Chen Gui coming out, he shouted angrily, What are you doing here? Looking for death? Go back. Chen Gui didn't say a word, waving a huge torch to try to drive away the crows. Zhang Yang did not say anything. He had been trying to find a solution. But in this situation, there was really no solution. The crows were a little afraid of the flames. But these crows were too smart. They knew that the torches of the 2 of them would not last long. So they kept gathering above their heads and did not disperse at all. If this continued, they would die sooner or later. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, grabbed Han Zilio on the ground and pushed him to Chen Gui. Take him. Go to the store over there and find shelter. After that, he took out 2 grenades from his pocket. He held a grenade in one hand and a torch in the other. He could not pull the pull ring, so he could only open his mouth and bite it with his teeth. After biting off the pull ring, he used all his strength and raised his hand to throw it into the air. These were the last 2 grenades on him. Throwing away the grenades, Zhang Yang found that Chen Gui couldn't pull Han Zilio at all. So he rushed over helplessly, grabbed Han Zilio's body and rolled on the ground, just rolling behind the door of the store next door. Almost all the stores around had broken doors and windows. There were very few intact ones. Zhang Yang and Han Zilio had just hidden behind the door when the grenade that was about to fall from the sky exploded. Boom! Chapter 176. A chill in the heart. 2 loud bangs. Countless crows were killed and fell from the sky. But more crows were enraged. In an instant, they turned into a black cloud and swept down. Zhang Yang felt a chill in his heart. It's over. This can't be stopped at all. Just as he was about to drag Han Zilio and Chen Gui to hide in the store and try his last resort to survive, The sound of a car engine suddenly came from a distance. That voice was too familiar. It was the voice of Night 15. Dull. Roaring. Like an angry bull. He's here. Zhang Yang was ecstatic. He saw that the floor of this store was covered with carpet. He suddenly went over and lifted the carpet and covered the three people directly. The next second, hundreds of crows had already fallen on them. It felt like being hit by tons of falling rocks. Zhang Yang and Chen Gui groaned miserably and fell to the ground. At the critical moment, the car drove to the door. There were footsteps coming down. Then, a fierce sound of fire was heard. The crows were calling all around. Gaga gaga gaga, like they were in a panic. And the crows on his body flew away. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and slowly lifted the carpet to take a look outside. He was stunned by the sight. He saw Chen Yu like a god descending from heaven, carrying a military flamethrower on his back, spraying wildly at the crows in the sky. This guy is really a god. He is a special forces king. How many times has he saved him? The crows were finally dispersed. They are afraid of fire. The crows that were burned to death fell from the sky like hail after being sprayed by the military flamethrower. The scene was so spectacular. Whether it was Zhang Yang or the classmates in the store, they were all stunned. Soon, the crows flew into the sky. Although they were in chaos, they did not run away. They kept circling in the sky. Chen Yu looked indifferent and looked up at the sky. After a few seconds, he quickly put down the flamethrower, turned around and rushed to the side of the car, and pulled out a sniper rifle from the back seat. It turned out to be a domestic CS/LR4 sniper rifle, 7.62 mm caliber. The gun is 1.2 meters long, weighs 6 kilograms, has a magazine capacity of 5 rounds, and an effective range of 800 meters. It's so familiar, because Zhang Yang used this kind of sniper rifle often before. That's his exclusive weapon. A domestic magic sniper. Good guy. Where did Chen Yu get it from? And judging from his posture, he seems to be good at using sniper rifles. Zhang Yang stared at Chen Yu in amazement as he put the heavy sniper on the roof of the car, then half knelt on the ground, raised the sniper rifle, and aimed it at the sky. Damn! Is he going to snipe the crows? The crows flying in the sky? This is an extremely difficult technique. Chen Yu can do this? Zhang Yang subconsciously held his breath. A few seconds later, he saw Chen Yu firing a shot without hesitation. Bang! The huge gunshot was deafening. A crow fell from the sky. It really hit. However, Chen Yu did not put away his gun, and it was obvious that it was not his target. After only 7 or 8 seconds, bang! Another shot. Another crow fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the crows that seemed to be a dark cloud above his head suddenly dispersed and quickly scattered in all directions. Zhang Yang looked surprised. Chen Yu actually knew which crow was the leader of these crows. Soon, the crows in the sky dispersed. The crisis was resolved. Zhang Yang struggled to crawl out from under the carpet, and pulled Chen Gui and Han Zilyu out as well. In the distance, Chen Yu did not come to see them immediately, but walked to the distance, pulled off the head of the fallen crow, and put it in his pocket. Then he put away the sniper rifle and quickly ran to the door. He saw Han Zilyu. He frowned slightly. Then he looked at Zhang Yang. Are you okay? It's okay. Just minor injuries. Zhang Yang sat down on the ground, tired and relaxed. He was covered with wounds and looked very embarrassed. Chen Yu looked at Chen Gui again, somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the only person who fought side by side with Zhang Yang was Chen Gui. Chen Yu squatted in front of him and checked his injuries. It was also quite serious. At this time, Chen Gui barely looked up at Chen Yu and said hoarsely, Brother Luo regretted it. He still wanted to be a brother with you. He blocked the door of the store with his body, and he was using his life to atone for his sins. Chen Yu was stunned. Zhang Yang on the side also nodded. This kid didn't have to die. He was absent-minded all the way. I always had a hunch that he might not survive, but I didn't expect him. Alas! Chen Yu slowly looked at Han Zilyu. At this moment, Han Zilyu was already dying. There was no good place on his body. Blood and flesh. Both eyes were pecked blind. Chen Yu looked at him silently, and after a while, he reached out to help him up, and whispered, Brother Luo, can you hear me for a long time? Han Zilyu, who was on his deathbed, suddenly trembled all over. One hand subconsciously grabbed Chen Yu's arm. His face seemed to have a little more brilliance. He opened his mouth with difficulty and murmured in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm sorry." "Ayu?" Chen Yu's eyes dimmed. He sighed softly, "Brother Luo, you are not sorry for me. What you did is just a choice that ordinary people would make. I don't blame you for abandoning me. But I can't treat you as a brother anymore. In fact, no one has the right to judge whether you are right or wrong. Including me. You and I are not brothers. You can live on your own. Why do you have to be so pessimistic?" He. Han Zilio forced a smile and said hoarsely, "Don't blame me, that's all. I was betrayed by my girlfriend once. And my family is long gone. It's better to die than to live. Without my brothers, what can I hold on to? I will go first. And we'll meet next time. I'll wait for you." After saying that, Han Zilio relaxed all over. He died? Chen Yu looked at him silently, feeling uncomfortable. I didn't expect Han Zilio to die so tragically. And it was the first time Chen Yu knew that he had been betrayed by his girlfriend once? All family members are gone? So, in fact, Han Zilio wanted to protect his classmates more when he was working as an outworker in school. Right? In fact, Chen Yu didn't think too much about him abandoning himself. It's just that he can't be brothers with him anymore. This is a matter of principle. But now it seems that Han Zilio should be quite regretful. After all, when he was in school before, he, Chen Yu, and Su Sheng were the three best brothers. I never thought that now one died and one ran away. Chen Yu slowly let go of Han Zilio. Once again sighed about himself. Maybe it was really the fate of a star of destiny. If he didn't leave the hotel often, would Fang Jing and the others become like this sooner or later? Chen Yu was somewhat sad. But he didn't show it on the surface. He stood up and glanced at the door. Xian Wei, Xiao Yu and the others came out and stood at the door, looking at the scene awkwardly. Chapter 177 Get rid of. Chen Yu looked at Zhang Yang again. Are you still going to send them to the central hospital? No. I can't walk anymore. Zhang Yang shook his head and said tiredly, It's less than half an hour away from the central hospital. Let them go by themselves. Okay. You come back to the hotel with me. After that, he looked at Chen Gui again. What about you? Chen Gui silently lowered his head and looked at Han Ziruo, letting the blood on his body continue to flow. After a long while, he said hoarsely, I want to go back to my hometown. Back to Fujian? Chen Yu frowned. It has been submerged by the sea. I want to go back and take a look before I die. Chen Yu was speechless. Have these people not escaped the fate of their previous life? He still wants to go back to his hometown. Chen Yu nodded. I respect your decision. After that, he casually took out a 92 Type pistol and 2 magazines from his waist, and at the same time took a military knife and put it in front of him. Take your weapons. Chen Gui. Try not to die. If the way home is not feasible, come to Jianbei Hotel to find me. Well, thank you. Chen Gui slowly stood up, looked up at Chen Yu and smiled reluctantly. In fact, I used to envy the friendship between the three of you. It's just that I didn't know how to make friends since I was a child. And I never knew how to integrate into you. You are a friend now. Chen Yu reached out his hand. Chen Gui looked down at his hand and slowly shook it. The two of them shook it hard. When they let go, Chen Gui had 2 more small bottles in his hand. That was antibiotics. Chen Gui's eyes turned red, and he choked up and said, I finally know how Luo Gu feels. There is a reason why he will regret it. Chen Yu, I thought you were full of darkness in your heart, but I didn't expect that you are warmer than anyone else. Okay. Chen Gui, don't be red-eyed like a rabbit. Even if you are small, you are a man who stands tall and proud. Chen Yu reached out and patted his arm. Chen Gui took a deep breath, put away his weapons and medicine, turned around and limped out. The crowd at the door immediately dispersed to both sides. Chen Gui walked out slowly, as if he didn't see them, and walked away. Watching Chen Gui leave, Chen Yu felt heavy-hearted. He looked back at Han Zilio's body, and then came to Zhang Yang. Let's go! I'll tell them. Zhang Yang pulled Chen Yu's hand and stood up. There were wounds all over his face, neck, and arms, and some of them had even begun to turn black. Those crows all carried the virus. So Zhang Yang needed to find a place to disinfect and treat them quickly. Chen Yu said coldly, They are not babies in a nursery. Nor are they fools in a mental hospital. They are all college students and have the ability to act independently. Hurry up and leave. If you don't go back for treatment, Your injury may cost you your life. Zhang Yang hurriedly looked at the wound on his arm. Oh my god. I didn't feel anything when I didn't mention it. But it seemed that my arms were starting to go numb. This feeling is not good. Okay. Let's go. Zhang Yang nodded. Seeing that he was about to leave, Xianwei suddenly rushed over and said anxiously, Brother Zhang, you have to protect us? Look at me like this. Can I still protect you? Maybe you have to protect me. Zhang Yang smiled weakly. Xianwei immediately looked at Qinyu and said with a smile, Brother Yu, can you take me with you? Can I go with you? Don't worry. I will definitely not eat for nothing. I will work. Qinyu glanced at him and suddenly said coldly, Why didn't you go out to help? Are a group of crows scarier than cannibals with guns? Ahem. Xianwei coughed twice and murmured awkwardly, You have weapons. Of course you don't feel scared. I'm unarmed. Didn't Qingui have unarmed hands? Qinyu looked at him indifferently. Who closed the door? Why didn't you let Han Zilyo and Zhang Yang in? Xianwei quickly turned around and pointed at Xiaoyu. It was her. She closed the door. Brother Yu. Everyone can testify that it was she who closed the door. Xianwei. Are you a man? Xiaoyu screamed in anger, after Qingui went out to help. You were the first to close the door. Right? You are not a good person either. Get lost. Xianwei cursed angrily. His heart also sank to the bottom of the valley. It seemed that Qin would not be able to take him away. Forget it. Anyway, it was less than half an hour away from the central hospital, so he could walk by himself. Just be careful on the road. Why bother to beg here like a grandson? Xianwei made up his mind not to beg anymore. So the expression on his face changed. He snorted coldly with a curled mouth, turned around and stepped aside. No words were spoken. No one else dared to say a word. They all hid behind Xiaoyu. They all knew they were in the wrong. Just now, Han Zilyo and Zhang Yang were fighting outside, and Qingui went out. But no one else moved, and they all huddled inside. How can I beg for help now? So, everyone watched Qinyu help Zhang Yang get on the Night 15 outside. With the accelerator pressed, Qinyu drove away. Soon, the car disappeared. The remaining dozen people looked at each other, all a little hesitant. Xianwei gritted his teeth and turned away. He walked quickly along the roadside towards the central hospital. Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted, Xianwei, are you going to the central hospital? Nonsense. Xianwei cursed without turning his head. Wait for us. It will be safer if we all go together. Go to hell. You are the safest. Let's go together. Everyone is your shield. When something goes wrong, you can kill everyone. I won't go with you. Xianwei walked faster. Xiaoyu winked at the people behind him. Let's go. Catch up with him. He is also a man. We can only keep each other warm together. After saying that, he chased after him. Others followed closely behind. When Xianwei saw Xiaoyu and the others catching up, he cursed at his heart. He knew what kind of person Xiaoyu was. Everyone is the same. Who doesn't know each other? If he stays with Xiaoyu again, he may be the next unlucky one. So Xianwei ran away. Xiaoyu screamed from behind, catch up with him. Everyone started running. The dozen people started running on the roadside. After running for 2 or 3 minutes, everyone stopped running. I was panting with exhaustion. I didn't sleep all night, and I didn't drink a drop of water or eat a grain of rice. How could I have the energy to run? Xianwei staggered in front. His chest was like a bellows. My physical strength is too poor now. Look at the direction. This road ends, and it should be 2 more streets away. Persist? Zhang Yang said that the central hospital is the only place where regular troops are stationed. I must persist until there. So, Xianwei gritted his teeth and walked. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when he had walked nearly halfway, he turned a corner, and suddenly an arrow shot out from the side. Poof! The arrow hit him right in the waist. Xianwei screamed and collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Xiaoyu and others were startled and hid far away. Chapter 178 Escape Direction. Soon, a disheveled, ragged man rushed out of the building next to him and ran to Xianwei. Xiaoyu and the others were terrified, looking at the man in horror. The man, fearing that he was one of the cannibals, ran to Xianwei, casually pulled out a wrench from his waist, swung his arm, and smashed it on Xianwei's head. Bang! Xianwei screamed again. Ah! Save me! Ah! Stop hitting me! I have nothing! Ah! Save me! Xiaoyu! Save me! Save me! Bang! 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 One wrench after another. Finally, Xianwei was motionless, and his hands collapsed to the ground powerlessly. He was smashed to death. When Xianwei died, Xiaoyu and the rest of the people screamed in panic and ran away like a swarm of bees. In a blink of an eye, no one was left. The man turned over Xianwei for a long time. In the end, he didn't get anything out. He was so angry that he cursed loudly, and then swung the wrench and smashed a few times as if to vent his anger. Then, the man suddenly stood up, thought about it, and chased in one direction. That direction was exactly the direction Xiaoyu ran away. There was no way. Xiaoyu was protected too well before, so her image and temperament were still very beautiful, standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. So no matter who it was, the one who impressed them the most was Xiaoyu. The man remembered the direction Xiaoyu fled and chased after her. Xiaoyu was terrified. When she followed Zhang Yan before, the city was very quiet. There was no one alive. This gave all of them an illusion. It was as if the city had been emptied. It seemed that there were no living people. So everyone became a little careless. As a result, they never thought that danger was everywhere. Jiancheng is a second-tier city with a permanent population of more than 1 million. After so long, although the death toll is definitely more than half, there are still survivors struggling to survive in every corner of the city. The humanity of these people was completely worn out. Even if they were not cannibals, they had no mercy on other survivors. For these students who had just escaped from the shelter, this kind of survivor was almost like a nightmare. So, how could Xiaoyu escape? After running in panic for a few minutes, she was horrified to find that she was being stared at by the man. It was over. Xiaoyu found that she was caught up by the man. The man had a beastly smile on his face, no humanity in his eyes, unkempt hair, and a crossbow in his hand. It was already aimed at her. Xiaoyu was so scared that her face turned pale, and she leaned against the wall, not daring to move. The man approached slowly. His bestial eyes looked Xiaoyu up and down, greedily staring at her key parts, his throat moving up and down constantly. Xiaoyu was frightened and cried. She looked at the man with tears in her eyes. Please, don't kill me. Hee hee. Hee hee. The man laughed a terrifying hee hee, slowly approached, walked in front of Xiaoyu, and suddenly picked up the wrench and swung it fiercely. Bang! Xiaoyu was hit on the head. Her eyes went black, and she fainted directly. The man excitedly put away the crossbow and wrench, picked up Xiaoyu directly, carried her on his shoulders, and then turned around and quickly left the block. A few minutes later, he took Xiaoyu to a store on the next street. After entering, the man locked the door and hung curtains on all the windows. Then he returned to Xiaoyu and began to tear her clothes frantically. At this time, Xiaoyu woke up, but the severe pain in her head, coupled with the fear of being caught, made her hands and feet numb. She had no strength at all, and she couldn't even struggle and resist. So, Xiaoyu was cruelly abused amid her miserable cries for help. I don't know how long it took. Xiaoyu woke up again. She had been tortured to the point of no human form. Her body was in a mess. Her clothes were gone. Her hands and feet were tied, and she was slumped in the corner. It was dark outside. Xiaoyu's mouth was stuffed with a smelly rag, which made her feel sick. The room was dark. The man sat in the middle, cutting something with a knife. The whole room was filled with a fishy smell. It made people dizzy. Xiaoyu had been tortured for a day, and had not eaten or drunk water. At this moment, she was frightened and had started to have a fever. She groaned in pain twice. When the man heard her voice, he immediately stood up and walked over, staring at her with a pair of green eyes. Xiaoyu cried and indicated that she wanted to speak. The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow and black teeth. Then he reached out and took the rag out of Xiaoyu's mouth, and laughed hoarsely. Are you awake? Did you sleep well? Water. Give me some water. Xiaoyu begged weakly. Water? The man laughed. I can't even find water. You still want water? Okay. I'll give you some water. I can't let you die of thirst. I still need you to carry on my family line. After saying that, the man stood up, took off his pants, started to pee. Xiaoyu dodged left and right in fear. As a result, she was soaked. After the man finished peeing, he kicked Xiaoyu in the chest and cursed, You spendthrift woman. Wasting my water. I have to rely on this when I don't have water. You wasted it all. After saying that, He grabbed a belt and started to beat her. Soon, Xiao Yu fainted again. When the man saw Xiao Yu fainted again, he turned around angrily and sat in the middle and continued to work. He was peeling a few potatoes. Those potatoes were covered with green sprouts. This was the only thing the man could find to fill his stomach. He had bad luck these days. There were almost no daily necessities in the area within 100 meters around. So he had a hard time these 2 days. Fortunately, he met a woman. The man looked back at Xiao Yu, staring at her graceful figure, showing his black and yellow teeth again, and continued to peel potatoes with satisfaction. Keep this woman. Let her have a child. His family has been a single-line inheritance for 5 generations, and he cannot be without an heir. So, bake 2 potatoes for her to eat. It would be useless if she starved to death. A few hours later, Xiao Yu woke up again. She felt that her face was swollen. It might be because of the beating before. Xiao Yu's heart was completely cold. She knew she was finished. This man was a beast. He only cared about her lower body. And he didn't care what her face looked like. He wanted to imprison her and let her give birth to a child for him. It's over. Why did she fall to this point? Xiao Yu curled up helplessly. The time when she was still in school emerged in her mind. At that time, Su Shen cared about her. Han Ziluo took care of her. And there were other girls around her who supported her. Even if it was the end of the world, she was still the most beautiful girl in the class and the monitor. She didn't have to work. And she could live comfortably just by eating Su Shen's meal ticket every day. How happy she was. Why did she fall to this point today? Xiao Yu cried silently. Tears flowed. In the room, the man had curled up in the corner and fell asleep, snoring like thunder. Xiao Yu wanted to try to stand up and run away. But after not eating or drinking for a day and a night, and being abused, she had no physical strength at all. And she couldn't even run away. Chapter 179 Super Strong Physique. It's over. Let's just commit suicide. Xiao Yu lay on the ground, trying to bite her tongue to commit suicide. But when she bit it a little harder, the excruciating pain immediately made her give up. In the end, she still had no determination to die. Xiao Yu looked up at the ceiling, and felt that the whole world was getting darker and darker. And slowly, she was swallowed by the darkness. The next day, Jianbei Hotel. Zhang Yang had a high fever all night, and the fever finally subsided the next day, after a night of tossing and turning. With the help of Chen Yu's medicine and his own super strong physique, he was back from the gates of hell. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The next few days, it will be relatively stable. Have a good rest. As for Su Qing, Chen Yu is not worried. After listening to Fang Jing's retelling, Chen Yu still has some thoughts about Su Qing. Su Qing has kept the Jianbei Hotel, and she has kept her feelings for Chen Yu. So Chen Yu doesn't want to ruin her. Anyway, she said she wanted to leave Jiancheng. We will be in different places in the future. So just keep living if you have the ability. In Jiancheng now. Except for the Fugui fish farm. Once the Peace Society leaves, there may really be no large forces. Jiancheng will become a completely empty city. The number of people at the central hospital has dropped sharply. And there are actually not many people left. They can only save themselves. The rest are the lone walkers in the city, and a small number of cannibals, who are not a big deal. Slowly, Jiancheng will be dominated by mutant creatures. The crows we met yesterday are an example. There are other creatures in the city. For example, wild cats. This is also a large group. Once the climate is formed, it will be quite troublesome. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer lone travelers in the city. Chen Yu thought of Su Sheng. I don't know if he can survive. Early in the morning, Chen Yu came to the rooftop of the hotel alone. Standing on it and looking at the surrounding city, it was dead silent. Rest for a few days. Use 1 to 2 months to arm the entire Jianbei Hotel. At least, an observation room should be set up on the rooftop. Find someone to guard here. Then we need to find another helicopter to put on the roof in case of emergency. This is our base camp. We need to manage it. As for the others, we can only hope for the best. 2 months passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Jiancheng has entered late autumn and is about to face winter. The autumn wind is bleak. The trees on the long street are shedding leaves. The whole city is so desolate that people almost forget that there were traces of people living here. Early in the morning, Chen Yu stood on the rooftop of the hotel. After 2 months of hard work, a small house was built on it. People can live inside. It uses the ancient brick Kong structure in northeast China to prepare for winter use. The rooftop was also armed. A small weapons depot was set up on it. There was an M16 assault rifle, a light sniper rifle, a Gatling machine gun, 5 rocket launchers, and even a light mortar. Some ammunition. The key to the weapons depot was only in the hands of Chinyu, Fang Jing, and Zhang Yang. As for the person to guard it, it was undoubtedly occupied by Zhang Yang. He had decided not to toss around anymore. At the same time, he went out for a few days and brought a complete set of microwave communication equipment from somewhere, saying that he would try to continue to contact the imperial capital. According to Zhang Yang, although the communication on Earth was completely interrupted, but a communication satellite in outer space is still good. At least it was good before he left Daijing. So, he could try to use microwave communication equipment to contact the satellite in outer space, and then find a way to send the signal out. If there is still a final gathering point at the national level, there must be communication equipment there. Then we can contact each other. Zhang Yang is also a stubborn person. He is very persistent in his mission. Almost all the missions he has performed since he joined the army in his life have been successfully completed, which is also the condition for him to become a soldier king. So this time, he must not fail. He must bring Chinyu back. Chinyu was amused. He was also somewhat helpless. Let him do it. Otherwise, such a serious soldier king would be driven crazy if he stayed in the hotel all the time. Anyway, even if he really got in touch, Chinyu would not go with him. Let him. At least, he was guarding the top floor of the hotel. So Chinyu felt relieved. Zhang Yang guarded the top floor, and Li Zhongjuan guarded the bottom floor. After the veteran recovered from his injury, he also showed extraordinary ability. He also thoroughly arranged the door below the hotel. Surveillance cameras were installed around the entire 7th floor. As for the source of electricity, this old man was also amazing. He used to be a member of the reconnaissance company of the Border Defense Force. People like him have strong hands-on ability. He asked Chinyu to help him collect some materials in the city, and then sneaked into the hotel several floors below and opened up several rooms. Because the water flow under the Jianbei Hotel was turbulent. There were undercurrents underwater. It was very turbulent. Therefore, he suddenly had an idea and arranged a set of hydrodynamic power generation equipment underwater, which easily solved the problem of the power source of those monitoring. Chinyu praised this work. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky that he brought him back. Of course, Li Xiaoyun also helped a lot with Li Zhongjuan's work. Li Xiaoyun used to be a top student. He was very good at physics. Therefore, many key technologies of Li Zhongjuan's equipment were provided by Li Xiaoyun. This father and daughter are really awesome. Chinyu was very pleased. The roof and the ground floor are all armed, and the rest is everyone's life. Dong Zhou, the technician, is also very strong. After 2 months of expansion, his hydroponic room has expanded to 3 floors. The seedlings inside are beginning to emerge, green and lush. It gives people a glimpse of life. Moreover, this doctor is not willing to be lonely. After seeing the compressed military rations brought back by Chinyu before, he suddenly had an idea and had to try to develop high-calorie compressed food. So, he needs some equipment. The list of these equipment has been sent to Chinyu. Chinyu was also in tears. It's really hard work. This doctor, he is really a doctor. For his research, I have to go again, because what Dong Zhou wants is not in Chinyu's space. When I was stockpiling supplies before, who would have thought that there would be a doctor to follow me? And I would actually make compressed military rations like the military. So there are too many tools and materials needed. For example, vacuum compression machinery, and some special types of food additives need to be obtained. I have to go out again. In the past 2 months, Chinyu has been running outside most of the time, searching for supplies. At the same time, he was also inquiring about the movements of the Peace Society. The Peace Society really left. From this, it can be inferred that Ouyang Bingzhong and Ouyang Lan should be doomed. Otherwise, Su Qing would not leave. Once they left, the entire Jiancheng was left with only one super-large force, the Fugui Fish Farm, which dominated the southern urban area. Then, there was the official institution, the Central Hospital. Apart from that, the city was empty. Even if there were still a few lone walkers and new cannibals, they were hidden in the more than 7,000 square kilometers of land in the entire Jiancheng. Too scattered. So it was rare to encounter them. So far, Jiancheng has almost become an empty city. On this day, Chinyu went out again, driving a boat. taking the general with him, leaving the hotel alone. Now the hotel is somewhat awkward. Chapter 180 Secretly in Love. Fong Jing lives on the top floor with Qin Yu, and she seems to be half the owner. Qin Yu pesters Qin Yu every day, and she seems to be his own daughter. This kind man is like a family of three. But Li Xiaoyun is deeply in love with Qin Yu. Fang Ye is also secretly in love with him. Plus Dong Qiulei, a super fangirl, and Jiang Zhan, who often looks at Qin Yu with a sad look. Alas, it's a bit of a headache. The problem is that Qin Yu has the same thoughts about every woman. Never talk about feelings in depth. Even more, he will not get married and have children like in peacetime. Qin Yu now can't give any woman a complete home and the responsibility of a husband. It's okay to sleep together. Each of us gets what we need. But let's not talk about feelings for the time being. But even so, those women still stayed here wholeheartedly. And still waited for Qin Yu wholeheartedly. There was nothing to do. Qin Yu could only continue to remain free. Go out from time to time. Search for various supplies. Ensure that the small group in Jiangbei Hotel can live a stable life. In the Doomsday era, it is not easy to find trustworthy friends. If you find them, you must ensure their safety. Otherwise, it is better not to find them. After leaving the hotel, Qin Yu went west along the river. In his memory, there seemed to be a food processing factory on the west side of the city. There must be vacuum compression devices in such places. And if you are lucky, you can even find some food additives and other edible raw materials. The boat sailed for half an hour. When it got close to the land, Qin Yu got off the boat and hid it. Just as he was about to take out knife 15, the general suddenly raised his head and sniffed, then roared and rushed out quickly. General. Qin Yu frowned. Ah! The general turned around and shouted twice, and continued to rush forward. There was nothing he could do. Qin Yu had to follow closely. What did it find? Don't provoke the mutated beasts again. In the city now, more and more animals have entered the mutation stage. Crows in the sky, or other kinds of birds. Wild cats and dogs on the ground. The most terrifying thing is the rats living in groups. Now, the mutant rats in some places are already somewhat out of control. This was unexpected for Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, after the red fire ant colony, the king of insects, was destroyed, other groups slowly developed again. As for humans, they are always the worst at adapting. Qin Yu ran with the general for nearly 700 or 800 meters, and then saw it stop at the door of a store. The general did not shout, but stared at the store. Qin Yu looked around in confusion. Is there an acquaintance here? Just as he was wondering, the door of the store was suddenly pushed open. A figure staggered out from inside. Qin Yu met the person who came out. The first reaction of the person was to be startled, and he turned around and wanted to escape. But when she saw Qin Yu's appearance clearly, she was shocked all over, covered her mouth with one hand, and trembled uncontrollably. And Qin Yu also saw the appearance of this person clearly. He was also extremely shocked. It was her. Xiao Yu? Qin Yu saw Xiao Yu. It was shocking. How did Xiao Yu become like this? She was wearing tattered clothes and had a disheveled appearance. The most outrageous thing was that it was already late autumn and winter was about to come. Jiangchen basically had to wear a thicker coat with autumn clothes and autumn pants. But Xiao Yu, she was wearing a torn skirt, which was extremely dirty. Her legs were bare. She was twisting when she walked. The thigh was covered with scars and bruises. The charming and sexy face was now yellow and rough, and many wounds were in a scab state. If Xiao Yu hadn't also shown a familiar look, Qin Yu would hardly recognize her. How did she live like this? And she didn't go to the central hospital. Did she become a cannibal? Just as Qin Yu was in doubt, Xiao Yu suddenly rushed over as if she had come to her senses, and shouted hoarsely, Qin Yu! Qin Yu! Save me! Save me! Qin Yu frowned and quickly stepped back. Qin Yu! Please! Save me! Xiao Yu was about to explain, but a man suddenly rushed out from an alley far away. A man who also looked like a wild man. He was holding a crossbow in his hand. He roared at Qin Yu, if you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow instantly shot in front of him. In a flash, Qin Yu raised his hand sideways and caught the crossbow arrow like magic. The man was stunned. Damn! This is the first time I have seen someone catch a crossbow arrow shot by a hard crossbow with his bare hands. The man was dumbfounded. The general next to Qin Yu roared and suddenly jumped out. Roar. Ah! The man was knocked down by the general before he could resist. When he saw that the bloody mouth was about to bite the man's head, Qin Yu suddenly shouted, "General, come back." The general stopped immediately. He looked back at Qin Yu, somewhat confused. But he still let go of the man and slowly retreated to Qin Yu's side. Xiao Yu saw it and shouted in horror, "Qin Yu! Kill him! Kill him quickly! I was captured by him. He has been abusing me. Whoa! Qin Yu! Save me!" The man heard it and shouted anxiously, "You can't take her away. She is my woman, and she is pregnant with my child." Xiao Yu was so scared that she quickly explained, "Qin Yu, don't listen to him. He raped me. Whoa! I couldn't help myself. Qin Yu, save me. I don't want to live this kind of life worse than death anymore." Woo woo woo. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Yu coldly. After a moment, he turned and left. For a woman like this, perhaps a life worse than death is her best ending. If it weren't for her, Han Zilua wouldn't die. If it weren't for her, Su Shun wouldn't leave. Qin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to her. Soon, the man and the dog disappeared in the distant street. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. She timidly watched the man slowly approaching from a distance with a manic face. And she was so scared that she fell to her knees and begged bitterly, "Don't hit me. I'm pregnant. Bitch. If I don't hit you, I'll keep you. If the child is lost, I'll do it again. If I don't hit you today, you think I'm a fool. Tell me, what is your relationship with that man? Speak. Speak." Bang. 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 The man picked up the wooden stick on the ground next to him and beat Xiao Yu all over the face. Xiao Yu screamed continuously, rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. In the distance, Qin Yu brought the general to a deserted place and took out the knife 15. A scream was faintly heard behind him. Qin Yu shook his head. Let her atone for her sins. More than 2 months have passed, and I don't know if Su Shun has survived. Qin Yu took a deep breath, let the general get in the car, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed along the main street towards the food factory. Half an hour later, the car drove in front of the food factory. It was a wasteland here. The factory area was also in a mess, and the factory buildings collapsed. Qin Yu didn't know if he had gained anything this time. The food processing factory should be the first place that the survivors paid attention to, and the supplies inside should have been swept away long ago. Chapter 181 Labor and Employment Issues. But no one should take the equipment. Who has the time? Qin Yu put away the knife 15 and signaled the general to explore the way first. He took out the Desert Eagle, loaded the bullet, opened the safety, and slowly walked into the factory. The food processing factory in Jiancheng is quite large. The factory covers an area of at least more than 10 square kilometers. This food processing factory alone solves a large part of the labor and employment problems in Jiancheng. Qin Yu walked into the factory. He looked at the sign for a few times, then whistled, called the general, and slowly walked towards the processing workshop. At the same time, he opened the mental map. At least there are no living creatures within a radius of 800 meters. I can relax a little now. A few minutes later, Qin Yu came to the door of the processing workshop. The door collapsed. There was chaos inside. The general took the lead and rushed in first. After a while, he screamed twice inside. Qin Yu then went in with a gun. No one was inside. Confirmed to be safe. But the processing workshop was also a real mess. Tools were everywhere on the ground, and large machine tools were overturned. Qin Yu followed Dong Zhou's instructions and began to search around. After searching for a long time, he finally found a row of vacuum compressors in the back of the workshop. Phew! Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Fortunately, these things are big enough and no one cares. Qin Yu walked over, casually stretched out his hand, and swept one by one. And those large equipment entered the space instantly. And they were easily received. Then he went to find food processing raw materials and some food additives. Qin Yu slowly went deeper into the back half of the workshop. As he walked, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the mental map. There are people inside? Qin Yu immediately lightened his footsteps. At the same time, he motioned the general to point inside and patted its head. The general jumped in. The 2 figures on the mental map have not moved. If they are not in ambush, they are sleeping. For safety reasons, take the initiative. Because the current observation diameter of the mental map is only 800 meters away. Yu did not dare to go in rashly. His camouflage ability can deceive people, but it can't avoid traps. God knows if there will be traps inside. Let the general explore the way first. The sense of smell and sixth sense of animals are always 100 times stronger than humans. 2 or 3 minutes later, suddenly, there was a scream and the general's roar from the deepest part of the inside. Then, there were 2 gunshots. Yu immediately activated his superpowers, accelerated forward, and rushed to the innermost part of the factory area, and saw a hunting game. It was the general who was hunting the 2 people inside. At this moment, the general was as big as a lion, and his movements were swift, as if he could predict the enemy's movements. It dodged and moved, and was not even afraid of the 2 guns in the enemy's hands. He dodged left and right in the office area, and at the same time, he looked for a gap to attack the 2 people. It took less than 5 minutes. One of them was thrown to the ground by the general. The sharp hook on the general's huge claws scratched the man's neck like a steel claw. Blood gushed out. The other one was scared. He fired randomly with a gun. Unfortunately, he didn't hit a single shot. And finally, he was thrown to the ground by the general's magical movement, and his claws pressed on his head. If Yu hadn't shouted at the critical moment, the man's head would have been bitten. Yu walked out slowly. He was very relieved. The current general, if taken out for hunting, is definitely better than 10 humans. It has completely developed into a factory. 2 men in the processing workshop. 1 dead and 1 injured. The one whose neck was scratched was dead. The remaining one was pressed on the head by the general's big claws, and his body was pressed by the general's huge body, unable to move at all. Seeing a person slowly walking out of the corner, the man screamed in fear, "Save me! Save me! Please! Save me! I have supplies! I have supplies!" Yu walked closer, patted the general's head, and pointed back at the man who had just been scratched to death by it. "General, go find your trophies. Don't worry about this guy." The general got off the man. He turned around and walked to the corpse with a heroic spirit, opened his mouth and bit the neck, and slowly dragged it to a distant corner. "Start eating." Hearing the sound of it gnawing at people, the man on the ground was scared to death. He kept backing away in horror, looking at Yu with eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Yu tilted his head and looked at him for a few times. A very ordinary man. Skinny. Wearing a factory worker's uniform. He smelled bad. A gun fell on the ground next to him. A very old Type 54 pistol. This was launched during the 1950s. Now it has been retired. Generally, this kind of gun is an antique in the security bureau. Only in some small cities' police stations may there be such an antique gun. It is very rare. There are several office areas on the inside of the workshop. These 2 men should usually live inside. Today, they may have heard Yu and the general coming in, so they ambushed in advance, waiting for Yu to enter the inside before attacking. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by Yu's mental map and killed directly. Yu observed a circle and found no danger. So he put away his gun and looked at the man and said lightly, "Have you been living here? Is there anyone else here?" "No, no." The man trembled and said, "We too also, just moved in not long ago." "Where were you before?" "Outside the city." The man swallowed his saliva, looked at the general in the distance with fear, and said cautiously, "There is a farmhouse 2 kilometers outside the city, which used to be a tourist villa. There is a base there. We lived there before. The people who run farmhouses there have their own food storage, so they accept a lot of people." Yu frowned. "What's wrong now? Why did you come out?" The man's face showed a horrified expression, and he murmured, "I don't know what went wrong there. 200 or 300 people have gradually turned into things like zombies. We escaped." Yu was shocked. "Sub-alien? South close to the city?" In the last life, Yu had never seen a sub-alien. Only Suya, the most beautiful corpse king, was wreaking havoc in the city. But in this life, there are more than 3,000 sub-alien people in Yangpu town. Now, sub-alien people have begun to appear less than 2 kilometers west of the city. And it sounds like they have just mutated. It seems that this mutation is about to spread to the city. But until now, Yu has not figured out the reason for the mutation of sub-alien people. Previously, it was thought that the special geographical structure, or water, and soil of Yangpu town created a large number of sub-alien people. Now it seems that it is not that simple. They have also appeared in the west of the city. Yu shook his head helplessly. After 2 months of peace, It seems that we are going to be nervous again. The sub-alien tribe is much more terrifying than humans. No matter whether humans become loners or cannibals, they are basically still in the category of humans. Even if cannibals are strengthened a little, there is nothing to be afraid of. The scary thing is the sub-alien. This thing is similar to the mutant beast tide, but the intelligence is higher. There is usually a leader. It is very difficult to deal with. Chapter 182 Improve Yourself. It seems that I have to find time to swallow the crystal core I got before, and try to see if I can still improve my ability level or activate a new ability again. There are still 2 crystal cores worth trying in Chinyu's space. One is the crystal core of the leader of the more than 3,000 sub-alien people in Yongpu Town. And the other is the crystal core of the crow killed 2 months ago. These 2 crystal cores have not been moved. It's not that Chunyu doesn't want to, but for the purpose of caution. Plus, he has been busy before. There is no free time for him to relax and try. So he has not moved. Now, a new crisis has come. I must find a way to improve myself again. Chinyu had a hunch that the subhuman tribes encountered in this life might become a real big trouble in the future. Not inferior to the mutant beast tide. The key is that in the previous life, he did not have much experience in dealing with such tribes. So the pressure was huge. When Chinyu frowned and pondered, the man leaned in the corner and slowly stretched a hand under the cabinet. At a certain moment, the man's face changed slightly. A hint of ferocity and madness flashed in his eyes. As a result, before he stretched out his hand, Chinyu had already raised the gun in his hand. Bang! A gunshot. The man's head tilted and he died. Chinyu looked at him silently, muttering to himself, "Do you think I'm blind? You're still doing tricks at such a close distance. Do you really think you're awesome?" After saying that, he stood up and checked around. "It's quite quiet here. Forget it. I won't leave today. I'll stay here and try to swallow the 2 crystal cores at night. There shouldn't be anyone to disturb us here. And with a general guarding the door, it's very safe." Chinyu went over and took out another gun from under the cabinet and stuffed it directly into the space. Then he picked up the man's body and threw it out. Waving at the general, "This is your 2-day ration. We'll stay here for the next 2 days." The general ate without raising his head or opening his eyes. He just shook his tail to indicate that he heard it. Chinyu was very upset. In fact, this scene is really quite creepy. A giant dog was lying in the corner gnawing at a human corpse. If ordinary people saw this, they would be scared to death. But Chinyu got used to it. The further it went, the more normal this scene became. After the general tasted human flesh, it almost stopped eating animal flesh. This is also the reason why it has grown so fast in the past 2 months. Chinyu started to get busy. He simply cleaned the office area inside and threw away all the things that smelled bad. Then, he set up a camping tent in the office area. He put a camp bed and bedding inside. He felt that the smell in the air was not very good, so he sprayed some floral water. Finally, he took out a small gas stove, a square table and a small stool, a small refrigerator, and took out some food and stuffed it into the refrigerator. The batteries were placed. The small camping lights were hung up. Soon, a cozy temporary nest was set up. Chinyu walked out of the tent and stretched his body. Others survived in the Doomsday like primitive people. Chinyu survived like a camping trip. It was just a great feeling. Chinyu was used to the experience of going out at any time and living alone for a period of time. Every time he spent a period of time alone, he would regain his calm state of mind. But living with Fong Jing and others for a long time, it was easy for him to slack off and soften his heart. That kind of life was beautiful, but it was not suitable for the current period. Chinyu would rather be a cold loner than get used to family life too early. That's too dangerous. After packing up everything, Chinyu went out again, continued to look for supplies. Chinyu returned to the tent and prepared to eat something. After several hours of searching, he basically found all the bits and pieces that Dr. Dong wanted. Those processing raw materials are still available in the food factory. No one took that. So Chinyu got a bargain. Back to the tent, took some lamb chops from the space, and prepared to stew some lamb. The weather is getting colder, and it's time to eat some lamb. Eating too much of this stuff makes you angry, but it feels much better after winter. Tonight's theme is hand-pulled lamb chops. Prepare the lamb chops, ginger slices, peppercorns, and some noodles. Blanch the lamb chops. Remove the blood and drain the water. Get a larger iron pot. Fill it with water, and put in the lamb chops and sliced mutton. Chinyu directly opened a bottle of Dukong. Used dukong as cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and added some peppercorns and green onions, and stewed it directly. This is stewed slowly. Don't rush. It was completely dark outside. The temperature has dropped to less than 10 degrees. Chen Yu also wrapped himself in a cold-proof coat, looking at the general who didn't care at the side, and sighed in his heart. This guy ate a lot of fat. Thick fat. Plus this body of hair. It is not afraid of the wind and cold at all. Maybe the colder it is, the more comfortable it is. Sitting on the camp bed in the tent. Chen Yu thought silently. Half a year has passed since the disaster. At this time in the previous life, he and his brothers from school were living in a small resettlement site in the city. At that time, life was extremely difficult. Food was scarce, and conflicts would arise from time to time. Chen Yu took on the responsibility and became the leader of everyone. He intrigued with others all day long and competed for limited living resources. That kind of life was too tiring. It was tiring. He was still quite confident at that time. I always thought that they had to have a conscience to protect these people. They would always respect and love him as a leader from the bottom of their hearts. Right? Who would have thought that he was just a leader? In the Doomsday world, most tribes are in the same state. When a leader falls, a new leader will naturally be born. Mediocre people will always be mediocre. They want to survive. And they will live this way no matter who is the leader. They will not think you are so different at all. As long as you can bring them food and safety. That's enough. If you die, the next leader will still bring food and safety. So what's the point of respecting you? The camp is permanent. But the leader is changing. Chen Yu sighed. The general sitting outside looked back, suddenly got up and walked into the tent happily, regardless of the mess on his body, and squeezed directly next to Chen Yu. Open its mouth and lick it. Chen Yu didn't dislike it. He reached out and grabbed the hair on its head, and smiled softly. You are still the best. I will raise you for a lifetime. And you will protect me for a lifetime. I will find you a female dog in the future, so that you can carry on the family line and start a family. Your dog life is also brilliant, isn't it? The general couldn't understand two complicated words, but it could analyze Chen Yu's expression. So it gurgled in its throat, began to lie on the ground with its belly exposed, and played with Chen Yu. Such a big guy playing with you like a puppy. This contrast is a bit scary. For a while, Chen Yu stopped reminiscing. Half an hour later, the fragrance in the pot had completely spread. A smell of mutton. It smells good. It has to be stewed for another hour. And the mutton has to be stewed until it is completely soft. Chen Yu played with the general for a while and pushed it away, and then turned out 2 crystal cores from the space. Chapter 183 Worth the wait. One is from the leader of the sub-alien, and the other is from the leader of the crows. The crystal core of the leader of the sub-alien is the main dish. This thing is pure and transparent, like crystal, and it is the purest crystal core that Chen Yu has seen so far. So I never dared to eat it. I must find an absolutely quiet environment to dare to eat it. Not in the hotel. Crystal cores are still a secret until now. It is a secret that cannot be told. So I have to eat it outside. It is estimated that the crystal core of the leader of the sub-alien has great energy, either to activate a superpower again, or to upgrade the level of the current 3 superpowers. It will definitely work. Chen Yu planned to eat after an hour of rest after dinner. At that time, there would definitely be no one around. As for the crystal core of the crow leader, it was not only small in size, but also mottled. But it was the crystal core of the leader after all. And the energy was not small. It was worth looking forward to. Chen Yu played with the 2 crystal cores, and time passed slowly. More than 40 minutes later, Chen Yu couldn't wait any longer. Turned off the fire and fished out the lamb chops, and only prepared 2 small bowls on the small table. One small bowl was filled with garlic slices. One small bowl was filled with a little salt. The simplest way to eat hand-pulled lamb in the Northwest is to sprinkle salt with garlic slices. It tastes original. So Chen Yu didn't prepare anything else. Just eat it like this. Get a chopping knife. Split the lamb chops. Cut them into small pieces. And start eating. Chen Yu ate it happily. 1 bite of meat, and 1 sip of dukong old wine. He ate it alone with relish. When the lamb chops were all gone, he heated up the mutton soup, added some noodles, and washed some vegetables and put them in. And the aroma was fragrant. Chen Yu was very glad that he awakened a space-related ability before he died in his previous life. With this extremely huge portable space, He arranged a full 3-month buffer period and stockpiled hundreds of billions of supplies. Which is why he is so leisurely now. Eat whatever you want. The food in the space is enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Even developing a small tribe is enough. But a large community is definitely not enough. With more mouths to feed and more consumption, materials have to be constantly searched or created. So Dong Zhou is a good acceptor. This is a precious asset. With him, we should soon understand what knowledge is productivity. An hour later, Qinyu finished eating. After eating and drinking, after cleaning up everything, Qinyu strolled around the production workshop. Ordinary people have a natural fear of darkness. But Qinyu, who has experienced the end of the world, feels safe in the dark. When hiding in the dark, he is a devil. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening. Qinyu returned to the tent and signaled the general to go outside to guard. He sat in the tent and took out the crystal core. The crystal core of the leader of the sub-alien. What kind of transformation it can bring to me? Let's wait and see. Qinyu looked at the crystal core in his hand, took a deep breath, and swallowed it into his stomach. A moment later, there was a reaction. The heart was beating wildly. A familiar and slightly strange feeling spread from the lower abdomen to the limbs. It was a physical crystal core. Moreover, it acted on the tendons, bones and muscles of the whole body. Damn! It hurt more and more. Qinyu suddenly curled up. And the tendons, bones and muscles of the whole body seemed to be burned by fire. As if he had been stabbed. Waves of unbearable piercing pain made him grit his teeth. Under the severe pain, Qinyu's ability was also forced to activate. His muscles kept squirming. His skin turned red. But this was not the end. Under the stimulation of the new crystal core energy, his skin actually began to slowly change from red to black. At a certain moment, the skin on his arm made a popping sound and was actually cracked. The arm bones inside seemed to be alive and swelled wildly, and soon formed a layer of black periosteum on the surface of the body. At this moment, even though Qinyu was as determined as iron, he could not bear the horrible pain, and a shrill scream resounded through the night. Like a wolf howling. Like a night owl. The general lying outside was frightened and jumped up, rushing in like a gust of wind. But when it saw Qinyu's terrifying image, it was so scared that it lay on the ground, its tail tucked up, and a whimper of fear came from its throat. At this moment, Qinyu's whole body was dark blue, and his bright eyes turned into a strange black. A terrible bloody murderous aura slowly emanated from his body. In the dark night, he was as hideous and terrifying as a ghost crawling out of hell. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when the sun shone outside, the production workshop was also completely bright. Qinyu was awakened by the general's licking. He sat up in a daze, and then he realized that he had been unconscious all night last night. He didn't know how far he had evolved in the end. Only the general saw the terrifying image of the evil spirit. It was a pity that the general couldn't speak. Qinyu sat up, twisted his body, and let out a long breath. The only feeling was that his body seemed to be much stronger. Needless to say, the physical ability has evolved to the second level. The ability to control muscles has been further strengthened. Even when the control is extreme, it can already control the changes in bone calcification. It's a bit similar to Kimimaro in the cartoon, but it's far less comfortable than him. Qinyu walked out of the tent, stood on the open ground, clenched his fists, and slowly began to control his muscles and bones. Little by little, his strength surged. The expression on his face also began to slowly become fierce. Soon, his skin turned red. This is the level 1 state. It feels that the strength and reaction speed are much greater than before. Continue. Qinyu continued to control his muscles. The strength continued to increase. The skin began to slowly turn black. Qinyu could clearly feel that his mentality was also slowly changing. It seemed that he was becoming more and more bloodthirsty. When the color of his skin turned blue-black, suddenly the miserable howling of the general came from behind. Qinyu's heart trembled, and he quickly looked back. He found that the general's huge body was lying on the ground, with its tail between its legs, barking at Qinyu, looking very aggrieved. Qinyu quickly stopped his ability. General, what's wrong? The general kept barking at Qinyu, looking as if he was frightened. Qinyu was a little puzzled. This was the first time he saw it like this. So he quickly withdrew his ability, turned around and came to its side, reached out and touched its ears, and scratched the hair on its head. What's wrong? What's this? The general rubbed his thigh aggrievedly, and his emotions finally calmed down slowly. Yu didn't understand. He didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, the ability has evolved. The physical ability has evolved to level 2. Not bad. This way, my chances of survival are even greater. Let's have some breakfast. Yu patted the general's head and pointed outside. Go have your breakfast. Don't always keep your tail between your legs, as if you were scared by someone. You are a mutant Tibetan Mastiff. Even if you encounter a lion, it will be your appetizer. What are you afraid of? Chapter 184 Bloody. The general left with grievance. If it could scold, it would have scolded Yu. Who scared it? It was you who scared it. The general went out. Yu didn't know what was going on with it, and didn't take it to heart. He took out a few hand-pulled pancakes and eggs from the space, and then fished out a piece of ham and a few lettuce leaves. A simple fry and a few rolls were done. Let's eat. Yu felt that his appetite had increased again. It was probably because his body consumed more. While eating, suddenly a strange sound outside attracted Yu's attention. Buzzing. What sound? Sound like a helicopter? Yu immediately opened the mental map. At the same time, the general outside also roared. Yu quickly put down the burrito, came outside and shushed the general. And his heart was slightly shocked. Damn! In the mental map, there were at least a dozen more people outside. These people were scattered in different locations of the food factory. It seemed to be an ambush. Soon, another image entered the mental map. It really was a helicopter. It slowly flew to the middle of the factory compound of the food factory and began to slowly descend. Yu looked surprised. If I guessed correctly, the dozen people before should have ambushed here and wanted to steal the helicopter. Helicopter? This is what Yu needs most. He has always wanted to prepare one on the roof of Jianbei Hotel in case of emergency. He never thought that the opportunity would come. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. Go robbing the rooster. Yu immediately turned around and rushed outside. After activating his special ability, he climbed up to the roof of the production workshop in a few steps, found a commanding height, and took out a telescope to observe. After double locking with the telescope and the mental map, all the ambushers were quickly found. At the same time, he also saw the landing helicopter. It was the kind used for medical treatment, not military use. However, a Gatling machine gun could be seen on the back door of the helicopter. There were 3 people in the helicopter. A pilot, a soldier in camouflage uniform, and a researcher who looked like he was wearing a white coat. Strange. What were they looking for in the food factory? They didn't look like they were looking for food. Yu observed curiously. The people in the helicopter were probably from the Central Hospital, because only places like the Central Hospital had medical helicopters. But I don't know where those ambushing people were from. It's definitely not the Peace Society. In the past 2 months, Yu has searched everywhere in the city and confirmed that the Peace Society has really left Jiancheng. So this group of people are either from the Fugui fish farm, or some stragglers. Small groups. They are really bold. They actually set their sights on the Central Hospital. Go ahead and attack. If you really take it down, I will take advantage of it. Yu leisurely hid in a high place, watching the changes in the factory area with a telescope. Soon, the helicopter stopped steadily. The pilot and the camouflage soldiers inside all got off the helicopter and looked around cautiously. After confirming that there was no danger, the white coats on top came down. The 3 of them ran carefully to a building behind the factory area. That building was the laboratory building of the food factory. It seems that they really came here to find some specific raw materials. Just as the 3 people were about to enter the building, a gunshot suddenly came from above the factory area. The camouflage soldier below was shot in the head. Yu was shocked. He quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the gunshot. Damn! There is a sniper. And the sniping distance is definitely more than 1 kilometer. He could not see this hidden sniper in his mental map. What's more exaggerated is that this sniper can accurately hit the head of a moving target. This technique is definitely professional level. Either the guards or the army. Yu quickly found a cover to hide again. Below, those who had ambushed in advance had already rushed out. After a few sporadic gunshots, the 2 people under the distant building surrendered. This is the wisest approach. After all, the other side has a sniper. They can shoot you in the head with 1 shot. And they can kill your strongest escort soldier very accurately first. The smart ones will not choose to resist. So, the war ended quickly. The white coat and the helicopter pilot, Qianli, were captured. Others quickly gathered around the helicopter and shouted excitedly. Someone was communicating with a radio. Then, someone forced the pilot to get on the helicopter with a gun. Someone else shot back. It hit the white coat in the chest directly, and the white coat fell to the ground. Someone got on the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter slowly took off. Others quickly left the factory and disappeared into the streets. Chinyu frowned as he looked at the helicopter in the sky. My prey can run away. He quickly jumped down from the workshop building, whistled, and when the general ran over, Chinyu pointed at the helicopter in the sky and said, "General, follow it. Can you do it?" "Ah!" The general roared, turned around and ran away. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Letting the general chase the helicopter is the best choice. After all, it is just a dog, and even if it runs wildly on the ground, it will not attract too many people's attention. Once we find the landing point for the helicopter, we can get it ourselves. The general ran out. Chinyu returned to the processing workshop, put all the things into the space, and then hurriedly left the workshop and walked towards the factory compound. He approached the body of the man in the white coat carefully. Chinyu looked around vigilantly, then slowly squatted beside the body and turned him over with force. This guy came from the central hospital. He looked like a scientific researcher. Chinyu wanted to see if there was anything valuable on him. As a result, he turned him over and found that this guy was not dead. He was still breathing. He just fainted. He was pale. Chinyu reached out and touched him. Oh! This guy is wearing a bulletproof vest under his clothes. No wonder he is not dead. Chinyu quickly grabbed his clothes with one hand and quickly dragged him into the laboratory building in front of him. Then he leaned him against the wall, reached out and patted his face. "Hey! Wake up! Hey! Wake up!" A few slaps. The man finally woke up slowly. When he saw Chinyu, he trembled with fear and blurted out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! It's okay if I don't kill you." Chinyu blinked. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" This is a state secret 927. "I can't tell you." Chinyu was so angry that he took out a desert eagle and pointed it at his forehead. "The bullet just now was blocked by your bulletproof vest. Do you think the bulletproof vest can block the head? No. Don't shoot. The man is just an ordinary person." Frightened, he waved his hands. I'll tell you. I came here to find some chemical reagents. These chemical reagents are often used in the food processing industry." "Why are you looking for chemical reagents?" Chinyu asked with a frown. We have been studying the current supervirus immune serum in the central hospital. It has reached a critical moment. We need some chemical reagents to neutralize the serum." Chapter 185 Mutation. Chinyu asked in confusion, "Immune serum? Can that thing completely immunize you against the virus?" Chinyu's eyes turned cold, and he poked his gun against his head. "Tell me, or you'll die." Hey, I'll tell you." The man looked helpless, and simply told the whole story. "This is it. When we were studying the virus, we found that the super virus currently spreading will mutate in a certain special group of people. Once this special group of people is infected with the virus, they will mutate into a life form similar to zombies. And this life form has very strange properties. They lost their humanity, but retained the most basic wisdom. At the same time, their bodies evolved incredible superpowers, which we call superpowers. Our laboratory was lucky to catch such a variant. But when studying its cell structure, a safety hazard was discovered. The brain of this variant did not mutate, and it still has the human brain structure. This leads to the fact that when the superpowers of the variants continue to increase, to a certain extent, the brain will be damaged, which will cause the variants to completely become killing machines and uncontrollable. So, we started to study the inhibitory serum again. If this serum is successful, it can improve the brain structure, adapt to the improvement of the superpowers of the variants, and ensure that the variants will not become irrational creatures. That's it, the man said, looking at Chinyu anxiously. Chinyu had a blank expression on his face, seemingly calm on the surface. But in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. The variants they were talking about must be sub-alien people. I didn't expect them to catch new sub-alien people so quickly. Especially, the experiments they did shocked Chinyu even more. It's not strange that sub-alien people have superpowers. Just like the leader of the more than 3,000 sub-alien people in Yangpu Town. He must have special abilities. However, the thing he said about destroying the brain structure made Chinyu start to tremble with fear. If the superpowers are improved to a certain level, will it destroy the brain structure? Will it make the variants completely become killing machines? Damn! What about me? Chinyu thought of something. Last night, when I swallowed the crystal core, I suddenly felt a headache in the second half. A terrible headache. Then I fainted. I don't know what happened next. When I woke up this morning, when I was trying my superpowers, the general showed very abnormal behavior. It was afraid. It seemed to be afraid of using my superpowers at full strength. Could it be that something was wrong with me? Now, the muscle control of my physical superpowers has been upgraded to level 2. I haven't tried the feeling of using my superpowers at full strength. Chinyu was a little worried. Will my brain be damaged when I use my superpowers at full strength? And will I become a killing machine? In the previous life, there was not much information about this, because Chinyu died just after he got the space-related superpowers. And the other information collected only knew that the country seemed to have cultivated a superpower, who possessed 7 superpowers. Each superpower reached the level of level 3. In the past, Chinyu thought that he just needed to swallow the crystal core. He had the memory of the previous life, so he could be ahead of everyone and improve his superpowers first. At least, he could be invincible. But now it seems that there is something fishy here. It may not be just swallowing the crystal core, but also protecting the brain structure from damage. This may also explain why in the last life, only the state officials were able to train a super special forces soldier with 7 superpowers. That's because the state privately developed an inhibitory serum. It can protect the human brain structure from being damaged. This allows people to devour crystal cores without limit and develop superpowers. Chinyu's heart was pounding. He already had an ominous premonition. The headache in the second half of last night, and the general's fear of him in the morning all showed one thing. His brain structure had begun to be damaged. Once the superpowers were used to the limit, he might lose his mind. That's why the general was afraid of him. Chinyu took a deep breath. Looking at the man, he said indifferently, "What stage has the serum been developed? Can the few chemical reagents here complete the serum development?" "No. It's not yet at the stage of completing the development." The man shook his head hurriedly, because the conditions are simple now. Many experimental raw materials have to be found outside, so it will take a long time to complete the development. There will even be clinical trials and human trials later. This is an epic and great project. We can't rush it. Chinyu looked at the man silently, planning in his mind. Animal mutations, the emergence of crystal cores, and the control of superpowers. These secrets will be discovered by others sooner or later. After all, there are survivors everywhere in the world. The country first saved the researchers, so these things are just a matter of time. The Special Forces King with 7 level 3 superpowers in the previous life must have been injected with this kind of inhibitory serum. So he became so powerful. Therefore, the researchers in Jiangcheng Central Hospital must be properly protected. They can't be killed. This is the serum research team closest to them. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. The Central Hospital must be taken. Chinyu made a decision in a very short time. He wants to control the Central Hospital. The 2 virology experts there must be protected. Try to let them create the inhibitory serum in the shortest time to ensure their own safety. It's decided. Chinyu looked at the man and slowly put away his gun. The man was stunned. He had always thought that Chinyu was one of the people who had just attacked them. Why did he put away his gun? Did he not kill himself? Or did he use other means? Stab himself to death with a knife? The man looked at Chinyu nervously. After Chinyu put away his gun, he casually asked, "What's your name?" "Ah?" The man was stunned. "What's your name?" My name is Gao Xiang." "Are you a virologist?" No. Gao Xiang shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not a virologist. I'm an assistant." "What's your academic background?" "Doctor." "Which school did you graduate from?" "Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology." Chinyu was surprised. "You graduated from the University of Science and Technology? Does the University of Science and Technology have this major?" Gao Xiang quickly explained. "I am actually a chemical engineering major. It's because we are short of manpower. So I bit the bullet and became the assistant of the 2 experts." "What are the names of the 2 experts? Where are they from?" "2 experts. One is Zhong Xiangnan, and the other is Lu Guiqin. They are experts from the National Academy of Sciences, and are the director and chief scientist of the Jiangcheng Virus Research Institute." Chinyu suddenly realized, "Oh, from the Virus Research Institute. Yes, they are real experts. They have been working hard for the continuation of mankind. So young man, you can't hurt them against your conscience. Chen Yu blinked. How do you know we want to hurt them? I heard it. Gao Xiang saw that Chen Yu seemed to be easy to talk to, and said boldly, young man, I think you look kind. So say a few more words. Humanity has encountered this rare disaster, and is on the verge of doomsday. Human society has gradually disintegrated. Chapter 186 Repaying Kindness with Resentment. If these ancient viruses cannot be solved, it will not be long before humans face complete extinction. At that time, what do you think you are fighting for? I overheard the conversation between your accomplices. They want to attack the central hospital. They want to take away all the hospital's drug resources. You are so heartless? People in the hospital are trying to save you. How can you repay kindness with resentment? Young man, you are still young. Think carefully about how to go in the future. Don't let greed ruin your future and others. Gao Xiang gave Chen Yu a heartfelt exhortation, which made him laugh and cry. This guy seemed to be only about 30 years old, but he spoke like a man in his 40s or 50s. Chen Yu looked at Gao Xiang silently, which made his scalp numb. Then he slowly stood up and nodded. You said it very well. But you misunderstood. I am not in the same group as those who attacked you before. What? Gao Xiang was stunned. I am not in the same group as those people. I originally lived in the processing workshop and accidentally saw those people attacking you. Gao Xiang. Not that group? Then you put a gun on my head? To scare me? I will give you a lung. After Chen Yu looked around, he turned around and stretched out his hand to Gao Xiang. Get up. I'll go with you to find the chemical reagents you need. Really? Gao Xiang's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly pulled Chen Yu's hand to stand up, and said excitedly, young man, I was right about you. No wonder you look familiar. What do those people do? Do you know? Chen Yu ignored him and asked casually. I don't know. Gao Xiang shook his head. I just overheard that they wanted to attack the central hospital. These people don't sound like locals. Where are they from? They seem to be from Donghai City. They always speak in a gentle voice. Some people even called him a little red man. Isn't this someone from Donghai City? Chen Yu frowned. Donghai City is not far from Jiancheng, but it is not close either. Could it be that the survivors there have already arrived in Jiancheng? In the last life, after the seawater backflowed, all the survivors in the southeastern coastal cities fled the coastal areas and headed inland. Now, nearly 2 months have passed. It is not uncommon for those who leave fast or early to arrive in Jiancheng. At this time in the last life, Jiancheng did begin to receive some survivors from the southeastern coast. There are no large forces, but there are indeed many small gangs. Jiancheng is about to enter a regional dispute. Some people from other places want to stay in Jiancheng to recuperate, which will inevitably lead to conflicts with local forces. It is reasonable for some people to target the central hospital. Chen Yu did not take it seriously. At least in the last life, there was no large force from outside Jiancheng that could completely sweep Jiancheng. Many small gangs often fought. Anyway, Chen Yu has decided to keep the central hospital. So anyone who wants to attack the central hospital, just wait for destruction. Besides, the central hospital is actually the only place in Jiancheng with strong defense capabilities. After all, there are still a small number of regular soldiers there, and the firepower is very strong. It is not so easy to be captured. Chen Yu took Gao Xiang into the laboratory building and began to search for the required chemical reagents in each room. The two walked and talked casually for a while. The more they talked, the more relaxed Gao Xiang became. He finally believed that Chen Yu was not with that group of people. A few minutes later, the two came to the door of a key laboratory on the 5th floor. The door here was locked. It had not been opened yet. Gao Xiang said excitedly, I think there will be something I want in here. But this door? Get out of the way. Chen Yu pulled Gao Xiang away, picked up the Desert Eagle, and fired 3 shots at the door lock. The door lock was broken. Gao Xiang covered his ears and said with lingering fear, young man, what did you do before? Sophomore. What? Gao Xiang was stunned. Sophomore? Yes. Strictly speaking, we are alumni. I am a sophomore in the Department of Physics at the University of Science and Technology, majoring in nuclear physics. Hey, good guy. Gao Xiang was immediately happy and said excitedly, you should have said it earlier. You, young man, pointed a gun at my head before. Oh, are you trying to find out our secrets? Chen Yu did not deny it, nodded and said, I just want to hear what you are doing. You, young man, are really, sigh. Gao Xiang completely relaxed, walked over alone, stretched out his hand, and pulled open the door of the laboratory. But the moment the door opened, there was a sudden roar from inside. A figure rushed out madly and bit Gao Xiang's neck. Qin was shocked. Damn! There was a sub-alien locked up here. Qin jumped over in one step, and his muscle control ability was instantly activated. He grabbed the sub-alien's head with both hands and twisted it suddenly. With a snap, the sub-alien's head was directly twisted off. Plop! Gao Xiang and the sub-alien fell to the ground at the same time. Qin kicked the sub-alien away, and directly helped Gao Xiang up and said anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Gao Xiang. "You? It's over." Gao Xiang's carotid artery was torn. Blood spurted out more than 2 meters away like a gusher. Gao Xiang's carotid artery was bitten off. Qin was powerless to save the situation. He could only hold his neck tightly with his hands and sighed hoarsely, "Sorry. Do you have any last words to say?" Gao Xiang's body was twitching violently. The fear of death had frightened him so much that he had already lost control of his bowels and bladder. However, the little bit of rationality he had left supported him to hold Chun Yu's wrist tightly. Slowly took out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yu with trembling hands. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Qin Yu took the notebook and nodded. "I will help you fulfill your last wish." Gao Xiang smiled sadly. Then his hand slowly drooped down, and his head tilted to one side. He finally died. Qin Yu let go of his hand and put his body on the ground. He reached out to close his eyes, sighed, stood up and took a step back. This person deserves 3 minutes of silence. Qin Yu stood quietly. 250 was like a sculpture. 3 minutes later, he turned and walked into the laboratory. There was a strong stench inside, and there were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground, all of which were almost rotten to the bones. Qin Yu quickly took out the gas mask from the space and put it on. The air inside was too turbid. If the door of the laboratory was not so well sealed, he should have been more vigilant in advance. Qin Yu walked around the laboratory and saw a huge glass cabinet filled with various chemical reagents in front of the east wall. "I hope there is what I am looking for here." Pick up the notebook. Open the first page casually. What caught my eye was actually a photo. It was a photo of Gao Xiang and a woman. It should be his wife. She is pretty. She has 2 dimples when she smiles. Chapter 187. Find the sniper. Turn to the second page, and it is full of dense pen writing. The handwriting is very beautiful. It is all about what Gao Xiang and his wife have experienced since the disaster. The record is very simple. They were found by the official just after the extremely hot weather ended, and were sent directly to the central hospital. In the central hospital, the couple were just protected at first. In fact, the central hospital mainly protects Gao Xiang's lover. His lover is Su Yuan. She is the youngest director of the reproduction department of the provincial maternal and child hospital. She is very skilled and is the academic leader of the reproduction department in the province. In the future Doomsday world, such talents need to be protected. So the couple was protected. Later, when the virus began to appear, Zhong Xiangnan, director of the city's virus institute, and Lu Guqin, chief scientist, began to study the virus. Gao Xiang also joined the team at this time. The daily trivialities in the notebook ended here. Gao Xiang and Su Yuan have a daughter. She is also in the hospital. Later, all the records are some key information that needs to be recorded in the process of studying the virus. The last page records the list of materials that need to be found for this outing. There are quite a few. Basically, they are chemical reagents that can be found in food factories. Qin Yu began to check and search one by one in the chemical reagent cabinet, according to the list in the notebook. He is not a professional, so it is difficult to read these names. He can only check them word by word. If one word or even one radical is wrong, it may be 2 different things. So Qin Yu checked while searching. Half an hour later, he found 9 of the 15 materials on the list, and there were still 6 missing. Qin Yu searched the entire laboratory, but couldn't find them. There was no choice but to leave here and look for them somewhere else. It was almost noon. Qin Yu searched almost all places in the food factory, but couldn't find the 6 materials, so he had to leave the food factory. Outside, it was almost noon. Qin Yu held the notebook in his hand and stood at the gate thinking for a while. Let's deal with the helicopter first. Strange. Why hasn't the general come back yet? Did something happen? Qin Yu put away the notepad and opened the mental map. There are no living creatures within a radius of 800 meters. Is there anyone who can deal with the general? Qin Yu's heart moved. That sniper? The sniper who attacked Gao Xiang and his men before should be professional. If the general is really found, it may not be difficult to attack it. Qin Yu became nervous. Immediately released Night 15. After getting in the car, according to the general's previous departure to track the group, Qin Yu had opened the mental map and roughly observed the general's route. So he followed that route to the west for a while. That group of people couldn't possibly run out of the city. Right? Qin Yu got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and continued to track the west of the city. His mental map kept refreshing. He kept refreshing the map of the west of the city. On the road, occasionally, there would be sporadic survivors entering the map. But those were not the images of the general. Qin Yu avoided those survivors and rushed all the way to the west of the city. About 40 minutes later, just as Qin Yu passed a large shopping mall, there was a sudden bang of a gun in the distance. A shot hit the window of his driver's seat. As a result, the bullet actually penetrated the bulletproof glass. But it only penetrated. The bullet was stuck in the glass. Qin Yu suddenly turned the steering wheel, turned off the side road, and rushed directly into the alley between the buildings. Damn! Finally got close. This sniper is awesome. Qin Yu stopped the car and reached out to pick the bullet off the bulletproof glass. Wow! So big? Look carefully at the mark on the bullet. It's an M1022 long-range sniper bullet, which is used for the Barrett M107 sniper rifle. The Barrett sniper rifle used by the other party? How can there be such a gun in China? Are these people international mercenaries? If they really came from Dahai City, it would not be surprising. Dahai City has always been the base camp of lackeys. There are endless traders and traders. It is not uncommon to have foreign mercenaries there. Qin Yu put away the bullet. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he put away his car directly, turned around and started running wildly in the buildings. He activated his superpowers. Now his running speed is even faster than that of a car. After running wildly for nearly a kilometer in the buildings, an image of a crowd finally appeared on the mental map. At the same time, the familiar image of the general also appeared. It was about 40 degrees away from Qin Yu's position. Qin Yu immediately changed direction and rushed in the direction of the general. While running, he was also looking for the sniper. Generally, snipers should be at a commanding height, far away from the crowd. So after searching for a while, Qin Yu found a human figure on the top of a TV tower to the east of the crowd. It was about 100 meters away from the crowd. It should be the sniper. Qin Yu suddenly stopped and searched in the space. When he went to Sakurajima, although he didn't find a world-famous sniper like Barrett, he still had a heavy sniper rifle. After searching for a long time, Qin Yu took out a big guy from the space. TC-50 sniper rifle. World-famous sniper. Ranked second in the rankings. Second only to Barrett M82A1. Let's try it out. The TC-50 that Qin Yu brought out is the weapon of the White Pig. The effective range is 2 kilometers. The enhanced speed is 850 meters per second. The gun is 1,448 millimeters long. The barrel is 737 millimeters long. And it uses a large caliber bullet of .50 caliber. And is equipped with a 16x scope. According to records, a Canadian sniper once used this gun to set a record of shooting an armed militant at a distance of 3,540 meters. At that time, the bullet flew in the air for 10 seconds before hitting the target. This is already one of the rare sniper myths in the history of sniper rifles. Carrying the sniper rifle, Qin Yu turned and rushed into the building next to him, running all the way up, and soon reached the roof of the 16th floor. Came to the rooftop, found a convenient place to take cover. Qin Yu set up the sniper rifle and lay on the rooftop. Then, according to the guidance of the mental map, he looked for the sniper's position in the scope. TV tower. It should be hidden up there. Observing from the 16x scope, the sniper was not found at the first time. But the person was indeed up there. Needless to say, this must be hidden. So professional? It's the end of the world. And this guy is still so carefully disguising himself. Which shows that he is definitely a professional sniper. It should be a mercenary. After searching for a while, Qin Yu's eyes finally lit up. I saw it. The sniper was also lying in front of the maintenance box on the top of the TV tower. His clothes were painted silver white. It was exactly the same color as the maintenance box on the top of the TV tower. So at first glance, you couldn't see his image clearly. He lay there motionless. But you could see that he was still observing this direction. obviously looking for me. Chin Yu slowly opened the safety and put his finger on the trigger. The sight was aimed at the sniper little by little. For a heavy sniper like the TC-50, you don't need to aim at the head at all. Chapter 188 Give Up Sniping. If you fire one shot and hit someone, there is a 99% chance that the person will die. Just when Chin Yu was about to shoot, the sniper suddenly turned over and hid behind the maintenance box at a very fast speed. What the hell? Chin Yu was stunned. Did he find me? Impossible? Observing me from that direction, it is impossible to see the muzzle and the gun body. And that guy was climbing down quickly along the TV tower. His body was blocked by the TV tower. There was no way to snipe. Chin Yu gave up sniping with a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, gunshots were heard in the distance. At the same time, following the wind direction, one or two dull roars of the general were faintly heard. Chin Yu quickly observed in the mental map. And then he found that someone in the group seemed to have discovered the existence of the general. They were chasing the general. No wonder. Chin Yu quickly put away the heavy sniper, turned around and ran downstairs. In the mental map, the general is very smart. It is running in his direction. It should be trying to bring those who are chasing here. So, the general should have noticed that he is approaching. Chin Yu was very relieved. The general has evolved and mutated to the present, and it seems to have some strange abilities. Chin Yu didn't know how it located itself. Anyway, it could basically find itself when it was a certain distance away from itself. It seems that it is the special ability brought by the third eye on its forehead. It is a little weaker than his own mental map, but it has no problem finding himself. So, Chin Yu ran downstairs at a very fast speed, and rushed out to meet the general according to the guidance of the mental map. When the two sides were about to get close, Chin Yu took out the M16 assault rifle. The other side seemed to have driven a car. Chin Yu also took out a single soldier rocket launcher from the space. Soon, the two sides met. Chin Yu had heard the general's roar. He hid in the corner, aiming at the other side, driving a jeep and chasing him from behind. Seeing that he was in range, he suddenly flashed out. He raised the rocket launcher, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket flew out. The jeep was hit before it could even brake. There was a loud bang. A fireball burst into the air. Chin Yu whistled, and the general quickly ran to his side, shaking his head and tail, looking very proud. Good job. You did a great job. Chin Yu touched its head, praised it, and then picked up the M16 assault rifle and quickly approached. General, leave me alive. The general turned back again. In the jeep, someone rushed out screaming, his body on fire, stumbled to the roadbed, and fell to the ground. He rolled over several times on the ground. Chin Yu slowly approached. He raised his gun and pointed it at him. At the same time, he carefully observed the surroundings to prevent the sniper from attacking. Fortunately, there were tall buildings all around. If the sniper wanted to aim at the target here, he could only go to the tall buildings around. However, the distance of these tall buildings was less than 800 meters. Chin Yu's mental map could naturally monitor it. The man on the ground extinguished the flames on his body, but he was also burned to death. In addition, the rocket exploded, and one of his arms was blown off. The man curled up on the ground in pain, shouting something hoarsely. Chin Yu didn't understand, but I understood the language he spoke. It was fucking Asaba language. He was actually a Korean. In addition, he was able to save himself successfully in this situation. This quality is not something that ordinary people can have. This group of people are definitely mercenaries. They must have stayed in the country before, but after the disaster, they couldn't go back. They have lived until now. Chin Yu walked closer, pointed the gun at the man and whispered, "Can you speak Xiaoguoyu?" The man groaned and looked at Chin Yu, mumbling something in his mouth. As a result, Chin Yu raised his hand and shot. Bang! The man trembled all over, looking at Chin Yu's face full of disbelief. He finally said, I speak Donghai dialect. He died before he finished speaking. Chin Yu was also stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly. Stupid guy. At such a critical moment, you speak to me in dialect? You are crazy. You deserve to die. Chin Yu squatted down and began to search for things on him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still spoke the Donghai dialect at this time? Maybe he wanted to make himself believe that he was a real Donghai person? The key is, you just need to have an accent. Why do you speak so professionally? If the Donghai dialect is spoken quickly, It will sound like a foreign language. And you can't understand it at all. Stupid guy. The more Chinyu thought about it, the more he felt stupid. After searching for a long time, he found a Glock pistol and 2 magazines, 2 grenades and a pack of chewing gum, a military knife and a small notebook the size of a palm, plus a bag of military rations. Chinyu put the things into the space, stood up, and walked to the jeep to take a look. Everyone inside was dead. It was too burned to search. Forget it. At this time, on the mental map, there was another figure on the far building, running upstairs. When he reached the upstairs, he stopped. Chinyu quickly avoided it, hid downstairs, and called the general back. It was the sniper. He was observing here. 10 seconds later, the sniper left without hesitation. Chinyu pondered silently for a moment. No. This sniper is too threatening. Kill him. In the afternoon, Chinyu took the general and found a room on the roof of a residential building about 700 meters away from the group of mercenaries and hid in it. Observe first. It is safer to make full preparations before executing the assassination. This group of mercenaries is very dangerous, especially the sniper. Those who can use Barrett are not ordinary people. And although Chinyu now has superpowers and can even disguise himself perfectly, he is not an indestructible body after all. If he is hit by a Barrett sniper bullet, he will die. Since we want to protect the central hospital, we will have to fight with them sooner or later. Let's just kill this group of people now. Chinyu is confident. As long as the conditions are right, a few mortars can wipe out the enemy. The premise is to kill the enemy's sniper first. The sniper usually won't stay in the camp. He should be hiding alone in a commanding height. So kill him first. In the room, Chinyu sat on the sofa, took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. This family is average. There is nothing left in the house. It is estimated that the owner took away everything in the house when he fled. But there are still various household appliances. On the coffee table, Chinyu prepared a gas stove and stewed some beef and tomatoes in the owner's small iron pot. I have to eat first. I'm really hungry. Since the physical ability evolved to level 2, it seems that the appetite has become larger and larger. It's easy to get hungry. While stewing the meat, he took out the notebook of the Korean mercenary and flipped it open to see the contents. Chapter 189 Collapse. Hey! The first page that caught my eye was filled with neat Chinese characters. It seems that this guy has lived in Xia for many years. The dialect of Donghai City is also very good. Chinese characters are also written in Chinese. Even the notebook uses Chinese characters to record things. Before the disaster, there were many such people on the land of Xia. They have lived in Xia for many years and have basically integrated into the society of Xia. But these people actually have backgrounds. They all have missions. The imperialists have a desire to destroy us. But they never thought that before they achieved their goal, the whole world collapsed first. What was recorded in the notebook were basically some daily trivial matters. For example, what he bought today, which beautiful woman he hooked up with tomorrow and went to bed with, which friend he met the day after tomorrow. Then, at the end of each page, there was a line of numbers. Chinyu couldn't understand it. But these numbers should be core secrets that need to be deciphered. It's not necessary now. Who cares about their conspiracy? Chinyu slowly turned the pages, turning to the last few pages, and the content inside had become the daily notes after the disaster. The font was very sloppy. It can be seen that many of the contents were written under very nervous circumstances. After reading a few pages, Chinyu frowned. After the extremely hot weather, the Korean mercenary escaped from the underground air raid shelter and prepared to find a way to return home from Donghai City. Not long after, a super tsunami came. The Korean mercenary thought he was dead, but he was unexpectedly rescued by a group of people using a helicopter. This group of people used a unified action code. Were all mercenaries, and did not know each other. Only one leader knew all of them. So, the Korean mercenary joined this organization. The name of this organization is Dragon Slayer. Its true meaning is naturally aimed at Dong Fong Long. Everyone in the organization has lived in Xiagua for a very long time. And some of them have even become internet celebrities, and share their daily lives every day. They speak in a very cool Beijing dialect. But in fact, they are all real iron-blooded mercenaries behind the scenes. Each of them has a different mission. The mission of the Korean mercenaries is to incite key figures in the major business circles of Donghai City, or the women around key figures, mistresses, etc., So this Korean is actually quite handsome. Unfortunately, he was shot by Chinyu. After the Doomsday, this group of people were all connected by a small leader and rescued. This is the origin of this group of mercenaries. They escaped from the Doomsday tsunami, abandoned the helicopter halfway, and robbed the survivors' vehicles to flee to the inland city. On the way of escape, there was no grass growing wherever they went. They looted all kinds of supplies. They robbed all kinds of weapons, all the way to Jeoncheon. For the time being, this group of people had no core purpose. Just because they all used the same code and were saved by the leader. They had been struggling together for survival. At the beginning, their team expanded to more than 60 people. As a result, after the virus outbreak, 46 people died. Now only 22 people have successfully survived the virus outbreak. When they arrived in Jeoncheon, they collected information for a few days. They already knew the existing forces in Jeoncheon. Only the central hospital was guarded by the official army. And the only thing left was the Fugué fish farm on the waters of the southern area. The others were all lone rangers. No threat. So, this group of people began to plan to attack the central hospital. Prepare to plunder all the weapons and medical drugs there. Finally, destroy the Fugué fish farm. Get a few large ships, and continue to move northwest inland from Gyeonglu. This is their goal. After flipping through all the contents of the notebook, Chinyu threw the notebook into the trash can. Strictly speaking, this group of people has strong overall strength. They are all mercenaries. Their combat awareness and ability are far superior to ordinary people. There may not be many soldiers left in the central hospital now. Even if the firepower is strong enough, it may not be the opponent of this group of mercenaries. What's more, there are still many ordinary people in the central hospital. The families of those experts are protected in the hospital. It's too much for the soldiers to fight against the mercenaries and protect ordinary people at the same time. Chinyu pondered silently for a moment. Unfortunately, there is no information about other people in the notebook of the Korean mercenary. In the case of unclear enemy information, Chinyu has only one strategy. That is rocket launchers and mortars. Bombarding them. Directly attack them by surprise. That's it. After making the decision, Chinyu let out a long breath and opened the lid of the stew pot. It smells so good. Beef stewed with tomatoes. Classic stew. Pick up the chopsticks and taste the beef. Well, it's soft and tasty. The stewed rice is ready too. Let's eat. Take a plate out from the kitchen. Put some rice, and then put some beef and tomatoes on the rice. And add some soup. It's so refreshing. Chinyu ate heartily. At the same time, in the virus analysis room of the central hospital, Zhong Xiangnan sat on the chair with a dejected look. He just got the news. All the people sent to the food factory to find supplies were sacrificed. Even the helicopter was robbed. There was not enough manpower here. And now we have lost an assistant. The ancient virus is becoming more and more rampant. Now we finally have some clues and progress. But due to insufficient conditions, all key projects are stagnant. What to do? Gao Xiang died. And I don't know how to tell his wife. Especially, the number of soldiers in the central hospital is getting smaller and smaller. No more can be sacrificed. Otherwise, there will be no one to protect the central hospital. Zhong Xiangnan stood up with a tired face and walked to the door of the inner observation room. There was a person lying on the experimental bed inside. A living dead person. It turned out to be a doctor in the hospital. He was found dead in the laboratory on the top floor a few months ago. Originally, there was a female corpse soaked in a formalin jar in the laboratory. It was said that it was the body of Su Qing, the team leader of the Municipal Bureau's guard team. As a result, that body disappeared at that time. Originally, the male doctor was shot in the head and died. At that time, he was put into a body bag and sent to the morgue downstairs. Unexpectedly, the hospital had not dealt with the bodies in the morgue due to lack of staff. Just over half a month later, the male doctor actually walked out of the morgue by himself. At that time, everyone was terrified. Is this a resurrection? The resurrected male doctor became an experimental subject. His state was very strange. Neither dead nor alive. According to the various tests conducted by Zhong Xiangnan and others on the male doctor, his unique state was related to an ancient virus that was contaminated on some of his organs. Therefore, the central hospital established a scientific research team. The central idea was to develop an antitoxin serum for the Doomsday virus to end the terrible ancient virus. Chapter 190 Experimentation. But they didn't know that the outbreak of the ancient virus was only the third wave, and the disaster for mankind was not over yet. But anyway, these people had the idea of surviving. Virology research experts led by Zhong Xiangnan and Lu Guiqin conducted experiments day and night, relying on the poor experimental conditions at hand to crack. They have achieved some results. At least the pathogenicity and variability of the ancient virus were inferred. And even the evolution of superpowers and the damage to the brain structure were inferred. So, now is the critical period. Some key materials must be found before trying to make inhibitory serum. After getting the inhibitory serum, we can replicate the virus, conduct clinical experiments to observe the effect, and gradually improve it. We can gradually find ways to conquer the Doomsday virus, even improve human physique, and even develop superpowers. This is the discovery of Genesis 747 is a very great research. As a result, it is now stranded, because the central hospital has been struggling for more than half a year, and now all kinds of supplies are on the verge of exhaustion, especially experimental reagents and some key materials. We can only search everywhere. Originally, I thought Gao Xiang and the two guards went there by helicopter today. That was the only helicopter in the central hospital that could still work. As a result, both the people and the helicopter were gone. Zhong Xiangnan vomited blood. But what could he do? Two guards were sacrificed. And the military leader stationed at the central hospital was also extremely annoyed. The current guards. Losing one more is more dangerous. What should I do? If there are still dangerous people in the city who can easily deal with Gao Xiang and others, or even steal the helicopter, then is the central hospital also in danger? Can I continue my research? For Zhong Xiangnan, his home is gone, and there are not many relatives left, except for his daughter-in-law and grandson who are protected. He has nothing now, and only the passion to study the virus is left. What should I do? Zhong Xiangnan stood in front of the observation room and thought silently. Suddenly, he finally remembered someone. Zhang Yang, that army major, an elite soldier of the special forces. Maybe he can help. He had been here before, but because he had a mission, he did not stay in the hospital for too long and left. He said that if the central hospital had any difficulties, they could find him. The key is, where can I find him now? Zhong Xiangnan thought about it, turned around and hurried out of the laboratory to find the person in charge of the garrison here. The person in charge of the military region is called Lu Yuanchao. He is a veteran, deputy regiment level. They were also the first military force to arrive when the disaster occurred in Jiancheng. Zhong Xiangnan hurried downstairs, came to the door of Lu Yuanchao's office, and pushed the door open. In the office, Lu Yuanchao was wearing a camouflage uniform, with two big dark circles under his eyes, and looked tired. When he saw that it was Zhong Xiangnan who came in, he hurriedly greeted him and asked, "Director Zhong, what's the matter?" "Captain Lu." Zhong Xiangnan looked at Lu Yuanchao seriously. "We are now at the most critical step, so we have to send someone out to find materials." "I know. I'm also thinking of a way." Lu Yuanchao nodded helplessly. "Captain Lu, I know you don't have enough manpower. So, I suddenly thought of someone. Can I find this person to help?" Lu Yuanchao glanced at Zhong Xiangnan. "You mean Zhang Yang?" "Yes, that's him." Zhong Xiangnan said happily. "Captain Lu also thought of him?" "Well, to be honest, I not only thought of him, but also sent people out to look for him. But there has been no response so far." "Captain Zhong, wait patiently. My people are already looking for him outside." "Okay." Zhong Xiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you sure you can find him?" "It's hard to say." Lu Yuanchao frowned and said, "Zhang Yang left a few addresses at the beginning. Our people are checking them one by one to see if they can find him. But you also know that the environment outside is difficult. Alas, the implication is that Zhang Yang is not omnipotent. What if he doesn't survive? Especially recently, various forces in Jiancheng slaughtered each other. There have been several large-scale wars. Even if Zhang Yang is a member of the special forces, it is difficult to guarantee safety in such a strong confrontation. So, now we can only do our best and leave it to fate." Zhong Xiangnan understood, but was helpless, and asked casually, "Captain Lu, your people, my people can't get into trouble again. Otherwise, there will be loopholes in the hospital's protection." Lu Yuanchao said bluntly, "I suspect that Jiancheng may have another group of vicious criminals, because the people I sent to protect Gao Xiang, even if they don't have the qualities of special forces, They are also veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. At this point, Lu Yuanchao sighed hoarsely. If they are dealt with like this, and even the helicopter is taken away, I am afraid that the group of people outside are more dangerous than the forces in Jiancheng before. Captain Lu, please don't scare me. Zhong Xiaonan smiled bitterly and said, I really can't help being scared now. I'm not trying to scare you. Lu Yuanchao said helplessly, all of us are now on high alert. You know, the only valuable place in Jiancheng now is the central hospital. There are medicines and weapons here. If a strong enemy really appears, they will definitely conquer this place. Zhong Xiaonan was speechless. What can we do? Near Jianbei Hotel, a figure slowly came to the river. It was a woman in camouflage. Short hair, wheat-colored skin. Not beautiful, but very tough. At this moment, she looked at the rushing river with a worried look, and glanced at the Jianbei Hotel in the distance. This was the last location. Zhang Yang had left a few contact addresses at the central hospital. If there was an emergency, he could go to these places to find him. But in principle, he would not accept any other tasks except Chinyu. The woman was ordered to find him now. If he couldn't find him here, it would be really troublesome. The woman's name was Xiao Ling. She was Lu Yuanchao's guard, and the only soldier with the qualities of a special forces soldier. Huh? Let's try. Xiao Ling looked at the turbulent water, gritted her teeth, and prepared to swim over. Because there were no boats around, she had to take a risk. Xiao Ling began to take off her clothes. She took off her coat and autumn clothes, and only wore a small shirt and shorts, revealing her fit body. It was early winter now. It was very cold. To prevent her clothes from getting wet, she had to do this. When the cold wind blew, Xiao Ling shivered all over. It was too cold. She did some exercises on the shore, and rubbed her skin to speed up the blood circulation. She was also a field soldier. She was very familiar with the skills of survival in the wild. How to ensure that the body temperature does not lose. These preparations must be done before entering the water. At the same time, on the rooftop in the distance, one eye has begun to observe her muscular figure through the scope. On the top floor of Jianbei Hotel, Zhang Yang has quietly moved to the sniper point and raised the sniper rifle to observe the target. There are many alarm points around Jianbei Hotel. Among them, there is a reporting guard point on the distant waterside. There is an infrared early warning device buried in the bushes there. Once someone approaches, the warning information will be displayed on the terminal, because that location is quite special. Chapter 191 Busy. Anyone who wants to get close to Jianbei Hotel, if they come by land, will basically choose to enter the water there. There are no other places to enter the water, so the alarm guard is installed there. Originally, after lunch, Zhang Yang continued to fiddle with his communicator on the roof, trying to contact the extraterrestrial satellite. But unfortunately it was fruitless. While fiddling, the alarm guard beside him was triggered. He quickly got up and ran to the sniper point, holding up the sniper rifle. As a result, he saw such a sexy scene. Not to mention, although the woman looks average, she has a really fit body, slim waist and long legs. The body muscles are evenly distributed. It is obvious that she is a person who exercises regularly. Zhang Yang was a little dazed. It is rare for him to be so dazed when looking at a woman. He was always busy before. In addition, his previous girlfriend also failed to escape the disaster at the beginning of the disaster. So Zhang Yang had no interest in the affairs of men and women before. But during this period, he did not go out again. Instead, he stayed on the roof of Jianbei Hotel. He had food and drink every day. It was a period of comfortable life. This kind of comfortable life made him relaxed. Therefore, when he suddenly saw a young girl taking off her clothes by the water today, he was a little stunned for a while. Seeing the girl finish her warm-up exercise, she looked like she was going to dive. Moreover, the girl looked at Jianbei Hotel several times. Is she coming over? Zhang Yang suddenly came to his senses and quickly picked up the intercom to greet Li Zhongjuan downstairs. The girl was wearing camouflage. She looked like a soldier. Could she be from the central hospital? Soon, Li Zhongjuan downstairs received the warning information and immediately took a gun to guard the balcony on the 7th floor. The water in the distance. Just as Xiao Ling was about to dive, footsteps suddenly came from far behind her. Xiao Ling quickly turned around and looked back. Just happened to see two ragged, disheveled men rushing over. The two sides met. The two men were stunned for a moment. then immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Xiaoling. Don't move. Don't move. Otherwise I'll kill you. Xiaoling's heart tightened. Oops. Still 2 Lone Rangers. And they were 2 men. The worst thing was that she was only wearing a small shirt and pants. The 2 Lone Rangers seemed to have not seen a woman for hundreds of years. They stared at Xiaoling with wide eyes and grinned. The 2 rows of teeth in their mouths were yellow and green. One of them held a crossbow in his hand, and the other held a shotgun in his hand. They were both very dangerous. Xiaoling swallowed hard and tried to calm herself down. Suddenly, the 2 men on the opposite side looked at each other and laughed wildly at the same time. Ha ha ha. It's a woman. Yes. It's a woman. Fuck. I'm rich. A woman. Ha ha ha. How long have you not touched a woman? Catch her. You must catch her. Yes. Play with her to death. Fuck. How can you play with her to death? You must keep her. Do you understand? We support her and have sex with her every day in the future. Yes. Yes. Ha ha ha. The man holding the shotgun raised the gun and shouted at Xiaoling. You. Take off your bra for me. Hurry up. Take it off. Take off your pants too. Or I will break your legs. Take it off. Take it off. The other man also yelled. It was hysterical. The 2 of them seemed to have been having a blast. They were so ugly. While forcing Xiaoling, they also made all kinds of unbearable gestures. Xiaoling gritted her teeth. What to do? These 2 men have lost all their rationality. They can be killed. But how to kill them is a problem. You can ignore the crossbow. They can't kill with 1 shot. But the double-barreled shotgun is a bit troublesome. Especially at such a close distance. If you are not careful, you may get hurt. If you get hurt here, the consequences may be death. Xiaoling quickly assessed the situation and finally made a difficult decision. Take it off first. Do what they ask. As long as she can trick one person, Xiaoling will have a way to fight back. However, this decision is too difficult. She is still a virgin. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and slowly reached her hand to her back, ready to take off her bra. The 2 men opposite were simply too excited. They kept screaming. They were shaking with excitement. Xiaoling was really afraid that the man with the shotgun would lose control for a while. And if his hand shook, she would die here in a daze. Damn it! How could she sacrifice herself in such a cowardly place? Xiaoling took a deep breath and quickly unbuttoned her bra. Just as she was about to take off her bra, a loud gunshot suddenly came from a distance. Bang! The man holding the hunting rifle in front of Xiaoling was shot in the chest. The whole person was blown away more than 2 meters by the terrifying impact force and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, because the gunshot was very abrupt, the other man holding the crossbow trembled. A crossbow arrow shot out instantly. The most fatal thing was that Xiaoling was also frightened by the huge gunshot. As a result, the arrow hit her ribs. Xiaoling groaned miserably, covered her ribs, and knelt on the ground. Another shot. The other man was also knocked away by the terrifying sniper bullet, and a blood mist was sprinkled. Xiaoling felt relieved, slowly turned her head, and looked in the direction where the gunshot came from. It was the roof of Doomsday Hotel. There was someone there. Could it be him? Xiaoling endured the severe pain in her ribs, barely stood up, and gestured to the roof of the hotel. As a result, she forgot that she had just unbuttoned her bra. Her hands loosened, and the bra fell off. Xiaoling was stunned. She quickly put down her hands and covered her chest. She was extremely ashamed for a moment, causing blood to surge. In addition, the movement of putting down her hands was too big, involving the injury under her ribs. She only felt a sharp pain under her heart. And then her eyes went black, and she fell to the ground. Upstairs of the hotel, Zhang Yang suddenly put down the sniper rifle, turned around and rushed downstairs quickly. The gesture just now was the sign language of the Army Field Army. She is one of us. She should be from the Central Hospital. Damn! Don't die. Zhang Yang rushed down frantically. In his mind, in addition to the woman's resolute face, there was also the innocent body that was accidentally exposed to him. It's fatal. Apart from his girlfriend, this woman is the second woman Zhang Yang has seen his body. This shock is a bit big. She can't die for both emotional and logical reasons. Zhang Yang activated all the energy in his body and rushed out of the Doomsday Hotel beggar at the fastest speed. Xiaoling was awakened by a tingling sensation in a daze. She suddenly opened her eyes. There were many people in front of me. The only familiar one was Zhang Yang. He looked concerned and was looking down at me. She's awake. She's awake. Stop the bleeding first. Hurry up. The arrow has been pulled out. It's okay. Don't be nervous. The crossbow arrow didn't penetrate deep. She won't be in danger of death. Xiao Ya. Bring the medicine. I'm coming. Chapter 192 Contact Chenyu. Mercenary organizations are different from ordinary gangs. They are a group of very scary people. Some mercenaries are probably as strong as elite special forces like him. Once they encounter such people, the central hospital will be in danger. Especially now that we don't know the firepower of that group. There is no information at all. We only know that the other party has a very scary sniper who can use the world-famous sniper like Barrett. This alone is a headache. But Zhang Yang can't retreat. Although everyone is not in the same unit, they are all soldiers of Xiaodua. They are all iron-blooded comrades. If there is a war, we must go. This is the belief of a soldier with iron bones. While preparing his weapons, Zhang Yang kept contacting Chenyu by radio. A few minutes later, Chenyu finally replied, Old Zhang. I'm here. What's up? Zhang Yang happily picked up the radio communicator. Fortunately, I contacted you. There is something I need to tell you. Then, Zhang Yang told him about the situation facing the central hospital. He also told him about the people they sent to find him. Finally, Zhang Yang said with certainty, Brother Chen, I must go to help with the central hospital. I may take away some heavy weapons. If it is convenient for you. It is not convenient for me now. Chenyu said indifferently. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. You haven't come back after hearing such bad news? What if you run into that group of mercenaries? Or encounter that group of people here in the hotel? Aren't you worried? Don't worry. It won't happen. Chenyu's voice is always so steady and calm. This made Zhang Yang confused. Scratching his head, Brother Chen. I didn't make it clear? That group of people are most likely international mercenaries. They are masters who have been lurking in Xia country for a long time. If their number exceeds 6, it will be a complete tactical team. Let me tell you, their combat effectiveness is completely different from those ordinary people you usually meet. The hotel's defenses can't stop them at all. Why don't you come back? Chenyu's voice came from the intercom again. Old Zhang. I'm monitoring this group of people now. Don't worry. I will destroy them. What? Zhang Yang was shocked and blurted out. You are monitoring that group of people? The group of people who stole the helicopter? Yes. Brother Chen. Are you crazy? You should retreat quickly. Tell me your location. Quickly. I warn you. Don't act rashly or impulsively. That group of people is not ordinary people. It's not that easy. Old Zhang. Don't worry. Chenyu's tone was calm and natural. I know what I'm doing. When have you ever seen me so stupid as to throw myself into a flame? If you are worried about the central hospital, go over and guard it. Just let everyone in the hotel be alert. Brother Chen. Tell me your location, and I'll go to support you. No need. Lao Zhang. I'm freer alone. Don't worry. I won't die. I want to survive more than anyone else. That's it. After that, the communication was cut off. Zhang Yang was stunned. What the hell? This kid seems to know that the other party is a mercenary organization. Still so confident? What on earth does he rely on? Zhang Yang doubted Chenyu's identity for the first time. This kid's tactics and strategy are actually quite cool. And his methods are terrifying. He can often get exaggerated military weapons. For example, the military flamethrower and sniper rifle that dealt with the crows last time. When asked about it afterwards, he kept his mouth shut. He didn't reveal any information at all. Although he had never seen Chenyu take action, Zhang Yang had a hunch that this guy might be incredibly strong. At least, he was as physically fit as a soldier. This was weird. How did he, a college student, do all this? Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. What to do now? Chenyu didn't come back either. And he wanted to fight with that group of people. He wanted to help. But he didn't know the target's location. He was in a big headache. After thinking about it, there was nothing he could do. Now he could only wait. Zhang Yang quickly prepared his weapons and hurried downstairs to the reception room on the 7th floor. After taking a look at Xiaoling, he called Fang Jing out and whispered a few words to her, just reminding her to let everyone be on guard. Fang Jing was to guard the sniper point on the top floor. The others were on alert 24 hours a day. As for Chinyu, Zhang Yang didn't say anything. He was afraid of scaring these people. Then, Zhang Yang took Xiaoling and quickly left the hotel and rushed to the central hospital. At this time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sun was gradually setting. On the way, Xiaoling's wound under her ribs began to bleed because she walked too fast, and her walking speed gradually slowed down. Zhang Yang glanced at her. Without saying a word, he went over and carried her on his back. Xiaoling wanted to refuse. As a result, Zhang Yang said with a sullen face, "Obey orders. The mission is important." "Yes." Xiaoling climbed onto Zhang Yang's back. Zhang Yang began to speed up while carrying Xiaoling. Now, he not only had the weight of a woman on him, but also the weight of a weapon, which was definitely the limit of weight training. But Zhang Yang seemed to be able to do it with ease. This kind of weight was really child's play for him. A soldier in the Army Special Forces. Besides, Jiangbei Hotel was less than 5 kilometers away from the central hospital, so it was really not a big deal. While carrying her on his back, Xiaoling's face was a little hot. After a long silence, he suddenly asked softly, "Chief, was it you who used the sniper rifle on the roof?" "Yes," Zhang Yang replied casually. Xiaoling's face became even hotter, and she said a little shyly, "Then forget it." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. If you have any questions, just ask them." "Why are you so hesitant as a female comrade? Do you have the courage of a soldier?" Zhang Yang asked with a frown. Xiaoling blushed, gritted her teeth, and slowly asked, "I want to ask. Did you see when my bra fell down?" Zhang Yang was stunned. He almost forgot about this. Embarrassed, after hesitating for a while, Zhang Yang said 503, "I saw it." Then, Xiaoling stopped talking. Zhang Yang stopped talking too. The two of them were so awkward. They were awkward all the way to the central hospital. When the guards at the hospital gate saw Zhang Yang carrying Xiaoling back, they all stared at them with strange expressions. After Zhang Yang entered the hospital, he immediately called medical staff to help Xiaoling clean the wound. He hurried to the command office. Soon, Zhang Yang met Lu Yuanchao. "Old Lu. Xiao Zhang. Thank you. I finally found you." Zhang Yang shook hands with Lu Yuanchao, and then looked at Zhong Xiangnan, who stood up. "Director Zhong." "Hello." The two also shook hands. Without waiting for Lu Yuanchao to speak, Zhong Xiangnan asked directly, "Xiao Zhang, can you go to the food factory and bring me some important materials?" "Sure. Give me the information and I'll find it." Zhang Yang nodded without hesitation, then turned back to look at Lu Yuanchao and said seriously, "Old Lu, the people coming from the city may be mercenaries, so you have to be on high alert." "Do you think so too?" Chapter 193 Camp. Lu Yuanchao said helplessly, "It seems that we have the same judgment. I have ordered to strengthen the protection of the hospital, but we don't have enough manpower." "Hold on," Zhang Yang said thoughtfully. "Maybe a miracle will happen. Maybe that group of people will not survive tonight." "Old Lu, pray. Miracle?" Lu Yuanchao was stunned. In this era, can there be miracles? It's past 5 o'clock. Chinyu climbed up the tall building, disguised himself with camouflage, and observed the camp of the group of people with a high-powered telescope. All of them were in a shopping mall on the edge of the city. The telescope can only see the surrounding environment. I can't see their people. The sniper from before has never come out again. Through the mental map, it can be judged that this group of people has been in the mall and has never come out. There are 22 people in total. They are very cautious. They didn't even show their faces at the window. They were probably scared. Chinyu's rocket blew up their jeep and killed 4 people. This group of people also felt threatened to some extent, but they didn't come out to seek revenge on me. Instead, they stayed in the mall. This can be inferred that they don't care about me being a lone ranger. 35.6%. 1412. 248 optical stealth. Blow up 2/8 of these guys. But they have a more important target. It's probably the central hospital. In this Doomsday world, hospital supplies are the most sought after. Even if they are international mercenaries, each of them has experienced many battles. But once they get sick, they can only wait to die or be abandoned without medicine. So they will definitely take over the central hospital and rob the medical supplies. Chinyu carefully observed the terrain there. It's a bit troublesome. Although using mortars to bomb there now may bury all of them. But the helicopter is downstairs. Once the mortar is used, the helicopter will definitely be destroyed. There are many cars and even large ships in Shinyu's space. But there are really no planes. I didn't get them. I don't know how to fly. I didn't fly a plane in my previous life. But now, there is a professional pilot, Fang Jing, by my side. So I must get that helicopter. Change the plan. Now the sky is getting darker, and the sun is setting. It is more suitable for a sneak attack. Shinyu moved the telescope to the ground and carefully looked at the position of the several cars parked below and the helicopter. This group of people also has a lot of cars. A total of 9. They are all jeeps or SUVs with very good maneuverability. Shinyu blinked and suddenly smiled. First, collect those cars and helicopters. There should be a lot of supplies in the cars. Now the sun is about to set, and the whole city is immersed in a dim light. It is very suitable for petty theft. In addition, Shinyu has a king-level camouflage skill, so stealing a few of his cars and helicopters is easy. Shinyu quickly put away the telescope, turned around and called the general to his side, told it not to run around, stay here and wait, and then quickly left the building by himself. Came downstairs. Shinyu was naked and changed his protective color at any time. Started to approach the target mall at a very fast speed. 40 minutes later, Shinyu lurked downstairs of the mall. No one has ever discovered him. Shinyu immediately changed his camouflage method to a fully reflective mirror, creating an optical stealth effect, and then came to the parking space. He touched it, and a car disappeared. He touched it again, and another car disappeared. A few minutes later, all the cars parked under the mall disappeared without a trace. Finally, he came to the helicopter. At this moment, there was a sudden whistle from above. Shinyu looked up. Someone stuck his head out of the window. He looked terrified. He pointed at the bottom and yelled. He spoke in English. Shinyu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just wiped the helicopter with his hand. Whoosh! The helicopter disappeared. The person above was suddenly stunned. Holy shit! A helicopter disappeared out of thin air? Soon, a row of heads appeared on the windows, all looking downstairs. Shinyu opened the mental map and kept monitoring the people in the building, trying not to miss any of them, and catch them all in one fell swoop. The main thing is that if any of these people escape, it will be a disaster for Jiancheng. Shinyu quietly entered the downstairs of the mall, and began to place time bombs in the corners and load-bearing columns at a very fast speed. At the same time, the group began to rush downstairs. Each of them carried weapons, wanting to see what had just happened. All the vehicles disappeared, and the helicopter disappeared right under the eyes of their companions. How could this happen? The mercenaries were actually all scared. For Westerners, there were too many stories about ghosts and gods in the ancient Eastern Xia Kingdom, which was a mythological model that they could not understand. So, was it a ghost? After a group of people rushed to the first floor hall, they all carefully raised their guns, loaded bullets, and stood at the window to observe. They were very cautious. No one rushed out rashly. Unfortunately, Shinyu had already slipped outside, standing behind a corner not far away. He leisurely took out the remote control of the time bomb, turned on the safety, and pressed it without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion suddenly occurred in the mall. The violent shockwave shattered all the doors and windows of the entire first floor hall, and the broken glass exploded like bullets and spread in all directions. Then, there was a loud rumble. The whole building collapsed, directly pressing those people into the ruins. On Shinyu's mental map, the figures of the mercenaries disappeared one after another, and finally all disappeared. All dead? Shinyu clapped his hands, relieved and happy. Wait a minute. Is the sniper dead? Shinyu didn't move, just stood there, keeping the mental map open to observe. A few minutes later, as expected, there was another figure on the mental map. He was accelerating in this direction. It was probably the sniper. He was very cautious. He never stayed with this group of people during breaks. Shinyu quietly waited for the sniper to come and check the situation here. Although optical invisibility is easy to use, it also has a fatal weakness. That is, this invisibility effect only reflects all the light on the body, causing the other party's visual image to disappear. This is not your real invisibility, so the entity is still there. Moreover, you must be naked every time you are invisible. You cannot hold any objects. After all, other objects except the body cannot be invisible. Therefore, this kind of stealth camouflage can only be used for sneak attacks. The moment you take out your weapon, You have already been exposed. Chin Yu didn't want to fight the enemy naked like this. But in order to see the true face of this sniper, he had to hold on for a while. After waiting for a few minutes, on the mental map, the figure that was approaching quickly actually stopped. And after hesitating for a while, he actually started to move away in the opposite direction. Damn. This guy is so alert. Chen Yu immediately chased after him. Chapter 194. The sniper's figure. He rushed straight along the road, slowly opening his supernatural powers. The muscles of his legs began to move rapidly, and his running speed soared. The distance between the two people was rapidly shortened. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Finally, after passing through an alley, Chin Yu had seen the figure of the sniper. He was also running wildly. He was carrying a large sniper rifle on his back. He was holding a radio in his hand? Who was he talking to? Chin Yu's heart suddenly trembled, and an ominous premonition rose in an instant. The sniper suddenly stopped in front. He put down the walkie-talkie and picked up the telescope to look into the distance. Chen Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart. He rushed behind him at a very fast speed. Suddenly, the sniper turned around. He raised the heavy sniper in his hand directly, without even looking, and fired a shot. Blind sniper. This guy is definitely a master, because his hearing is so strong. This blind sniper shot was actually very accurate. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, Chin Yu's ability increased his reaction speed infinitely, and he ducked in a flash. The bullet shot over his head. The sniper was stunned. He clearly heard footsteps behind him, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. What the hell? Just as he was in doubt, Chin Yu had already approached him, grabbed his arms with both hands, and twisted them hard. There was a cracking sound. Both arms were broken. The sniper screamed. The next second, Chin Yu stretched out his hand to block his chest, twisted his waist, and sent his hips to push, and threw him on his back. Plop! The sniper fell to the ground. He fainted directly. Chin Yu was stunned. He raised his hand and looked at it suspiciously. Why did the touch feel wrong when he blocked his chest just now? Not like a man. He squatted down and turned the sniper over to take a look. Dark skin, short hair, rough face, single eyelids, then lips. There was a scar from the eyes to the bridge of the nose. He looked very scaly and looked like a man. Reach out to check her chest? Damn! She's really a woman. She just looks too rough. She's actually a female sniper. Chin Yu looked around and reached out to put all her weapons, including the Barrett heavy sniper, into the space. Then he quickly dragged her into a roadside store. After tying up the woman with ropes, Chin Yu put on his clothes and restored his original appearance. Then he picked up the woman's walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. But Chen Yu didn't say anything. He just held it silently. After 2 or 3 seconds, he released the call button. Not long after, a voice came from the walkie-talkie. Fukada Hizi. Fukada Hizi. What happened just now? We are going to attack immediately. You evacuate there immediately. Return to the team as soon as possible. Although Jiangcheng Central Hospital has few people, it has many weapons. We must catch them off guard. Hearing this, Chin Yu was shocked. This group of people still has a large force? It's bad. Chin Yu quickly turned around and rushed out the door. Picked up his intercom to contact Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. I heard a reply. Zhang Yang? Are you there? Soon. A reply came from the intercom. Brother Chin. I'm here. What's wrong? Are you in danger? Chin Yu quickly replied, It's not me. It's you. That group of mercenaries still has a large force, and they are ready to attack the city hospital. Hurry up. Boom. Before Chen Yu finished speaking, a huge explosion sounded from the intercom. The call was interrupted directly. Chin Yu's heart tightened, and he suddenly jumped onto the second-floor shop, then activated his superpowers and frantically climbed to the roof. Finally, he climbed to the rooftop, picked up the telescope, and looked into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The central hospital was attacked. It looked like it was bombed by a tank. It's over. The outpatient building was attacked from at least 3 directions. This shows that the number of enemies is huge. The one in the western part of the city may be just a small team. Chin Yu immediately changed the channel and shouted loudly, Fang Jing. Fang Jing. Answer the call. Soon. Fang Jing's voice came from the intercom. Brother Yu. My God. The central hospital seems to have been attacked. What should we do? Go to support quickly. Chinyu took a deep breath, quickly observed with a telescope, and reported the attack locations he could see to Fang Jing. Finally, he said quickly, just take Li Zhongjuan with you. You two should find a way to harass and attack the enemy's rear. Take all the heavy weapons. No one else should move. That group of people is a mercenary organization. Not something ordinary people can deal with. Go quickly. Okay. I'll go now. Chinyu gritted his teeth and whispered, Fang Jing. Don't die. I will rush over immediately. Don't die before me. Brother you. No. Fang Jing replied affectionately. And then, there was no movement. Chinyu was extremely anxious. He came down as quickly as possible, took out a brand new jeep, went into the store, picked up the sniper, and threw him into the back seat of the car. She was spared for the time being. We must find out how many members this group has. This matter is very important. As time goes by, people who have escaped from the southeast coastal cities will gradually enter the northwest inland cities. There will be more and more outsiders. Chinyu doesn't care about ordinary people. But members of this group of mercenaries are too powerful. We must be vigilant and get all the information. After tying up the sniper, Chinyu immediately jumped into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator. The big jeep immediately rushed out. Chinyu stepped on the accelerator frantically along the main street. The number of the enemy is unknown. But with tanks, the firepower is terrible enough. The central hospital actually has enough firepower. Before, a regiment of troops was stationed here. Think about it. The ammunition and firearms must be enough. Later, because of the outbreak of the virus, the soldiers could not withstand the ravages of the virus, and the number of people had dropped drastically, which led to insufficient protection. So as long as you persist, you will definitely be able to kill the enemy. I'm afraid that the number of people in the central hospital can't even persist. Chinyu was really anxious. He even used his supernatural powers to control the car. His nerve reflex speed made him keep the car in 5th gear, almost blowing up the accelerator. And the big jeep also showed its strongest power performance. Less than half an hour. The central hospital was in sight in the distance. Chinyu's heart moved. He immediately parked the car on the side of the road. Next to it was an office building. More than 20 floors. It was high enough. It was less than 800 meters away from the battle site. Chinyu decided to provide remote support. He had a lot of weapons on him, enough to support the battlefield. But in order to prevent people from seeing his exaggerated advanced weapons, he still had to hide a little. So Chinyu parked the car, tied up the sniper again, hid the car, and quickly climbed up to the rooftop of the office building. He found a place to hide. He picked up the telescope and took a quick look at the battlefield. Damn! On the street outside the hospital, at least 2 kilometers away, a tank was parked on a large semi-trailer heavy truck. Chapter 195 Target. This group of people is experienced. They didn't drive the tank directly, because that would make too much noise. But if they drove a heavy truck and slowly approached the target in the blind spot, it would be much easier. You know, the effective range of ordinary tanks is 1,800 to 2,500 meters. Some heavy tanks have a shooting range of more than 5 kilometers. For example, the British Challenger 1 main battle tank. It can destroy targets at a distance of 5,100 meters. And our country's latest indirect aiming device can help the Type 59 tank hit targets more than 14 kilometers away. Very exaggerated. In addition, the hospital was short of manpower, and there must be loopholes in its defense. So it was too easy to attack the hospital without anyone noticing. Chinyu immediately stared at the tank in the distance, and quickly took out the shoulder-mounted PF-89 anti-tank rocket from the space. This is a domestic anti-tank rocket. Chinyu fired the rocket launcher, aimed at the tank in the distance, and muttered, "Damn it! Come on! Let's have fun together." After that, he pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! A tail of fire burst out. A few seconds later, the tank in the distance exploded with a rumble, and the heavy truck was scrapped at the same time. A flame rose into the sky. On the battlefield, both sides were stunned. Damn! Who blew up the tank? A rocket hit the target. Chinyu threw away the rocket launcher and set up the Barrett heavy sniper. Use this. There are still 3 bullets in the magazine. And there are also many large sniper bullets in his own space that can be used by Barrett. Chinyu set up the heavy sniper and aimed at the hospital building in the distance. The group had already attacked. There were gunshots on different floors in the building. There were also gunshots in the hospital area. Chin-Yu was a little surprised. According to this attack mode, it seems that there must be at least 50 or 60 people in this group. Did so many mercenaries survive? It shouldn't be that much. Most of them are probably desperate criminals who were taken in on the way. Chin-Yu unfolded the mental map and first looked for Zhang Yang's figure in it. Because he had lived with these people for a long time, Chin-Yu knew the light and shadow of each person on the mental map. Soon, he found Zhang Yang. He was almost forced to the top floor. There should be 7 or 8 soldiers following him. There were also several ordinary people protecting him behind him. These people fought and retreated, and kept retreating upstairs. After finding him, Chin-Yu didn't have the energy to pay attention to others. So he combined the guidance of the mental map and used the scope of the heavy sniper to start long-range sniping. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the window in the distant corridor was shattered. Among the enemies chasing below, the one who rushed the fastest was shot. Bang! Another shot. Another person was blown out through the window. The people chasing in the building quickly dispersed, and temporarily slowed down the pursuit speed. Avoiding the window, Zhang Yang and his men got some buffer time and quickly rushed upstairs. Bang! Another shot. It hit the wall. The broken stones on the wall flew everywhere, and a huge deep pit appeared. Chin-Yu quickly changed the magazine. Another shot. Bang! The wall was shot through. One of the pursuers inside fell to the ground again. This time, the pursuers behind escaped, turning around and running, all going into other rooms, hiding and looking for cover. Chin-Yu took out his intercom and pressed the call button. Lao Zhang, go to the rooftop quickly. I'll help you deal with the tail behind you. Soon. Zhang Yang's exclamation came from the radio intercom. Brother Chen? Is it you? Did you shoot the sniper rifle just now? Yes. It was me. Good guy. You kid. Forget it. I surrender to you. Brother Chen. You saved me again. I dare not say I will protect you again in the future. Chin-Yu stared at the scope and said softly, Okay. Hurry up. I can't take care of too many things by myself. I can only protect you. As soon as the voice fell, the edge of the wall was suddenly attacked by a string of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The wall on the rooftop was cracked. Chin-Yu dodged quickly and was almost hit in the eye by the broken stones. He has been discovered by the enemy. There are so many experts among these people. Chin-Yu rolled over and changed his position again, but did not touch the heavy sniper. Instead, he took out the M16 assault rifle from the space again. Then he squatted on the other side and began to observe the enemy who attacked him. On a nearby street, the group drove a pickup truck over. There was a man standing on the trailer behind, also holding an M16 assault rifle. Chin-Yu raised his gun, aimed at the car, and fired a burst of shots. The car below was suddenly attacked. It didn't expect that the people on it not only had heavy snipers, but also assault rifles. As a result, it was beaten and turned around awkwardly, and crashed into the isolation belt on the side of the road. Chin-Yu aimed at the people in the car and shot them mercilessly. Soon, the wave of people coming over was killed. As a result, before Chin-Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw a rocket flying in another direction from the corner of his eye. Damn! Chin-Yu immediately activated his superpowers and dodged more than 10 meters away in a few seconds. Boom! There was a loud noise. The position where he had just stood to fight back had been blown down. Damn! There were so many people. Chin-Yu was unhappy. From the mental map, he monitored the place where the enemies were gathered below, and simply pulled out a 4-round shoulder-fired rocket launcher from the space. Then he quickly changed his position, aimed and fired. Fire! Swish! 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 The 4 rockets were returned. In a blink of an eye, there was a loud rumble below, and fireballs kept rising into the sky. Chin-Yu casually threw away the rocket launcher, returned to the buried heavy sniper again, set up the heavy sniper, and continued to start long-range sniping. In this way, the enemy began to fight on 2 fronts. Many people made a detour and surrounded the building where Chin-Yu was, but they were horrified to find that there were no idea how many people were ambushed in this building, which was really fucking terrifying and thrilling. There were all kinds of weapons, heavy sniper equipment, grenades, anti-tank missiles, shoulder-fired 4-round rocket launchers. Wow! Was there an arsenal deployed up there? An ambush for a company? In this way, The battle lasted for more than an hour. All those who came to encircle Chen Yu were defeated. Many of the others who attacked the central hospital took out the medical supplies in the hospital and prepared to transport them away by car. As a result, the car could not be driven out no matter what. Whoever went there would die. The sniper on the office building in the distance was like a clairvoyant. While they were defending the people downstairs, they could use heavy snipers to deal with anyone who approached the car. So, after more than an hour of stalemate, the group suddenly retreated. They retreated quickly from another direction. They left only corpses on the ground. Judging from the number of people who retreated, there were less than 40 people. It is estimated that there were also many casualties. However, the casualties they caused were greater. The emergency building and administrative building of the central hospital collapsed completely. The ordinary people and their families living in them should all be dead. Standing on the rooftop, Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about the others, as long as he could save Zhang Yang. Even if the two virology experts died, Chen Yu would not be nervous. After all, he already knew the secret of opening the superpower. Chapter 196 Traces. If it doesn't work, we will give up the Jianbei Hotel as our base in the future. Go north to Tibet, and wait for the country's last strength in that mysterious safe zone. At that time, there will definitely be a solution. Chen Yu put away all his weapons and contacted Fang Jing and Li Zhongjuan on the radio. They are both fine. Fang Jing was slightly injured, but the two of them just kept harassing and attacking in the rear. So the danger is not great. In this battle, Chen Yu saved the people he wanted to save. I just don't know the casualties in the hospital. Chen Yu and Zhang Yan agreed on a meeting place, and immediately hurried downstairs to the place where the car was hidden and got into the jeep. At this moment, the female sniper has woken up. She should have tried to escape, but failed, because her arms were broken. There were marks of teeth on the rope that tied her. As soon as she saw Chen Yu coming back, the female sniper immediately showed a fierce expression and glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu did not say anything. He just looked at her silently, without a trace of humanity in his eyes. At a certain moment, a dog barking sounded in the distance outside the car. It was the general who found it himself. He probably heard the sound of fighting here and followed the sound to find it. Chen Yu immediately opened the car door. Soon, the general's huge body jumped into the car and rushed directly into Chen Yu's arms for a while. When the woman saw the general getting on the car, she was so scared that she opened her mouth wide. Her face was full of horror. Such a big three-eyed dog? The female sniper was really shocked. She had never seen such a big dog, and it had a mouth full of fangs, and even had an extra strange eye on its forehead. She was so scared that she kept shrinking back. Chen Yu patted the general's head and finally spoke. Shinda Hizi? Right. I believe you can definitely speak Xiagua language. And you can speak it very fluently. The female sniper was nervous, but she still didn't speak. Chen Yu said indifferently, remember, I will only ask you once. If you don't tell me, you will be the general's dinner. He touched the general's head. The general turned his head and looked at the female sniper. Suddenly he opened his mouth and roared. The sound was deafening. The female sniper was so scared that she trembled all over and blurted out, What do you want to ask? What do you want to know? Let it leave me. The general did not retreat after she shouted. Instead, he took a step closer. He stared at the female sniper fiercely. Chen Yu ignored her resistance and asked indifferently, How many people are there in total? I don't know. The female sniper shouted back. You don't know? Yes. I don't know at all. No one knows the exact number except the Spade Jack. Chen Yu asked in confusion, Spade Jack? Yes. Our leader. Who is he? The female sniper gritted her teeth and said, North American mercenaries. He is very powerful. It is the only one of you. If you say the only one again, I will kill you. Chen Yu looked at her coldly. The female sniper sneered with disdain. You will not kill me. You need our information. Before I tell you the information, you will not. Before she finished her words, Chen Yu waved his hand impatiently. General, she is your dinner. After that, he turned around, pushed the door, and got out of the car. The female sniper was stunned, looking at Chen Yu in horror. She screamed, You, how can you do this? You can't, In the car, a scream of terror mixed with the general's low roar. Soon, the woman fell silent. Chen Yu stood outside, leaning against the car body, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. Spade J? This sounded like a code name. It should be a white pig. Probably the mastermind behind the management of those mercenaries. This person contacted all the mercenaries and rescued the southeast coastal cities. So these mercenaries worked for him. The female sniper actually didn't have any valuable information to inquire. She didn't even know how many people there were. It can be seen that Spade J is very good at managing these people. Divide everyone into small teams. Different teams do different jobs. This team of female snipers should only be used to search for supplies. It doesn't matter if they are killed. More than 30 people escaped from this group. They suffered a great loss, and it is impossible for them to leave Jiancheng. They must be hiding somewhere. As long as they are in Jiancheng, Chen Yu can find them. Next time, just kill this group of people. Chen Yu relaxes himself while smoking. The battle just now was also a very tense battle for him. The spirit is tense. Before he evolves to the point of being invulnerable, there is still the possibility of accidents at any time. The battlefield changes rapidly. You don't know where a bullet flying from can take your life. So Chen Yu needs to relax. In the car, the female sniper is dead. The general was eating with a snort. Soon, he finished a cigarette. Chen Yu turned around and got in the car, not caring about the mess and blood behind him, and drove directly to the hospital. A few minutes later, Chen Yu parked the car downstairs of the hospital. There were more than a dozen people gathered below. Fang Jing and Li Zhongjuan also came. Zhang Yan also got off. There were some people around. Seeing Chen Yu get out of the car, Fang Jing ran over and grabbed him with joy. Brother Yu, are you okay? I'm fine. Chen Yu looked at the wound on her leg. How about you? Is it serious? It's okay. It was just scratched by the debris from the explosion. It's not a big deal. Just go back and get some medicine. However, the central hospital suffered heavy casualties, and there are only a dozen people left. Fang Jing's face was pale. At this time, Zhang Yan also came over with Li Zhongjuan and others. Brother Chen. Xiao Chen. You are here. Chen Yu looked at the two people and nodded. I'm glad you are okay. Zhang Yan quickly grabbed Chen Yu and brought him to Lu Yuanchao. Captain Lu. He is Chen Yu. It was him who tied down most of the enemy's firepower on that building. Lu Yuanchao had one arm hanging. It seems that he was also injured. Looking at Chen Yu's miserable face, he sighed. Young man. Thank you. Where are the others? Why are you the only one here? What do you mean by others? Chen Yu looked at him in confusion. Lu Yuanchao was stunned. Didn't you lead people to contain the enemy's firepower? I didn't lead anyone. What? Lu Yuanchao was stunned. You mean, you are the only one in that building? Yes. Lu Yuanchao was dumbfounded. One person? Where did he get so many heavy firepower weapons? And one person contained the firepower of at least 20 to 30 enemies. And at the same time, he could use a sniper rifle to cover Chang Yang and others? Is this nonsense? However, Lu Yuanchao soon found that none of those who knew Chen Yu had a suspicious look in their eyes. All of them were very sure. They heard nothing unusual. Is this a ghost? Who is this guy? Is he more powerful than Zhang Yang, the king of special forces? At this time, Zhang Yang didn't want to dwell on this issue, because even he couldn't figure out Chen Yu's strength, let alone others. Chapter 197 My Own Mission. So he patted Lu Yuanchao on the shoulder and whispered, Old Lu, let's talk about business first. Oh, right. Lu Yuanchao nodded quickly, looked back at the few people behind him who were in a state of depression, and looked at Chen Yu again helplessly. Young man, I heard from Xiao Zhang that you have a place to stay in Jianbei Hotel. Yeah. Chen Yu glanced at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hurriedly explained, Brother Chen, there is no way. The central hospital is completely destroyed. There are only 16 people left alive here. He pointed to the two people behind Li Yuanchao and said, these two experts were protected by me. One is Zhong Xiangnan, the director of the Institute of Virology, and the other is Lu Guqin, the chief expert. The two experts did not come over to talk. They just nodded tiredly at Chen Yu. They were still somewhat suspicious of Chen Yu's identity, especially when they heard that he alone had tied down the firepower of 20 to 30 enemies. It felt a bit ridiculous. Chen Yu did not take it seriously. After nodding in return, he looked at Zhang Yang and said, do you want them to go to the hotel? Yes. Zhang Yang said helplessly, if we go somewhere else, I will have to separate from you. But I can't give up my own mission. Moreover, of these 16 people, except for 2 experts and an assistant, The rest are Captain Liu and 13 surviving soldiers. They are all real warriors. Going to the hotel can also improve the hotel's defense capabilities. Brother Chen. Zhang Yang walked over, put his arm around Chen Yu's shoulder, and walked a little further away. Sighing in a low voice, all the families of these people were killed, including the families of the 2 experts. The family building of the hospital was hit by a tank and 2 rockets, and collapsed directly from the bottom. We have no time to save people. The group of mercenaries fled here temporarily, and I believe they will come back sooner or later. Right now, I can only think of the hotel. If you don't take them in, I can only take them to find another place to settle down, then find a way to send them out of Jiancheng. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly patted his arm. Okay. Stop talking. Lao Zhang. Although I have my principles, they all meet my principles of taking in. So don't worry. I won't refuse. Zhang Yang was stunned. He stared at Qin Yu blankly, and his eyes unexpectedly turned red. He grabbed Qin Yu's arm tightly and whispered in a hoarse voice, Qin Yu. Zhang Yang, rarely obey anyone in my life. But you, brother, I really obey you. From now on, I will sell my life to you. Chen Yu smiled faintly. He bumped fists with him. He didn't say anything else. At this time, what's the point of taking some risks to gain a brother who has risked his life? Qin Yu accepted all the remaining 16 people in the central hospital, mainly for the research and development of the inhibitory serum. Qin Yu had a plan in mind. The 2 virus experts were unexpectedly saved by Zhang Yang, which means infinite possibilities. There are still many floors of vacant rooms in Jianbei Hotel. It's too easy to build a few laboratories. The research and development of the inhibitory serum cannot be stopped. Otherwise, Qin Yu doesn't dare to use his supernatural power at full strength now. He is afraid that overexerting himself will cause damage to his brain. If he becomes a machine that only knows how to kill, then life is worse than death. So this problem must be solved. Anyway, among these 16 people, there are 2 experts and 1 assistant. The remaining 13, including Liu Yuanzhao and Xiao Ling, are all experienced warriors. They are loyal to orders and loyal to their duties. Staying in Jianbei Hotel is a kind of protective force. Now that the half-year period has passed, the virus outbreak has entered its climax, and the number of survivors around the world is shrinking sharply. After the new year, the beast tide is basically about to form. In the last life, Jianbei Hotel was not affected. Maybe it's because there is no one here. In this life, the hotel has become Qin Yu's lair, and it may attract the impact of the beast tide. So we have to strengthen our defense. These people are all valuable assets. After Qin Yu exchanged opinions with Liu Yuanzhao and Zhong Xiangnan, he prepared to take them back to the hotel. Before leaving, Qin Yu came to Zhong Xiangnan and whispered, Director Zhong, are there any experimental materials here that need to be taken back? Alas. Zhong Xiangnan sighed, looked back at the messy campus, shook his head and said, it's meaningless. The most important experimental subject has been buried in the ruins and must be destroyed. Experimental subject? Qin Yu blinked. I met Gao Xiang for the last time before, and I learned from him what Director Zhong's team was researching. Where did the experimental subject come from? You know everything? Zhong Xiangnan said weakly, like a deflated ball. Since you know everything, I don't need to hide it. The experimental subject was actually a male doctor in the hospital. At first, he was found dead in a storage room on the top floor by the hospital staff. He was shot in the head. So at first, the hospital staff sent him to the morgue as an ordinary corpse. As a result, after a period of no care, the corpse suddenly walked out of the morgue one day, which scared everyone at the time. The corpse turned into a zombie-like life form. So he became our research subject. What a pity. Just when the research was about to enter a critical node, such a thing happened. Now everything is ruined. After listening to this, Chen Yu looked a little strange. The male doctor who died in the top storage room? Shot in the head? Could it be the male doctor who molested Suya's body? Didn't he kill himself? He actually mutated? How did he mutate? Qin Yu couldn't help asking, how did he become a special life form? His lower body was contaminated with some extremely special viruses. We have been studying that kind of virus. Oh! Chen Yu nodded suddenly. To put it bluntly, the source of the virus is still in Suya. Director Zhong, if you go to Jianbei Hotel, are you still able to rebuild the experimental conditions? Rebuild? Zhong Xiangnan shook his head and smiled bitterly. even if the experimental environment and experimental materials can be rebuilt. Our target experimental subject must have been destroyed. Without the experimental subject, what is the point of everything else? I have an experimental subject. Qinyu looked at Xiangnan with a blank look. What? I have an experimental subject. What experimental subject do you have? Director Zhong. Do you know how your experimental subject's lower body was infected with the virus? Zhong Xiangnan shook his head, with a suspicious look on his face. Qinyu said lightly, I know. How do you know? Zhong Xiangnan widened his eyes, and asked curiously, Do you know what happened? I know. Because I saw it. Chapter 198 Blow up his head. Qinyu lowered his voice and said, I blew up the head of your experimental subject. Ah? Zhong Xiangnan was shocked. Qinyu continued, There was a corpse soaked in formalin in that storage room before. Did you know that? I know that. It has been lost. It's not lost. I took it away. Qinyu said frankly, I accidentally saw your experimental subject in the top storage room, committing indecent acts on the corpse. And it has been going on for more than 1 or 2 days. So I blew up his head. Zhong Xiangnan's face was dark. In fact, he also guessed the source of the virus in the experimental subject's lower body. But he didn't expect that the target was actually a corpse. Isn't this abnormal? At this time, Qinyu leaned close to Zhong Xiangnan's ear and whispered, To make a long story short, the body is here with me. Instead of studying variants, you might as well study the source. Am I right? Do you really have that female body? Zhong Xiangnan's voice trembled a little. Yes. Where is the body? When you arrive at Jianbei Hotel, I will bring it to you. Okay. Zhong Xiangnan seemed to have regained his vitality. His eyes slowly brightened. And he murmured, But now there is still a problem. What problem? Although the experimental subject is available, all the data is not lost in my USB drive. However, all the materials and analytical instruments in the laboratory are gone. Jianbei Hotel can't possibly have these things. Right? Qinyu let out a long sigh and said, Director Zhong, I will help you build the experimental environment. Whatever you need, I will find it for you. Really? Really? Okay. Zhong Xiangnan excitedly stretched out his hand to Qinyu. Young man. Then it's settled. When we get to Jianbei Hotel, we will restart the virus research project. Okay. Qinyu held his hand tightly. At this time, Zhang Yang shouted from a distance, Brother Chen. Director Zhong is here. Ready to go. Let's go to the hotel to settle down first. Here we go. Qinyu patted Zhong Xiangnan's arm. The two turned and walked towards the convoy. Although the central hospital suffered heavy casualties, and almost all the people were gone, there were still a lot of military supplies left by the previous troops, including some vehicles and weapons. So Lu Yuanchao loaded everything he could, including the medicine resources that the group of mercenaries had snatched from the hospital but failed to take away. The group drove 5 vehicles, a heavy truck, and 2 tanks, forming a mighty team. In fact, there were only a dozen people in total. Fang Jing drove Qinyu's jeep. As soon as she got in the car, she found that the general was chewing on human limbs in the car, which almost made her vomit. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought Qinyu was really a man without any taboos. Just brought the general here like this? After everyone got on the car, Zhang Yang looked at the many supplies left in the distance, and shook his head helplessly. Maybe I have to run back a few times. I hope that group of people don't come back too soon. Otherwise these things will be given away in vain. Old Zhang. Greed is insatiable. Okay. Send them to the hotel quickly. Let Fang Jing help arrange the room. Maybe something will happen later. Yeah. Hey. Why don't you get in the car? Qinyu looked back at the ruins. I'll walk around. Then. Okay. We'll go back first. Yeah. Zhang Yang shouted with the intercom. Let's go. So, the convoy slowly left the hospital. After watching the convoy leave, Qinyu opened the mental map, monitored that there were no more living people around, and immediately began to search for the remaining supplies. At the same time, he slowly approached the ruins of the building. Qinyu searched back and forth in the ruins of the hospital for 4 or 5 times, and finally confirmed that there was nothing missed. At the same time, all the supplies left by the military were also collected into his space. Finally, he took another look and found that there was nothing valuable. So he quickly left the ruins. The surroundings slowly fell into silence. The whole city seemed dead. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. At a certain moment, there was a sudden crash on the ground of the hospital ruins. A figure propped up his body from the ruins wall and slowly stood up. The figure was naked and his face was dull. His eyes were empty. The two eyeballs were like rotten grapes, swaying with pus. His body was also incomplete. His arm was broken and only half of one thigh was left. But the figure was unaware. He just stood there in the ruins. As time went by, his broken arms and legs were slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Muscles and tendons could even be seen slowly wriggling at the fracture. After the broken leg completely regrew, the figure began to stagger down from the ruins, wandering on the long street like a zombie, and slowly walked away. 3 days later, in Jianbei Hotel, Zhong Xiangnan and his group settled down in the hotel. However, Lu Guqin fell ill. She was anxious. Lu Guqin was the chief expert of the Institute of Virology, older than Zhong Xiangnan, already 66 years old. Her family had received the best protection in the central hospital. Unfortunately, they are all dead now. The old lady couldn't resist and fell ill. Fortunately, there were enough medicines in the hotel. Lu Guqin's life was maintained. Zhong Xiangnan was relatively strong. His family was gone, but he was also a workaholic who was obsessed with scientific research. So after learning that Qin Yu had the source of the virus, he was like a chicken with blood. He turned his sadness into motivation. He vowed to reproduce the experimental environment and experimental projects in Jianbei Hotel. So during these 3 days, he had been taking the only remaining assistant and 2 of the 13 surviving soldiers who came with him as helpers, and led these people to open a new laboratory on the 15th floor. Lu Yuanchao stayed on the 7th floor to accompany Li Zhongyuan. The remaining 9 soldiers were also arranged in key positions, responsible for guarding the building. These people found out that after changing the environment, they suddenly felt like they were in heaven. The living environment here is really different from that in the hospital. In the hospital, everyone feels that the responsibility on their shoulders is heavy, because there are too many ordinary people who need to be protected. This failure made these soldiers feel heavy in their hearts. They all felt that it was their own dereliction of duty. But in fact, they survived because of the bloody battle. So in Jianbei Hotel, this is a completely different feeling, because there are not so many ordinary people and their families in the hotel who need to be protected. It is naturally not so tense, and the target here is not obvious. Unlike the central hospital, no matter whether they are from this city or from outside, almost as soon as you ask, you will know that there are troops stationed in the central hospital, and there must be medical resources there. In the Doomsday, the importance of medical resources is known to fools. So now you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 199 Relieved. However, as more and more people came to the hotel, more and more supplies were needed. Qin Yu did not share the supplies in his space. That was not a good habit. These people must not be overly dependent on their own resources. Therefore, Qin Yu, Zhang Yang, and Li Yuanchao worked out the rules for going out to find supplies. 3 people go out each time. The 3-person combat team is the most mobile. Moreover, the candidates for going out are also fixed. In addition to the 9 soldiers, the rest of the people, such as Dong Zhou, Zhong Xiangnan and Lu Guqin, and the 3 children, all have rotations, including Lu Yu, Li Xiaoyun and Fanya. So for safety reasons, there must be 2 battle-hardened warriors in each group of 3. This separates all the ordinary people. Once the rules are established, they must be followed. There are few people here, so everyone is not under much pressure. Even Li Yuanchao, a veteran who had been on the battlefield, was truly relieved. Before in the hospital, he had hardly slept well for a night. Surviving the Doomsday is harder than going to the battlefield. This is the real test. In this way, the scale of Jianbei Hotel has been increased again. The overall strength has also been strengthened again. After completely settling everything in the hotel, Qin Yu was ready to go out again. This time, he was going after that group of mercenaries. Qin Yu wanted to completely clear Jiancheng. If that group of mercenaries was not eliminated, his own people would be in danger sooner or later. Therefore, taking the initiative was the best way. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Qin Yu was brushing his teeth at the window of the top-floor luxury suite when suddenly there was a rumbling sound and explosions in the distance in the southern part of the city. Everyone rushed to the window to look out. Fang Jing stood beside Qin Yu and whispered, "That group of people is taking action again." Well, it is estimated that the Fuguei fish farm is in trouble. Fong Jing frowned. If that group of people has a boat, our hotel may be exposed sooner or later. It's okay. Chin-Yu picked up the toothbrush and rinsed a mouthful of water. After spitting it out, he wiped his mouth with a towel, looked at the distance and said coldly, I'll go to solve the hidden danger. You want to go alone again? Fong Jing quickly hugged Chin-Yu's waist, looked up at him and whispered, Can't you take me with you once? I'm not an ordinary person. I know. Chin-Yu stretched out his hand and pinched her chin, but you need to coordinate more here. Whether it's Zhang Yang or Lu Yuanchao. They are all rough men. This place is slowly starting to form a scale, and a careful woman is needed to stay here. After saying that, she suddenly laughed and said, Do you know why many large forces outside are led by women? I don't know. Fong Jing shook her head. Because men are willing to listen to women's words, no matter if they are old or young. Especially when beautiful women say it. Fong Jing blushed and lowered her head and said, How can I be considered a beautiful woman? Fong Jing. Don't be modest. Look in the mirror. You are getting more and more beautiful now. Go. Tease me again. Fong Jing ran away with a red face. Although she couldn't follow Chin-Yu, she was coaxed by him, and all her complaints disappeared. Moreover, it was indeed very convenient for Chin-Yu to go out alone. Maybe it was really a burden to bring myself with him. Half an hour later, Chin-Yu was ready. It's time to set off. This time, he didn't plan to bring the general with him. The group had already reached the south of the city, and had a conflict with the Fuguei fish farm. The south was all water. It was not convenient to bring the general with him. It would be more convenient for Chin-Yu to go alone. So Fong Jing and others sent Chin-Yu to the balcony on the 7th floor downstairs. There, the boat had been prepared for him. Chin-Yu got on the boat, and Zhang Yang came close and whispered, Are you sure? Do you need to take me with you? No. Humph. You really don't give me face. Zhang Yang hummed twice, and then said, Director Zhong asked me to ask you. His experimental environment is almost ready. When will you help him find the experimental equipment? Wait until I come back. Chin-Yu gestured with his hand. 2 days at the fastest. 5 days at the longest. Don't be anxious. Take it easy. Old experts also need to rest. And they need to know how to combine work and rest. After that, he turned around and sailed away. After the boat slowly went away, Zhang Yang scratched his head, turned back and murmured, Am I dazzled? What's wrong? Fong Jing hurriedly asked nervously, fearing that Chin-Yu had another problem. I just seemed to see that the pile of bedding in Brother Chin's boat moved. Where's the general? Didn't the general follow? No. Afin. Fong Jing shook her head, and then her face suddenly changed. Where's Chiu Lei? Where's Dong Chiu Lei? Is she there? Xiao Jiang. Where's Dong Chiu Lei? In the corridor behind him. Jiang Zhan quickly ran over, his face dejected. Sister Jing. Chiu Lei seems to be missing. It's over. Fong Jing's face was dark, and she turned her head to look at the boats in the distance. Chin-Yu drove the boat and headed south. The south of the city is all water. It is basically occupied by the Fuguei fish farm. They are also the only super large force left in Jiancheng, and they also have a lot of people. However, it may be a bit bad now. Not long after getting up in the morning, there were continuous explosions from the south of the city. There were also gunshots. With such fierce firepower, it is very likely that the remaining group of mercenaries took down the Fuguei fish farm. Chin-Yu decided to go and take a look. If there is a chance, wipe out that group of people completely. We can't let them slip through the net. Jiancheng can bring in refugee survivors from other cities, but it must not let in such a mercenary group with super combat power. Too dangerous. Chin-Yu's boat was sailing very slowly. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the movements in the distance. Suddenly, there was a strange sound behind him. Chin-Yu turned around suddenly, and took out the Desert Eagle, and aimed it at the stern of the boat. Then the mental map expanded. Chin-Yu was stunned. On the mental map, there was a figure at the stern of his boat. Looking closely, this figure was too familiar. It was Dong Chiu-Lei. Chin-Yu was completely confused. Slowly put away the gun. Just when he was about to speak, he was angry that this girl was so bold that she sneaked onto his boat and hid. Do you really think you are hiding well? Come on. Just hide. I want to see how long you can hold it in. Chin-Yu curled his lips, ignored Dong Chiu-Lei hiding under the tarpaulin at the stern, turned around and continued to drive the boat, moving forward leisurely. But he did not continue to head south. Instead, He slowly turned a corner and started to drive towards the villa area by the river, with Dong Qiulei following. He would slow down for the time being. This girl had been holding back in the hotel for too long, and kept shouting that she wanted to go out with Chinyu. But she never had the chance. Let's take her out for a day now. Before dusk. Find a way to get a boat. Let her go back by herself. And then head to the south of the city. That group of mercenaries is not an ordinary survivor. It will take more than 1 or 2 days to find them and kill them. So Chinyu is not in a hurry. Although there are many people in Jianbei Hotel, it has always been very hidden and has not taken in many ordinary people. So it does not attract the attention of the outside world. Chapter 200 No worries. Therefore, it is safe for the time being. Besides, there are not only 2 veterans like Zhang Yang and Fang Jing. There are more than a dozen battle-hardened soldiers gathered in the hotel now. And there are also veterans like Liu Yuanchao, who is a deputy regiment level figure. So strictly speaking, the current Jianbei Hotel has strong defensive strength. The overall strength is also very strong. Chinyu has no worries. He drove the boat slowly to Suya's community and docked the boat on the roof of a villa. Then he said to himself, I'm hungry. Let's eat some snacks first. As he said, he took out a bag of country-style boiled eggs from the space. He tore open the package and started eating. There was a slight twist under the rainproof cloth. Soon, a bag of boiled eggs was finished. Chinyu took out another bag of spiced melon seeds, tore open the package, and started to crack the seeds. He hummed a little tune while cracking them. The twist under the rainproof cloth became more and more frequent. Chinyu felt funny. Let's see how long you can hold on. After about 5 or 6 minutes of cracking, the rainproof cloth was suddenly opened. Dong Qiulei crawled out from underneath with a red face, looked at Chinyu and said angrily, Brother Yu, did you know I was on the boat a long time ago? Are you deliberately tempting me? Chinyu glanced at her. You are quite patient. Hateful. Brother Yu. Dong Qiulei stamped her feet in shame, causing the boat to sway from side to side. You'd better be gentle, or you'll fall into the water, and I won't go down to save you. Scream. I can swim. Dong Qiulei pouted, then looked around awkwardly, and said resentfully, Brother Yu, why are you here? What's wrong? Are you going to cause trouble for that group of mercenaries? Chinyu nodded, yes. But I'm not in a hurry. I've always searched wherever I go. In this city, as long as you're smart, you can still find supplies. But, Dong Qiulei was a little anxious, and she twisted her long legs, looking around. Chinyu looked at her, but what? I need to pee urgently, Dong Qiulei said with a red face. Chinyu's hands froze. He was so upset. This girl must be moving around because she can't hold it anymore. What a little trouble. There is no place for her to pee here. There is water all around. Chinyu looked helpless. Put away the melon seeds. Turn around and look behind. Pee. Ah? On the boat? Dong Qiulei was embarrassed. What else? You can also go into the water. You don't need to take off your pants in the water, which is more convenient. No. Dong Qiulei looked at Chinyu pitifully and begged, Brother Yu, please find me a place. I can't pee like this. What are you afraid of? I'm not looking at you. Then I'm embarrassed too. Are you going to pee or not? I'll try. Dong Qiulei was at her wit's end. She stared at Chinyu, then slowly lifted her coat and untied her belt a little bit. Then she took off her pants. She squatted down with her head held high. This scene was as embarrassing as it could be. 2 minutes later, Dong Qiulei quickly put her pants back on and said with a sad face, Brother Yu, I can't pee in front of you. It's inconvenient. Chinyu was speechless. Looking back at her, he shook his head helplessly and restarted the fishing boat to drive towards an office building that was still visible not far away. Thank you, Brother Yu. No need. Chinyu said coldly, I will find you a boat later, and you can row back to the hotel by yourself. Don't run around during the journey. Otherwise you won't have to stay in the hotel in the future. Oh! Dong Qiulei saw that Chinyu seemed really angry, and didn't dare to say anything more. Soon, Chinyu drove the boat to the front of the office building. After fixing the boat, 2 people jumped from the boat into the office building. Dong Qiulei took out her gun immediately, with a very professional exploration posture. Chinyu nodded secretly. After more than 2 months of training, she has become more and more in shape. Especially, the one who trained her was Zhang Yang, the king of special forces. The two were in an office on the 5th floor of the office building, and the windows had been broken. There was water inside, too. It was above the knees. The two slowly walked out of the office. Chinyu pointed upstairs. Let's go up there. It should be cleaner. Yeah. Dong Chiole looked solemn. She held the gun carefully. But Chinyu was not alert at all. After the two walked for a while, Dong Chiole suddenly turned her head and looked at Chinyu and whispered, Brother Yu, why don't you even take a weapon? No need. Chinyu was a little amused. He opened his mental map and had already searched the entire office building. There was no one inside. Dong Chiole had no idea that he had this ability. And she muttered, Brother Yu, how could you become so slow? You should be more careful. Okay. Got it. Chinyu nodded. Took out the gun. In order not to discourage her enthusiasm. The little girl can exercise to this level. And the safety of survival in the wild in the future will be greatly improved. Very good. Can't mislead her vigilance. So Chinyu also took out the Desert Eagle and followed her. The two quickly went upstairs. Dong Chiole walked while aiming at Chinyu's gun. And suddenly asked, Brother Yu, can you lend me your gun? You can't use it. Chinyu replied casually. Why? Because it's too heavy. Chinyu pointed to the QSC-193 in her hand and said, Your hand is a pocket-sized 92-style handgun. Light in weight. Suitable for women. And the best domestically produced handgun. But the Desert Eagle is heavy. And women don't have enough wrist strength. So it has no effect at all. Oh, I see. Dong Chiole nodded and murmured, But the Desert Eagle is so cool. Don't always stare at fancy things. Chinyu scolded. Then he pointed to the front. Hurry up and go to the bathroom. Then I'll go. Brother Yu, wait for me at the door. Why? Chinyu looked at her in confusion. I'm here to guard you. What are you afraid of? Do you have to let me go to smell it? No. Dong Chiole blushed. Opened her mouth. Said nothing more. Turned her head and rushed into the bathroom in front like a gust of wind. Chinyu shook his head. A little girl of only 18 years old. It is really difficult to restrain her. At this age, people are the most lively and unrestrained. And they don't follow the rules at all. But this age is also the most courageous and fearless. And they are still full of hope for the future. Chinyu is willing to accept her and Jiang Zhan. And he also thinks that they can bring Chinyu a kind of vitality. So that it won't be too dark. While waiting for people, Chinyu took a look around the office next door. This place has basically been searched. There is nothing valuable left in the office. Buildings like this that can still be exposed on the water basically cannot escape the looting of the Fukue Fish Farm gang. Chapter 201 The Doomsday will not end. A few minutes later, footsteps sounded outside. Dong Chiole came out. Brother Yu? Where are you? Here. Dong Chiole went into the office next door. Looked at Chinyu with a relaxed face and said, Okay. I'm finally a lot more relaxed. Brother Yu, what are you looking for? Just looking around. Chinyu squatted in the corner. Looked at the safe in the corner and said, As long as there is a chance to come out. Don't miss any opportunity to find supplies. Chiole, the doomsday will not end. The disaster will not end. The further you go, the harder it will be to survive. So when you can store supplies, don't be lazy. Oh, I see. Dong Chiole nodded. Squatted beside him. Looked at the safe and asked in confusion, Brother Yu, what's so good about this? Even if there is something inside, it must be money, which is useless to us. Don't jump to conclusions before you see what's inside. Chinyu touched the potholes on the safe. It was probably touched by many people, but no one could open it. This safe is an internationally renowned brand. Shield safe. There is no doubt about its security. Without a password, it is really difficult to crack it by brute force. But that's only for ordinary people. For Chinyu? You can try. He turned his head and looked at Dong Chiole. Go out and find a fire axe and give me one. Ah? A fire axe? Dong Chiole was stunned. If a fire axe can open a safe, is it still a safe? Go if I tell you to. Oh. Dong Chiole got up and ran out obediently. While she was away, Chinyu narrowed his eyes and quickly manipulated the muscle strength with one hand, reaching the level 2 level in a very short time. The skin on his arm had turned blue-black. The muscles were wriggling like snakes. Chinyu's heart moved. One step further. Continuing to manipulate, he saw that Chinyu's finger bones began to pierce the skin, and a layer of gray-white periostem quickly spread from the crack. At this moment, Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his head. He trembled with pain. This feeling was not good. As the headache intensified, Yu's violent thoughts began to rise uncontrollably. He stared at the safe and punched it. Boom! A dull sound. The ground cracked with a spider web-like crack. Inside the safe, the key structure was directly distorted and cracked, and was directly scrapped. Yu quickly released his supernatural state. His heartbeat accelerated sharply. He had the urge to kill. He quickly closed his eyes, took a deep breath with all his strength, and tried to calm his murderous thoughts. It is basically certain. Once the use of superpowers reaches the level of level 2, the human brain will be damaged. Of course, it will not be destroyed all at once. It should be a long process. But when the superpowers reach level 3, I am afraid that the human brain will collapse instantly. It will definitely not be able to withstand such damage. It is estimated that in the previous life, even if the super soldier used the inhibitory serum, he did not completely solve this problem. Because his superpowers are all around level 3. There is no level higher than 3. It's just that there are many types of superpowers. As many as 7. So how to protect the brain must be completely solved. Otherwise, it may not be possible to survive in the future. Superpowers are a double-edged sword. If this problem cannot be solved, anyone who gains superpowers will become a monster that only knows how to kill in the near future. That is more difficult to solve than the mutant beast tide. Yu tried to take a deep breath. At this time, Dong Qiule ran in. She was holding a fire axe in her hand. Brother Yu, I found the fire axe. She ran to Yu's side, and suddenly found that the safe had been smashed and the door of the safe had been shaken open. She immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god! How did it happen?" Brother Yu. Dong Qiule subconsciously grabbed Yu's hand. When she grabbed it, Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The killing thought in his heart had not disappeared. There was an impulse to kill. So Yu's eyes were very scary, full of boundless darkness, cruel and brutal. Dong Qiule was so scared that she froze. The hand that was holding Yu slowly loosened. But at the moment when she let go, Yu suddenly grabbed her hand with his backhand, threw her to the ground, and then pressed on her. A primitive impulse made Yu difficult to suppress. But at the same time, the murderous intention was actually resolved by this primitive impulse. Yu was surprised. Under the urging of violent consciousness, he frantically tore Dong Qiule's clothes. Then, the scene was indescribable. More than an hour later, the office was calm. Dong Qiule curled up on the ground, shaking constantly. Her mind was still blank. She lost her virginity without knowing why. It was her first time. Just like that. Although she had wanted to be Yu's woman, she had never thought it would be like this. Dong Qiule slowly turned her head to look at the man who had just violently violated her, and she gasped at the sight. Yu was lying on the ground, sweating profusely. His forehead was also throbbing with veins. His face was covered with countless black capillaries, and he looked like he was poisoned. Dong Qiule was so scared that she didn't care about her physical discomfort, and rushed to Yu and screamed, "Brother Yu! Brother Yu? What's wrong with you? Brother Yu?" Yu couldn't hear it. At this moment, the violent killing in his brain was completely suppressed by the boundless primitive desire. The combination with Dong Qiule relieved his desire, and his mind began to experience a chaotic state. Although painful, it seemed to quietly change his brain structure. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged in his consciousness. Suya, the figure of the most beautiful corpse king. Yu was secretly shocked in the confusion, because he could touch Suya's mental fluctuations, which meant that his own mental power had broken through the barrier of the subspace. It's amazing. Yu felt very strange now. He could feel that his spirit had broken through a certain barrier. The spirit can be trained. When Yu first got the space power, he only needed to move his consciousness to put the things that his body touched into the subspace. In fact, that was consuming mental power. At the beginning, Yu would feel tired after putting a few things. He had to rest. Just sleep. But as time went on, he kept putting various materials into the subspace. In this process, his mental power was actually constantly being tempered. His mental power became more and more sufficient. What really made him feel that his spirit was getting stronger was that he completely drained the water from the 3 freshwater lakes in the country. Although it took 2 months, he was exhausted almost every day during the period, and his mental strength was exhausted every time. However, after a good night's sleep, his energy was quickly restored. Even the intervals between the 807 rests became shorter and shorter. This shows that his mental strength was growing in an immeasurable way. Chapter 202 Spiritual Power. It's just that Chinyu himself has no idea. After all, he has never come into contact with this kind of thing. Later, he swallowed the crystal core to obtain the second superpower, the mental map. This can also be seen from the diameter of his mental map. The mental map of the first level superpower is 800 meters away, which is already exaggerated. Until now, in the past 6 months, he has taken things out of the space and put things in every day. He is exercising his mental power every moment. So, today, by chance, his mental power seems to have broken through a barrier, entered another level. He could feel Suya's mental fluctuations in the subspace. But since the subspace is only a level 1 ability now, it is a dead space. And there is no concept of time in it. Putting everything in it is equivalent to time standing still. So it is the same for Suya. Although she has also mutated and is in a state of neither death nor life, she can still be put into subspace. But her mental fluctuations have been slowly recovering. The spirit is not bound by the subspace. Chinyu felt her mental fluctuations. So a character image similar to a spirit body formed in his mind. This feeling is too wonderful. Chinyu wanted to get closer and touch Suya's spirit body. However, the closer he got, the weaker Chinyu's energy became. When he was completely close to Suya's spirit body, Chinyu instantly withdrew from that state. It was as if he encountered a protective shield that could annihilate all energy. Chinyu suddenly shook all over, sat up instantly, and panted heavily. Sweat was pouring down his body. It was like being washed by water. Brother you, are you okay? You finally woke up. Brother you, look at me. You look so scary. Dong Qiulei's voice came from the side. Chinyu slowly came back to his senses and looked back at her. This look was frightening. Oops. I think I did that to her. Chinyu was in a big headache. He wiped his face hard and said hoarsely, I'm sorry. It's okay. Seeing Chinyu return to normal, Dong Qiulei also let out a long sigh and said faintly, Brother you, I don't blame you. Chinyu turned around and looked at her. Dong Qiulei's bright eyes were a little red, but still sparkling. Brother you, that was not the real you just now. So I don't care. Just now, something went wrong for me. I know. Dong Qiulei nodded quickly. You look so scary just now. There were blood vessels all over your face. And your eyes were full of darkness and violence. As if you wanted to kill me. Alas. Chinyu rubbed his face with his hands and scratched his hair to make his brain feel better. Then he looked up at Dong Qiulei. Just now, did it hurt? Yeah. Dong Qiulei looked at Chinyu pitifully. That little look almost made Chinyu fall into it again. He quickly stood up and looked outside. But he didn't expect it was already dark outside. Chinyu was shocked. It's already night? Yeah. Dong Qiulei also stood up with difficulty, twisting her legs together, seeming to be very uncomfortable. Chinyu looked at her again and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let's rest here tonight. Wait until you recover. Great. Dong Qiulei clapped her hands in delight. She really has a girlish mind. 18 years old. The age of a flower. Chinyu looked at her with emotion and reached out to touch her hair. Sorry. Although I can't make a promise to your family, you can make other requests. Any request. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Okay. Dong Qiulei smiled sweetly. Then I will make a request now. What request? You are not allowed to send me back. I want to follow you on the mission. Chinyu was very upset. You said it yourself. You can't go back on it. Dong Qiulei looked serious. Okay. Chinyu nodded, then turned and walked to the window, and pulled down the curtains in the office with force, and spread them directly on the floor. When Dong Qiulei saw him spreading these things, her face immediately turned red, and she said in surprise, Brother you, what are you doing? Make a bed. Make a bed for what? Chinyu looked back at her. You're not leaving tonight. So of course you have to make a bed to sleep. What else do you think you're doing? Are you afraid that I'll violate you again? I don't. Dong Qiulei blushed and avoided his gaze. She was obviously delighted. Chinyu continued to make the bed. After making it, he walked to other offices, pulled down 7 or 8 curtains in a row, and put them all on the floor to make the bed soft. It was early winter now, and there was no heat in the room, so it was very cold. It was damp and cold. I could not care. But Dong Qiulei had to keep warm. After finishing everything, Chinyu asked Dong Chiole to lie down and rest. After all, her body needed quiet to recover faster. Otherwise, even walking would be a problem. It was her first time. She was ruined by herself without knowing it. And it was in that violent state. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. After Chinyu settled Dong Chiole, he walked out alone and strolled around other offices outside. There was nothing to find. Forget it. Just get some food from the space. 10 minutes later, Chinyu returned to the office with a pile of food in his arms. There were 1.4 staple foods and various snacks. Dong Chiole immediately widened her eyes and said in surprise, "Brother, you found so much food?" "Yeah. I'm lucky. Good guy. Why is your luck always so good?" Chinyu smiled and said, "Maybe God is blessing me." Then he put all the food in front of Dong Chiole. "Just eat it at night." "You still call it casual?" Dong Chiole picked up a bag of imported chocolate from it and said in amazement, "This thing? More than 2,000 a bag. And this biscuit? And this? I can't take it anymore. I'm really hungry." "Brother, I've eaten." "Eat it." Chinyu sat on the ground, face to face with Dong Chiole. The two of them picked up the things on the ground, opened the packaging, and started eating. They started chatting while eating. The atmosphere was unusually harmonious. It was as if the scene in the daytime had never happened. Outside, the night slowly deepened. The two of them ate some snacks and drank some water. Dong Chiole suddenly looked at Chinyu mysteriously. "Brother, guess what's in that safe?" "What's there?" Chinyu glanced at the safe. The door had been opened. It was estimated that the things inside had been taken out by Dong Chiole. Chinyu actually didn't care what was inside. It was just that so many years of surviving the apocalypse had made him develop a habit. No matter where he went, as long as he could see a sealed box, he had to open it, because there was a high probability that there were some needed supplies inside. It was difficult for ordinary people to imagine what the state of mankind would be like 5 years after surviving the apocalypse. At that time, almost all places had been looted. Chapter 203, Burning a Fire for Warmth. You can't find any resources at all. At that time, lone travelers can hardly survive. And the survivors who form a community must have the means to grow crops and vegetables by themselves, so that you can really survive. Otherwise, then eat people. Become a cannibal. Even if you are a cannibal, you will almost reach your limit after 5 years. When the earth is frozen and the world enters the ice age, there will not be many humans left on the huge earth. You can't even find anyone to eat. Chinyu looked at Dong Chiole. "Is there anything valuable in it?" "Yes." Dong Chiole smiled slyly, and then took out stacks of banknotes from behind and piled them on the ground. "There are red and green ones. At least tens of millions." Chinyu smiled and said, "These things are also valuable. At least they can be used to burn firewood for heating. There are more." Dong Chiole took out another thing and put it on the banknotes. It was a ring box. Her face was flushed. She bit her lips, looked at Chinyu and said softly, "Brother, open it and take a look." Chinyu picked up the ring box and opened it. Wow! A huge diamond ring. At least a 10-carat diamond ring. Chinyu held the diamond ring and smiled. "Do you like it?" "Girls like it." As she said that, Dong Chiole stretched out her slender hand and said coquettishly, "Brother, wear it for me once. This is not an excessive request." "Okay." Chinyu smiled and put the diamond ring on her middle finger. "Just play with it for a while. But I'll throw it away when I leave tomorrow. It's in the way." "I know." Dong Chiole coquettishly retracted her hand and looked at the diamond ring on her hand happily. Chinyu shook his head helplessly. "Little girl. Fong Jing would definitely not do such a thing. But it's no wonder. A little girl like Dong Chiole's age, when she has never enjoyed the romance of life. The world has ended and everything is gone. Every day has become a search for supplies. Fighting for life and death. It's really sad. She hasn't even experienced college life. For those who have been to college, actually entering the university campus is already a social life. But on the university campus, there are more romantic things. Because everyone can fall in love legitimately, and even control a certain amount of money. So college years are the best time in life. It's a pity that not many people cherish it." After Dong Chiole happily played with the diamond ring for a while, she suddenly took out something from behind and put it in front of Chinyu. "Brother, look, there is this." Chinyu looked down. A box of cigarettes. A box of very special cigarettes. Yu picked up the cigarette box with a curious look on his face, and touched the material on the cigarette box in surprise. Oh my! The cigarette box looks like it is plated with platinum. There is a ruby and a diamond in the upper right corner. Turn it over and take a look. Lucky strike. I have never seen this before. But Dong Qiulei seemed to know. She looked at Yu with a smile and pointed at the cigarette box and said, "Brother Yu, do you recognize this?" "No." Yu shook his head honestly. "I know this. Do you smoke too?" "I don't. But in the company, everyone else smoked. So I have to understand it. Otherwise how can I brag during the live broadcast?" Yu asked in confusion, "What kind of cigarette is this? It is inlaid with diamonds and rubies? Is it real or fake?" "I guess it is real." Dong Qiulei smiled proudly. This pack of cigarettes, put together with a 10-carat diamond and tens of millions of cash, must be real. Brother Yu, this cigarette is a special edition. It is launched by the world-renowned company Lucky Strike. It is a special cigarette launch for American soldiers during World War II. Lucky Strike is a flagship tobacco brand jointly owned by Britain and the United States. It was founded in 1871 and is a very old cigarette company. Because this cigarette is a special product and uses the top-grade tobacco and is made using ancient methods, it is very, very expensive. Now, a box of cigarettes like this is worth 100,000 US dollars, which is equivalent to more than 600,000 renminbi. Do you think it's expensive? Yu was shocked when he heard it. Wow, this thing is more expensive than his limited edition cigars. Who is the boss of this company? So rich. But it doesn't matter now. No matter how rich he is. It's history. Yu tore open the package, took out a cigarette from it, and put it under his nose to smell it. The smell of this cigarette is really mellow. At this time, Dong Qiulei took out a Zippo lighter inlaid with diamonds from behind her, and looked at Yu with a smile. "Brother Yu, I'll light a cigarette for you." "Thank you." Yu smiled and moved over. Dong Qiulei lit the lighter, and lit a cigarette for Yu. He looked quite proud, as if he had done something great. Yu took a deep breath, let the smoke circulate between his chest and lungs, and then slowly exhaled. TSK, you get what you pay for. There is a reason why it is expensive. This cigarette is amazing. Although it is not as intoxicating as cigars, it is also easy to get drunk. It feels very refreshing and can make people relax. Yu leaned on the table next to him, looked at Dong Qiulei and smiled. "Look, although it is quite laborious to open it, the things inside are still quite valuable. A pack of cigarettes is also worth a pack of cigarettes." "Yeah, but..." Dong Qiulei suddenly remembered something, looked at Yu with a puzzled face and said, "But I have never figured it out. Brother Yu, how did you open the safe?" "It was broken open." "How did you break it open?" "I broke it open with force." Yu smiled and reached out to rub her hair. "Okay. Stop asking questions. Anyway, I broke it open. This safe is not necessarily very strong." "Okay." Dong Qiulei looked suspicious. "Is it a fake? Otherwise, how could it be broken open?" "Forget it. Never mind." Dong Qiulei might also be tired, and slowly lay down on the bed, looking at Yu with sparkling eyes, and suddenly whispered, "Brother Yu, when you finish smoking, can you lie down next to me? I am a little cold." "Okay." Yu simply put out the cigarette but directly. Then he got up and lay down behind Dong Qiulei, reaching out to lift the curtain and cover the two of them. Dong Qiulei's face flushed. Her heartbeat accelerated. Even though her body was inconvenient, her heart was still full of desire. She felt Yu's body temperature behind her, quietly reached out and grabbed Yu's big hand, and put it on her lower abdomen. Then she arched her body, and arched a comfortable position in Yu's arms. This night was so beautiful. I really hope time can stand still. Yu hugged Dong Qiulei and fell asleep. Both of them were very calm. Especially Dong Qiulei. She felt that this was already very good. Very sweet. That was enough. But Yu knew it well. Her state was not too related to feelings. It didn't mean that she fell in love with Yu, loved him to death, and didn't care even if Yu forced her. In fact, this was a doomsday emotional state. If this was put in a peaceful period, Dong Qiulei would not be calm. It was good enough not to report the guard. Can they still hug each other and sleep? But it's different in the doomsday period. Especially women. Chapter 204 Worship. After facing all kinds of disasters in the doomsday world, they have no vision for the future. Once they meet a strong man, they will have a crazy inner worship, even if they lose their virginity to him. But this is not true love. It is just a kind of worship. Chinyu also knows it, and Dong Chiole also knows it. So both of them are very calm. Hugging a soft and fragrant girl to sleep makes Chinyu feel more at ease. But he has not fallen asleep. He has been thinking about one thing in his mind. It is about the most beautiful corpse queen Suya. She has been staying in her own subspace, and her state should be a state of neither death nor life. But her mental fluctuations have always existed. It seems that spiritual power is not limited by space. Otherwise, he would not be able to suddenly sense her spiritual body. In other words, even in the subspace, Suya seems to have been mutating. It's just that the speed of mutation and evolution is extremely slow. At the same time, Chinyu seemed to have figured out why the most beautiful corpse emperor in the previous life was so terrifying. Because along with her spiritual power, there seems to be a terrifying annihilation power. That annihilation power is very terrifying. Even if Chinyu's spiritual power has been trained very strong at this moment, far beyond ordinary humans. Once it comes into contact with Suya's annihilation power, it will immediately disappear. Just like snow meets the sun. This may be the reason why the most beautiful corpse king in the previous life could run rampant in Jiancheng. How to defend against this kind of power? Chinyu is confused now. Anyway, it is impossible to prevent it with the current ability. Fortunately, Suya is still under his control. If it doesn't work, when I can't control her anymore, I will take out her crystal core and swallow it. This is the only way. Suddenly, Dong Chiole in his arms arched twice and turned over, facing Chinyu. Breathing like orchid, sleeping very deeply. Breathing is also very even. Chinyu looked down at her youthful and tender face, and remembered that this girl had been following him since he met her at the zoo. She is a complete little fangirl. She really has a mysterious admiration for herself. Chinyu also likes this little girl. He stretched out his hand and gently moved in the quilt, hugged her tighter, and then slowly closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, his consciousness moved, and the mental map instantly spread out. Swish! The mental boundary quickly spread beyond the range of 800 meters, constantly extending into the distance. And the lights and shadows on the mental map became clearer and clearer. Chinyu was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the improvement of mental power also improved the effect of supernatural powers. The mental map kept expanding. Finally, it expanded 5 times the distance before stopping. In other words, the diameter of Chinyu's mental map now exceeds 4 kilometers. Very scary. The entire 4-kilometer range of the city is under his mental remote sensing. This is much safer, because the most popular sniper rifle in the world now. If advanced technology is excluded to assist aiming, the maximum effective sniping distance of a single soldier is only more than 3 kilometers. So Chinyu's mental map can completely prevent long-range sniping. Chinyu closed his eyes and felt this mental remote sensing. Carefully observed the scattered survivors around. The images of those survivors are all a kind of spiritual body. Some are lighter, some are darker, which is related to the strength of each person's spiritual power. The spiritual body was clear, as if a shrunken human figure had formed in the spiritual realm. Even the facial features were becoming clear. It felt very strange. Those figures were quite far away from the building. So Chinyu was not worried. Slowly, Chinyu fell asleep in this wonderful spiritual remote sensing. I didn't know how long I slept in a daze. Chinyu suddenly became alert and opened his eyes suddenly. A warning sign emerged in his heart. I rarely felt this way before. How could such a strong warning sign be born? Chinyu quickly opened the spiritual map and took a look. Oh! There was someone downstairs. He had found the boat he had hidden. Chinyu came out this time, driving a small diesel-powered fishing boat. It must be better than rowing by hand. This is probably someone who came to search for supplies and found his boat. Chinyu didn't care. He was just surprised that his spiritual power was so strong now that he could give an early warning. There were 4 people below. Their spiritual bodies were all dim. At first glance, they were people with relatively weak spiritual power. Chinyu already had experience. This kind of person should be just an ordinary survivor. Even the kind of survivors who are almost unable to survive. Their spirits have been worn out by the Doomsday and are already very barren. There is no danger. But Dong Chiole must be woken up. If the other party has weapons, there may be a conflict. Because from the mental map, one of the group of people below stayed below to watch the boat, and the other 3 had already sneaked up. Chinyu touched Dong Chiole's face. Chiole, Wake up. What are you doing? Dong Chiole was sleepy. Her tone was coquettish. She stretched out her hands, directly hugged Chin Yu's waist, and put her face on his chest. Chin Yu chuckled. Someone is coming up. Dong Chiole muttered. Then her eyeballs moved, and suddenly opened her eyes, and said in surprise, Someone is coming up. Yeah. How many people? Dong Chiole turned over as if she had resurrected from the dead, and casually took out her gun from under the pillow, opened the safety, and loaded the bullet. Nua Zhao is good. This series of actions is pleasing to Chin Yu. Really good. Alertness is okay. But after turning over, the two thighs seem to be clamped together awkwardly. Maybe it still hurts a little? Some girls will feel pain for a long time after one time. Maybe there will be no second time in a week. But most of them are actually fine after a night's rest. Basically there will be no big deal. Chin Yu also stood up and twisted his shoulders, neck and arms. He was a little numb because she had been holding him and pillowing him. At the same time, he whispered, It's okay. It's probably 4 ordinary survivors. They may have discovered the boat hidden below. So they came up. What should we do? Rob our boat? What do you say? Chin Yu stood up, took out the Desert Eagle, and said coldly, The battle for supplies is the battle for survival. Whoever steals will die. Dong Chiole nodded immediately. Take a deep breath. I understand. /n/ the sky outside is already slightly bright. It's past 6 in the morning. In early winter, the sky is bright later. In the corridor outside, the 3 people walked and talked in a low voice, checking each room at the same time, looking for people. They were very careful. At first glance, they were senior survivors. From the mental map, Chin Yu could see that the 3 people were holding weapons in their hands. 2 pistols and a crossbow. As time goes by, the weapons in the hands of the survivors will slowly develop towards primitive cold weapons. Chapter 205 Primitive Age. Because the ammunition will eventually run out. 5 years later. Except for the last surviving points of the official countries, everyone else has returned to the primitive age. They all have to make a living with sticks and bows and arrows. Dong Chiole was somewhat nervous. But after Zhang Yang's training, her personal qualities are still good. Standing behind the door, holding the gun with both hands, she stood still. Her eyes were sharp. At this moment, she was really in the state. Chin Yu was relieved. But with him here, there was really no need for her to take this risk. This group of people are dead, because they have already consumed their own ship. If we don't deal with them, we can't get the boat back. So in the mental map, seeing that the 3 people outside had already touched the door of the office, Chin Yu stretched out his hand and gestured to Dong Chiole, indicated that she should look at him. Then, he slowly put the gun against the door. Outside, 3 people stood at the door. As usual, the man with the crossbow gently opened the door. The other 2 with guns stood behind and completed the attack posture. Just when the man with the crossbow was about to open the door, Chin Yu had already found his position and moved the Desert Eagle to the position of his head. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot. The door was broken. The man holding the crossbow outside raised his head and fell backwards. His 2 companions were so scared that they trembled all over and hurriedly retreated. The next second, Chin Yu suddenly turned the door open. He raised the gun in his hand. Bang! Another one fell down. The remaining one raised his hand in fear and wanted to shoot, but his eyes suddenly blurred. Chin Yu's figure flashed to the side in an instant, and his hand raised the knife. The man's arm was cut off. The gun also fell to the ground. Ah! 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 The man screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, covering his broken arm and shaking constantly. When Chin Yu saw the man clearly, he was suddenly stunned. You? Chin Yu had seen this man before. He was from Fugue Fish Farm. He was the subordinate of the middle-aged man who traded water pumps with Chin Yu 2 months ago. The man also saw Chin Yu clearly at this time. He roared with a ferocious face, It's you! You bastard! My hand? Bang! Chin Yu shot him in the head with a casual shot. Dare to call me a bastard? Chin Yu turned and rushed into the room. Rushed directly to the window. Opened the window and looked out. Sure enough, the guy below heard the gunshot and prepared to drive the boat away. Chin Yu leaned out and aimed the gun at the bottom. Bang! After the gunshot, the man below fell headfirst into the boat. Done. Yu turned around and found Dong Qiulei staring at him blankly, and asked casually, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "No." Dong Qiulei looked obsessed. "I didn't expect you to solve it so quickly. I feel that you are better than Brother Zhang, both in terms of movement and agility." Yu smiled. Then he waved at her. "Let's go. We have to leave here." "Yeah." The two hurried downstairs and returned to the boat. Yu turned over the body on the boat and frowned. This middle-aged man was the one who made the deal. He brought his younger brother out to search for supplies, which was enough to show that the Fugui fish farm might have collapsed completely. Although Fugui fish farm has a large number of people, it is just an ordinary force. They also protect many ordinary people. Facing the mercenary organization, they will definitely be beaten to pieces. Once the leader is killed, Fugui fish farm will definitely collapse. The ordinary people protected there may die miserably. Yu threw the body into the water, then hurriedly drove the boat away from the building and continued to drive to the south of the city. "Let's go to the base camp of Fugui fish farm first." Yu looked at Dong Qiulei while driving the boat. "Qiulei, you must listen to my instructions for the next action. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand?" "Yes, I know." Dong Qiulei's face was tight, a serious expression on his face. Yu was relatively relieved about her. So while monitoring the mental map and driving the boat, he whispered to Dong Qiulei, "That group of mercenaries should have destroyed the Fugui fish farm. So let's go to the base camp of the Fugui fish farm first. That group of mercenaries is very strong, and the individual combat capabilities of some mercenaries are even comparable to Zhang Yang. We must be cautious. One negligence may mean that you will never see the sun tomorrow. Be careful to live longer. No matter how strong your ability becomes. Never forget this." Dong Qiulei nodded quickly. "Brother Yu, I remember. Don't worry. I will definitely obey you in this situation." "Okay." Yu casually handed the hard crossbow he had just seized to Dong Qiulei. "Here. Learn it." "Why do you want to learn this?" Dong Qiulei was stunned. "Qiulei, in another year or so, the hot weapons of firearms will be slowly consumed. There will be no bullets to use in the future. A year later, people will only fight with cold weapons. So this must be learned." "Understood." Dong Qiulei was very obedient and immediately began to learn how to use the hard crossbow. And Yu was concentrating on observing the surroundings. The waters are very open. In places like this, you must be careful of sniper rifle attacks. Fortunately, Yu's mental map has been extended to 4 kilometers, which is enough to prevent sniper rifles. The headquarters of Fugui Fish Farm is actually the original site of Fugui Fish Farm, on the riverside, on the south bank of the river. At this moment, Yu was also driving a boat on the river. The river was rolling and the undercurrent was surging. Looking to the south, it was endless, like the sea. After driving for more than 2 hours, he finally saw the address of the original Fugui Fish Farm from a distance. Yu frowned. The boats of Fugui Fish Farm were all destroyed. Looking around, the wreckage of various ships was floating on the water surface of nearly several kilometers. There is a skyscraper near the base of Fugui Fish Farm on the south bank. It used to be Jiancheng Financial Building, which is also a landmark building. It is as famous as Jianbei Hotel. After the seawater backflow, the lower floors of the financial building were flooded, and the upper floors were occupied by Fugui Fish Farm, which became their lair. There are actually no less than 10,000 people living there. It is surrounded by various ships. In fact, it is also a place with relatively tight defense. I never thought that I would encounter a mercenary organization. For those international mercenaries, this kind of civilian organization is basically equivalent to a pile of loose sand, and it is too easy to break through. Yu slowly drove the boat to the bottom of the financial building. The financial building was completely destroyed. It was still emitting thick smoke. The part exposed above the water was destroyed by rockets. The river water around the building was always red, which was shocking. This meant that blood was constantly flowing out of the building. Dong Qiulei suddenly turned her head to the side and began to retch. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of blood in the air became. Chapter 206 Valuable Things. Soon, Yu stopped the boat downstairs. He looked up. Yu's hands could not help but slowly clench into fists. He saw the piles of corpses in the building. This is a bloody massacre. In the financial building, the floor immersed in the water was full of corpses, all floating on the water, densely packed, layer upon layer. No wonder the water outside the building has always been blood red. Such a turbulent river water did not dilute the blood color. There were at least hundreds of corpses in there, and they were packed densely. The upper 2 floors also looked like they were filled with corpses, because blood was constantly flowing. Chinyu clenched his hands, and a murderous look floated on his face. He fixed the boat downstairs, signaled to Dong Qiulei not to walk around, and then jumped upstairs alone, searching floor by floor. No living people. All corpses. And all of them died in humiliation. Each corpse was stripped naked and nailed to the wall. It is roughly estimated that at least thousands of people died in this building. The whole building was filled with blood. Just like the 18 levels of hell. The higher Chinyu went, the more the veins on his forehead bulged. A murderous intent rose uncontrollably. It was getting harder and harder to suppress. He went to the top floor and saw the owner of Fugui Fish Farm, Liang Qiuyan, known as the boss lady. However, Liang Qiuyan was only a human skin left, hanging in the most luxurious room on the top floor. The ground was full of women's bodies. No clothes. The ground was in a mess. Although Fugui Fish Farm didn't have a very good reputation, it also took in many survivors and even protected many women. Liang Qiuyan was not a good woman, but she was not a bad person either. She just struggled to survive as much as possible and took more care of women. Chinyu's evaluation of her was quite good. I didn't expect this place to be destroyed. The group of mercenaries were all foreigners, so they had no humanity at all towards the Xia people. The supplies in the entire building were searched out, and there was nothing valuable left. Chinyu took a deep breath, turned around and left silently. Back downstairs. He placed several time bombs on the ground floor. Then he jumped on the boat and signaled Dong Qiulei to start the boat. Seeing his livid face, Dong Qiulei did not dare to ask more questions, and hurriedly drove the boat away from the building. After the two left a few hundred meters, there was a rumbling explosion in the building behind. And then the whole building collapsed and was completely immersed in the river. Dong Qiulei looked back in amazement and looked at the scene in shock. But she did not ask. She knew that this must have been done by Chinyu. How many people died there? After leaving the financial building, Chinyu controlled the fishing boat and continued to drive to the southern part of the city. After searching for nearly 2 hours, a group of people finally appeared in the mental map. Chinyu immediately docked the boat on the roof of a residential building. Prepare for slaughter. That group of mercenaries will die more uglier. Chinyu docked the boat and asked Dong Qiulei to stay on the roof of the residential building. He said to her expressionlessly, "You stay. The ability of that group of people is far beyond the limit of what you can handle. So, stay here and wait for me." After that, he turned around and left. The boat was not left behind. Maybe it was to prevent Dong Qiulei from leaving privately. Dong Qiulei did not dare to resist, because since leaving the financial building, Chinyu has had a very scary low pressure. It was simply scary. Staying next to him, even breathing became difficult. So Dong Qiulei obediently stayed. Chinyu left her a military telescope so that she could observe the surroundings at any time and not put herself in danger. After Chinyu sailed away, Dong Qiulei stared at Chinyu with a telescope, watching him sailing away. His goal was clear. Did he find out where the enemy was? How did he find out? Dong Qiulei was confused. Chinyu drove the boat straight to the destination. Chinyu knew where the group of mercenaries stayed. There was a nightclub in the south of the city. It was called Bei's. Bei's nightclub was not the largest in Jiancheng, but its building was the third tallest in Jiancheng, second only to Jianbei Hotel and Financial Building. The group of mercenaries lived in Bei's nightclub. From the mental map, there were at least 50 or 60 people inside. Among them, there were more than a dozen ordinary women. Probably the women captured from Fugui Fish Farm. Those women were all being tortured and abused, because their spiritual bodies were very dim, appearing and disappearing from time to time. On the verge of a mental breakdown, Chinyu drove the boat and abandoned the boat and went into the water about 3 kilometers away. After entering the water, he took off his clothes, not caring about the cold water, and directly activated his camouflage ability, turning his body into a transparent body like flowing water, and quickly swam towards the nightclub building. Half an hour later, the group of mercenaries suddenly became chaotic. More than half of the people gathered downstairs, and then quickly sailed away. There were only more than 30 people left in the building. Chinyu frowned. Could it be that another survivor base was discovered? No matter. Whoever stayed behind would die. Chinyu controlled his ability and maintained the level 1 state. swimming towards the nightclub building at a crazy speed. He saw a strange wave-like thing hitting the water. If you don't look carefully, you may not find it. But once you observe it, you will definitely be shocked. It looks like an underwater torpedo. 10 minutes later, Chin-Yu easily sneaked into the building of the nightclub. The lower 5 floors of this building were also submerged in water. Chin-Yu successfully sneaked into the building with the help of camouflage and slowly climbed up along the fire escape stairs. The mental map was always open. There were more than 30 people left in the building. More than a dozen women were captives. And the remaining 15 or 16 were from the original mercenary organization. But in fact, these people were not all mercenaries. From the notebook of the Korean mercenary before, we can know that there were only more than 20 mercenaries who could enter Jeoncheon alive. The others were infected and died. But these 20-odd people collected many desperate criminals along the way. Among the group that Chin-Yu killed in the west of the city, only 5 or 6 were real mercenaries, including the female sniper. Among the dozens of people who attacked the central hospital, there were only a dozen real mercenaries, and most of the others were cannon fodder. Now, among the 15 or 16 people left in the nightclub, Chin-Yu could roughly judge that only 2 or 3 of them were mercenaries. Because the spiritual bodies of these 2 or 3 people were very clear. You could almost see their faces. The spiritual powers of the rest of the people were uneven. The main force of the mercenaries went out again, and they must have found another valuable place or base. This time, Chin-Yu did not use a gun. Instead, he pulled out the tactical machete from the space. Today, he wanted to kill someone. It was difficult to calm the raging killing thoughts in his mind without killing someone. So, Chin-Yu quickly touched the door of a room on the bottom floor. There were 2 people in the room. Chin-Yu listened quietly at the door for a moment. The 2 people inside were talking to each other, and the content of their conversation was unbearable to hear. It seemed that they were doing that thing. But no woman's voice was heard. Chapter 207 Highly Realistic Dolls. And there is no woman's spirit body in Chin-Yu's spirit map. Is he playing with a corpse? Chin-Yu slowly reached for the door handle. Then he twisted it hard, bumped his shoulder, and rushed directly into the room. The 2 people inside exclaimed, "Who? Fuck. Who is it?" The 2 people just had time to look up. But a knife flashed in front of them. Puff! 2 muffled sounds. The 2 heads were cut off effortlessly. At this moment, Chin-Yu's skin was red all over, like a devil from hell, and his eyes flashed with animal light. He glanced at the ground. He was slightly stunned. What the hell? Isn't this the high-fidelity doll that I exchanged for the middle-aged man in Fugue Fish Farm? It turned out that it was also brought here. So these 2 are undoubtedly cannon fodder. And they are only worthy of playing with dolls. Chin-Yu shook his hand, shaking off the blood on the knife, and then picked up the body of one of the men, thrust the long knife, and directly stabbed the man's back garden. Then he started to peel the skin. He gave him a taste of his own medicine. Chin-Yu wanted to let the group of mercenaries also feel what a fierce spoon is. The top floor of Bay's nightclub. In a luxurious dance hall KTV venue. 6 burly men sat on the sofa, smoking cigars and laughing, watching the 7 women on the stage in front dancing pole dance. The 7 women were all captured from the base camp of Fugue Fish Farm. They are all beautiful and hot women. Now, they are all naked, with terrified expressions and trembling movements, performing awkward pole dancing on the stage. They are not shy. They are afraid of death. Fear of death. In Fugue Fish Farm, these women can be respected to some extent. Unlike other places, women live without dignity and are gradually becoming men's accessories. It's like the whole society is slowly returning to the feudal society. After all, the people who search for supplies and rob supplies outside are basically men. So in Fugue Fish Farm, the women actually live a relatively comfortable life. All their families were gone. No more burdens and baggage. They could freely choose the men they liked, rebuild their families, contribute to the Fugue Fish Farm, and have more children. As a result, all of a sudden, all the happiness was gone. This group of brutal criminals strangely broke through all the defenses of the Fugue Fish Farm, suddenly appeared in the base camp, and killed any man they saw. The armed personnel of the Fugue Fish Farm could not stop them at all. So, a massacre of the century began. Almost all the people in the entire financial building, regardless of age, were slaughtered. All the men died. Most of the women died, too, leaving only a dozen young and beautiful people like them, who were caught here. Except for the 7 of them, The rest were taken to the rooms downstairs, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Even if they didn't die, they would definitely be humiliated. Do they still have a future? Several girls jumped and cried. The more terrified they were, the more excited the 6 men below became. Among these 6 people, 3 were white pigs. The other 3 were Xia people. The 3 Xia people were obviously lackeys, flattering the 3 white pigs, because those 3 people were real international mercenaries. Each of them was strong and comparable to the king of soldiers. When they fought, they were really cruel. There was no humanity at all. Even now when they are relaxed, they actually have no humanity. Only animality. They only think about women. They only think about how to play with women. The 7 girls on the stage are specially left for these mercenaries to vent. At a certain moment, one of the white-skinned pigs with sharp noses and monkey cheeks picked up the intercom and pressed the call button to ask. After asking, there was no reply for a long time. He asked 3 times in a row, but no one answered. The white-skinned pig frowned and pointed at a Xia country lackey next to him, motioning him to go downstairs to see how he was playing with women and forgetting everything. Even the intercom did not reply. The lackey quickly got up and walked out. Opened the door. As soon as he stuck his head out, puff! A machete instantly pierced his neck. Then the man was dragged out. Because he didn't make any sound, the people in the room didn't notice. Half a day passed. He didn't come back. The 3 white pigs were puzzled. The other 2 lackeys got up and hurried out. As soon as the door was opened, one lackey blurted out, "Fuck." The 2 were shocked, because the companion who just went out was now hanging on the roof outside the door. The skin on his body had been peeled off. Bloody. Still steaming. Although the 2 lackeys followed the group of mercenaries to carry out the massacre, they were also determined people. As a result, when they suddenly saw the corpse of their companion, they were really scared and their crotch tightened. The next second, a figure flashed in front of them. The 2 lackeys' hearts trembled. Ghost? Then, they saw a humanoid creature with red skin, a beastly light flashing in his eyes, and a machete in his hand. Puff! The necks of the 2 were cut off. Blood spurted wildly. At the same time, the 3 white pigs inside heard the screams of their lackey companions, and all stood up. One of them asked loudly, "What's the matter?" The 2 people at the door had been dragged away. There was a burst of blood outside. The white pig looked confused, picked up an AK-47 from the sofa, and slowly walked to the door. As he walked, he cursed, "Fuck you, yellow monkey. Useless trash." When he walked out of the door, his whole body was shaking violently. Outside, there was a skinless person hanging. On both sides of the door, there were 2 headless people standing. The white-skinned pig's brain was blank for a short time. What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, a guy with red skin flashed in front of him, with a fierce look like a devil from hell. The white-skinned pig was so scared that he blurted out, "Holy shit. Satan?" Puff! The machete went straight through his head from the chin. Chinyu pushed the white-skinned pig in like a devil. The 2 inside finally reacted, picked up the submachine gun from the sofa, and fired at Chinyu. All the bullets hit the white pig, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest. There was a muffled sound of pew pew pew. Chinyu rushed in with the corpse on his head. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, he suddenly pushed the corpse out and accelerated with a step. Then he saw a red figure flashing, and the person had appeared next to the sofa. The remaining 2 white pigs were terrified. Is this a human? Is it really Satan? Chinyu looked at the 2 of them with a cold look, and chopped them with a long knife in his hand. Poo pew pew pew. The scene was horrible. The 7 women who were dancing on the stage were so scared that they kept screaming. They had already shrunk to the corner and huddled together. 2 minutes later, 2 white pigs fell down. The limbs were separated from the body and turned into human sticks. Chinyu was covered in blood and seemed to be unable to control his killing intent. Even his skin was faintly turning blue. Fortunately, at this time, the sound of the engine of a large fishing boat seemed to come from downstairs, and there was a faint laughter coming up. There was even a woman's scream. Chinyu immediately rushed to the window and looked down. The remaining group of people came back. Good thing they came. Chinyu took a deep breath, regained his composure, turned around and looked around the room, and finally walked behind the bar to take a look. Chapter 208 The Hunt begins. Then he turned around and waved to the 7 women in the corner. "Come here. Hide inside." The 7 women were stunned. Is he here to save people? Not a demon? and the red color on his body seemed to have disappeared. The women were all shocked. Chen Yu waved impatiently. Come here quickly. Hide inside. The companions of that group of people are back. Hurry up if you don't want to die. The women struggled to run. Quickly rushed to the back of the bar. There was a secret door behind it, which was the original staff lounge. The women choked and bowed to Chen Yu, then hid in the staff lounge. Chen Yu closed the door and looked back. Come on. Continue to experience fear. A group of devils. Do you really think there is no one in my country? More than 30 people came back in 2 large fishing boats. 5 or 6 women were tied back on the boat. All of them have good figures. These people only care about their figures, not their looks. Because when they get in bed, the feeling of their figures is the first priority. The woman was crying on the boat. A group of rough men didn't care at all and laughed loudly. There were real mercenaries here, as well as desperate criminals collected along the way. Everyone communicated in Xiaoguoyu, unless it was a really thrilling moment. The devils hardly spoke their native language. There was a white man with a beard in the crowd. Very strong. His face was sinister. His eyes were calm and full of light. This man was the leader of the mercenary organization. Spade J. He was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. It was very cold, and he was only wearing a camouflage uniform with a military green t-shirt underneath. He had a cigar in his mouth. He had an AK-47 on his back. His arms were as thick as a woman's thigh. When the boat docked downstairs, while others were still laughing and joking, Spade J suddenly frowned. Something was wrong. Why was it so quiet? He suddenly stood up and waved his hand. Stop making noise. Everyone immediately quieted down. But the woman on the boat kept crying. A bald man looked at the woman impatiently and yelled, Stop crying. You'll collapse if you cry again. 12. Several women were so scared that they shut their mouths. Spade J looked up and frowned and said, Why is it so quiet? MJ. Jason. Go in and take a look. Yes. The 2 white skins picked up their weapons and jumped into the building without hesitation. Others also felt a little weird. Why was there no movement at all? It was so quiet that it made people's scalps numb. So, everyone picked up their weapons and was on guard. Not 5 minutes after the 2 white skins went in, they suddenly cried out twice, Shit. Fuck. Who did it? Something happened. Spade J's face changed. Then he jumped into the building. Among the remaining people, all the mercenaries followed him into the building with guns. The others stayed on the boat. He looked at the building with suspicion. What happened? Who has the ability to cause trouble here? There are at least more than 20 people left here, all with heavy weapons. In the current shabby and empty city of Jiancheng, it is impossible for anyone to have the ability to come in. Right? A group of people looked at each other, but they didn't see inside, and they were still not alert. In the building, Spade J saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Everyone who stayed downstairs was dead. They were all skinned and nailed to the wall. The death was extremely miserable. Some people even died with their eyes wide open, staring with bloodshot eyes that were almost bulging out. Spade J took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then gestured to everyone behind him. No one spoke. They gestured to each other like mercenaries and raised their guns at the same time. 3 people in a group. They began to search slowly up along the fire stairs on both sides. Spade J was at the end. He held an AK, and the muscles on his face were tense. A huge sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. Since the disaster, these people have fled from the southeast coast to the northwest inland, leaving a mess wherever they passed. There were no resistance, even if they met military personnel. As long as there was no large-scale military stationed, they were basically fearless and slaughtered all the way here. They had never met an opponent. But in today's situation, it was obvious that someone had come to the door. It was shocking that they could sneak into the building, because even if their main personnel were out, everyone who stayed here had very rich practical experience. After more than half a year of running in, they had already developed a tacit understanding. They had strong defensive capabilities. As a result, this person not only sneaked in, but also slaughtered the guards in a bloody way. He also skinned them. This was clearly revenge. Revenge for what they did to Fugui Fish Farm before. Spade J was simply confused. How many people came? Are all the people in the whole building finished? A group of mercenaries slowly searched upstairs, basically entering a silent state. Outside, on the boat downstairs, there were about 10 people left, waiting somewhat nervously. Everyone was fully armed. They were all desperate criminals collected by this group of mercenaries along the way. Some were prisoners. Some were gang members. Some were perverts. And some were villains and hooligans. Anyway, there were no good people. Now, everyone was staring at the top nervously. At a certain moment, among the women curled up on the boat, a younger girl suddenly heard a slight strange sound behind her and subconsciously looked back. As a result, she was horrified to find a man slowly floating up from the water. The girl almost screamed out. At the critical moment, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. The man who floated out of the water made a hushed gesture to her and blinked gently. The girl was quite smart. Knowing that the man was here to save them, she quickly covered her mouth tightly. Trembling with excitement, Chinyu floated in the water and glanced at the people and their positions on the boat. No, there were too many people. It was impossible to deal with all the enemies at once. If any of them were allowed to shoot, it would definitely attract the group of people who went up. Chinyu slowly dived again. After entering the water, he instantly activated his camouflage ability and disguised his skin to look like water. Then he slowly swam to the bottom of the boat without a woman. He grabbed the bulge on the bottom of the boat with both hands, and suddenly manipulated his muscles, and his strength surged wildly. When the color of his hands slowly changed from red to dark blue, Chinyu didn't dare to continue. That was enough. The next second, he suddenly lifted it up with force. There was a creaking sound. The large fishing boat unexpectedly flipped over without any warning. And it flipped over. All the people on it fell into the water screaming. So, the hunt began. Chinyu disguised himself as the color of the water, and the people who fell down couldn't be seen clearly. When they found something approaching them, it was too late. Everyone's head was twisted hard. The cervical vertebrae were broken instantly, and they slowly sank to the bottom of the water. There was a thrashing underwater. Many bubbles emerged, but no one got on. On the other boat, the only 6 people left were a little surprised that their companion's boat capsized, but they didn't expect that there would be someone lurking under the water. They were still waiting. Chapter 209. There is a water ghost, waiting for his companions to swim out of the water. But after waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, no one came up. The big bald guy was a little scared and looked at the water in surprise. Fuck. Where are the people? They are all fed to turtles? How is it possible? Something is wrong. Was the splash too violent just now? Is there a water ghost down there? Fuck you. Where did the water ghost come from? I'll go down and take a look. A thin man put his upper body into the water and squinted his eyes to look underwater. The bottom of the water was turbid. It was impossible to see clearly. Just when the thin man was about to go up, he suddenly felt the water push, as if something swam around his face. And he opened his mouth in fear. There was a gurgling sound of bubbles. Then, the head was grabbed. Crack! There was a sound. The thin man was dead. He collapsed on the side of the boat. The 5 people on the boat were all shocked when they saw him tremble, and then stop moving. The big bald man rushed over to pick him up and sniffed his breath with his hand. Fuck. Dead? Ah? He's dead? How is it possible? A cold wind blew. Everyone felt a chill on their backs for no reason. The bald man subconsciously glanced underwater and found that under the water, he could vaguely see the water flow forming a human figure. And the human figure's face was facing him. It seemed that a pair of eyes were staring at him coldly. The bald man was so scared that he screamed, stepped back 2 steps and shouted, "There is a water ghost." /n/, the fat man standing on the other side couldn't help it and cursed, "Hack the water ghost. Let me see which water ghost can stop my bullet." He came to the side of the boat and pointed the gun in his hand into the water. However, he was stunned. He didn't see the water ghost. Instead, he saw a body under the water. A pale face, dyed with eyes open. It was a companion who had just capsized and fell. The fat man quickly bent down and stretched out his hand, and said in surprise, "It's a monkey. Pull him up and have a look." Before he finished speaking, his hand was pulled into the water. As soon as it entered the water, 2 splashes. The fat man stopped moving. The 3 remaining people on the boat were really shocked this time. They all raised their guns and were about to shoot into the water. Suddenly, there was a splash at the stern. Then the whole boat shook violently, as if someone had come up. The 3 people turned around immediately, but there was no one at the stern. It felt like someone had jumped onto the boat from the water just now. The bald man's throat was dry, and he said with difficulty, "It's over. It's really a water ghost. I said it would be punished sooner or later. And now? Gah! His neck was suddenly twisted 180 degrees. The women on the boat screamed in fear. The last two men were simply paralyzed with fear. Facing the enemy, they could be inhumane and turn into evil spirits. But when they really faced evil spirits, they became quails. If there is a ghost in your heart, there will be ghosts everywhere. Before Chun Yu could make a move, the two men were so scared that their knees became weak, and they knelt on the ground. They threw away their weapons. They even kowtowed and prayed. Unfortunately, after 2 consecutive crisp sounds, the two men's necks were broken one after another, and they died. During the whole process, no one saw what killed the person. Among the women, the timid ones had fainted from fear. The brave ones also closed their eyes tightly, and did not dare to look at all. The only girl with her eyes open was the one who first saw Chun Yu show his head. Although she was also afraid, she firmly believed that this ghost was related to Chun Yu and must have come to save them, not to kill them. At this time, there was a splash on the water. Chun Yu climbed onto the boat from the water. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up. It's you? It's you. Shoo. Chun Yu shushed her, then moved the boat closer to the building and lowered his voice and said, "Go in and find a room to hide." "Ah? Can't we leave by boat?" the girl said anxiously. "These people have heavy weapons in their hands. Once they find you leaving by boat, one rocket will kill all of you. Go in quickly and hide. I'll take care of them." Chun Yu looked stern. The girl nodded quickly, and then asked all the other women to move into the building. Among these women, only this girl was relatively calm. The other women were almost scared silly. After all the women were moved, Chun Yu went into the water again and fished out the bodies tied up by him under the water one by one, and put them on the boat. Come on. Continue to experience the horror. Upstairs, Spade J and his men have already reached the top floor. However, the KTV on the top floor is also like hell on earth. Skinned, skewered, dismembered into dominoes. The strong smell of blood in the air was nauseating. Even though these mercenaries were used to the days of licking blood on the blade, they were horrified when they suddenly saw this scene. Whose means were so cruel? How could he kill so many of us quietly? There were no traces of large-scale gun battles here, so the enemy must have used cold weapons. Using cold weapons to make 3 regular mercenaries and a dozen other desperate criminals like this? Is this person a devil? Spade J felt unprecedented oppression. He turned around suddenly and said hurriedly, "Retreat. Leave here as soon as possible." "Do I know who did it?" A subordinate beside him asked hurriedly. "Jay. Who did it?" "It was the man who harassed us when we attacked the central hospital. He is a terrible guy, and we don't have any information about him. Not only does he have heavy firepower weapons, he can even wipe out Fukada Heezy's team. This man is elusive, and our defense is useless to him. So retreat first. Without his information, we have no chance of fighting. This man definitely has a special forces background. I believe someone in Jiancheng must know his information. When we have his information, we can catch him then." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly followed him out. Today's scene made them realize that they had met a real master, who said there were no military kings in China. So everyone hurried downstairs. When they came downstairs, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them again. Damn! One of the 2 large fishing boats below had flipped over. The other boat had no women on it. There were only 2 rows of corpses. What? The heads of each corpse were missing. Blood was everywhere. The surrounding river water had turned red. Spade J was furious. He suddenly pointed his gun at the corpses on the boat and fired. The others didn't know what was going on, but they were also stimulated and lost their minds. They all picked up submachine guns and started shooting at the corpses on the boat. So, the boat was destroyed. "Stop!" Spade J suddenly roared. Chapter 210 Trapped here. Then he patted the shoulder of the person next to him. "Jason, go and try the engine. If it's okay, let's drive this boat away and stop fighting." Holy shit. Jason suddenly came to his senses. If they fight again, this group of people will have no boat to get out. Will they be trapped here to death? So, Jason jumped onto the boat, checked the engine, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Jay, the engine is okay. Start it and try it." Spade J is very cautious. If there is a problem, he will be the only one to die. So after saying that, Spade J moved aside. Others saw it and quickly moved away. Jason's face fell on the boat. Isn't this just making me a cannon fodder? No way. Who let me get on board? Jason gritted his teeth and suddenly started the engine of the fishing boat. The diesel engine started smoothly after a series of rumbling sounds. Jason was relieved immediately. Spade J frowned. No trap? The enemy killed so many people and went to great lengths. Didn't they think of destroying their retreat? The key is, where are the people? Spade J looked back. I always felt that there was a ghost following me. At this time, 2 mercenaries had jumped onto the boat. If you want to leave, you have to leave quickly. The boat was shot with many holes. It's already leaking. I don't know how long it can last. So we have to hurry. The 2 men reached out to move the bodies on the boat. At this moment, Spade J suddenly had an idea in his mind. And he turned his head and roared, "Don't touch the bodies." Boom! There was a loud bang. The fishing boat exploded. Under the bodies, the huge explosion power blew all the bodies and fishing boats into tatters. The terrible shockwave mixed with broken hard objects shot in all directions. The people standing at the door were all blown beyond recognition. Even Spade J was blown out by the air wave and hit the wall hard. There was a buzzing sound in his ears. A feeling of despair rose from the bottom of Spade J's heart. Just as he struggled to get up from the ground, he saw a figure flashing in front of him, holding a desert eagle in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, everyone was shot in the head. Finally, he was the only one left. Spade J looked at the back of the man in front of him and felt fear for the first time in his life. And his hands and feet were shaking. The man slowly turned his head. A pair of cold and inhuman eyes met his eyes. Spade J blinked and suddenly reached out for a gun. Bang! The man raised his hand. Spade J's left hand was scrapped. He groaned. His right hand subconsciously raised. Bang! Another shot. Spade J screamed again. Bang bang. Spade J's whole body trembled violently. And his knees were broken. Spade J kept hitting his head against the ground in pain, groaning with gritted teeth. This time, it was really over. Spade J's limbs were broken. The severe pain made him a desperate man, unable to bear it. He kept roaring and hitting his head against the ground. Chinyu looked at him quietly. After a while, Spade J seemed to be numb from the pain. He slowly raised his head, sweating profusely, his lips pale, and looked at Chinyu tremblingly, gritted his teeth and whispered, "You didn't kill me? What do you want?" "Fear." Chinyu looked indifferent. "Fear?" Spade J couldn't help but show a twisted smile on his face, and said with a forced smile, "You want to scare me? Yellow monkey. Who do you think you are? When I was killing people on the battlefield, you were still a jerk. Everyone will be afraid." Chinyu squatted in front of Spade J and looked at him indifferently. "You too." He. Spade J gritted his teeth and said, "How do you want to deal with me? Torture me? Come on. Let me see what cruel methods you Xia people can use." Chinyu looked at him silently. Suddenly, he grabbed a palm-sized bottle from the space. This move made Spade J stunned. "What is that? An oriental trick?" It is said all over the world that the ancient Xia kingdom possessed magic and a method of longevity. But Westerners have always thought that it was a trick used by ancient emperors to fool the people. But what was that just now? How did he take it out? Where did he take it out from? Spade J began to get confused. Chinyu brought the glass bottle to Spade J, pointed at the silver liquid inside and said, "This is mercury. The chemical name is mercury. I believe you know. What do you want?" A ferocious expression appeared on Spade J's face. The flesh on his face was shaking uncontrollably. It was mainly because of Chinyu's move just now that he began to doubt his existing cognition. Westerners have always been fascinated by the mystery of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. This is also one of the important reasons why they want to invade the East. That is, the ancient history of immortals and Buddhas makes people yearn for it. So he unconsciously fantasized about what this young man, with darkness in his eyes, wanted to do to him. Was it a ghost technique? Chinyu remained expressionless. It was as if he was doing something very inconspicuous. But what he said next made Spade J feel a kind of soul horror. Chinyu pointed to the mercury in his hand and said lightly, "In the ancient times of the Xia Kingdom, there was a kind of torture that was implemented using mercury. The executioner would cut the prisoner's scalp, then pour the mercury in from the top of your head. After that, the mercury will spread everywhere between your skin and flesh, completely isolating your flesh and bones from your skin. You feel itchy. The kind of itch that goes deep into your soul. When the itch makes you crazy, you will want to take off this skin. So, you find a hole on the top of your head, and you will stretch out your hands without hesitation and get out of the hole. That's when it's exciting. You take off your entire skin completely. How about it? Want to try it? Chinyu said in a flat tone. But Spade J's face turned pale. His lips trembled. His eyes stared at Chinyu. And his teeth clenched. The two looked at each other for more than 10 seconds. Spade J roared, "Bullshit. Fucky. Yellow monkey. You think you can scare me? You think you can scare me? Okay." Chinyu stood up calmly and pulled out the tactical machete. Then he walked to Spade J, kicked him to the ground, and then picked up the machete and started to shave his hair. While shaving, he said, "Let you try? You Westerners have never believed that our Xia country has an ancient civilization of 5,000 years. It's just right for you to feel the wisdom of the ancient Orientals." Spade J twisted his body wildly, wanted to resist. But once Chinyu activated his supernatural power, he felt a mountain-like pressure on him. He couldn't move at all. So, Spade J felt the cold steel knife scraping on his head. The sound made people's scalp numb. Chapter 211 Torture. The cold feeling makes one's heart beat wildly. Spade J is an international mercenary. He is a senior mercenary from North America. He has fought in many famous battles, killed many people on the battlefield, and completed many difficult tasks. It's not that he has never been captured. It's not that he has never been tortured. But those torture methods are nothing more than physical torture. At most, some hallucinogens are used to corrode his spirit. After going through all that, Spade J still survived tenaciously. That's why he became the behind-the-scenes contact person of these mercenary spies in the end. He is not bragging. Ordinary torture doesn't work on him at all. However, Chinyu's move scared him. Really scared. Unheard of method. Hearing Chinyu's description of the process, he felt creepy. Pour mercury into the scalp? Then the whole skin will be separated from the body? And then you can get out of the scalp with a whoosh because of the itch? What will happen to you? Horror! Fear! As the cold steel knife scraped on his head, Spade J's spirit was slowly on the verge of collapse. Soon, Chinyu stopped. He heard him muttering to himself, "It should be okay. Make a cross-shaped cut on your scalp." Then, Spade J felt a tingling pain on his scalp. Fuck. It's really a cross. At that moment, the fear of the unknown made Spade J completely collapse. He trembled all over and shouted in fear, "No! No! Stop! Stop!" Chinyu did not stop. Instead, he poured a cold liquid into the wound in his scalp. Spade J felt a burst of cold and piercing things stimulating the wound on his scalp. Then, Spade J's expression was sluggish. He felt itchy inside his scalp, and the scalp seemed to be slowly peeled off. And it felt like the bones, blood, muscles, and flesh of the whole person were slowly separated from his skin. The cold mercury penetrated crazily in the tissue under the skin, penetrating everywhere. Itchy. Itchy and unbearable. I have never experienced such a terrible feeling in my life. Spade J's muscles became tighter and tighter, and a feeling of suffocation made him gradually unable to breathe. His eyes began to fill with blood. His hands, which had been injured, began to scratch his scalp subconsciously. He muttered unconsciously, "Itchy. Itchy. I want to get out. I want to get out. Itchy. I can't stand it. I can't stand it." He began to scratch his scalp while mumbling to himself. Chinyu, who was standing aside, slowly stepped back. There was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh my god? Was he really scared? I just repeated Wei Xiaobao's lines in the movie, and actually scared this Western mercenary leader to collapse? Chinyu slowly backed away, his brows furrowed, because Spade J had already used up all his strength to slowly tear the skin off his head. He tore it off alive. This scene was too bloody. I don't know when it started, but all the women who had been hiding before came out. They all crowded around the bar. They stared at this scene in amazement. They simply couldn't understand how Chinyu could scare a murderous mercenary into collapse with just a few words. So, Spade J knelt on the ground. He really peeled off his skin. Spade J didn't move. He peeled off half of his skin. But he was still alive. He just knelt on the ground motionlessly. His upper body was bloody, and half of his skin was hanging on the ground. His eyes were dull. He didn't move. His chest was still breathing slightly. The blood on his body was like a stream in the snowy mountains, turning into bloodlines, flowing down his body, forming a weird picture. It made people's scalps numb. The few women who survived didn't dare to look again. They all covered their eyes in fear. Chinyu took a look at the mineral water in his hand, unscrewed the cap and drank the rest of the water, then throwing away the water bottle. Damn mercenary. He was scared to death by half a bottle of mineral water. Chinyu no longer paid attention to Spade J and looked up at the women at the bar. They were all scared like frightened birds. Chinyu looked at them one by one, and finally his eyes fell on the young girl who had discovered him on the boat before. What's your name? Me? My name is Jolie. Come here. Jolie bit her lip. The other women behind her immediately grabbed her. Jolie shook her head, turned back and whispered, he is a good man. I know. After saying that, she broke free from their hands, slowly walked in front of Chinyu, and looked up at him bravely. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome. Chinyu pointed upstairs. There are 7 women like you in the KTV on the top floor. They are hiding. I'll tell you where they are. You go and call them down. Oh! Jolie turned around and was about to leave. Jolie. Chinyu called her and said seriously, the scene on the top floor may be a little scary. Remember? Out of sight. Out of mind. If you are really scared, just look at your nose and your heart. Just ask someone to come down. Got it. Jolie nodded vigorously, then turned around and ran away in a hurry. Chinyu looked at the remaining 5 women again and asked casually, who is the oldest among you? The 5 women looked at each other. The last mature and plump woman slowly walked out and whispered, I should be the oldest. My name is Lu Shuyun. How old are you? Chinyu looked at her. I'm 32. Okay. Chinyu nodded, then walked to the door and looked outside and said, I'll take you out of here in a while. You can find a safe shelter to live by yourself. What? Lu Shuyun was stunned. We live by ourselves? Yes. Do you have a shelter? Can we follow you? Chinyu shook his head firmly. No. Lu Shuyun. Her face was very ugly, because they are all a group of weak women. Living by themselves is equivalent to a death sentence. Isn't it? Chinyu knew what she was thinking, and said lightly, Sister Lu, at the beginning of the liberation of Xiagua, women turned over and became half the masters, and could hold up half the sky. At that time, women were very self-reliant. But after decades of peaceful development, with great material abundance today, women have slowly come back to life and become men's appendages again. Why? What led to this result? At this point, Chinyu looked at several women. These women are all women with good figures and good looks without exception. They should be from 18 or 19 to early 30s. To be honest, they are a group of beautiful women. Maybe before the disaster, they lived very delicately. Lu Shuyun didn't expect Chinyu to say such a thing, so she stared at him blankly. Especially this man's previous behavior was very much like a demon. He really kills without blinking an eye. But now, although he is plain, he is very gentle and polite. He even calls himself Sister Lu. Chapter 2:12 Conditions. At the beginning, Lu Shuyun even anticipated the possibility of being violated by him. But now, the contrast is too great. Lu Shuyun slowly relaxed herself, looked at Chinyu and said softly, Actually, I know what you mean. And I know you are right. But right now, even if we want to survive on our own, we really don't have the conditions. Behind her, a woman with a charming and sexy look couldn't help but ask, Brother, can you take us in? We can work. Sorry. It's impossible now. Chinyu glanced at her and said lightly, How about this? I'll help you find a place to settle down. Don't worry. I will give you some weapons and teach you how to use them. The women stopped talking. This man is the kind of person who is difficult to negotiate with, although a little helpless. But the women also let down their guard against Chinyu. Why? There are so many beautiful women together, and it is still the end of the world. But he doesn't want to take them in. Don't you like women? Impossible? In fact, everyone knows it. A capable man takes in women, and in the end, he can do whatever he wants. The women are also willing. As a result, this guy turned a blind eye to beauty. He is a real man. He is just too cruel. So, the women kept silent. They were relieved and worried. Footsteps were heard outside. Then Jolie came in with the 7 surviving women. Jolie looked pale. She kept spitting. She probably vomited on top. When the 7 women saw Chinyu, they all came over in surprise, thanked him and bowed, and laughed and cried. The 7 of them were no longer wary of Chinyu. For a while, the room became much warmer. No one cared about the spade Jay who was kneeling on the ground in the corner, and had no skin on his body. 13 women. 13 women with good figures and good looks. The atmosphere calmed down. And after everyone was no longer afraid, the chattering sounds in the room gradually increased. Among the 7 surviving women, a beautiful woman with a cold and beautiful face and a pair of phoenix eyes slowly walked up to Chinyu. She stretched out her hand. Hello. My name is Luo Yin. Hello. Chinyu shook hands with her. Luo Yin asked softly, Excuse me. Can you take us in? No. Chinyu replied casually. I have told him. And I will tell you 7 again. I will take you away and find a shelter. Then I will leave you some food and weapons. And teach you how to use the weapons. You survive on your own for a while. This is the apocalypse. Not a peaceful era. Everyone must be able to survive on their own. My purpose in dealing with this group of mercenaries is not to save you, but to give my own people a stable living environment. Do you understand what I mean? Saving you is just a byproduct. But you are not my responsibility. When you can survive successfully on your own, maybe I will cooperate with you. Now, you have to rely on yourself. Luo Yin blinked, then nodded and said, Okay. We accept it. Anyway, you are our savior. Can I ask what your name is? Chunyu. Mr. Chun. To be honest, I have no attachment to this world. But meeting you today, I see a ray of hope again. Luo Yin suddenly came over and hugged Chinyu openly. But she was not reluctant to leave. When she stepped back, Chinyu looked her up and down, and suddenly asked in confusion, Miss Luo, you look familiar? Luo Yin looked directly into Chinyu's eyes, and said softly, I am the president of Jiancheng Ilua Group. Oh! Chinyu suddenly realized. It turned out to be her. This woman was once a legend in Jiancheng. A real beauty CEO, and Luo Yin was once a legend in Jiancheng. At a young age, less than 30 years old, she is already the CEO of a group company that makes daily necessities for women. She is worth over 100 million. Both her parents are businessmen, so with a good family background and connections. She stepped on the shoulders of giants and quickly became a little giant. She is said to be a beauty. I have only seen her twice on TV before. It was an interview for an award. I didn't expect to see her in person today. And I didn't expect that she would live to this day. Although she was in a mess, this woman was still calm. So her temperament was still somewhat retained. A bit like a female CEO. Chinyu was quite relieved. At least in each of these 2 waves of women, there was a relatively bold diplomatic figure. One was the little girl Zoli, and the other was the female president Luo Yin. With the 2 of them, even if this group of people were all women, they should be able to hold on. Chinyu has his own principles. His principles will not be broken just because the other party is a woman. There are 13 women at once, and they are 13 beauties. The oldest is 32, and the youngest is probably only 16 or 17 years old. Can they be taken back casually? Who knows how many saints are there among them? Is there a white lotus? Is there a green tea? How many female ghosts? Let them live on their own first. The 13 women got to know each other. The 2 groups of women also slowly united. Chinyu then turned around and walked to the door, jumped directly into the water, and turned the flipped fishing boat over again. During this process, the 13 women were watching. Their eyes were shining. Chinyu looked young, but his strength was too great. A large diesel-powered fishing boat. He could turn it over with his bare hands. And in the water, with no place to use his feet? It was simply scary. Soon, Chinyu returned to the door and prepared to go ashore. As soon as he stretched out his hand and prepared to hold it up, at least 6 or 7 of the women crowded at the door subconsciously reached out and prepared to pull him up. 6 or 7 arms. Slender hands. Rows of jade arms. The scene was quite spectacular. Even Chinyu was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the woman who stretched out her arms and nodded politely. Thank you. I don't need your help. The women quickly retreated again. Chinyu pushed his hands and jumped out of the water directly. He shook off the water stains on his body. Then he looked back at the women. Do you have any good places that you think are good? I can take you there. If not, then I will find a place for you. The women looked at each other. The oldest Lu Shuyun stood up and said softly, In fact, there is a place to go. I don't know if you have heard of Concentrated Light Technology Company, Limited in the south of the city? I have heard of it. It makes photovoltaic products. Chenyu nodded. Jiancheng is just a second-tier city, not too big. There are several serious technology companies in the city, which can be counted on one hand. Chapter 213 Fugui Fish Farm. Juguang Technology is a high-tech enterprise company in Jiancheng. It is engaged in the photovoltaic industry. Solar energy products are relatively mature products. Lu Shuyun said softly, in fact, Fugui Fish Farm is there. There is a warehouse. The warehouse stores some spare daily necessities. Oh! How did you know? Chen Yu looked at her in confusion. In fact, I was doing warehouse statistics work at Fugui Fish Farm. Lu Shuyun sighed, when our farm owner arranged there. It was still in the early stage after the flood. Originally, he thought of it as a precaution. At that time, I lived with the farm owner. Later, the Fugui Fish Farm became bigger and bigger, and more people were rescued. The owner was worried that some people would become greedy, so he never made the warehouse there public. It became a secret warehouse. Some supplies were stored there from time to time, and only a few core members at the beginning knew about this place. I am one of them. Maybe I am the only one left from the beginning. After listening, Qin Yu nodded. Your owner is a smart man. But unfortunately he died young. If the warehouse there is still there, you will be saved. After saying that, he looked at everyone and asked, who can use a gun? The 13 women looked at each other again. Finally, Liu Yan, Lu Shuyun, and 2 other women, one named Wang Lijuan and the other named Ding Kaiyun, came out. They all knew how to use guns, and they were frank about killing people. Chen Yu really looked at Liu Yan and Lu Shuyun differently. These 2 women have the potential to be leaders. So, Chen Yu picked up 2 pistols and 2 assault rifles in the building and gave them to the 4 of them. The 2 assault rifles were AK-47s, and the 2 pistols were Glock G17s. They are all weapons commonly used by foreign mercenaries. Chen Yu briefly talked about the use of the 2 weapons, and then looked at Lu Shuyun and said, since you have a place, let's go to the place you said and take a look. Yes. Lu Shuyun nodded. Okay. Everyone get on board first. I'm going to check the building again. You wait for me on the boat. Don't worry. There is no other large force in Jiancheng except this group of vicious mercenaries. Get on board. The 13 women got on board obediently. Qin Yu turned and went upstairs. He searched carefully again, and put all the supplies brought by this group of mercenaries into the space. The supplies of this group of mercenaries are actually very rich. The middle floors of the nightclub are full of daily necessities and military supplies. There are even powerful weapons. For example, rocket launchers, some high-explosive mines and incendiary bombs banned internationally, etc. They are all big. As for daily necessities, they are relatively few. The main reason is that this group of people has always been mobile, so they rarely stock up daily necessities. They are just enough for short-term use. Once they can't find daily necessities, they will definitely move to another city. After Qin Yu searched all the supplies, he went back downstairs, followed the women on the boat, and then sailed to the place where Dong Qiulei was hiding and took her with him first. After finding Dong Qiulei, everyone sailed again and headed straight to Juguang Technology Company. On the way, Dong Qiulei also knew the origin of this group of women, and she admired Chen Yu even more in her heart. First of all, Qin Yu actually dealt with that group of bandits alone, and even saved so many survivors. Secondly, these women look pretty. Everyone knows why those people kept them alive. But Qin Yu didn't take them in. Dong Qiulei was very happy. This proved that Qin Yu was not a guy who was attracted by beauty. Otherwise, Dong Qiulei secretly observed that none of these women looked at Qin Yu seriously. I'm afraid they all wanted to sacrifice themselves to repay their gratitude. They even wanted to sleep with Chen Yu and follow him in the future. Brother Yu was still firm enough. He would never take the survivors back casually. This is a real leader. More than an hour later, the boat arrived at the building of Juguang Technology Company. The lower part of the building was submerged in water, leaving only about 6 floors of space above. Lu Shuyun looked up and whispered, "This is it." "Okay." Chen Yu nodded, motioned all the women to jump into the building from the window, looked at Lu Shuyun and said, "Since there are supplies here, I won't leave them for you. All of you stay here for the time being. I have to leave first. I'll be back tomorrow. Remember, be quiet at night. Don't party even if you have supplies, so as not to attract other lone walkers or cannibals. I'll bring you some weapons when I come back. After that, it's up to you. I'm leaving first. I'll stop the boat here when I come back tomorrow." Be sure to watch carefully. Don't shoot at me. I don't want to die in vain. After saying that, Chinyu took Dong Chiole and drove away directly. The women looked at the distant boat and were silent for a while. They still felt a little scared. After all, it has become a habit for women to rely on men, especially on such a cold winter night. A few minutes later, some people began to sneeze one after another. Luo Yin hurriedly pulled Lu Shuyun's arm. Sister Lu, we have to find some thick clothes to wear. Otherwise, we may freeze to death at night. Well, let's go. Lu Shuyun nodded quickly. She didn't hide anything, because she was also a smart person. In this era, it was difficult for a woman to survive alone. But they still knew the principle of banding together for warmth. These women had all escaped death, so they had a sense of sisterhood. So, Lu Shuyun took Luo Yan's hand and hurried upstairs with the other women. The technology company was on the top floor. There was also a warehouse of the original company on the top floor. Lu Shuyun led everyone to the door of the warehouse, where a lock was hung. It was a combination lock. It was a relatively primitive mechanical combination lock. There had always been someone guarding this place, so it was quite safe. Lu Shuyun walked over quickly, turned out the 4-digit password on the combination lock, and then gently pulled it. The lock opened. The women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lu Shuyun quickly opened the door of the warehouse. When the door opened, all the women couldn't help but exclaim. There were too many things inside. The huge warehouse was filled with all kinds of food, drinks, clothing, and daily necessities. Only 2 narrow passages were left in the middle. Lu Shuyun and Luo Yan looked at each other, their eyes red. Behind them, 2 young girls couldn't help crying. The experience of this day was like a nightmare. Now I am finally alive. So, the women went in one after another, keeping warm first. Chenyu drove the boat back to Fukue Fish Farm. Fukue Fish Farm has persisted from the disaster to today, and the supplies here are more than those in Bay's nightclub. Chapter 214 Close Contact. The reason why the group of mercenaries did not move these supplies was because the people in Fukue Fish Farm had been killed by them. So there was no rush. Just take them as needed. So Chinyu had to come back again. Move back what can be moved first. These supplies do not need to be stored in the space, but directly ship back and put them in Jianbei Hotel as trophies. After all, there are more people in the hotel. The supplies consumed every day have also increased. So Chinyu and Dong Chiole began to search for the remaining supplies in the nest of Fukue Fish Farm. One box after another was moved onto the fishing boat. This tossing took nearly 4 hours. Dong Chiole was so tired that she took 5 breaks. When Chinyu admitted that he could not find any more usable supplies, it was already late at night. Fortunately, they were driving a large fishing boat. It was no problem to load dozens of tons of supplies on it. Otherwise, they could not bring all these things back in one trip. Dong Chiole collapsed on the pile of supplies to rest, while Chinyu drove the boat to Jianbei Hotel. 2 hours later, back to the hotel downstairs, Chinyu contacted Li Zhongjuan in advance. After the boat docked, Li Zhongjuan immediately called people to start moving supplies. Everyone was stunned. Wow! A whole boat of supplies. Food, drinks, and even weapons. This time, they really got rich. As soon as Lu Yuanchao came down, he jumped onto the boat to get the weapons. The old soldier laughed excitedly and picked up a big carbine from the boat. He looked at Chinyu in surprise. How can Fukue Fish Farm have such weapons? That carbine was left by those mercenaries. Oh, where are those people? Some died. Some escaped, Chinyu said lightly. Dong Chiole behind him was shocked. How could they escape? Didn't you kill them all? But she didn't say it out loud. Chinyu didn't seem to like showing off his own achievements. He would fool around if he could. But even so, people like Lu Yuanchao still looked incredulous. In the afternoon, there were constant sounds of gunfire in the distance. He knew that the battle must be very fierce. As a result, at night, Chinyu directly pulled back a ship of supplies and told everyone that the group of mercenaries was no longer a threat. Some died and some escaped? This answer is simple to say. But what is the truth behind it? It may be very scary. Lu Yuanchao is an old soldier, and he didn't ask any more questions. This kind of details will be asked privately when there is a chance in the future, because he thinks that there must be another force behind Chinyu, and that force has very strong combat capabilities. That is a secret. So, don't be in a hurry. If you live with Chinyu for a long time, you will always know his secrets. So, everyone knows it tacitly. No one asked about the group of mercenaries in detail. I only know one result. That is, the mercenary organization is gone. And the Fukue fish farm is also destroyed. These supplies are all from the Fukue fish farm. In this era, everyone is struggling to survive. If the Fukue fish farm is destroyed, many people will die. But everyone has no mood to pity and mourn the death of others. At present, it is a good result for everyone to survive steadily. Everyone is hardworking, especially the soldiers under Liu Yuanchao. After a few trips, the entire ship's supplies were unloaded. Fang Jing was responsible for organizing and recording the supplies, and sorting the supplies into different places in the building for storage. Dong Qiule was called away by Zhang Yang. She was obviously scolded, because Dong Qiule's behavior was more dangerous. If Qin Yu had no time to take care of her during the battle, she would probably die because of this immature decision, and even drag Qin Yu down. Zhang Yang severely criticized Dong Qiule. Dong Qiule was scolded so much that her head drooped. In the whole hotel, there were only 3 people she obeyed. One was Qin Yu, one was Fang Jing, and the other was Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang is like her master, so she really listens to some of his words. But in fact, Dong Qiule is also somewhat happy in her heart, because this trip, by chance, she has had the closest contact with Qin Yu. For the rest of her life, her wish has been fulfilled. Just be a little woman behind him and give silently, watching him become a leader little by little. This feeling is also quite good. So Dong Qiule secretly rejoices again while scolding. Zhang Yang is very upset. Forget it. I won't scold him anymore. It would be strange if a teenage girl could be obedient. Just keep a closer eye on her in the future. In the evening, everyone in Jianbei Hotel was happy. Although they didn't dare to celebrate openly, they still gathered together for a meal. Nearly 20 people gathered in the luxurious dining area on the top floor. Thick curtains were drawn over the windows. Several tallow candles were lit to prevent light from leaking out. There was iced beer in the refrigerator, barbecue, vegetables, fragrant stewed rice, and various stewed delicacies on the dining table. Everyone relaxed for a while, including Zhong Xiangnan and Lu Guqin, who had just recovered from a serious illness. Everyone was respectful to Qin Yu, no matter how old they were, because now all this was brought by this young man. It was amazing. Qin Yu was also a leader. In this small group, senior leaders included Zhang Yang, a major. Senior generals included Liu Yuanchao, a deputy regiment-level officer. Senior intellectuals included Zhong Xiangnan, the old director of the Institute of Virology, and Lu Guqin, the chief expert. And highly educated people included Dr. Dong Zhou. All these people, in times of peace, had higher status than Qin Yu. But now, everyone has lowered their posture. Just because Qin Yu is amazing, this young man is not as cautious as he should be at this age. Every time he accepts new people, he has a purpose. At present, these people in the hotel are either friends with him, who have passed their lives, or soldiers who are resolute and follow orders, or technicians who can grow crops by themselves, or experts in studying viruses. There are no extra ones. If you have to say there are extra ones, maybe only Qin Yu, the little girl, was left behind by Qin Yu at that time because he was moved by his pity. That's why it's magical. How did Qin Yu do all this at such a young age? Everyone is curious, but no one will ask, because even if you ask, they won't tell you. That's a secret. Everyone has their own secret. Everything is fine now. Keeping this state, everyone has something to do, and everyone has a strong sense of happiness. Isn't this more important than getting to the bottom of things? So, everyone was slightly drunk that night. After the dinner, Qin Yu stayed in Fang Jing's room. This is the only place that is a little bit unharmonious, because Fang Jing was very intoxicated when she dreamed at midnight. But what about the others? For example, Dong Qiule, the new little woman, Li Xiaoyun, who had just tasted it, Fanya, who had a secret crush on him, or Jiang Zhan, who had a problem with his sexual orientation. They all couldn't sleep. Chapter 215, One of the Fighting Forces. In fact, there was another person who couldn't sleep. That was Zhang Yang. He drank a little more white wine at night. So after returning to the rooftop alone, he sat under the night sky, holding a sniper rifle in his arms, with a signal alarm next to him, staring at the dark city in a daze. He was somewhat agitated. The reason for the agitation was Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling followed Lu Yuanchao into the Jiangbei Hotel and became one of the indispensable fighting forces in the hotel. She was very tough. She was one of the few combat elites with special forces qualities in Lu Yuanchao's regiment. That's why she became Lu Yuanchao's guard. In fact, Xiao Ling had at least 18 ways to kill the 2 lone walkers by the water that day. She really didn't care if her body was seen. She felt a little uncomfortable, but it was not a big deal. As a result, Zhang Yang's intervention caused her to be hit by a crossbow arrow. This was actually a shame. But after all, Zhang Yang was kind. And Xiao Ling didn't make these things clear. After entering Jiangbei Hotel, Zhang Yang had contact with Xiao Ling a few times before he realized that this woman was very strong. In fact, ridiculously strong. So Zhang Yang was moved. From time to time, he recalled the erotic scene he saw in the scope that day. Xiao Ling's vacuum appearance made his heart beat faster. He found that he could finally let go of the fact that his girlfriend didn't make it. That meant he could accept the next relationship. But how to start? These days, Xiao Ling has always stayed by Lu Yuanchao's side. She has been busy strengthening the armed defense force and various monitoring measures of Jiangbei Hotel. She is very busy. Every time she meets Zhang Yang, they just pass by each other and nod to each other. They don't stop at all. They don't even make eye contact. What to do? Does he hate himself? Zhang Yang is somewhat melancholy. Looking at the night, he sighed softly, then took out a pack of wrinkled cigarettes from his pocket and took out one. Then he picked up the lighter and prepared to light a cigarette. At this moment, the security door behind him suddenly rang. Zhang Yang looked back. Suddenly, my whole body froze. She's here. My heartbeat accelerated a little. Zhang Yang stared blankly at Xiao Ling, who was wearing a handsome camouflage uniform and a camouflage coat, and walked towards him step by step. Xiao Ling's eyes were bright, like the stars in the night sky. Xiao Ling's walking posture was very cool, like the cool female soldiers in the parade. Xiao Ling slowly walked in front of Zhang Yang, suddenly reached out and took the cigarette out of his mouth, and whispered, "You are a special forces soldier. Smoking in the dark? Do you want to be a target?" Zhang Yang blinked and smiled awkwardly. "I won't sit here and smoke." "Don't worry. That won't work either." Xiao Ling put the cigarette back into the cigarette box and handed it to him. "Smoking is bad for your health. Try to smoke less in the future. Anyway, cigarettes will gradually disappear in the future, so you have to quit even if you don't want to." "Okay." Zhang Yang put the cigarette on the ground honestly. Then he looked at Xiao Ling. "You have something to ask me? Why? Can't I come to you if I don't have anything?" Xiao Ling moved a small stool and sat next to Zhang Yang. She stretched out her hand to stroke her hair and looked at the dark city in the distance. She is not a beauty. She is just an ordinary person. But Zhang Yang likes this kind of temperament. In his eyes, Xiao Ling is a beauty. The two were silent for a while. It was Xiao Ling who broke the silence. "Do you still have a vision for the future?" "What?" Zhang Yang was stunned. "I'm asking you. Do you still have aspirations for your future life?" Xiao Ling turned her head to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang blinked, then said seriously, "I believe that mankind will definitely overcome disasters and move towards a new era." "Are you so confident?" "Yes, I am very confident," Zhang Yang said with certainty. "When I contact the headquarters, I believe there are still gathering points in some places in our country. If there are, will you go?" Zhang Yang suddenly hesitated. If it was before, he would nod without hesitation. But now, after living here for a while, he suddenly felt that he really liked Jiangbei Hotel as his base. "I like these people very much." Or someone. If he really wants to leave, he may not be able to do it without hesitation. At most he will just accept the order. Seeing Zhang Yang's reaction, Xiao Ling understood immediately. She smiled lightly and whispered, "Commander, I like your high morale. So, let's stick to it together. I hope that one day, we can rebuild human civilization." After that, she stretched out her hand to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly stretched out his hand and shook hers. The two people held hands together. Their eyes were also intertwined. Many emotional exchanges were confessed at this moment. Xiao Ling blushed, suddenly shook off Zhang Yang's hand, turned around and hurried downstairs. Zhang Yang did not chase her, but just grinned. After Xiao Ling's figure completely disappeared, he crossed his legs leisurely, sat on the chair, and looked up at the sky. His mood was different. and the sky looked different. Aren't there countless stars on the dark sky? Darkness cannot cover up the stubborn and tenacious glimmer. No words for the whole night. The next day, early in the morning, Chinyu found Zhong Xiangnan and talked to him in detail. To rebuild the laboratory in the hotel, a lot of experimental instruments and experimental equipment are needed. These things are not in Chinyu's space, so he has to go out to search. When Zhong Xiangnan heard that Chinyu is going to help him rebuild the laboratory now, his old face immediately lit up with excitement. For him, life has no hope. All his relatives died. All he has left is his passion for studying viruses. If this cannot be achieved, Zhong Xiangnan will probably become depressed soon and even leave this world. Chinyu is very clear about this. So the laboratory must be set up immediately. In a doomsday environment, people's spiritual strength is very important. Some people can survive until the Ice Age by relying solely on tenacious spiritual support. Once the spirit collapses, the person is finished. Because everyone has despaired of the future. Zhong Xiangnan wrote furiously. A densely packed list was listed on the paper. When Chinyu finally got the list, he was overwhelmed. Wow! There were thousands of experimental instruments and equipment needed. And this was the first batch. The most basic stuff. No way. Let's do it. In order to suppress the serum, we must get it. But this is not something that can be done overnight. So don't worry. Take your time. As long as Jianbei Hotel is well hidden, it should not be attacked within a few years. So just study it slowly. I believe Zhong Xiangnan and Lu Guiqin will definitely be able to study the suppressive serum. Chinyu left with a list. He drove a small fishing boat to the south of the city. He had to go to the Focus Technology building again. On the one hand, he promised the 13 women that he would bring them a batch of weapons so that they could protect themselves. Chapter 216 Gratitude and Admiration. On the other hand, Jiuguang Technology is an optical company. Some of the instruments and meters inside should be useful. So I went to search for a batch. I went out today and felt that the city was quieter. I drove the boat all the way south and never met a single person. Opened the mental map. There was no one within 5 kilometers. Maybe there are still some lone travelers and small groups in the northeast inland area of the city. But in the waters south of the city, once the Fugue fish farm collapsed, there was really no one left. It's a pity for those boats in the Fugue fish farm. They were all destroyed by that group of mercenaries. Now, without the boats, no one in the south of the city can survive. Maybe those 13 women can live peacefully for a while. More than 2 hours later, Chinyu drove the boat to the downstairs of Jiuguang Technology building. He kept the mental map open and had to monitor it. If someone dared to shoot at him, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, when he just docked the boat, someone on the upper floor opened the window, stuck his head out, and screamed, "He's here! Sister Lu! Sister Luo! He's here! He's really back!" Then, there was a scream in the building. Chinyu was confused. "What are you screaming for? Are you so excited?" Fortunately, there are not many people around. Otherwise these women always like to scream. And sooner or later they will attract the big bad wolf. Chinyu fixed the boat. A few minutes later, 13 women blocked the door in unison. All looked at him eagerly. Chinyu was also slightly stunned. Good guy. These 13 women are much cleaner. Everyone changed into clean clothes. And even their hair seemed to have been washed. Looking at the 13 women, some pure, some charming, some enchanting, some gentle, each with their own charm. It is really a beautiful scenery. The eyes of these women looking at Chinyu are a little scary, as if they want to eat people. Chinyu blinked, jumped into the building, came to the crowd, and suddenly asked, "Can I give you some advice?" Lu Shuyu nodded quickly. "You say. First, don't scream all the time. Second, it's better to make your face a little dirty. Don't expose yourself to men like this. Third, choose a leader. Don't act in a swarm in the future. Fourth, don't regard men as pillars. Sometimes, women are more suitable to survive in the Doomsday world. Don't ask me why. Just think of it as what I saw in the movie." After Chinyu finished speaking, Zhou immediately took out a makeup box from her pocket, smeared a handful of blue powder from it, and drew 2 lines under each eye with 2 fingers. Then she looked at Chinyu and smiled. "Brother, do you think I can do this?" "Okay." Chinyu nodded casually. Unexpectedly, Zhou immediately took the makeup box and turned around to apply makeup on each woman's face. A few minutes later, All the women's faces were painted. After Chun Yu finished watching, he broke out in a sweat. How come she looks more exotic? Is she pretending or putting on makeup? Seeing Zhou Li coming back in front of him with a smug look on her face, Chun Yu looked at her in confusion. What did you do before? Me? A makeup blogger. As expected? Chun Yu was speechless. Forget it. 13 beautiful women, with strange makeup stripes on their faces. Just like a group of beauties taking funny photos. Chun Yu was too lazy to care. So he let them do what they wanted. If they can survive, they will survive. If they can't survive, it can only be said that they are not suitable for the end. Chun Yu turned around and pointed at the weapons in the boat and said, "These are the weapons for you to replenish. You can carry them yourself. Take them upstairs. I will search the building and find some instruments and equipment. I will meet you after I'm done." After saying that, he turned around and left. The women looked confused. Looking for instruments and equipment? I thought he was here to help. Forget it. Do it yourself. At Lu Xuyin's command, the 13 women went down the boat to carry the weapons. Chun Yu began to search on each floor. Juguang technology was very big back then. It is quite famous in the field of optics. This building is theirs. But the R&D department is basically concentrated on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. Chun Yu was busy on these 3 floors, searching every room and laboratory. In the past, this building had actually been looted. But because the instruments and equipment inside were not considered daily necessities, they were ignored by the survivors. Chun Yu was secretly happy. After searching according to Zhong Xiangnan's list, he really found a lot of usable instruments and equipment. In this way, he worked for more than 3 hours, seeing that it was past 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Just when Chun Yu was searching, the lively and active Zhou Li ran down. After finding him, she said excitedly, "Brother, don't be busy. Go upstairs and have a meal. Several sisters have prepared delicious food and are waiting for you." "Okay. Right away." After Chun Yu dragged out 2 large spectrometers from the warehouse, he stood up and wiped his sweat, turned around and looked at Zhou Li and said, "Do all of you live on the top floor?" "Yes." Zhou Li nodded. Sister Luo said that the top floor has a wide field of view and is convenient for monitoring the outside. "That Luo Yin?" "Yes." Zhou Li said excitedly, "Among us, Sister Luo and Sister Lu are both very capable leaders. So now they are our leaders." "Not bad." Chun Yu smiled and nodded, and asked again, "What do you do?" "Me? I haven't decided yet." Sister Luo said that we all need to get familiar with each other slowly, so that it will be convenient to arrange everyone's tasks. She's right. Chun Yu wiped his hands and followed Zhou Li to open the warehouse. Soon, the two came to the top floor, entered a small meeting room. Here, the former large conference table has become a large dining table. There are really a lot of food on it. In addition, there are many small gas stoves and pots and pans in the meeting room. It seems that the former owner of Fugue Fish Farm really stored a lot of practical living supplies. Chun Yu took a deep breath. "Come on. Have a ready-made meal." The room is very lively. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Not to mention 13 women. 13 women of different looks. In addition, they had just escaped from danger and received Chun Yu's personal assurance that the group of mercenaries had completely collapsed and would no longer cause trouble in Jiancheng. So the 13 women were very relaxed. The Doomsday environment makes it easy for women to worship the strong. Among these women, several have seen Chun Yu killing people in the base building. It's the same killing. When mercenaries kill people, they think it's cruel and tyrannical and inhumane. But when Chun Yu kills people, they think it's safe and powerful and full of manliness. So everyone has a standpoint. At the dinner table, the women chattered, expressing their gratitude and admiration for Chun Yu. Chun Yu didn't take it seriously. He ate his own food. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words with Luo Yin and other familiar people. During this time, the 13 women also introduced themselves one after another. Among them, Luo Yin, 28 years old, president of the group company. Lu Xuyun, 32 years old, accountant of a foreign company. Zhou Li, 19 years old, beauty blogger. Lu Ya, 21 years old, college student. Xu Dan, 22 years old, college student. Shen Tingting, 26 years old, insurance company manager. Zhang Xiaohua, 23 years old, freelancer. Sun Mimi, 18 years old, college student. Wang Lijuan, 29 years old, project manager of a security company. Deng Kaiyun, 30 years old, auxiliary police officer. Li Qiuyue, 27 years old, hotel front desk. Feng Zihan, 25 years old, short video broadcaster. Jiang Shanshan, 16 years old, senior high school student. 13 women. The youngest is 16 years old, and the oldest is 32 years old. Among them, Liu Yan, Lu Shuyun, Deng Kaiyun and Wang Lijuan can use guns, and have actually killed people. The four of them are relatively old. They have a clear understanding of the Doomsday environment. Deng Kaiyun is even a former auxiliary police officer. Chapter 217 Moved by Beauty. The security company where Wang Lijuan works is also a well-known security company in Jiancheng. She deals with those security personnel all day long. So she has also come into contact with guns. The rest of the people are ordinary people. Especially Jiang Shanshan is still a senior high school student. It is a miracle that she can survive. Everyone ate and chatted. Chen Yu did not mention anything about his own affairs. He was very open about other issues. The meal lasted more than 2 hours. The dinner ended at about 2:30 in the afternoon. More women means cleaner. The meeting room was quickly cleaned up. Chen Yu asked Lu Shuyun and the others to bring in all the guns and weapons and put them on the table. Basically, each woman can get a pistol, a Type 79 submachine gun, a domestic 3-edged bayonet, and an internationally used saber. Each gun is equipped with 5 magazines. This is already a very strong firepower. Fortunately, Chen Yu not only confiscated most of the weapons of the Central Hospital garrison, but also looted all the weapons of the mercenary organization and the Fugue fish farm. So, he really doesn't care. After these weapons were distributed, there were still 2 military crossbows and 2 sports crossbows left on the table. The crossbows were for them to learn to use, because in the near future, all firearms will be discarded because they have no bullets. In the end, people could only use cold weapons such as crossbows and knives. So it's better to get familiar with them as soon as possible. Afterwards, Chen Yu gave a live explanation, teaching other people who didn't know how to use firearms the techniques and structural anatomy. Liu Yan and the other 4 were also very fascinated. Although they knew how to use them, they only knew how to use them. If you ask them to troubleshoot the malfunction of the firearms, no one can do it. So some knowledge must be learned. Any firearm has the risk of jamming. It's just that the risk is different. If you want to save your life to the greatest extent, you have to learn to disassemble the firearm and understand the structure and principal function of each part. The teaching process lasted for more than 3 hours. After Chen Yu finished his popular science, the other women were able to roughly disassemble the guns and master the shooting skills. That was enough. That was all Chen Yu could do. It was getting dark outside. Liu Yan and Lu Shuyun exchanged glances, and the 2 of them grabbed Chen Yu's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and enthusiastically invited Chen Yu to stay for a night. After all, they would have to rely on themselves in the future. How to survive in the wild. How to find supplies. How to avoid danger. They all wanted to hear Chen Yu's advice and experience. Of course, some people also had some selfish motives for letting Chen Yu stay. As long as Chen Yu didn't leave at night, they could still find a way to have something happen with him. In the apocalypse, are there any men who don't want women? No. Right? Men are going crazy. The ratio of men to women in this world is out of balance. In the apocalypse, there are even fewer women who can survive. Doesn't Chen Yu want it? Among these 13 women, there are quite a few women who are both physically and mentally mature. They really don't care about the value of their bodies now. They just hope to have a closer relationship with Chen Yu. So, the women surrounded him. I thought Chen Yu would definitely fall in love with the women. But, all the women were disappointed. Chen Yu is like a man without emotions. Although he seems calm on the surface, his mind is as firm as a rock. Women didn't have much weight in his eyes. So in the end, Chen Yu left. He still had to search for supplies. Now, for him, the first priority was to rebuild the laboratory. Because the research and development of the inhibitory serum was the key to whether he could use his superpowers stably in the future and continue to become stronger. This could not be lost. 12 women? Are they important? Chen Yu drove away alone. When he disappeared into the night, Liu Yan and other women were all disappointed. This was the first time I saw such a man. He was not moved by beauty at this time. There were 13 women with good looks who were willing to treat him. But he left with a cruel heart. It's really embarrassing. But the more this happens, the more women will not admit defeat. Especially Liu Yin. She used to be the darling of Jiancheng. A girl of heaven. Her real beauty can even beat most female stars of this era. Even if this is not tempting, it's infuriating. No. I must find an opportunity in the future. Such a man is hard to find even with a lantern. I will never let her go. Chen Yu left overnight. There are 2 research institutes on the outskirts of Jiancheng, and at least a dozen high-tech companies in the city. You can search these places. Zhongxiangnan needs too many equipment and instruments. If you don't hurry up and look for them, I'm afraid it will take a long time to rebuild the laboratory. If the old director can't hold on and dies one day, it will be a real pity. So, the next target. A physics research institute of China Power Group in the suburbs. Qin Yu sailed overnight, leaving the city from the West District, and rushed all the way to the location of the research institute. As a result, just 10 minutes after he left the city, Qin Yu suddenly stopped the boat and turned off the engine of the fishing boat. The surroundings became quiet. Outside the city, there was a vast ocean everywhere. Under the dark sky, nothing could be seen clearly. However, Qin Yu was surprised to find that there were at least hundreds of corpses floating densely on the water outside the city. As he got closer to these corpses, a familiar voice slowly came into his ears. Those corpses slowly moved. Qin Yu's scalp tingled. It was a group of aliens. Qin Yu quietly retreated back to the city. Horror! Outside the West District, hundreds of aliens were floating on the vast water. These things seemed to have evolved differently from those aliens in Yangpu Town. These things seemed to be able to control water. When they heard the engine sound of Qin Yu's fishing boat, they slowly woke up from their sleep state. And at the same time, some of them began to move towards the fishing boat in the water. They could not be seen swimming, but they moved very fast in the water. So in order not to get into a hard fight, Qin Yu instantly activated his superpowers and forcibly retreated back to the city against the current with a paddle. When he was far away from the water, the sub-alien people who were active before slowly stopped again. It was like they were asleep. Qin Yu climbed up a tall building and observed for a while with a night vision infrared telescope. As long as there was no sound, these sub-alien people would always float on the water. But they would not be washed away by the current. It was amazing. The sub-alien people in Yangpu Town sleep during the day and hunt at night. But these sub-alien people sleep at night. I'm afraid they will go out to hunt during the day. Before in the food factory, Qin Yu met 2 survivors in the processing workshop. They escaped from a farmhouse outside the West District. According to their description, most of the survivors there became sub-alien people. But that person said at that time that these aliens were still a few kilometers away from the city. I never thought that they were already outside the city. So, these aliens were moving upstream along the river. Wouldn't it be that after a while, they would have to drift to the entrance of Jianbei Hotel? Shit! Chapter 218 Hunting. Another threat. Qin Yu pondered silently for a moment, picked up the intercom and contacted Zhang Yang, asking him to take LD Yuanchao to the west entrance to the city tomorrow for an inspection. We must find a way to deal with these aliens in advance. After the contact, Qin Yu turned and went downstairs, and hurriedly left this area of water by boat. If the research institute cannot be reached, then find those high-tech companies in the city and continue the search. No words all night. After a whole night of hard work, Qin Yu found some of the supplies on the list. At 5 o'clock the next morning, it was just dawn. Zhang Yang contacted Qin Yu through the radio. He took LD Yuanchao, Li Zhongjuan, Fang Jing and Xiao Ling, all of whom rushed to the location of the west entrance to the city. After reporting the location, Qin Yu immediately replied, "Go immediately." Half an hour later, everyone gathered on the 3rd floor balcony of a building in the west of the city. In the distance, at the entrance to the city, you can already see a group of aliens heading into the city along the water. Their behavior is very strange. They have been in the water all the time, and no one has come ashore. The number is very large. After a rough observation, there are at least more than 500, because most of the buildings in the west of the city are also soaked in water, and there are many rotten corpses under the water. So when these aliens are moving in the water, they often dive into the water to hunt those rotten corpses that are almost rotten. This is why their movement speed is very slow. They are always hunting, so there is no rush. In the city, there is no shortage of other things, But there are really a lot of rotten corpses. Even in many rooms submerged in water. There are rotten corpses floating everywhere. After everyone observed for a while on the balcony, Zhang Yang frowned and said, Brother Chen, are you sure this thing is similar to the mutant dog you raised? Or even more powerful? Some may be more powerful than the general, but most of them should not be. However, these ghost things are definitely much more powerful than the mutant dogs we met on the highway. Lu Yuanchao looked confused and pointed at the alien in the distance. Have you dealt with this thing before? Yes. Chen Yu nodded, and then said, Captain Lu, you should know Director Zhong's research subject. In fact, that research subject is similar to these sub-alien people. They are all infected with the Doomsday virus and mutated into individuals who are neither dead nor alive. Good guy. Lu Yuanchao has never seen a sub-alien person because he has been guarding the central hospital. Now suddenly seeing these zombie-like creatures, he felt his scalp tingling for a while. Xiaoling's face turned even paler. Zhang Yang frowned at Chen Yu and said, Do you have any good ideas? I haven't thought of it yet. Chen Yu looked at the sub-alien people in the distance and murmured, These things seem to be inseparable from water. Maybe they are special mutants. If we continue to let them swim upstream, they will pass by Jianbei Hotel sooner or later. So we must eliminate them. Do we have enough ammunition? Whether we have enough ammunition is secondary. Chen Yu explained, I have encountered large-scale subhuman groups before. Those subhumans will have a leader. As long as the leader is dealt with, they will be in chaos. But this batch, I have observed for a long time and still can't find the leader, which makes me a little strange. What should we do? Chen Yu pondered for a moment, suddenly turned back to look at the distance of the river, pointed to a building a few hundred meters away, and said, Well, today we will find a way to blow up that building and try to make the whole building collapse into the river, which can block the river to a certain extent and intercept them. Everyone turned their heads and took a look. Lu Yuanchao nodded, Leave this to me. I did fixed-point blasting in a fixed direction when I first joined the army with the engineers. Okay. Chen Yu nodded immediately. Captain Lu, I'll leave this to you. Then he looked at the alien crowd in the distance. These ghosts move slowly. Even if there is no blockage, it will take 2 days to reach Jianbei Hotel at this speed. We have at least 2 days to find a solution. That's it. Zhang Yang looked at Lu Yuanchao and said, Old Lu, if you need any help, you can mobilize the troops. Okay. Let's go back first. Brother Chen, are you going back? Chen Yu shook his head. I still have to continue searching for supplies. Director Zhong wants too many things. I hope to help him rebuild the laboratory in the shortest possible time. Fang Jing looked at Chen Yu and said with concern, Don't work too hard. Don't worry. We have also talked to Director Zhong. Now we also have 2 teams outside to help search for materials. Who went out? Chen Yu asked casually. One group is Fang Ye, followed by 2 soldiers under Captain Lu. And one group is Jiang Zhan, also followed by 2 experienced soldiers. So don't worry. Yeah. Chen Yu nodded. He was not worried. There were no large forces in Jiancheng now. The rest were all lone rangers. There might be some cannibals who were hiding very deeply, but these people were no match for the experienced warriors. So it was okay. After a few simple discussions, Zhang Yang took people back to the hotel. They went to prepare for the explosion. Chen Yu stood on the balcony and observed this group of aliens for a while. And he was also suspicious. Why is there no leader? Without a leader, how did this group of aliens manage to stay together and not disperse? And walk without chaos? There was no information about this in the previous life. So Chen Yu couldn't figure it out. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. He thought of the matter of the Insect King and the Red Fire Ant Queen. When the Insect King appeared in Jiancheng, all the Red Fire Ant colonies in the suburbs automatically began to move towards the Insect King. That's a kind of nature. Could it be that a sub-alien king appeared in the city? Damn! Chen Yu was shocked. What a joke. The most beautiful corpse King Suya is still in her own space? Where did the sub-alien king come from in Jiancheng? At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a 9-story large commercial building by the river in the West District exploded with a rumble. Several blasting points at the bottom exploded at the same time. The entire building began to tilt and collapse instantly, falling towards the direction of the river within a few seconds, and directly smashed into the middle of the river. The river was blocked. Although the river was not blocked and was still flowing, it was difficult for the group of aliens in the river to go upstream along the river. They had to climb over the collapsed building, These aliens were very strange, and seemed to be inseparable from water, and could only move in water. So the route was temporarily blocked. Lu Yuanchao left a person nearby to monitor the movements of the aliens, and the others returned to the hotel to discuss countermeasures. As for Chen Yu, he left in a hurry again. He left alone, because he thought of a problem. These aliens had no leader, but they were very persistent in going upstream along the river from the suburbs. And they never stopped. What are they doing? Chapter 219 Telescope. Will it be the same as the Red Fire Ant Colony? Discovering the appearance of the Sub-12 Alien King in the city? The king who can command all the Sub-Alien Kings? This is the only explanation. So Chen Yu hurried to search other parts of the city. The experience in this life is even more magical. The beast tide has not yet arrived, and the Sub-Alien Kings are slowly beginning to spread. The butterfly effect is getting more and more serious. In the future, will it still be the apocalypse that I am familiar with? Will it be worse? Or will there be a new turn? Chen Yu gradually felt a sense of impending storm. North of the river, in the most densely populated commercial district of Jiangcheng, a figure shuttled through the buildings, moving very quickly, and his eyes were very alert. At a certain moment, he moved his hands and feet, quickly climbed to the second-floor balcony of a roadside store, picked up a telescope and observed the distance. In the field of view of the telescope, about 700 meters away, there was a shaky figure, walking aimlessly, uncertain direction. The figure was like a zombie, walking unsteadily. The observer slowly put down the telescope. At the same time, he took out a small notebook from his pocket and silently recorded what he saw today. After recording, he let out a long sigh, turned around and sat on the balcony, looking at the clear blue sky, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and lit it. Very ordinary golden leaf. 11 yuan a pack. But now, it is hard to find. The man took a puff, circulated it deeply in his chest with great care, and then slowly exhaled from his mouth and nose. He looked down. There was no more cigarette in the box. This was the last one. The man shook his head helplessly, and threw the cigarette box away. I really miss the past, the man murmured. He was Su Sheng, who left the University of Science and Technology in anger more than 2 months ago. Now, he is considered a successful lone traveler. In the past 2 months, he has changed from a trembling college student to a cautious and wise lone traveler. During this period, he also paid a lot of price. He had killed people, robbed supplies, encountered cannibals, and rescued some weak people. But he always adhered to Chen Yu's principles. He could save people, but he would never easily keep anyone by his side. He always insisted on being a lone walker. This also made him slowly adapt to this doomsday world. A dozen days ago, he accidentally encountered a thing like a living dead, and was even chased and attacked by it. Su Sheng killed that thing at least 16 times. But each time it was no more than a day, and the thing was resurrected again. Very weird. So Su Sheng stopped attacking it. Instead, he secretly followed it to see what this thing was. After following it for 4 or 5 days, Su Sheng gradually discovered the special ability of this thing. At the beginning, its attack power was very weak. Su Sheng could kill it easily. But after each resurrection, its speed and reaction ability would be enhanced a little. At the same time, the recovery ability of this thing is simply terrifying. Even if its limbs are cut off, it will not take long for the cut limbs to grow again. This thing is too scary. And according to the results of Su Sheng's observations and records in the past few days, this thing seems to have some intelligence. It knows its own characteristics. It has been looking for something that can kill it, whether it is a surviving human or other mutated animals. It goes wherever there are creatures. This shows that its perception ability is also very terrifying. Su Sheng was slowly attracted by this thing. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the Doomsday. Every day, besides searching for supplies and trying to survive, he only had one task. That was to observe the ghost thing. That thing had a human body, so it must have been mutated by humans. I don't know how it became like that. If I mutated like that, I might as well die. What's the difference between being alive and dead for a walking corpse without memory? Su Sheng smoked and thought about it aimlessly. Soon, he thought of Chen Yu. I miss him very much. I don't know where he is now. I have successfully survived for more than 2 months. Am I qualified to follow him? Alas, does he still consider me a brother? Su Sheng stared blankly at the sky, watching the white clouds and the changing weather. letting the cigarette in his hand slowly burn to the end. A few days ago, there was a gunfight in the city. The gunshots and explosions shocked all the survivors in the city and made them afraid to go out. Su Sheng was the same. But he had a hunch that the explosion outside should be related to Qinyu. How did this brother become so powerful? They both experienced the end of the world. When I was still receiving protection on campus and still immaturely wanted to live with Xiaoyu. He had already become a loner. He has already mastered a lot of skills. He can even face various large forces head-on. It's like he has completely changed. How did he do it? Su Sheng's hands trembled. The cigarette butt in his hand was about to burn his fingers. He quickly threw away the cigarette butt and sighed helplessly. The last cigarette was gone. It was getting harder and harder to find supplies. There were still many survivors in the north of the city. Everyone was scrambling for the last remaining resources in the city. No one went to the south of the city, because there were no boats. Su Sheng wiped his face hard, then stood up and supported himself on the eaves, and jumped down. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the door of the store behind him was pushed open with a strange creaking sound. Then, a person came out. Su Sheng suddenly turned around, untied a crossbow tied at his waist, quickly pulled the bowstring and put the crossbow arrow on it, and aimed at the person who came out. This action was skillful and stable. It showed his very solid attack ability. But, when he faced the person who came out, Su Sheng's whole body was shocked, and his head buzzed. The person who came out also screamed. He immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Is it her? Su Sheng's mind was blank, because he saw Xiaoyu, the girlfriend who had been by his side for more than 2 years. But at this moment, this once charming and beautiful girl has now turned into a woman with a sallow face. Scars everywhere, short hair like a man, and a dirty face. What shocked Su Sheng the most was that Xiaoyu was wearing a maternity dress. She covered her mouth with one hand and her lower abdomen with the other. She stepped back. Her 2 dim and turbid eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell down. Su Sheng looked down in shock. There was an iron chain tied to her feet, which was connected to the inside. Is this imprisoned? Su Sheng's blood boiled, and he slowly put down the crossbow in his hand. And Xiaoyu also let go of the hand covering her mouth. The 2 people's eyes intertwined, and both had complicated eyes. Xiaoyu's tears flowed, crying silently. For a long time, Su Sheng wanted to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiaoyu shaking her head nervously at him, and then pointed inside the room, indicating that someone was inside. Su Sheng immediately raised his crossbow again. There was a look of vigilance in his eyes. Chapter 220 Save me. Then, Xiaoyu whispered in a very subtle voice, Save me. Su Sheng blinked. Every detail of the breakup suddenly emerged in his mind. Is she worth saving? When he left, she didn't say a word to keep him. At that time, she just used the most vicious words to attack him. Did she really care about him? In an instant, Su Sheng remembered all the memories in his mind, which were the unbearable memories he had been trying to forget in the past few months. But now, he remembered them again. Su Sheng slowly put down the crossbow, and his expression became indifferent. Then he turned around and wanted to leave. The moment he turned around, Xiaoyu hurriedly whispered, Don't go. Su Sheng. Save me. Please. Su Sheng said hoarsely, Xiaoyu. Rely on yourself. Su Sheng. Are you so cruel? Am I cruel? Su Sheng glanced at her. When I left, you didn't even have a trace of heartache or retention. Compared to you, I may be far worse. Su Sheng. Xiaoyu burst into tears, looking at Su Sheng with a very strange look, muttering, You are always like this. Without tolerance. You are always a loser. Just then, Su Sheng heard a light sound in his ear. It was the sound of a bolt being pulled, and it was behind him. Su Sheng's heart was shaken. He woke up in an instant, and realized what the strange look in Xiaoyu's eyes meant. It was mockery. It was a strong mockery. She knew there was someone behind her. She was talking to him to attract his attention. This vicious woman. Bang! A loud gunshot shattered Su Sheng's mind. He trembled all over. He thought he was dead, but he didn't feel any pain. Then, there was a thump from far behind him. Su Sheng was stunned. This time it was Xiaoyu's turn to be shocked and terrified. Su Sheng looked back. Across the street, a man was lying on the ground. He was in rags. The gun in his hand fell in the distance. Su Sheng turned his head and looked at the other side. On the long street, a figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a black casual suit and a baseball cap. He was holding a desert eagle in his hand. He walked very slowly. His face was calm and indifferent. His aura was extremely powerful, with a kind of shocking coldness. Is it Chinyu? Su Sheng simply couldn't think. Unexpectedly, he actually met him in this situation. The brother who made him miss so much. Moreover, he saved him again. Su Sheng's eyes were red. He watched Chinyu slowly approach and said hoarsely, "Ayu." "Oh, 3. Chinyu stopped. But his address to Su Sheng warmed Su Sheng's heart. At this moment, without thousands of words, just this one address, he knew that his brother was still there. However, Xiaoyu on the opposite side was scared. She knelt on the ground with a plop, choking and said, "Chunyu. Chunyu. Please don't kill me. The baby in my belly is almost 3 months old. Please be kind. I'm a pregnant woman." Chinyu glanced at her. He was too lazy to talk. He just said to Su Sheng lightly, "I'll wait for you at the intersection." After saying that, he left. Su Sheng gradually calmed down his excited heart. He looked back at Xiaoyu and whispered, "You decided to kill me from the first time you saw me, right?" "No, I didn't." Xiaoyu cried and shook her head. "How could I do that?" "Then why did you signal to me that there was someone inside?" Su Sheng tied the crossbow in his hand back to his waist and said calmly, "You signaled to me that there was someone inside, just to let me relax my guard behind me. You kept attracting my attention and didn't let me look back. Xiaoyu, you are so amazing. If I don't kill you, I'll really be sorry for the emotional investment of more than 2 years." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was so scared that she shook her head and waved her hands. "No. Su Sheng, I love you. You know how I feel about you. You gave up on me first. You didn't speak for me at the critical moment. You..." Before she finished her words, she saw Su Sheng suddenly pull out a machete from his waist. Then he swung the long knife and chopped it out. Puff! Blood spurted out from Xiaoyu's neck. She looked at Su Sheng with disbelief, and slowly knelt on the ground as she looked at Su Sheng, whose eyes were full of cruelty. She made a wrong judgment. After more than 2 months of hard survival, Su Sheng was no longer the henpecked man she knew at the beginning. Su Sheng is now a real man. Su Sheng slashed again. Xiaoyu's vision suddenly rolled up, and the world spun. She saw her body kneeling at the door. She saw the store where she had been imprisoned for more than 2 months. She saw Su Sheng's indifferent eyes, and the deep disdain and disgust in his eyes. Finally, her vision turned completely black. Su Sheng looked at the head on the ground, then kicked it far away with a flying kick, and it rolled directly into the gutter on the side of the road. Then, he kicked Xiaoyu's body away and walked into the store. He walked around inside and packed up all the useful supplies that could be taken away. Then he went to the other side of the street, picked up the gun dropped by the man who had just been killed by Chinyu, put it in his waist, and then turned to walk towards the intersection. Soon, he saw Chinyu. After the two met, they hugged each other at the same time. After a long time, they separated. Chinyu patted Su Sheng on the shoulder. "Oh, 3. Do you still want to be a Lone Ranger?" Su Sheng was silent for a moment. Then he asked, "Do you have a base?" "Yes." "How many people?" "Less than 20. Su Sheng nodded, then smiled and said, "Thank you for asking me. But I still want to continue to be a Lone Ranger. I don't want to be protected by you." "Okay." Chinyu did not try to keep Qin. He respected Su Sheng's idea. Chinyu looked at Su Sheng's dusty face and said softly, "If you don't want to be a lone traveler, or if you encounter a difficult problem, you can come to Jianbei Hotel to find me." "Yes." Su Sheng was filled with emotion. Chinyu told him the location of the base. This shows that in Chinyu's heart, he still regards him as a brother. That's enough. Chinyu and Su Sheng found a relatively intact store and sat in it. The two wanted to talk. After not seeing each other for a few months, Su Sheng has changed a lot. Chinyu still feels very reluctant to part with this brother. Now, Xiaoyu is also dead. He also became a real loner. At least much better than when he was in school before. And he had the ability to survive independently, which was enough. So Chinyu wanted him to go to the hotel. But Su Sheng refused. Chinyu wanted to know the reason. After the two entered the store, they cleaned up a dining table and sat on the chairs on both sides, facing each other. Chapter 221 Kill Everyone. Chinyu casually took out a pack of cigarettes and put them on the table. "Want to smoke?" Su Sheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it and took out a cigarette. smiling and sighing, "Ew. You know, this stuff is getting less and less now. And it's getting harder and harder to find. The further we go, the less supplies there are." Chinyu also took out a cigarette. Then he took out a lighter, and the two of them lit up. Susheng took a deep breath, and then said in surprise, "Oh my god. What kind of cigarette is this? It's so strong. One puff makes all the pores on my body open." Foreign cigarettes? Special cigarettes launched by the Foreign Good Luck Company. A special product for a special era. This box costs more than 600,000 renminbi. Puff. Cough. 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 Susheng just took a puff. And 410 almost choked after hearing it. He coughed for a long time before he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fuck. So expensive? More than 600,000 for a box? Wouldn't this one be tens of thousands? About the same. Where did you get it? Do you have any more? No. Just this one box. I found it in a safe in an office building in the South District a few days ago. It's probably a collectible. Susheng nodded. Awesome. Ayu? The explosion in the south of the city a few days ago, did it have anything to do with you? I guess so. Chinyu briefly talked about a group of mercenaries who came to the city some time ago. After listening to this, Susheng's face turned ugly. He muttered for a long time, "It's too difficult. I can still encounter such a thing. You are awesome. You killed all the international mercenaries? You are awesome. In order to survive, you have to fight hard. Fortunately, I didn't meet those people." Chinyu glanced at him. "Have you been in the North District during this period?" "Yeah." Susheng shrugged, "From school to the playground in the north of the city. And then to the slums in the northeast. Anyway, I went around a lot. I experienced a lot and learned a lot." "You haven't been hungry?" "No." Susheng smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will eat human flesh?" "Yes." "Don't worry. I didn't." Susheng looked outside and said leisurely, "I have always had a belief in my heart. That is, if you can do it, I can do it too. So, I'm really not hungry. But, I killed someone. I can see it." Chinyu nodded. "I saw what you did to Xiaoyu. No need to explain to me." "Lao San," Chinyu said frankly, "at this time, no one can restrain you. The only thing that can restrain you is the little bit of reason in your heart. As long as you don't lose your reason, you are still Lao San. But if you lose your reason, then you are not Lao San anymore." "Yeah." Susheng nodded. He was obviously more comfortable. So in his heart, he still cared about Chen Yu's opinion. This point has never changed since the beginning. It was precisely because of this mentality that he resolutely left Xiaoyu and went out to be a lone traveler. He really didn't want to be looked down upon by Chinyu. The two were silent for a moment. Susheng let out a long breath, flicked the cigarette, but that had been smoked out, and said with a smile, "This cigarette is really good to smoke. I asked you for it. Can you give it to me?" "Take it. I still have it," Chinyu replied casually. "You really gave me cigarettes that cost more than 600,000 yuan a box?" Chinyu laughed and said, "How about you give me 600,000 yuan? Just wait. Give me 3 days, and I'll give you 600,000. 3 days? There's a bank across the street. You can take as much as you want." Susheng laughed, took the cigarette and put it in his pocket, and said excitedly, "Okay. No more bullshit. I'm going to wander around for a while. When I'm really tired, I'll find you." "Okay." Chinyu looked at him, but then again, "What are you wandering about for? By the way, I wouldn't have thought of telling you if you hadn't asked me. I'm tracking a monster now. You won't believe it if I tell you. That monster is immortal." "Immortal?" Chinyu's heart moved. He quickly asked, "What is immortality?" "I'll tell you from the beginning." So Susheng told Chinyu about the undead walking corpse in detail, and even showed his little notebook to him. After listening to him, Chinyu's premonition became stronger. After carefully reading everything Susheng recorded, his brows slowly frowned. This must be a sub-alien. The ability is quite terrifying. Possessing an immortal body? According to Susheng's conclusion, this sub-alien is constantly tempering himself. Every time he dies and resurrects, his ability is further enhanced. More and more agile, faster, smarter, and stronger. This ability can be called a bug. The key is, has no one blown up its head? Will it die if it blows up its head? After all, the crystal cores of the sub-alien are also in the head. Moreover, Chin-Yu thought of the sub-alien wandering in the water in the West District. Could they be coming for this terrifying guy? No. It must be dealt with as soon as possible. If it dies a few more times, he might be really invincible. Chin-Yu hurriedly returned the notebook to Su Sheng, stood up and said, "Old third, take me to find this thing. I'll tell you what this thing is on the way." "Ayu, do you know what this thing is?" "Yes. I call it a sub-alien. A new life form formed after humans are infected with a special Doomsday virus. Let's go. We can't let it evolve any further. Otherwise, it will kill everyone sooner or later." Su Sheng hurriedly followed Chin-Yu out after hearing this. "Old third, which direction did it go?" "Northeast. Have you been monitoring it before?" "Yes." "Chase it," Su Sheng said puzzledly while running. "Ayu, do you have a way to kill it? I have encountered it several times and killed it several times, but it didn't work." "Have you hit its head?" "Yes. It was a headshot, but it still survived." Chin-Yu was stunned. "Oh my god! Even a headshot didn't work. Could it be that this alien didn't have a crystal core? Impossible. With such an amazing immortality ability, it's impossible that he didn't have a crystal core. Perhaps his crystal core is somewhere else." Chin-Yu frowned in thought. But he didn't stop. The two ran all the way. They ran northeast along the small road in the commercial district with tall buildings. Su Sheng had already tracked the alien and knew what kind of environment he liked. And he shouldn't be able to run too far in such a short time. So, after running for about 40 minutes, the two finally saw the alien at the door of a high-end movie theater. However, when Chin-Yu saw it, he was stunned. It was him? Wasn't that the experimental subject of the Central Hospital? That was the doctor who was shot in the head by him. The experimental subject of the Central Hospital is still alive. It has even evolved to this level? If nothing unexpected happens, it must be because of Suya. At this moment, the experimental subject, the alien, seemed to have sensed something and stood at the door of the cinema and began to look around. Chapter 222: The Terrifying Light. Finally, it slowly turned its head. It looked in the direction of Chin-Yu. When it saw Chin-Yu, the expression on its face suddenly changed. It became ferocious and terrifying. The eyes were bloodshot in a very short time, emitting an evil and terrifying light. Then it roared to the sky. The voice was shrill and angry, and it grinned at Chin-Yu, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred. Su Sheng was confused. He looked at Chin-Yu in astonishment and said in surprise, "Ayu, what's going on? This is the first time I see it like this. It seems to be crazy." "It is indeed crazy." Chin-Yu nodded seriously. "It should be crazy, because he became like this. It has something to do with me." "What?" Just as Su Sheng finished speaking, the alien roared and rushed over at an instant. "Get out of the way." Chin-Yu glared, pushed Su Sheng away, took out the Desert Eagle from his waist, and fired 3 shots at the alien. All 3 shots hit. Although the alien is now much faster, it is still not agile enough. It can't avoid the speed of the bullet. However, 3 shots hitting its body are completely useless. It's like it can't feel it. The speed increased again. Chin-Yu took a deep breath, held the Desert Eagle with both hands, held his breath, and fired another shot before it rushed to the near side. This time, a headshot. The Desert Eagle is very powerful. This shot smashed the sub-alien's head into pieces. It howled, and when it was about to rush to the front, it stamped its feet on the ground and ran back at a very fast speed. "Want to run?" Chin-Yu jumped up and chased after it. He controlled the muscles of his legs, activated his superpowers, maintained the superpower state at level 1, and chased after it madly. The speed was faster than a galloping horse. Su Sheng was stunned. It was the first time he saw Chin-Yu running at such an inhuman speed. In a blink of an eye, the two rushed into the cinema. Su Sheng hurried to catch up. Chin-Yu must not die in there. In the cinema, as the alien ran, his head slowly returned to normal. Isn't this recovery too fast? Does it have a crystal core? Why is it okay after its head exploded? Chin-Yu chased after it, but he slowly discovered that this alien didn't seem to be familiar with its own physical condition. The more you chase it, the faster it goes. And, slowly, it also discovered the secret. So, the two of them ran wildly in the corridors and stairwells of the cinema. Seeing that the alien ran faster and faster and became more and more familiar with its body, Chin-Yu gritted his teeth and took out the rocket launcher directly from the space. I would rather destroy it than let it grow. Otherwise, not to mention Jian Cheng, I'm afraid the whole world will not be able to stop it in the future. Rocket launcher. Chin Yu aimed at the alien in front of him while running and pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! A rocket burst out. It hit the alien in front with incredible accuracy. There was a loud bang. The alien was blown away 7 or 8 meters by the rocket and fell hard on the wall at the end of the corridor. His body was deformed. The upper half of his body was blown to pieces. A raging fire also ignited on his body. Chin Yu slowly stopped his body, put away the rocket launcher, and stopped his steps little by little, looking at the burning body of the alien in the distance. He was completely relieved. But, the next second, Chin Yu was shocked again. The flames on the alien were actually sucked into its body by a strange suction force. In less than 20 seconds, all the flames disappeared. Moreover, the broken upper body was restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! Even the rocket launcher can't deal with it. Chin Yu was about to take the risk of taking out the hot incendiary bomb from the space. But he didn't expect the alien to suddenly turn around and roar at Chin Yu. Its roar was terrifying, and a burst of flame spewed out of its mouth. Chin Yu's scalp exploded, and his supernatural power was instantly activated, and he quickly dodged and retreated. A small bunch of flames burned his forehead. After the alien sprayed a stream of fire, he suddenly jumped up, smashed the glass in the corridor, rushed out, and ran away. When Chin Yu also jumped out of the window, the alien had disappeared. Its speed was faster. Too scary. The most terrible thing is that this thing is not a living person and has no spiritual body. So even if Chin Yu opened the spiritual map, he could not see its trace. It's really a headache. Chin Yu stood outside the window and touched his forehead helplessly. Now it can be confirmed that there is indeed a king of aliens in the city. And it is this guy. This guy is too scary. Not only does he have an immortal body, but he can also strengthen his abilities every time he dies. Now it's even more terrifying. It actually absorbed the flame. It can even spit it out from its mouth. How to deal with this? If we can't kill it now, it won't be long before even the thermal bomb can kill it. It's scarier than the insect king. Perhaps only the annihilation energy of the most beautiful corpse King Suya can restrain it. At this time, footsteps sounded behind him. Su Sheng ran to his side panting, and said breathlessly, "Fuck! I'm dying of exhaustion. Are you too, human? I just ran up. And you two jumped out of the window. The 4th floor. So I ran down again. It ran away." Chin Yu looked solemn. Who? Let me catch my breath. Su Sheng tried to catch his breath for a long time, then swallowed his saliva and said, "How did it become so fast? When I tracked it this morning, it was not so fast. It has actually evolved a long time ago. It's just that its intelligence is limited, and it doesn't know the strength of its body at all. It's getting faster now. It's just an instinct that allows it to quickly master the means of activating its body." Chin Yu looked at the direction where the alien went away and sighed helplessly. "Third brother, we let a scary guy go. If this thing can't be killed within a week, it will definitely destroy the entire Jiancheng when we meet again next time." "Ah?" Su Sheng was shocked. "Is it so exaggerated?" "Not at all. What should I do?" Chin Yu shook his head and sighed. "I don't know. Now, I don't even know how to kill it. So even if I find it, it's useless. How about we retreat and leave Jiancheng?" Chin Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "If we really can't deal with it, then we can only retreat. But I have to try again. I'm going to chase it." "What are your plans?" "Nonsense. What's the plan?" "Follow you." Chin Yu patted his arm. "Brother, you are brave. But you can't follow me. And you will die if you face it. You want to chase that thing by yourself?" "Yes." Chin Yu looked at Su Sheng and said seriously, "If you feel dangerous, go to Jianbei Hotel. I'll tell the people there. If you still want to be a lone traveler, stay away from this area and go as far south as possible." Okay. I'll think about it." Su Sheng nodded helplessly. Chapter 223 Powerful Weapons. Chin Yu casually took out a Type 92 rifle from his waist, and took out a few magazines and a radio from his pocket and handed them to him. "Try to survive. Learn how to use the radio when you have time. And you can contact me or the people in the hotel." "Okay. I'm leaving." After saying that, Chin Yu ran in the direction of the alien. Su Sheng kept watching his back disappear behind the buildings. Then he looked up at the upstairs of the cinema, muttering, "I forgot to ask him. What exploded just now? Why is it so powerful? Chinyu chased him to the outside of the North City clothing wholesale market. He had completely lost the trace of the immortal alien. I am a bit confused. Although that thing doesn't have many memories. It only retains its hatred for Chinyu. It should be able to remember that it was Chinyu who blew its head off. So it showed a crazy killing intention towards Chinyu. Now it just doesn't have the ability. When it slowly becomes invincible, the first person it will kill when it comes out will definitely be Chinyu. How can I find it? And what method can I use to kill it? Chinyu slowly walked into the clothing wholesale market and walked around slowly inside. It was very messy inside. All the stalls were in a mess. But there were also some stalls whose roller shutters were locked. They were not pried open. Chinyu randomly picked a stall and pushed the roller shutter open with brute force. As soon as he entered, his eyes lit up. There were winter clothes inside. There were even big down jackets from the northeast. Now, Jiancheng has entered December. And the new year is coming soon. Although there is no snow. It is actually very cold outside. It is wet and cold. It makes people uncomfortable. Chinyu immediately walked in and picked out the clothes in the inventory for a while. He quickly found a thick cotton coat and changed his coat. Then he quickly cleared out the clothes in the warehouse. Other winter clothes can be taken back to the hotel. No one knows that after 4 years, the sun will lose its heat. At that time, people will know the importance of cotton clothes. Unfortunately, it was too late then. After searching for all the cotton clothes, Chinyu swept through other shops, and finally found a relatively clean shop and entered it. I need to rest and eat something. Now the body's demand for food is increasing. I have to eat a lot of meat every day to relieve hunger. This is the consequence of the activation of physical abilities. The evolution of the physical body requires a lot of high-quality protein and energy. Chinyu used discarded clothes to make a bed. Then took out the stove and cooking utensils. And took out some convenient and easy-to-eat food. For example, instant noodles and ham sausage. Add 2 poached eggs. Make a hand-pulled pancake. Wrap it with braised beef. And brush it with braised meat sauce. That's enough. While cooking noodles, Chinyu has been thinking about how to deal with the undead alien. Its current state is rather strange. Cold weapons are basically ineffective. It can be reborn no matter how many times you kill it. What about hot weapons? Small-powered firearms are also not effective. Unless you use powerful weapons such as high-explosive bombs or thermal incendiary bombs. You may be able to kill it in one go. But it's just a possibility. This guy can now even swallow the explosive power of rockets. And it can also spit fire. Its degree of mutation is too great. In this regard, humans can't compare with aliens. Although humans can use crystal cores to activate superpowers, the success rate is not 100%. And there is still a certain failure rate. Secondly, after the superpower is activated, the power is very weak at the beginning. This is because humans have a poor innate foundation. Whether it is physical or mental, the foundation is very weak. But subhumans and animals are not like that. Once these things mutate, their abilities will continue to increase without restriction. Finally, it reaches a terrifying level. Therefore, we must not let the undead live forever. How can we kill it? There is another most important question. Does it have a crystal core? Subhumans have special powers, which are generally supported by crystal cores. And the crystal core is in the head. But the head of the undead was blown up. But it was still alive. It can be seen that the crystal core is not there. Especially in the morning. Chinyu fired a rocket at it. And the entire upper body was blown to pieces. But the crystal core was still not damaged. Is it a special species? No crystal core. Chinyu fell into deep thought. Soon, the instant noodles were cooked. Chinyu let out a long breath, temporarily put the problem behind his mind, and started making hand-pulled pancakes. A few minutes later, a pot of noodles, a roll, done. Start eating. While eating, his ears suddenly moved slightly. There was a sound outside. Chinyu immediately opened the mental map. Sure enough, about 30 meters away, 2 shadows were slowly approaching. It looked like a woman holding a child. The child was actually a very young child. Probably 1 or 2 years old. Chinyu slowly put down the noodle pot. He reached out and put the gun on the table. And then continued to eat the burrito. He was suspicious. How did she survive with such a big child? If there was a team, she shouldn't have been a breastfeeding woman looking for food? If there was no team, how did she survive? It's been more than half a year. Chinyu was a little curious. And in the mental map, the woman's mental body was very clear. This shows that she is a determined woman. The spiritual power is very strong. This is even more amazing. The woman held a child and slowly approached this direction. She must have smelled the smell. You know, the smell of instant noodles is really unique. When you are hungry, this thing can make you drool. But in fact, it is disgusting to eat too much. In this way, Chinyu ate while waiting for the woman to relax. She is not the kind of fishing, because there is no one else except her within 100 meters around. So, Chinyu is a little curious. What kind of woman is she? Soon, the woman walked outside the shop. Stopped. Chinyu couldn't hear the child crying, not knowing whether he fell asleep or stuffed his mouth. Anyway, the child is alive. The woman stood outside, not moving. Chinyu ignored her and continued to eat. He picked up the noodle pot and slurped the instant noodles. The sound made people's teeth itch. 2 minutes later, the woman couldn't stand anymore. She slowly poked her head out of the door. Because the door of the shop was open, Chinyu didn't close it at all. So as soon as she poked her head out, Chinyu had already seen her. Come out. Chinyu shouted in a deep voice. The other hand grasped the gun, pointing the muzzle at the door. The woman froze. After looking at Chinyu, she suddenly turned around and ran. Chinyu raised his hand and aimed at the outside of the wall at the door, and fired a shot. The various shops and stalls in the clothing market were separated by thin metal plates in the middle. With a powerful pistol like the Desert Eagle, it was shot through with one shot. The bullet shot through the wall and exploded directly in front of the woman, scaring her to scream. Stop. Chapter 224. More than enough. Come in, or the next bullet will definitely blow your head off, Chinyu said in a deep voice. The woman trembled outside and said, Please, don't kill me. My child is still young. Please, please, I'll leave now. Come in. The woman hesitated for a long time, and finally slowly retreated back, sticking to the wall from the door, and moved into the house little by little. But she stood at the door, holding the child in her arms tightly. She looked at the gun in Chinyu's hand with panic. Chinyu put down the pot and looked at her carefully. Surprisingly, this is actually a pretty young wife. The woman was pretty, and not very old. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She had 2 braids. She was wrapped in a thick black cotton coat. Chinyu never put down his gun, because this kind of woman was very dangerous. She was very deceptive, especially in her thick cotton coat. It was more than enough to hide a shotgun. So after Chinyu looked at her twice, he pointed the gun at her and said coldly, Take off your clothes. The woman's eyes turned red. She bit her lips. She hesitated for a moment, holding the child in one hand, and slowly unzipped the cotton coat with the other hand. While unzipping, she said with a sob, You can ask me to do anything, but don't hurt my child. He is still young. He is still young. Chinyu said coldly, Do you think such a young child can survive? Yes. The woman's tone became firmer. As long as I am alive, my son will not die. Do you think you can survive? The woman did not speak. The face turned pale. The hand pulling the zipper also stopped. Chinyu slowly opened the hammer, looked at her and said indifferently, Take it off. Brother, please be kind. The woman begged in a hoarse voice. I don't care what you do. Just ask you to let us mother and son go for once. Okay? You can do whatever you want. As she said, she quickly opened the zipper. When she opened the cotton coat, Chinyu was stunned by what was inside. What the hell? It turned out that there were 3 milk bottles hanging inside the woman's cotton coat. The kind with pacifiers. The kind of milk bottles used by babies. And they were all full. There was nothing else. The woman skillfully placed the cotton coat on the ground next to her, and then slowly placed the child in her arms on the coat. Then she quickly closed the door. She seemed to have accepted her fate. After closing the door, she began to take off her clothes. The speed of her hands was ridiculous. Before Chinyu could react, the small coat inside was also taken off, leaving only a thermal underwear. Chinyu was surprised. This woman really looks like she is breastfeeding. She looks like she is. Seeing her stretch her hands and lift up her thermal underwear, Chinyu only glanced at her BMW lights and waved his hand. That's enough. The woman froze. She slowly put down her underwear and stared at Chinyu in a daze, not knowing why. Chinyu put down the gun. He waved his hand. Put on your clothes. Brother, don't you want me? The woman asked doubtfully. Not interested. Chinyu said lightly, I just want to see if you have any weapons under your clothes. I don't have any weapons. The woman shook her head quickly. Chinyu frowned at her and said, You have no weapon, and you have a baby. How can you survive until now? My husband just died half a month ago. The woman's eyes turned red, and she choked up and said, Before? My husband and his family. A family of more than 20 people. We survived together. Then the virus broke out. And my parents-in-law and their families died one after another. Half a month ago, my husband went out to find food for the last time, and was beaten to death. So I'm the only one left with my son. In the past half month. The woman couldn't help but sob and cried. And she talked about her experiences in the past half month. Why did she take off her clothes so skillfully? Because she had encountered such things several times. Fortunately, she encountered lone travelers, not large-scale cannibals. So, after she fought back and killed a man who abused her, the woman finally plucked up the courage to take her child out to find food. When she saw Chinyu with a gun, she mistakenly thought that Chinyu was the kind of man, especially asking her to take off her clothes when they met. It was exactly the same as the men she had met before. Generally, such men are easy to deal with. In the process of leading to extreme bliss, she can easily kill back, because men are likely to relax their vigilance and devote themselves to the process. But if women don't want to devote themselves, if they want to pretend, it is too easy to deceive men. Unexpectedly, Chinyu called a halt midway. He didn't want her. This surprised and excited the woman. Finally, we don't have to do that anymore. The woman quickly put her clothes back on while crying. After listening to her story, Chinyu didn't say anything. He just glanced at her child. The milk bottle in her clothes should be for warmth. From this point of view, she looks like a very good mother. She can still take care of the child in this situation. Seeing the woman pick up the child again, Chinyu asked casually, Did your child take medicine? Why doesn't he cry or make a fuss? He's asleep. The woman murmured, My son is just 15 weeks old. Very good. He sleeps very deeply, and won't wake up unless he has slept enough. But he will also wake up because of hunger. So I have to prepare warm milk at any time. What's your name? The woman looked at Chinyu. Kong Xinyue. How many people have you killed? Kong Xinyue was stunned. And after hesitating for a long time, she whispered, Two. How did you kill them? Chinyu was like interrogating a prisoner. His cold voice without a trace of emotion. Kong Xinyue bit her lip and said hoarsely, When I was doing that, I grabbed their heads and smashed them hard on the ground. And they were finished. Chinyu was speechless. This woman is really a genius. Chinyu pointed to a corner and said, Put up those discarded clothes and sleep on them. Sleeping here tonight will at least keep you safe for one night. Kong Xinyue's eyes suddenly turned red with excitement. Brother, you won't kill me? No. Thank you. As she spoke, she knelt down. Chinyu didn't look at her, but said lightly, No need to kneel to me. Besides, I'll be honest. If you continue like this, you won't live to see the end of the year. Kong Xinyue's face turned pale. She turned around and walked to the corner silently, and began to spread the mat on the floor. After making the mat on the floor, she carefully put the child down. Her son is indeed a good sleeper. Chinyu could hear the child's breathing, which was quite heavy and even. This is an angel baby. If her child didn't like to sleep, and was noisy at this time, she might have died long ago. There are actually quite a few cannibals in the city. They are still increasing slowly. Once they encounter cannibals, they will definitely die. Chapter 225. Take something in exchange. After Kong Xinyue sat down, her stomach rumbled like a drum. She finally had a little rosy color on her face. She stared at Chinyu's noodle pot and the unfinished burrito on the table, licked her lips, and couldn't help asking, Can you give me something to eat? Take something in exchange. Chinyu had no expression on his face. Kong Xinyue blinked, suddenly took out a bottle of warm milk from her coat, stood up and walked to Chinyu and said awkwardly, Can I use this? Chinyu looked up and nodded. Kong Xinyue quickly put the bottle on the table. Chinyu reached back and picked up a bag of biscuits and 2 sausages from his side and handed them over. Kong Xinyue was overjoyed, took the food and ran back to the bunk, then tore open the package and ate it voraciously. Chinyu also continued to eat his dinner. At a certain moment, Kong Xinyue suddenly looked up at Chinyu and said shyly, Brother, you can drink a few sips of that. That? I just squeezed it. It's still warm. You know, breast milk is very nutritious and contains a lot of trace elements. Chenyu froze. His eyes slowly drifted to the bottle. Is this breast milk? I thought it was milk powder. Kong Xinyue kept urging Chenyu to drink a few sips of the bottle of milk she gave him. She said it was breast milk. Fresh. Rich in nutrition. She also said that they liked to drink this when they were kidnapped by 2 men before. Chenyu was completely confused. No one would drink this stuff. Coincidentally, her son woke up at this time. He started humming as soon as he woke up. He was about to cry. Chenyu quickly returned the bottle and whispered, "Don't let him cry. Give this to him." "I don't need it." "This? Then thank you." Kong Xinyue quickly took back the bottle with a smile. Put it carefully in her clothes. And then lifted her clothes. And smiled shyly. "I'm sorry. The squeezed milk can only be used on the road or in critical situations. It's safer now. I have to feed him myself." As she was talking, her clothes were lifted up, and her bra was untied. Chenyu turned around quickly. Behind him, Kong Xinyue shivered and sighed softly. "You are a good person. If it were other men, they would just want to humiliate me if they knew I was breastfeeding." Chenyu said nothing. Kong Xinyue continued, If you are willing to keep me by your side, I can give birth to a child for you. I am very fertile, and I am the kind of person who is easy to get pregnant. I can get pregnant as soon as I touch you." Chenyu still said nothing. Kong Xinyue looked up at Chenyu and sighed faintly. "I know you must think I am dirty. Alas, for my son, I can do anything." Chenyu finally spoke. "I don't believe it." "What?" Kong Xinyue was stunned. "I said I don't believe it." When he said the last word, Chenyu had already dodged to the side at a very fast speed. And at the same time, the gun in his hand was aimed at the woman. Kong Xinyue's expression was dull. She was holding a metal cylinder in her hand and put it in her mouth. There was a poison needle in it. She was about to blow the needle. Unexpectedly, Chenyu actually dodged at this moment. The air stagnated. Kong Xinyue's forehead was covered with cold sweat. And she trembled all over when she saw Chenyu, who had no expression on his face and even no humanity in his eyes. The next second, her chest suddenly bulged and she inhaled hard. She was about to blow out the poison needle. As a result, bang! A gunshot. A bloody hole was blasted between Kong Xinyue's hand and the 2 BMW lights that she was proud of. The syringe fell to the ground. A stream of blood foam gushed out of Kong Xinyue's mouth. She looked at Chenyu painfully and asked with great difficulty, "You don't believe me?" "No." Chenyu squatted in front of her, looked at her coldly and said, "I never believed you from the beginning. When you desperately let me drink your milk, I was more sure that you were not a good thing." Kong Xinyue slowly fell down. No breath. Chenyu took another close look at her BMW headlights. Indeed, it looked like a characteristic of breastfeeding. But it wasn't. She was just big enough. A broken Jeep with BMW headlights. Very confusing. It's possible that she could kill a man. But it was really unfortunate that she used this thing to seduce Chenyu. Apart from anything else, Chenyu really didn't like women. Even if we don't mention the ones in Jiangbei Hotel, there were still hundreds of high-simulation dolls stored in the portable space. Chenyu gently picked up the syringe that fell on the ground. He picked it up and smelled it. The poison needle inside exuded a pungent smell. It was definitely tainted with poison. This woman is quite amazing. She can actually use a blow syringe. This kind of thing is also a powerful hidden weapon. It is not easy to be discovered when hidden on the body. It is very effective for sneak attacks. Alas, none of the women who can survive alone until this time are easy to deal with. Chenyu threw away the blow syringe and turned his head to look at the child in the swaddling clothes. The child hummed. It didn't move much. Chenyu frowned and walked over. He gently opened the swaddling clothes and took a look. His heart sank immediately. It's over. This child has been on the verge of death for a long time. His face was blue and black. His breathing was heavy and labored. There was vomit flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The child was definitely not Kong Xinyue's. I don't know where she got it from to cheat. Chenyu shook his head helplessly. He slowly covered the baby again, ignored the child, and walked back to his seat and sat down. He put down the gun and closed his eyes silently. A few minutes later, the only breathing sound in the room was his own. Chenyu turned off the small light beside him and completely merged with the darkness. In this way, the night passed quickly. The next day, Chenyu continued to track the traces of the undead in the city. Unfortunately, the ghost disappeared completely with hatred and fear for Chinyu. Jiangcheng is a standard second-tier city. The population used to be over 1 million. The city area is not small. It is too difficult to find a deliberately hidden ghost in such a big city. Chinyu alone can't do it. Chinyu searched for a whole morning, and finally gave up helplessly after finding no trace. He picked up the intercom and contacted the hotel. There was also a message from the hotel. Because the collapsed building blocked the river, the aliens were already blocked in the river, and only a few could get under the river. Lu Yuanchao led 2 people to block the other side of the river. No guns. Only cold weapons. So for the time being, a way to deal with these aliens was found. Chinyu acquiesced. At the same time, he told them to fish out all the bodies of the aliens, put them in the collapsed building, and cover them up. Those corpses might be useful. For example, Zhong Xiangnan's research. But mainly Chinyu wanted to see if there were any crystal cores in the heads of those subhumans. Unfortunately, they had no leader. Even if there were crystal cores, they were all small defective ones. I'll go there when I have free time. After the communication, Chinyu decided to search for supplies for the time being and collect everything Zhong Xiangnan needed first. Chapter 226, Kill It. The laboratory matter was also urgent. So, Chinyu set out alone again, following the clues provided by Zhong Xiangnan. He looked for high-tech companies in the city and searched for experimental instruments and raw materials that could be used in those places. On the way, he was also thinking about the immortality and how to kill it. In this way, a week passed in a flash. A week later, Chinyu drove a large fishing boat back to the hotel. The fishing boat was full of experimental equipment and instruments, as well as a lot of experimental raw materials. This efficiency stunned Zhong Xiangnan. The key is that he went out alone. How did he get so many large instruments and equipment? Chinyu is really a strange man. Zhong Xiangnan was relieved. The moment he saw these equipment, he knew that Chinyu was not joking. He knew that the research laboratory should be able to be truly rebuilt in Jiangbei Hotel. That day, everyone in the hotel participated in helping. The equipment brought back by Chinyu was transported upstairs and placed in the new laboratory. After everything was arranged, Chinyu and Zhong Xiangnan sat in the lounge for a while, drank a cup of tea, and chatted briefly. Zhong Xiangnan looked at Chinyu and said with relief, "Xiaochen, I never thought that you could rebuild the laboratory by yourself. You know how much motivation this has brought me in life." "Haha. Director Zhong, you are studying the future of mankind. I am just contributing a little bit. It is not that hard. You are amazing. Young man, you never take credit for yourself." Zhong Xiangnan shook his head and sighed. The main things have been brought back. I will find some computers and experimental equipment in 2 days, and we can basically start working. By the way, that experimental subject, you didn't fool me. Did you? Chinyu shook his head and smiled. No. Don't worry. That's good. Zhong Xiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. If there is a virus source, we don't have to spend all day taking samples from certain key parts of that experimental subject. To be honest, that kind of work is quite embarrassing. Hearing this, Chinyu was suddenly stunned. A flash of inspiration seemed to have occurred in his mind. Chinyu was stunned. Zhong Xiangnan's words kept echoing in his mind. They had to take samples from the key parts of the experimental body every day? The virus in the undead was mainly because it had actually molested Suya's body. So some parts were contaminated with the virus. The source of the virus was that place. Damn! Chinyu suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could it be that the crystal core of the undead was on his vitals? Yes, that was definitely the case. So even if the undead's head was blown up, it would be fine. The last time it was bombed with a rocket, it only blew its upper body to pieces. But the lower body was not damaged at all. MD, it's definitely true. Otherwise, how could such an awesome alien not have a crystal core? Chinyu suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly, scaring Zhong Xiangnan across from him so much that his hand trembled and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. What's wrong? Xiaochen, what are you doing? Hee hee. It's okay. Chinyu laughed hurriedly. And while excited, he hurriedly urged Zhong Xiangnan, Director Zhong, quickly make a list of the remaining items you need for me. I'll go out in a while. Ah, you're going out again? Zhong Xiangnan couldn't help but show a distressed look on his face, and grabbed Chinyu's arm with one hand. Xiaochen, I know you are the leader here, but you should also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. No matter how great your personal ability is, you are still a person. You need to rest. Since I came here, I have never seen you rest. Xiaochen, I don't deny that you are the backbone here. So, you can't fall down easily. Listen to me. Take a few days off. Don't rush. The rest of the things can be handed over to others. It's just some computers and experimental equipment. I know where to get them. Just let them go. Qin Yu was persuaded by Zhong Xiangnan, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Then take a break for 2 days. At present, there are no large forces in Jiancheng. There will be no big problems for the people in the hotel to go out. The only thing to pay attention to is the mutated animals in the city. Because after the new year, the mutated beast tide will form on a large scale. The whole world will be attacked by the mutated beast tide. In the previous life, Jiancheng also had the beast king gorilla and the insect king red fire ant, plus the most beautiful corpse king raging. So Jiancheng can be called a purgatory on earth. Qin Yu and his people also suffered for a while, and then gave up Jiancheng and went north to find a new place to stay. It was also from then on that Qin Yu became a real leader. Tragic life also began. But in this life, whether it was the beast king, the insect king, or even the most beautiful corpse king, all were strangled in the cradle by Qin Yu. The only thing to worry about was the undead. I didn't pay attention to it for a while, and I don't know how much it has evolved. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't find it at all. But as long as it dares to come out and wreak havoc, Qin Yu will immediately lock onto that place, and then rush over to fight it again. Next time I bombard it, I must aim at its vitals. I hope I can solve it at once. In addition to the undead, the only thing to worry about in Jiancheng right now is the rat infestation. Without the suppression of the insect king and the red fire ant queen, all the sewer rats in Jiancheng have gradually become a disaster. Even a huge mutant rat colony similar to the red fire ant colony was formed little by little. Many places have been plagued by rats. It is also quite scary. But Qin Yu did not take it seriously. Why? Because there is still a large group in the city. Mutated wild cats. From the outbreak of the ancient virus to the present, all the cats in the city have slowly mutated and evolved, forming small groups. Cats and mice are naturally incompatible. So in places where rats break out, you can always find mutant wildcat groups. The mutant wildcats now are not pet cats. They are the real natural nemesis of mutant mice. So, let them hurt each other first. When the mutant wildcats can't suppress the rats, Qin Yu will use the hot incendiary bombs. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with a group of rats. Apart from these things, Jiancheng is still very quiet. So Qin Yu decided to take a 2-day break. At noon, the people who go out to find supplies are decided. Li Zhongjuan and Li Xiuyun, father and daughter, plus a soldier under Lu Yuanchao, named Chu Xuedong. He is a battle-hardened person. He is 29 years old. He is serious. His skin is dark and rough. And he is tall and strong. With him by his side, plus Li Zhongjuan, the veteran, Qin Yu is relieved. And he also knows that Li Xiuyun volunteered to go out to find supplies because of him. When Qin Yu came back, Fang Jing took care of him. Just like a couple, Li Xiuyun wanted to get close to Qin Yu, but there was no chance. So instead of staying in the hotel and feeling sad, it is better to go out to find supplies, make some contributions, and exercise yourself at the same time. Chapter 227 Cultivation Room. No one knows a daughter better than her father, and Li Zhongjuan also understands his daughter's thoughts. So the three of them set off at around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The things they were looking for this time were very simple and not difficult. And Zhong Xiangnan pointed out where to find things in the city, so they would definitely have no problem. After Li Zhengnu and his daughter left, Qin Yu went to Dong Zhou's cultivation room first. When he followed Dong Zhou into the cultivation room, Qin Yu immediately looked at the green scene inside with surprise, and blurted out, "It has grown so tall." "Uh-huh, Brother Qin." Dong Zhou smiled and nodded. "It went smoothly. I guess we can eat fresh tomatoes, green peppers, beans, and other vegetables after the Chinese New Year." "Great, great." Qin Yu gave a thumbs up and asked casually, "What about the rice?" "It's still being improved," Dong Zhou said honestly, "because the raw materials we have are not fresh enough and not full enough. We have to try for a while. But according to my calculations, around the Mid-Autumn Festival next year, the soilless rice will basically have results." "Okay. It's not too late." Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are results, it's never too late. Dr. Dong. Do you need anything else to be strengthened? Actually, there is one more thing, which is a big problem. Dong Zhou looked embarrassed, looked at Chen Yu and said frankly, you know, the current water source is pumped up from below. What's wrong with the water source? Chen Yu asked hurriedly. The water source below is getting more and more saline. Chen Yu was stunned. Dong Zhou continued to explain, Brother Chen, we all know that the backflow of river water is actually caused by the super tsunami. The seawater has been diluted for such a long time, and is actually very light. But it can't withstand the passage of time after all. The later it gets, the higher the proportion of seawater, the higher the salinity. I'm afraid that in a few months, the water below will not be suitable for this kind of hydroponic crops. This is my biggest headache. I also tried to use salt water for experiments. But now the conditions are limited. If I want to start from scratch, there are too many things to prepare. Maybe in a year or two, the experimental conditions won't be ready at all. Hearing this, Chen Yu nodded silently. I know. Don't worry. I have a way to solve it. Ah? Dong Zhou was stunned. You have a way to solve it? Yes. Believe me. After a while, when I have solved all the problems, I will solve this matter for you. Don't worry. Dr. Dong. Chen Yu left after saying that. Dong Zhou stood in the cultivation room in a daze. He was puzzled. How could he solve everything? This young man was like an omnipotent god. Any seemingly huge problem was not a problem for him. How did he solve it? Could he get a complete set of seawater filtration and purification equipment? Chen Yu went out after all. When he came back in the afternoon, he had already brought back a set of water purification equipment by boat. Dong Zhou was completely stunned. He was really convinced. Just after talking about the increasing salinity of the water source, they brought back a complete set of water purification equipment and various filters. This is too efficient. In fact, he didn't know that Chen Yu had already collected a lot of large-scale equipment of this kind in order to purify the water of the freshwater lake. So they were already in the space. He just went out, found a place where no one was, put these equipment on the boat, and then transported them back. Soon, the purification equipment was transported upstairs. It took more than a dozen men to lift it. So Dong Zhou chased Chen Yu and asked him the question that had puzzled him. How did Chen Yu handle such a heavy thing by himself? Chen Yu did not tell the truth. He just said that he had friends outside. And that was it. Everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that Chen Yu knew someone outside. That was no wonder. Lu Yuanchao took it for granted that the mysterious person outside was the armed force behind Chen Yu. There was only this explanation. So, no one had any doubts. Anyway, Chen Yu was just very powerful. After finishing the water purification device, Dong Zhou, a doctor, also exerted his research ability and quickly finished the whole set of equipment. Start the operation and purify the river water pumped up. In this way, the problem of high salinity in the water is solved. However, as the hotel has more and more large equipment, the power energy is gradually becoming tight. We have to get a few sets of solar power generators. This is ready-made. So after lunch in the afternoon, Chen Yu rushed to the focusing technology building without stopping. Luo Yin and her friends have ready-made photovoltaic products here. They are all in the warehouse. They are still new. When Chen Yu came to the top floor and met Luo Yin and other women, he realized that these women were not simple. Their lounge has been powered on. All the solar generators originally placed on the rooftop of the top floor by focusing technology have been reactivated. So, these women are actually quite comfortable now. Except for the shortage of water. The living environment is pretty good. When she heard that Chen Yu was coming to pick up a few sets of solar generators, Luo Yin quickly took the sisters to the warehouse to help carry them. So, a group of women chattered. In less than an hour, 3 sets of machines were assembled on the ship. Chen Yu did not stay. Before leaving, Luo Yin and Lu Shuyun saw him off downstairs. Both women looked at him with hot eyes, hoping that he could find time to come and sit. Jiancheng is much quieter now. Everyone thanked him for saving their lives and wanted to get in touch with him more. In the end, Chen Yu still declined. 13 women. Except for 2 girls who were just 16 years old. All the remaining 11 women had naked thoughts about Chen Yu. They just wanted to get close to him. They even wanted to sleep with him and become his women. Living with Chen Yu would definitely be more secure. 11 women. Scary. So Chen Yu still left. Back to the hotel. Greet Dong Zhou, Zhang Yang and others. Transport the solar generator set to the top balcony. Find a place to place it. Then modify the line. After a busy day, when everything was completed, the sun also set. This day passed like this. But after Chinyu's tossing, the hotel's various energy sources have become more and more perfect. Fortunately, Jianbei Hotel is big enough, so it can be opened. Midnight. After dinner, Chinyu returned to the top floor suite and went into the room to rest. After a while, Fong Jing also came back. She washed herself specially and snuggled in Chinyu's arms with a fragrant smell. During the day, Chinyu was really aroused by Luo Yin and the others, so he didn't hesitate at night and rolled into the bed with Fong Jing in his arms. This night was another intoxicating night. In the next 3 days, Chinyu no longer went out. Instead, he stayed in the hotel for 3 days to rest thoroughly. Nothing to do, just leisure, enjoying Fong Jing's meticulous care, playing with Xiao Chinyu for a while when he was free, and then going to the top floor to find Zhang Yang to talk about him and Xiao Ling. Chapter 228, A Done Deal. Now, everyone in the building knows that these two are having an affair, but there has been no substantial contact. When Chinyu asked, Zhang Yang blushed and avoided answering. It's also funny. These soldiers are more shy than ordinary people when it comes to dating. It's the end of the world, and they are still entangled in eggplants. It's both willing. Why are you still hesitating? So, Chinyu called Fong Jing and began to plot to make Zhang Yang and Xiaoying a done deal, so that others don't have to worry about it. This is really the case that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. That night, Fong Jing cooked in person and called Fanya and Li Xiaoyun to help. The 3 women prepared a sumptuous dinner. Chinyu secretly took out 2 bottles of mitai from the space, and also got a bottle of sweet and rotten white wine worth more than $300,000. This is a real high-priced wine. Have a dinner in the evening. Under the instruction of Chinyu and Fong Jing, everyone at the dinner table began to pour Zhang Yang and Xiao Ling. The result was unexpected. These 2 people can really drink. Zhang Yang is fine. I didn't expect Xiao Ling to be a wine jar. In the whole hotel, except for Li Zhongjuan, who insisted on guarding downstairs, and several other soldiers guarding the post. The remaining dozen people took turns to toast. Finally, at more than 11 o'clock in the evening, all the toasts were actually lying down. Zhang Yang and Xiao Ling were still sitting. So in the end, Chinyu was the only one left to face the 2 of them. It was also funny. Chinyu was in a state of confusion, looking at his comrades lying down one by one. He could only announce the end of the dinner, but it was almost over. At least Zhang Yang was drunk, and Xiao Ling seemed to have a lot of connotation in her eyes. She was always smiling, as if she had guessed Chinyu's bad idea. So, the dinner was over. Chinyu helped Zhang Yang back to his little nest first. Afterwards, Fong Jing forced her eyelids to send Xiao Ling to the top balcony and directly pushed her into Zhang Yang's room. After that, everyone left. In the little nest on the top floor, Zhang Yang was lying on the bed in a daze. When Xiao Ling came in, he quickly closed his eyes. In fact, he was not a fool. And of course, he knew what these bad friends in the hotel were thinking. He did not refuse, because he wanted to. But Xiao Ling seemed very restrained, and Zhang Yang had no choice. After all, he had a military rank, and he could not act like a rogue like an ordinary man and use coercive means against Xiao Ling. So just wait. You said he was not anxious. That was nonsense. How could a man not be anxious? Xiao Ling watched Zhang Yang close his eyes tightly, lie on the bed, breathe heavily, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Women are very sensitive, so she already knew the meaning of today's dinner. It's really lucky to have such a group of friends, and a man who appreciates her. Xiao Ling let go. She slowly walked to Zhang Yang and began to take off his shoes, clothes, and pants, and pulled his clothes with effort. After pulling for a long time, she suddenly murmured in a low voice, "Damn man. So heavy. Forget it. Let's go home tonight." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yang suddenly turned over and pushed Xiao Ling down on the bed, saying excitedly, "You can't go anywhere tonight. Humph. I'll see how long you can pretend. Hey, Lingzi, what are you doing?" I took off yours. I don't care." Xiao Ling's face flushed with shame, and she closed her eyes tightly. Tonight, he got it right. The atmosphere in the whole hotel was like the new year. Decorations, Li Xiaoyun and Dong Chile cut a lot of big words with red paper. Before Zhang Yang and Xiaoling got up, they secretly posted outside their little house. Fang Jing also prepared new clothes for them. LV Yuanchao got up early in the morning, tidied himself up, and changed into new clothes. Today he was going to be a witness and let Zhang Yang and Xiaoling get married. Everyone was busy. This is the first big happy event in more than half a year. It's worth a grand ceremony. Qin Yu was busy all morning, directing everyone to clean up a luxurious big room downstairs to prepare for Zhang Yang and Xiaoling as a wedding room. The small room on the top floor is only used for guarding, and cannot be used as a formal wedding room. There is nothing else in this hotel, but there are plenty of empty rooms. Just a little renovation will do. There are also plenty of new beddings. The hotel already has brand new ones. So, at noon that day, when Zhang Yang woke up drowsily, everything was ready outside. Xiaoling blushed. She was woken up by a group of little girls outside. She put on her clothes, blushed and walked out awkwardly, her legs twisting like noodles, causing everyone to laugh. Xiaoling was so angry that she glared at Zhang Yang. This guy was going crazy last night. How come he has never seen a woman? He tortured himself like this. So, Xiaoling was taken away by the girls to dress up. Zhang Yang was also dragged downstairs by Qin Yu in a daze, and was forced to take a shower and change into a handsome suit. After the work, Zhang Yang was confused. Looking at the suit on his body, he asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, where did you get these things? I collected them before, so don't worry about it." Alas. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yu and sighed, "Brother, you are too hard. At this time, it's better to keep everything simple. Look at the water in the bathtub. It's better to use it to cook than to take a bath for me. How about I keep it for you two to cook? You must be joking." Zhang Yang glared. "I've already taken a shower. Can I still cook?" "Okay. I'm just teasing you." Qin Yu smiled slightly. Zhang Yang looked at him and cried, shook his head and sighed, "Alas. In this life, maybe only you dare to joke with me. In the past, when I was in the army, even the leaders didn't dare to joke with me. Honestly, brother, thank you. Under such simple conditions, you can actually prepare these for me. My life." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu quickly hugged his shoulders. "Okay. I know everything. Your life is mine. Needless to say, I remember it." After saying that, he stuffed a stack of TTS into his pocket. Zhang Yang was stunned. Qin Yu whispered seriously, "It's not peaceful now. So be careful when doing things. I don't want to deliver your baby at this time." Zhang Yang was very upset. Turning over the TTS in his pocket, he said speechlessly, "You give me so much? What do you think of me? A pile driver? Working every day? Brother." Qin Yu was also speechless. "I'm not asking you to process by piece. This is not a quota. I just want you to keep some." "Alas, I'm impressed by you. Okay. Captain Liu is going to witness your marriage. Just go through the ceremony. Let's go." "Brother Qin." "What? What should I say?" Chapter 229 Motivational Mode. "Damn. You ask me? You are a major. How can you not speak?" Zhang Yang laughed awkwardly. "I only speak to my comrades. And they are all motivational mode. So you mean I have to write a speech for you?" Zhang Yang blinked. "It would be best if I had one." "Fuck you." Qin Yu pushed him unhappily. "Be sincere. Please. If you really can't speak, just say one sentence." "What?" Zhang Yang said immediately. "Life and death. I will make a promise with you. Hold your hand. And grow old with you." "Yes. This is good. Let's say this." Zhang Yang immediately hugged Qin Yu tightly with excitement, and laughed, "Brother. You will be my dear brother in the future. From now on, what's mine is yours. You can use it as you like. Is your wife mine too?" Qin Yu glanced at him. "Go to hell. You flirted with your sister-in-law? That's a taboo in the martial arts world." "Ugh." Qin Yu turned around and walked away, saying as he walked, "You're my sister-in-law now? Do you have a certificate? Captain Liu is just witnessing your marriage. Sister-in-law? Humph. 66. 39. Zhang Yang looked at Qin Yu's back. The corners of his eyes were a little wet. From childhood to adulthood, he had never joked like this with any of his peers. Rarely with his comrades. Thought he used to be a quiet, old-fashioned and serious person. At this moment, he really regarded Qin Yu as his own brother. Even the kind of feelings that can be compared to blood is thicker than water were born. Perhaps selling my life to Chinyu is the most correct decision in this life. Half an hour later, Jianbei Hotel ushered in the most glorious moment. Lu Yuanchao served as the witness for Zhang Yang and Xiaoling. Read the oath and announced that the two were officially married. Because of the special circumstances, everything was kept simple. Forget about the documents. But Fang Jing still prepared a pair of rings for the two. It's just a symbol. It's not worth much. It's considered their wedding rings. Afterwards, the noisy Jiang Zhan and Dong Qiulei served as MCs and held a simple ceremony. Under the applause of everyone, the two officially became husband and wife. When Zhang Yang stuttered out the famous sentence of holding your hand and growing old together, Xiaoling cried. She cried loudly. She never dreamed that she would have such a happy moment in her life. And all this was actually given by the kind people in Jianbei Hotel. Xiaoling also swore secretly. She must defend this place to the death. At noon, it was another sumptuous lunch. It was even not inferior to the peaceful times. Anyway, everyone was very poor on weekdays. Even if they knew there were fish and meat, no one would take the initiative to ask for it. If it wasn't a party, there would be no feasting. Those who could enter here were very self-disciplined. Therefore, on such a happy day, Chinyu was really generous. All kinds of precious ingredients were taken out. At noon, everyone was really satisfied. In these 2 days, they probably ate half a month's meat quota for everyone. They also ate some of the remaining precious seafood in the hotel. This day was another lively day. In the evening, the sun set. The lively show finally ended completely. Everyone returned to their seats and had to calm down. Otherwise it would be easy to forget that it was still the end of the world. Zhang Yang also took Xiaoling back to the rooftop. The two hugged each other and whispered, talking about the kind people in the hotel. They know how to be grateful. Everything today is hard one. When it was extremely hot, or when the seawater backflowed, or when the virus broke out. Everyone was in despair when they saw the survivors dying one after another. They just lived one day at a time. Who would have thought that there would be such a perfect moment? So, whether it was Zhang Yang or Xiaoling, their gratitude to Chinyu could no longer be described in words. Only in the future, they would thank him with their lives. 2 days later, Jianbei Hotel returned to peace. There was still a week before the new year. On this day, the sky was gloomy, and it snowed heavily in Jiancheng. It was a rare low temperature. Early in the morning, Chinyu stood in front of the window, looking at the snowflakes outside, and sighed secretly. The temperature of the sun was slowly starting to drop. In previous years, Jiancheng didn't snow very often, and it was even rarer to have such heavy snow. It was definitely a heavy snowfall. In the hotel, everyone was inexplicably excited and ran to the balcony to see the snow. Some people even said that auspicious snow means a good harvest. They also imagined that the disaster was about to end. What a pity! Chinyu looked down at the river below. It was still flowing rapidly. The low temperature of -5 or 6 degrees still couldn't freeze the river water that was flowing back. It can be seen how terrifying this water flow is. Xiao Chinyu called Fang Jing, and at the same time called Dong Qiulei and the others to run to the balcony on the top floor. You can play in the snow up there. In addition, the city is relatively calm now, so Chinyu did not stop them. Anyway, Zhang Yang is there, and he has been monitoring the area within a few kilometers around, so there is basically no danger. So, the girls all went up. Only Chinyu went downstairs. He went to Zhong Xiangnan's laboratory. The new laboratory has been built, and 80% of the platform equipment is in place. There are still some items left to be found slowly. At this moment, Zhong Xiangnan has restored the posture of a researcher, wearing a white coat, and discussing how to set up new experimental conditions in the laboratory with Lu Guqin. As soon as he saw Chinyu coming down, he hurriedly greeted him and said anxiously, Xiao Chen, where is the experimental subject? When will it be delivered? Where did you hide it? Don't lose it. Don't worry, Director Zhong. It won't be lost. Chinyu smiled and asked casually, can you start work now? We have to wait a few more days. There are still 2 analyzers that have not been found. Jiancheng has searched many places, but there has been no result. If the whole Jiancheng can't find it, we may have to go to the nearby Sicheng. Okay. Chinyu nodded. If it really doesn't work, I'll go to Sicheng. Alas, Zhong Xiangnan looked worried. If I go to Sicheng, it will take more time. It will take a month to come back from Suchong. This is assuming no accidents on the way. No. Chinyu leaned close to Zhong Xiaonan's ear and smiled softly. I have a helicopter. What? Zhong Xiaonan was stunned. I have a helicopter. Where are you? How do you have a helicopter? Chinyu shrugged. Actually, it's the one in the central hospital. The mercenaries stole the helicopter. And I got it back later. Ah? I thought it was destroyed. Zhong Xiaonan's old face lit up and asked hurriedly, then why didn't you get it back? If you hide it, aren't you afraid that someone else will steal it again? No one can steal it. Don't worry. Chinyu said leisurely. I will put this kind of key supplies in the safest place. Although this place is safe, it is not the safest. I will take it back when I need it. Okay. Chapter 230 Splitting Bamboo with a Knife. Zhong Xiaonan nodded. Then I'm relieved. Wait for today's search team to go to the last few places to look for it. If we can't find it, we could only try our luck in Suchong. Okay. Chinyu exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhong Xiaonan before leaving the laboratory. Go downstairs. Met Li Zhongjuan on the 7th floor. He was in an empty room, splitting bamboo with a knife. I don't know where he got so many bamboos from. There were at least 20 or 30 bamboos piled in the room. Seeing Chinyu coming, Li Zhongjuan smiled and waved. Xiaochen is here. Well, Uncle Li, what are you doing? Make some bows and arrows. Just in case. Bow and arrow. Chinyu suddenly understood. Li Zhongjuan stopped what he was doing, let out a sigh and said, Xiaochen, the ammunition will run out sooner or later. In the future, maybe we can only use this kind of weapon. Anyway, we are idle now. So make a batch and store it first. Can you do this? It's okay. Li Zhongjuan smiled. I learned this from the local masters in the frontier when I was in the army. It should be no problem. Okay. Chinyu smiled. Then I won't bother you. Okay. Li Zhongjuan lowered his head and prepared to continue working, but suddenly raised his head and said, by the way, my daughter said she wants to see you for something. Xiaoyun? Chinyu was stunned. Yes. Where is she? In her room. Okay. I'll go find her. Chinyu turned and went out. Walked to the next door. Stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. Xiaoyun. I'm Chinyu. Soon. The door opened. Li Xiaoyun looked at Chinyu with some surprise. You didn't go out? Do you have something to talk to me about? Ah? Don't you have something to talk to me about? Chinyu was stunned. Who said I have something to talk to you about? Li Xiaoyun was also stunned. Your dad said so. My dad? Li Xiaoyun suddenly thought of something. Her face flushed, then stretched her head to look outside, and then dragged Chinyu into the house. Bang! The door closed and locked. Chinyu was startled. What was he doing? Then he saw Li Xiaoyun blushing, biting her lips, grabbing his clothes in front of her chest with both hands, and whispering, Yes, I have something to talk to you about. What is it? I missed you. Li Xiaoyun became bolder. Maybe the first taste of forbidden fruit made her mature, but she hadn't had the chance to be intimate with Chinyu for a long time, which made her feel itchy. So when she heard that it was her father who told Chinyu that she had something to do, Li Xiaoyun knew it was her father who was helping her. Although she was a little shy, she didn't care in order to be intimate with Chinyu. She hugged him and kissed him. Chinyu quickly hugged her waist. After a passionate kiss, Chinyu finally got a chance to ask, Don't you live with Fangya? She went out to search for supplies this morning. Come on. Li Xiaoyun pulled Chinyu into the bedroom, and then the two rolled onto the big bed, without giving Chinyu a chance to resist. In a blink of an eye, the clothes were gone. The two were frank with each other. Li Xiaoyun was as shy as a young wife on her wedding night, and her anxious and shy look made Chinyu unable to hold back. Forget it. Morning is morning. There is no rule that you can't have sex in the morning. So, Chinyu was completely involved. Next door, Li Zhongjuan, who was chopping bamboo strips, suddenly listened, then shook his head helplessly, sighed, and muttered to himself, What can I do? Now, will anyone still marry in a formal way? Alas, a 7 in plus or minus. He knew his daughter's thoughts very well. But Chinyu and Fang Jing had a close relationship, and everyone knew it. In this era, will anyone still marry in a formal way? Chinyu looked like a man who could do big things. Such a person would hardly be willing to be lonely for a woman. So, let it be. One day at a time. Li Zhongjuan no longer considered ethics and morality. It was meaningless. Who knows which will come first? Tomorrow or an accident? Jiangqing East District. In a residential area near the entrance to the city. At a certain moment, a woman ran out screaming, disheveled, unkempt, and ran out of the community like crazy. As she was about to rush to the gate of the community, a crossbow arrow shot out from behind and hit the woman's waist. The woman fell to the ground with a scream. No, don't eat me. Please, I can still serve you. Woo woo. I can still serve you. Please don't eat me. A man walked out of the apartment building slowly. His face was full of ferocity. He came to the woman and cursed viciously. Serve your mother. What the hell are you? Still serving? I feel sick when I see you now. Woo. Don't eat me. I can help you with work. Wash clothes and cook for you. I can even go out as bait. Please. Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly picked up the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Poof! A crossbow arrow went straight through the woman's neck. The woman screamed miserably, struggled for a moment, and stopped moving. The man cursed angrily. Then he reached out and grabbed the woman's legs, dragging her back like a dead dog. Just after walking a few steps, someone on the third-floor balcony suddenly yelled, Lao Zhao. There is someone behind you. The man was startled. He quickly turned around, raised the crossbow, and drew the bow and arrow. Behind him, there was indeed one more person at the entrance of the community. A man. His body was torn and his face was dull. His eyes were red. It seemed that they were congested. His hands were drooping, as if they were broken. He stood at the entrance of the community, staring at the man with his scarlet eyes. The man was suspicious. Does this guy walk without making any sound? Looking at his appearance, he looks like a cannibal. Otherwise, why not recruit him to join the gang? It would also strengthen our strength. The man kicked the woman aside, then slowly approached the door with a crossbow, looking at the red-eyed man, and asked fiercely, Hey, what do you want to do? The red eyes at the door did not move. Nor did he answer. He just stared at the man. The man was a little scared by being stared at. At the same time, someone on the balcony on the third floor shouted loudly, Kill him! Lao Zhao. Are you a fortune teller? Killing him will be enough for the new year. The man heard it, and no longer hesitated. He raised his crossbow, and shot an arrow. Puff! The crossbow arrow shot directly through the head of the red-eyed man. Just when the man thought it was over, he even put down the crossbow in his hand. But he was shocked to find that the red-eyed man was still standing, not moving. His head had been pierced by the crossbow arrow, but he could still stand. Even his eyes were still open. What the hell? Could it be a dead person? The man was a little scared. He stared at the red-eyed man carefully for a while, and found that the red-eyed man was still breathing. What's going on? The man quickly pulled the bowstring, and put another crossbow arrow on it. Then he aimed at the chest of the red-eyed man, and shot an arrow. Puff! Chapter 231 Outrageous. The crossbow pierced through again. The crossbow he used was military grade and extremely powerful. However, the red eyes remained indifferent, just standing there. His hands were dangling. The man was stunned. He swallowed hard, slowly turned his head to look at the balcony on the third floor behind him, and asked loudly, Damn, am I dazzled? This guy. Fuck. Lao Zhao. Run. That ghost thing is moving. The man shuddered when he heard it. He turned around suddenly, and saw a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes appear in front of him. The next second, the red-eyed monster pulled out the crossbow arrow that pierced his head, and then inserted it fiercely into the man's mouth. There was a sound of puff. The crossbow arrow pierced the man's mouth, and went straight out of the back of his head. On the balcony on the third floor, 6 or 7 people crowded around the balcony, looking down in horror. And the red-eyed man below slowly raised his head and looked at the balcony. Then suddenly shook his body and stomped his feet on the ground. Whoosh! He actually jumped more than 9 meters high out of thin air, and jumped directly onto the balcony on the third floor. The people inside screamed in fear. Red-eyed rushed into the crowd like a devil, grabbing with both hands. His strength was ridiculous. Anyone caught would be torn to pieces. Soon, the sound of gunshots rang out in the room. Unfortunately, it was useless. Screams came one after another, and people fell to the ground one after another, bloody. 5 minutes later, the screams stopped. There were a total of 16 people in the room, all torn to pieces. The red-eyed monster smelled the bloody smell in the air, and seemed to enjoy it very much. Then he squatted on the ground and began to gnaw on the broken limbs. In a small alley 2 kilometers away from the community, Su Sheng, who had just sat down to eat something, suddenly got up and quickly put on his backpack and ran to the place where the gunshots came from. Where there are gunshots, there are survivors. Where there are survivors, there are supplies. Now Su Sheng is already a very qualified lone traveler. He learned to rob the thieves. If he found out that the other party was a cannibal, he would not hesitate to do everything he could to wipe out the cannibals and take away their supplies. If they were ordinary survivors, he would try to exchange some supplies. Fair exchange. However, at this time, ordinary survivors were almost extinct. Basically, the remaining ones were cannibals. A small group of 10 or so people constantly devoured other survivors. Facing the cannibals, Su Sheng would not confront them head-on, because there was almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. But he could set traps. This required experience and courage. More than half an hour later, Su Sheng approached the community where the gunshots came from. For safety reasons, he carefully entered the community. But after just a few steps, he saw a shocking scene. At the door of one of the apartment buildings, a figure was squatting on the ground, gnawing on a woman's body. The sound of crunching while eating, and that figure made him shudder. Damn! It was that undead man. He actually ran into it. Su Sheng's scalp exploded at that time, and he stood there without daring to move. Fortunately, the undead man hadn't discovered him yet. Su Sheng's heart was in his throat. This thing can't be killed at all. Before leaving, Qin repeatedly reminded that the next time he encountered this thing, the first thing was to run away, Wang Wang, and the second was to notify him by radio. Damn it! I don't dare to move now. Just when Su Sheng was so nervous that he was about to pee his pants, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. It sounded like a mouse running in the bushes. What the hell? There won't be another one. Right? Su Sheng slowly turned his head. As a result, he was shocked to see 2 people squatting in the bushes not far behind him. A man and a woman. The 2 people also looked pale, and they kept making a hushed gesture to Su Sheng, indicating that he should not make a sound. Su Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. There were actually 2 strangers. This time he was really careless. What if these 2 people were not good guys and shot him with an arrow out of the blue? Wouldn't that be the end of him? Su Sheng blinked. He suddenly reached out from his waist and pulled out a gun, aiming it at the 2 men. Unexpectedly, the woman in the bushes also pulled out a gun and pointed it at him at the same time. This was embarrassing. Su Sheng and the man and woman on the opposite side did not dare to move. Both sides held their guns and stalemated each other. Not far away, the monster was still biting. It bit for almost half an hour, and then it straightened up and turned its head to look around. Su Sheng was so scared that he quickly squatted down and hid, and didn't care about the woman who was aiming at him. As soon as he squatted down, the man and woman also put away their guns and squatted in the bushes to cover themselves, obviously afraid. So, the monster not far away slowly walked away. After Su Sheng waited for the monster to completely go away, he immediately rushed to the gate of the community and looked in that direction. Then took out the intercom and quickly contacted Chen Yu. Ayu? Ayu? I'm Su Sheng. I heard the reply. A moment later, Chen Yu's voice came from the intercom. Oh, third. It's me. What's wrong? Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly whispered, I saw the undead monster again. Where? Chen Yu's voice suddenly became solemn in the intercom. It's near the entrance to the East District, Liming Community opposite Jinghua Road. The ghost thing seemed to have attacked a gathering point, and many people died. It's eating people now. So scary. Su Sheng stared at the undead in the distance, walking out and talking. Oh, 3. Try to stay away and stare at it. I'll be there soon. Contact me anytime. Okay. Su Sheng put down the walkie-talkie. Just as he was about to follow carefully, he suddenly felt movement behind him, and turned around subconsciously, and saw that the man and woman were approaching behind him. Su Sheng hurriedly stepped back cautiously, looking at the 2 people in front of him alertly. What do you want to do, brother? The man opposite pointed at the undead in the distance with a puzzled look on his face. You seem to know what that thing is? Is your city so evil? Su Sheng blinked. Aren't you from Jiancheng? Ahem. I'm from Daxing Town. By the way, my name is Tao Jinhui, and her name is Qin Yao. As soon as the man finished speaking, the woman next to him elbowed him, and said unhappily, Don't take the initiative to report my name. I don't even know if the other party is a human or a ghost. Didn't you see that he had a gun in his hand? Su Sheng asked in confusion. Don't you have a gun in your hand too? I'm a guard of the Daxing Town branch. Qin Yao glared at him. And she was quite imposing. Su Sheng suddenly realized, oh, guards. Then you shouldn't be cannibals. We don't have to fight each other. My name is Su Sheng, a student of the University of Science and Technology. Student of Science and Technology? Qin Yao was also somewhat surprised. She looked Su Sheng up and down for a few times, and then asked, are you a loner? Chapter 232 Chase It. Yes. Su Sheng also looked at the two of them again, and then asked, you are from Daxing Town. Oops. It's bad. Before he finished speaking, he slapped his thigh and turned his head to look in the direction where the undead left before. Damn! It disappeared. What's wrong? Tao Jinhui hurried over and asked. A friend of mine wants to track the thing and kill it, so he asked me to follow him. I was so busy talking to you that I almost forgot. No. I have to chase it. After saying that, he stood up and ran. Behind him, Tao Jinhui looked at Qin Yao. What should we do? Sister Qin, do we need help? Or continue to look for Brother Chen? Go and help. Qin Yao said in a deep voice without hesitation. That thing is simply a demon from hell. If we keep it, who knows how many more people it will harm. As long as we still have the ability, we will lend a hand. That person and his friends are also doing these things out of obligation. Tao Jinhui. Oh! This young lady. She is full of justice again. The way the thing eats people is no different from the demons in anime. It is also different from those cannibals. At least cannibals eat cooked meat. This thing eats raw meat. God knows what it is. But the young lady said she would go to help. So let's go. So the two followed closely. Soon, they caught up with Su Sheng. Su Sheng stood at a crossroads 200 meters away, looking around, with a look of dejection. MB! Lost? This is embarrassing. Behind, Qin Yao and Tao Jinhui caught up. Lost the target? Qin Yao asked in confusion. Yeah. Su Sheng scratched his head. When I first encountered this undead, it moved slowly, just like the zombies in the movie. But it's only been a few days, and this ghost thing has become fast. Even more agile than ordinary people. You have seen it before? What on earth is it? Tao Jinhui asked. It turned out to be a human. But after being infected with the Doomsday virus, it mutated and became a kind of thing that is neither human nor ghost. Qin Yao nodded in realization. So it was infected and mutated by the Doomsday virus. That's similar to the mutated animals and insects in the suburbs. Alas, it slipped away. Su Sheng looked helpless. At this moment, Qin Yao suddenly took a step back nervously, looked up at the sky and whispered, are those crows a little bit wrong? The other two looked up quickly. Shit! I don't know when. A large group of crows were circling in the sky. Pitch black, like a rotating black storm. The three of them were nervous. They began to slowly retreat. While retreating, Tao Jinhui suddenly pointed nervously at the intersection in the distance. Is it not my eyes? Is that the undead you mentioned? Su Sheng and Qin Yao hurriedly looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, it was that monster. It stood in the distance, about 500 meters away from the three people. It didn't move. The pair of scarlet evil eyes stared at this side. Qin Yao was startled, looked up at the crows in the sky, and then whispered, these crows seem to be under its command. No way. Is it besieging us? Tao Jinhui was startled. At this time, a cat's cry suddenly came from behind the three people. Meow. The sound was so disgusting. It was not the kind of cry of a kitten on weekdays. The three people trembled with fear. They looked back at the same time. The sight made their hair stand on end. Behind them, a group of cats came around without knowing when. All kinds of colors and breeds. But without exception, all these cats had a mouth full of sharp fangs. And each cat's eyes had become compound eyes similar to dragonflies. Just looking at it gave me goosebumps. Those with trypophobia would faint at the sight of it. Now the three of them were at a loss. What the hell? Cats are coming too? Then, a manhole cover about 100 meters away was suddenly opened. Then, a dense crowd of large gray rats crawled out of it. And those rats were all mutated and disgusting and terrifying. At this moment, if the three people didn't run, they would be fools. Fuck. Run. Su Sheng roared. The three people turned around and ran. A life and death contest began. As soon as Su Sheng and the other two moved, the group of crows in the sky immediately turned into black clouds and howled down. And the mutated wild cats around also chased after them with a howl. Even the mutated gray rats actually lived in harmony with the cats and chased after Su Sheng and the other three. The scene was terrifying at the time. How could an ordinary person escape such a hunt? Fortunately, Su Sheng was smart. He turned around and rushed into a residential building next to a shop and ran up the stairs. Tao Jinhui followed closely behind. Qin Yao, the last one, kept turning back and firing, trying to drive away the fear in her heart with the sound of gunfire. However, the sound of gunfire could not stop the terrifying creatures behind her. Su Sheng kept kicking the door. Seeing that Qin Yao, the last one, was about to be attacked by the mutant wild cats, he kicked the door of a house open. So, Su Sheng turned his head and shouted, "Come in." Then he rushed in. Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao barely ran into the house, and Su Sheng slammed the door shut. Then, there was a clanging sound of doors banging outside. Those mutant wild cats were banging against the door like crazy. The shrill screams came one after another, which made people's scalps numb. But fortunately, they were temporarily blocked outside. The three people were panting heavily. Qin Yao looked at Su Sheng in disbelief. Is that ghost thing taking revenge on us? It actually discovered us a long time ago? It seems it's true. Su Sheng's face was pale. The undead seemed to be teasing him. It knew that he was chasing it, so it deliberately ran away. But it drove so many mutant creatures to attack him. Is its wisdom also slowly improving? In the past, it seemed to have only instincts. Just when the three people relaxed a little, the window in the room was suddenly hit. There were continuous snapping sounds. There was even a sound of windows breaking. Su Sheng was very anxious and rushed inside. Quick! Close all the doors of the bedrooms. We can only defend the living room. The three people hurriedly closed the bedroom door. But when they looked at the balcony, they were dumbfounded. The balcony was a huge floor-to-ceiling glass door. How to defend it? Outside the balcony, densely packed crows have swept in. Just outside, and can smash the glass door and rush in at any time. It's over. The three people were disappointed at the same time. They couldn't defend it. What's more terrifying is that a large group of rats have begun to pour out of the toilet in the bathroom. Are they going to die here today? Die in the mouths of these mutant creatures? The three people huddled together back to back. And they had no idea. Just waiting for the crows to break in. Chapter 233 Disperse. At this moment, the crows outside the balcony suddenly seemed to be frightened, and their circling posture began to become chaotic. Then, a fierce flame burst out from below. The raging flames instantly dispersed the crows. Su Sheng was shocked and blurted out, "Is it a you who came?" "Who is a you?" Tao Jinhui asked casually. "Chun Yu, my brother." As a result, Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao almost exclaimed at the same time when they heard this. "Is it Qin Yu?" "Who? Chun Yu?" The next second, a figure grabbed the balcony wall from below and jumped up like a monkey. That figure was not human-like. He had his back to the inside. He had a gas bottle on his back and a flamethrower in his hand, spraying wildly at the sky outside. All the crows were driven away. At the same time, a big hole had been gnawed out of the bathroom door, and the densely packed gray mutant rats were about to rush in. Qin Yu suddenly turned around and rushed to the bathroom door, took out a grenade, pulled out the pull ring, and stuffed it directly into the hole. "Get out of the way," he shouted angrily. Su Sheng and the other three were so scared that they quickly moved away from the bathroom door. Boom! The bathroom exploded. The inside collapsed completely, temporarily blocking the rats. However, the crows outside circled again, fearlessly preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. Su Sheng said anxiously, this won't work. Get out of the way." Chun Yu's face was solemn. He pulled Su Sheng away and returned to the balcony again. He had a sniper rifle in his hand and loaded it with bullets. He stood on the balcony, aiming the gun. He aimed at the undead standing on the long street in the distance. Bang! A loud gunshot. The undead's head was instantly shattered, and the undead fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. At this time, all the mutant creatures outside stopped attacking for a short time. The wild cats stopped calling. The crows also returned to circling in the sky. The rats in the bathroom sewer stopped squeaking. Qin Yu turned his head, put his sniper rifle on his back, looked at the three people, and said quickly, "All three, Take Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao to Jianbei Hotel to wait for me. After saying that, he turned his head and jumped out of the balcony again. It was as if this was not the 5th floor. The 3 people were so scared that they rushed to the balcony and looked down at the same time. Oh my god! Already jumped to the ground? This is more awesome than parkour. How did he get down? So, the 3 people watched Qin Yu rush out of the long street like a cheetah and rush straight to the undead man in the distance. In the distance, the undead was slowly sitting up. Its head was slowly growing back, and it seemed to notice Qin Yu chasing after it. So it immediately stood up and turned around and ran, with a speed comparable to that of a sprinter. As soon as it ran, all the mutant creatures seemed to lose control. The wild cats began to attack the mutant rats. The mutant crows in the sky quickly took off, gathered together again, and flew away in the opposite direction. The crisis was resolved. Su Sheng slowly turned around to look at Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao, and asked after a long time, "So, you know you?" "Yes." Tao Jinhui nodded quickly. "Sister Qin and I came here to find Brother Chen." "Big brother. What is your relationship with Brother Chen?" "Brother. We were in the same dormitory in college." Su Sheng was completely relieved. A little weak, turned his head and looked outside. "Let's go. Let's leave here quickly." "What about him?" Qin Yao asked quickly. "Where is Qin Yu? Is he in danger? Do we need to help him?" "You can't help me even if you want to." Su Sheng shook his head helplessly. "Do you have the ability to jump down from this balcony?" Qin Yao was speechless. She really didn't have this ability. When she was in Daxing Town before, she felt that Qin Yu was not an ordinary person. Now she is more determined to think so. At this time, Tao Jinhui suddenly asked, "What is Jianbei Hotel?" "It is Ayu's base camp. There, he has a group of trustworthy friends." Tao Jinhui was immediately surprised and said, "So, he asked you to take us there. So we are also his trusted friends?" "You think too much." Su Sheng curled his lips. "Ayu only asked me to take you two there. But he didn't say that you two would become members there." Tao Jinhui was embarrassed. But Qin Yao was absent-minded. She just stood on the balcony, looking into the distance, watching Qin Yu and the undead figure disappear in the distant buildings. That man actually saved his life again. He is a miracle. Qin Yu returned to Jianbei Hotel. As soon as he came back, everyone gathered around him. Qin Yu knew that they all wanted to ask about the situation of the immortal alien, and shook his head helplessly. He ran away again. When everyone heard this, they all felt heavy-hearted. They had already known the terrifying ability of the immortal alien through the experience of Su Sheng and his friends. Such a terrible thing stayed in Jiancheng. Who would dare to go out casually in the future? Zhang Yang walked to Qin Yu and whispered, "Do you have a solution?" "Let me think about it." Qin Yu looked a little solemn. He turned his head to look at Tao Jinhui and Qin Yao, and suddenly asked, "What do you two have to do with me in Jiancheng?" "Nothing." Tao Jinhui hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother Yu, Sister Qin and I actually came out not long after you left Daxing Town, and have been looking for you. We just want to follow you." Qin Yu blinked and looked at Qin Yao. "You too?" "Yes." Qin Yao nodded without hesitation. At this time, Fong Jing also walked to Qin Yu and whispered, "Ayu. Qin Yao is a comrade from the Daxing Town branch, and I actually knew her before, because I have been to Daxing Town to carry out a mission. Leave them. Xiao Qin is very powerful, and has very strong personal abilities." "I know." Qin Yu looked at Qin Yao. "I've learned that." Qin Yao blushed slightly. "You stay. We may need a lot of manpower." Qin Yu patted Tao Jinhui's arm, and then called out, "Chiolei." "Where's Chiolei?" "I'm here." Dong Chiolei squeezed over from the side and asked excitedly, "Brother Yu, what's the matter?" "Go to Jiguan Technology. Pick up the people there. Drive a boat over and transport all the supplies together." "Ah?" Dong Chiolei was stunned. There were only 13 women there. Why call them? Chen Yu ignored her, but just gestured to Li Zhongjuan, "Uncle Li, do me a favor and take 2 people with you." "Okay." Li Zhongjuan nodded without hesitation. Everyone was a little confused when they heard Chen Yu's decision, but Chen Yu didn't explain anything. Just looked at Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao. "Old Zhang. Captain Lu. Let's meet in an hour. I have something to say." After that, he turned around and hurried upstairs. Everyone was confused for a while. Zhang Yang looked at Chen Yu's back in confusion. "What's wrong with this kid? I always feel that something big is going to happen. It should be something big." Fong Jing, Who knows Chinyu best? Said thoughtfully, he brought everyone back. Maybe our place will be in danger. That monster? Chapter 234, Aftershock. Zhang Yang frowned. It's possible. Fang Jing looked at Qin Yao, as Xiao Qin and the others said. The monster is already strong enough to drive other mutated animals. And even its wisdom is getting higher and higher. Then it is very likely to attack Jianbei Hotel. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard this. How to defend against this? Zhang Yang is still afraid of those mutated red-eyed crows. Qin Yao and Tao Jin, we have even seen the power of mutated cats and mice. There are so many of them that they can't be stopped at all. It's impossible to use a gun. You may have used up all your bullets. But in the end, you only killed a small part. How many mutant rats are hiding in the sewers and drains in the city? That number is probably astronomical. For a moment, no one spoke. After a few days of peace, are they going to flee again? Upstairs, Qinyu returned to the room alone. He changed his clothes and cleaned himself. He really couldn't catch up with the undead. That guy was getting more and more terrifying. His running speed was almost catching up with Qinyu's level 1 ability. And his body recovered faster. His head exploded, but it grew back in less than 2 minutes. It was really scary. Qinyu chased it all the way to the outskirts of the city. But he still lost its trace. Especially before entering the mountain. The undead turned around and started to provoke Qinyu, pointing at Qinyu, and then at itself in a very stiff motion. Finally, it made a dual gesture. Then it ran into the deep mountains. Once in the mountains, Qinyu would definitely never find it again. After cleaning himself, Qinyu walked to the balcony alone, looking into the distance in deep thought. In the previous life, the first batch of beast tide attacks was after the Chinese New Year. The beast tide was mainly composed of wild animals in the zoo, as well as domestic pets in the city, including birds and fowl. Now, the Chinese New Year is just a few days away, but the beast tide basically killed Qinyu in the bud. So at the beginning, Qinyu was not too worried about the beast tide attack. But now, Qinyu had a hunch. And this hunch became clearer and clearer. The beast tide will come again. There is a factor in the universe that seems to have been correcting the chaos. 1. I was reborn and changed a lot of things. But the universe has been repairing its biggest bug. The beast tide is gone. But the sub-alien people are rampant. The sub-alien people, whether as a group or as individuals, are more threatening than the beast tide. Like that undead. It already has the ability to drive away the beast tide. The beast king, insect king, and the most beautiful corpse king in the previous life are all gone. But in this life, there are still cats, rats and crows in the city. These mutant creatures have developed. That undead man hated him to the core, and used his only memory and wisdom on him. So, it will definitely come back. The next encounter may be when he or Jianbei Hotel is attacked by a beast tide. Before that, Qinyu could almost imagine that the undead man would sweep the entire Jiancheng in order to continue to evolve and become stronger. Therefore, Jiancheng is completely finished. In addition to Jianbei Hotel, Qinyu believes that the lone walkers and cannibals in other places will definitely be destroyed. No one can survive. This is why Qinyu asked Dong Qiule to call the 13 women from Jiguang Technology. After all, those people were the ones he had saved. So, the only question now is how to make a choice. Go! Or stay. If you go, you will abandon this base and take people north to Tibet directly. That is the only place in Xia country that is guarded by military forces 5 years later. This is the old path of the previous life. The future is uncertain. If you stay, you will have to fight against the undead and the new beast tide it can control. Whether Jianbei Hotel will collapse or not, Qinyu is no longer sure. The emergence of the butterfly effect has caused subtle changes in everything. So the future will definitely change. If you can't find a way to solve the undead, where is the chance of survival? Facing a huge group of mutant rats, mutant crows, and even those mutant pets, I'm afraid I have to empty the weapons in the subspace. Not to mention that pervert who is getting stronger and stronger. In a few days, I'm afraid he will become stronger than me. By then, he will never escape again. He will definitely come to seek revenge on me. The result of the last battle may be annihilation. Qinyu looked at the quiet city outside the window and slowly fell into an absolute silence. Perhaps there is one last way. At night, night fell. Everyone was picked up at Jianbei Hotel. The 13 women from Jiguang Technology were in contact with Qinyu's group for the first time and got to know everyone here. When they knew that there were soldiers guarding here, they were all excited. They felt safer. Fong Jing was responsible for temporarily arranging the 13 women downstairs, and found a few rooms to clean up so that they could live. They didn't just come by themselves. Dong Qiulei, Li Zhongjuan, and several other soldiers drove a big ship over and moved all the supplies from the material warehouse on the top floor of Juguang Technology. It was very rich. At least it could keep these people alive for a few months. Therefore, these women didn't come in vain. Finally, when everyone was looking for Qin Yu, he finally came out. He called Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang to the rooftop. 3 grown men stood on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the dark city around them. Zhang Yang always felt that something was wrong with Qin Yu, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Chen, what's the matter? Tell me quickly. Do you have any countermeasures?" Chen Yu silently glanced at Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao, then slowly nodded and said, "I made a decision." "What decision?" Lu Yuanchao said puzzledly. "Xiao Chen, we are comrades now. If there are any difficulties, we can bear them together. Tell me, what decision have you made? After the new year, give up Jianbei Hotel. All of you leave Jiancheng and head north." "What?" Zhang Yang was shocked and said in astonishment, "Are you going to give up this place?" "Not really." Lu Yuanchao also frowned and asked, "Xiao Chen, do you know something we don't know? If it's just that immortal, at most we can send a few more people and search the whole city this time. Let's deal with that monster first." "You can't deal with it." Qin Yu let out a long breath and said lightly, "That monster is actually the experimental subject of the central hospital at the beginning. He has mutated and evolved to a very terrifying level. He has a nearly immortal body. Every time he is hurt, he will recover quickly. Once he recovers, his overall strength will be enhanced. Moreover, his wisdom is also increasing day by day. Now, he can control the tide of mutant beasts in the city." Qin Yu looked at Zhang Yang. "Remember the tide of mutant beasts mentioned in my post? It will erupt after the new year. By then, humans will have no power to resist. There is no other way except to retreat. You have also faced those mutant crows yourself. Do you have any means to deal with them? The flamethrower can only scare them for a while, but it can't kill them. The monster is now accumulating strength." Chapter 235 Mutated Creatures. "I believe it won't be long before he sweeps the whole city. So, after the new year, leave Jiancheng and go to Tibet." Qin Yu's words made Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang's scalps numb. These two are experienced warriors. However, they are fearless in fighting the enemy on the battlefield. But facing those mutant creatures? When Zhang Yang thought of the crows that almost pecked him to death, he felt cold all over. Under that beast tide, humans had almost no chance of winning. They could only hide. What's more, in such poor conditions, there were not even enough weapons. So the two of them were silent. They knew the seriousness of the problem. However, the life in Jianbei Hotel during this period was too comfortable, which made everyone feel at home. It would be a pity to give up like this. After a few minutes of silence, Lu Yuanchao looked at Qin Yu helplessly. "With so many of us moving together, the target is too big. Xiao Chen, we have to." "Captain Lu, I won't go with you." Qin Yu silently interrupted him. "What?" Lu Yuanchao was startled and said in amazement, "You won't go with us? Then where are you going?" "I have to stay." Qin Yu looked at Lu Yuanchao and smiled bitterly. "I told you that the experimental subject was actually blasted in the head by me. The only memory he has left is hatred for me. So, he will definitely find me. If I go with you, it will still end in total annihilation." "Brother Chen." Zhang Yang was anxious. "I can tell you. Zhang Yang, will never abandon my comrades in this life. If you don't go with us, we will all resist together. At worst, old Zhang, you can die. But do you also want Shaolin to die with you?" Qin Yu glanced at him. "When one day you find the base of the national organization, and when you have a stable living environment, don't you want Shaolin to give you a big fat son?" Zhang Yang was speechless. He had just gotten married and had been in love with Shaolin for the past few days, so he was reluctant to leave. Lu Yuanchao had no such concerns and said in a deep voice, "I will stay with you to find a solution." "You can't do it either." Qin Yu shook his head. "I still need you and your soldiers to protect these people and get to Tibet smoothly. Believe me, Captain Lu, when we get to Tibet, maybe everyone will be truly rescued." Xiao Chen. "Okay. I have made this decision. You should know my temper. I will never change my decision. At this point, Chin Yu smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. You should know how strong my desire to survive is. My staying here doesn't mean I'm looking for death. I still have some tricks that I can try. But if you stay, you'll only get in the way. You should understand what I mean. Even if I can't deal with that undead monster by myself, I have a way to escape from Jiancheng and take other routes north to Tibet. Let's meet in Tibet. I promise you, we'll see each other." After saying this, Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang had no choice. They really didn't know Chin Yu's tricks. That was his secret. The mercenaries from the outer city were completely strangled by Chin Yu's strength. The rescue battle at the central hospital shocked everyone. So, Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang didn't say anything. They could also see that Chin Yu actually liked this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to build the Jianbei Hotel. The current hotel is very strong in both living supplies and defense. Almost everyone in the hotel can pick up a weapon and fight. Except for the 3 researchers. With this kind of strength, he said he would give up. Which means that the future situation may not be optimistic. Seeing that Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang were persuaded, Chin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and patted the 2 on the shoulders. "Captain Lu. Lao Zong. Don't be so gloomy. At least we can stay here and celebrate the new year. That undead monster doesn't have the strength to harass me yet. It may take him some time to sweep the entire Jiancheng. He needs to eat, needs to evolve continuously, and even needs to control more beasts. So before that, let's spend the new year peacefully. We'll leave after the new year. I will also prepare a new year gift package for you during this time. Okay, go down. Just do the work of others. Don't go out these days. Just stay in the hotel and spend a few days peacefully." After that, Chin Yu left directly. Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao looked at his back and were speechless for a moment. A young man. How did he grow to this level? In the next few days, everyone knew about this decision one after another. Many people accepted it calmly. The saddest one was Dong Zhou, because the results of his hard work were about to show. But now he had to give up his labor again. It was devastating. Zhong Xiangnan was also very depressed. Seeing that the laboratory was almost built, he had to leave. This walk would be thousands of kilometers. Going to Tibet? Can his old bones hold on? Except for the 2 of them. The others were still good. Because once the specific situation of Jiancheng is known, everyone is terrified. On weekdays, when going out to search for supplies every day, not only do you have to fight with a lone ranger, but you also have to beware of the cannibals in small groups. As a result, now, even mutated monsters have come out. There is also a tide of beasts. The crows in the sky can eat people in groups. If you don't leave, there is no way to survive. So the young people don't care about leaving here, especially later. So, the Jianbei Hotel began to prepare for the retreat in an orderly manner. To leave Jiancheng, you must go by land. All the stored supplies in the hotel must be taken away. This requires large vehicles. However, Chin Yu said he would prepare the vehicles. He had prepared New Year gift packages for these people, so there was no need to worry about the vehicles. The next step was to make a detailed retreat plan. This was handled by Lu Yuanchao and Zhang Yang. At the same time, among the 13 new women, there were still a few who were not very proficient in the use of firearms. So the new Qinyao was responsible for this. She was a guard, so she could do some popular science training. As for the preparations for the new year, Fang Jing led Dong Qiulei and the others to prepare. In this way, the hotel became completely lively. Chin Yu really didn't go out again. He laughed and joked with everyone every day, as if he had completely changed. In the past, Chin Yu was mostly serious. He was even cold sometimes. It was easy to forget that he was only in his early 20s. These few days, he was really relaxed. He always had a bright smile on his face. He looked like a sunny boy. A few days later, the Spring Festival arrived. Chapter 236. Eat and drink to your heart's content. On the first New Year's Eve after the disaster, everyone gathered in the top-floor luxury suite and celebrated a lively new year together. The dinner was so rich this evening. There were chickens and fish. There were wine and meat. This made the newcomers dumbfounded. Like Su Sheng, he had been a lone traveler for a while. What did he eat every day? He had strong self-control if he didn't eat human flesh. Like Tao Jinhui and Qinyao, they came to Jiancheng from Daxing village and encountered danger several times in the middle, and even had no food to eat. Where have they eaten such delicious fish and meat? More than half a year after the Doomsday disaster, they almost forgot the taste of wine and meat. So, on New Year's Eve, everyone put aside everything and ate and drank to their heart's content. Everyone sat together, without any grudges or barriers in their hearts, just like a real family. The main reason was that there was a sole figure among this group of people. That was Chinyu. As long as he was there, he could calm everything down. Even a major-level officer like Zhang Yang, or a deputy regiment-level general like Liu Yuanchao, could not suppress his momentum. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted until midnight. Everyone insisted on staying up. When it was almost midnight, explosions and fierce gunfire suddenly came from somewhere in the city. Liu Yuanchao and others rushed to the window to take a look. I saw a dark mass of images shaking in the sky above the place where the accident happened. That was a flock of crows. The one who could drive such a large flock of crows must be the Immortal. It seems that it is really like what Chinyu said. The Immortal began to sweep the entire Jiancheng and eat all the survivors. In this way, he will evolve faster. Liu Yuanchao shook his head. Human beings are no longer creatures at the top of the pyramid of evolution, who will rule the world in the future. At this time, Chinyu called Liu Yuanchao and others back, comforted them not to worry. Celebrate the new year first. After midnight, everyone cheered. Finally survived this disaster year. In the empty room on the top floor, men and women danced excitedly. Chinyu even played music. He didn't care anymore. The current situation in Jiancheng is like this. In less than 3 days, the other scattered forces and lone rangers in the entire Jiancheng will definitely be wiped out by the beast tide driven by the undead. So there is no need to hide now. The final target of the undead is the Jianbei Hotel. What are you afraid of? Let's have a party for a night, and talk about it after the new year. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the young people began to dance passionately, like Dong Chiole, Fanya, or the women in multimedia in the 13 hairpins. Each one is good at dancing. Finally, Chinyu was dragged over. The women danced wildly around him. Fang Jing, Qin Yao, and others didn't know how to dance, and they were not used to this kind of revelry. So they could only sit by and watch in frustration, mainly because they were too embarrassed to go up and dance. They used to be guards, or members of the guard team. They were used to being serious. So, the party lasted until after 4 in the morning. Finally, everyone couldn't bear it anymore, and they lay on the floor in the luxury suite on the top floor of the hotel, leaning on each other and sleeping soundly. Chinyu was surrounded by women. There were women all around him, so he slept really soundly. The next day, it was after 10 in the morning. Everyone was awakened again by the explosion in the city. The undead man started to act again. He became more and more arrogant. Before, he was still afraid of Chinyu's pursuit. But now, the area he swept was getting closer and closer to Jianbei Hotel, which showed that he also knew that the gap between him and Chinyu was shrinking. Soon, after everyone woke up, they immediately devoted themselves to the intense preparations for retreat. Chinyu stood alone on the top balcony, looking at the distance silently. The place where the explosion took place was less than 1 kilometer away from the hotel. Chinyu saw a black shadow standing on the roof over there. That was the undead man. The undead man also knew that Chinyu was looking at him. So he stood there motionless, as if he was demonstrating to Chinyu. At a certain moment, bang! The sound of a sniper rifle suddenly rang out from the rooftop. Chinyu knew that Zhang Yang must have seen the undead man. So he shot him. In the distance, the undead man's head was blown to pieces again. But he didn't even move. He always stood proudly. And his head recovered in just a dozen seconds. This speed is simply terrifying. Chinyu also frowned. He is not sure now. When he fights against the undead, can he still kill the undead by blasting the undead's vitals? The crystal core should be in the vitals, right? In any case, that is the only fatal weakness that Chinyu can judge now. Especially, the undead don't have all the memories. So he shouldn't know the secret of the crystal core at all. Which means, he shouldn't know what his fatal weakness is. That was Chinyu's only chance. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, everything in Jianbei Hotel was packed. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, Chinyu left the hotel alone. In the evening, Zhang Yang and others who had been waiting anxiously in the hotel finally received a radio call from Chinyu, indicating that all of them should drive the big ship and take the supplies away. Gather at the designated location. There was a convoy ready for them. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. Even the convoy was ready? How many people does Chinyu have outside? That's amazing. It would be best if there was a bus and a truck to load the most important supplies. That would be enough. Isn't that a bit too greedy? So, everyone in Jianbei Hotel started to act. A large diesel engine fishing boat was parked under the hotel. It was the only large boat that survived intact from Fugue Fish Farm. After all the necessary supplies were on board, the main combatants boarded the boat and left. Others left in several small boats. When Fang Jing finally left Jianbei Hotel, she looked back at this place that once gave her the illusion that it was her real home. And she felt emotional for a moment. Little Chinyu took her hand and asked softly, "Aunt Fang, can we still live like here?" "Yes." Fang Jing nodded. Then sighed softly, "But I don't know how long we have to wait. This time we go north. The journey is long, and all kinds of risks are waiting for us along the way. So Auntie doesn't know either. Then why do we have to go to Tibet?" Chinyu looked confused. Fang Jing reached out and touched her head, whispering, "Ayu believes that it is the last home of our Xia country, and it is also the place that can resist the last disaster. Uncle, can he still be with us? I don't know either. I don't like to leave Uncle. I want to stay with him." Little Chinyu's eyes were red. Tears fell down. Fang Jing's eyes were also red. But she couldn't cry. She was carrying Chinyu's expectations of her on her shoulders. So she had to be strong. Chapter 237 Lingering and Sad. Fang Jing bit her lip, holding back the pain, and took Chinyu's hand, no longer looking at the hotel. That place has become the past. But that place is also deeply engraved in her heart. Because in that place, she had countless days and nights of lingering and sad with Chinyu, and lingered until death. That was her paradise. Half an hour later, the fleet docked at the shore. Everyone went ashore. Not far away was the road. When Zhang Yang, Lu Yuanchao and others walked to the side of the road, they were suddenly petrified. When the others came over, the women suddenly screamed, and the men were stunned and dumbfounded. This is a convoy? It really is a convoy. From the front to the back, there are almost 10 vehicles. There are actually tanks on the large semi-trailer at the back. 2 tanks. Crazy. It's crazy. It's been more than half a year since the Doomsday. Except for the military's large-scale assistance in the city at the beginning, we can no longer see such a scene. As a result, today, is this a surprise prepared by Chinyu? Zhang Yang thought he was extravagant and got 2 vehicles, a bus and a truck. That's enough. As a result, Chinyu really prepared a convoy. In the front, there is a military armored vehicle with a Gatling machine gun mounted on it. There are 3 jeeps behind. Behind the jeep is a bus. The body of the bus is inlaid with thick armor to resist bullets. Behind it are 2 large heavy trucks. They can be used to carry supplies. Behind the truck is a giant tanker. Behind it is a semi-trailer with 2 military tanks. Super luxurious lineup. Everyone stared at the convoy blankly on the side of the road, until he appeared in front of everyone. Chinyu. This legendary man. He looked calm, as if these were not a big deal at all. He came to Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao, looked at the 2 people and said lightly, "The convoy is ready for you. On the way. It's up to you to protect them." Zhang Yang swallowed hard. "Brother Chen, how many secrets do you have left us? Do you have such a family background?" "Haha. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I can survive on my own, so I must have some tricks. Right?" Chinyu laughed. Zhang Yang was completely speechless, and Li Yuanchao also let out a long breath. Looking at Chinyu inside, "Okay. Old Lu, am really convinced today. Little Chen, why don't you just come with us? Such a large convoy. Why are you still guarding here? Let that alien do whatever he wants in Jiancheng. I don't believe he can catch up with us. I can't take risks." Chinyu shook his head. "I can't gamble with all of your lives. Only if I stay. That thing won't chase you. Otherwise, when we get to the wild highway, he can easily control the crows and wipe us all out. Then what's the point of you staying? What other means do you have to deal with him?" Lu Yuanchao was a little anxious, but Chinyu smiled. "Captain Lu, believe me, I am more eager to survive than all of you. Okay. Stop wasting time. Arrange people to get on the bus." "How to get on the bus? Who will drive? Who will guard? You decide for yourselves." After saying that, Chinyu patted the 2 people's arms and turned to Fang Jing. He was going to say goodbye. The first to say goodbye must be Fang Jing and Chinyu. then Dong Go and his wife, followed by Dong Qiulei and Jiang Zhan, Li Zhongjuan and his daughter, Fanya, and finally Luo Yin and the other 13. After a few simple instructions to everyone, they started to get on the car. The women's eyes were red. They even started to cry. They were reluctant to leave him, especially Dong Qiulei and Li Xiuyan. The two of them were actually in the stage of getting more and more secretive with Qin Yu. But now they are separated. Even the day for reunion cannot be set. I don't even know if Qin Yu can survive in Jiancheng and deal with that terrifying undead man. So, Li Xiuyan finally cried in Fanya's arms. And Dong Qiulei buried her head in Jiang Zhan's arms and cried. Although Luo Yin and the other 13 women didn't cry to the point of losing their voices, they also began to wipe their tears. Zhang Yang in front was also upset when he saw this scene. But he had to be strong. In this team, he had the highest rank and the greatest ability. He and Lu Yuanchao had to shoulder all the responsibilities. Qin Yu stood by the road, watching everyone dragging on the car with a calm expression. Suddenly, he turned his head and glanced at Su Sheng beside him. Why don't you get in the car? What car should I get on? Su Sheng blinked. They are protected by you and listen to you. But I am not protected by you. I will stay to help you. Ayu, my life is yours. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and slashed at his neck. Bang! Su Sheng's eyes went dark. And he cursed subconsciously, fuck, and then fainted. Qin Yu directly carried him up, walked to the side of the convoy, and threw him into the bus. And casually said, Jiang Zhan, help me watch him. Okay, brother Yu. Jiang Zhan quickly dragged Su Sheng in. Afterwards, Qin Yu walked to the front of the convoy and waved to Zhang Yang and Lu Yuanchao. Okay. Get ready and set off. Don't say a meaningless goodbye. I will catch up with you sooner or later. See you later. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. He didn't make eye contact with anyone again. At that moment, there was crying again behind him. However, the moment Qin Yu turned around, his eyes had completely become calm and resolute. Come on, Immortal. It's our turn to face off. The convoy left, and Qin Yu returned to Jianbei Hotel alone, sitting on the rooftop, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the convoy in the distance. It's a lie to say that he doesn't worry. Qin Yu is not emotionless, but he hides his emotions too deeply. So at the beginning, it was extremely difficult to stay by his side. But once he chose to let people stay, Qin Yu began to have feelings for these people. Leaving Jiancheng was a last resort. The undead became stronger and stronger, and could even drive the Beast Tide, which was more powerful than the Insect King and Beast King in the previous life. He could even compete with the most beautiful Corpse King. Coupled with the hatred of the undead for Qin Yu, anyone who stayed with him would be in danger of life. Qin Yu could escape alone, but that depended on luck. Bet on whether the undead would chase him or stay in Jiancheng and eat up all the surviving humans. Qin Yu couldn't afford the gamble. Instead of this, it would be better to let everyone go north to Tibet. Although this trip was thousands of kilometers, there would be all kinds of unknown dangers on the way. But it was better than staying and being attacked by the undead. The Beast Tide was about to begin. According to the experience of the previous life, the Beast Tide would first attack the city, because there were survivors in the city. They needed food. Only with food could they continue to evolve. Chapter 238 Consideration. So, leaving the city and traveling in the wild is also a way to avoid the Beast Tide. What's more, Tibet is the last clean and safe pure land of Xia country. And the remaining official forces of Xia country will go there to build a base sooner or later. Wouldn't it be better for our own people to go there first to develop it? At that time, the one who is close to the water will get the moon first. My group of people will definitely get better treatment. Qin Yu considered a lot. This is already the result of careful consideration. Fighting the undead is his own business. Only when there is no worry, Qin Yu can completely let go. If he is really forced to a desperate situation, he will have to use all his superpowers. He doesn't know whether it will hurt his brain or become a killing machine. Boom! Another building collapsed in the city. Whenever there was a movement, there would always be crows circling in the sky. And the flock of crows was getting bigger and bigger, covering the sky and the sun. Quite terrifying. Qin Yu pointed the telescope at the place where the accident happened. Soon, he found the undead, standing far away like a commander. He just drove the mutant beast Tide to attack the survivors. On the long street, someone drove a car to escape. The undead roared. and the dense flock of crows in the sky flew down, wrapping up the car in an instant. The car lost its direction and crashed into a roadside store. Finally, two figures stumbled out from inside, covered with gray rats. In less than 5 minutes, the two people were gnawed into two white bones. Chunyu frowned. Then he put down the telescope. How many survivors are left in Jiancheng? I don't know. Probably not many. With their crazy sweep, they should be able to completely clear the entire Jiancheng in about a week. Anyway, when Chunyu opened the mental map, there was no living person within a 4-kilometer radius of the hotel. Forget it. Ignore them for now. Chunyu sat cross-legged and began to silently check the powerful high-tech weapons in his portable space. To deal with the undead and the beast tide driven by it, you must first use weapons of mass destruction. You don't need to worry about the crows. Just hide in the building. There are some rooms without windows in the hotel, such as the maintenance well or the fire room. Those places only have one door and no windows. Mutated wild cats are fine. They can be blocked. But the mutant rats are really troublesome. These things can get in when they have a chance. Maybe they know this hotel better than you do. So you have to use heavy weapons to deal with rats. High explosive thermal incendiary bombs. One shot can completely destroy the entire Jianbei hotel. And all living things will be vaporized by the instant high temperature combustion. The power is enough. But it is a bit dangerous. You can easily be implicated. Secondary bombs are too powerful. All living things within a few kilometers to tens of kilometers from the explosion center will be destroyed. Fuel bombs, thermobaric bombs, air fuel bombs, organic matter burning, or being gasified by high temperature. Severe lack of oxygen in the explosion area. These heavy weapons are a bit too much. If one is not used properly, you will suffer. Many of the things obtained from the Japanese arsenal are very cruel weapons. So these Japanese harbor evil intentions. It's a pity that before their wolfish ambitions can be realized, a super tsunami will destroy their country and race. Chunyu continued to search for other weapons, not only to deal with the beast tide, but also to find a way to deal with the undead. Now, not only cold weapons are ineffective, but also general hot weapons are ineffective. Rockets won't work. It seems even more difficult to use a sniper rifle to snipe his vitals. This guy is getting faster and faster. Think about it carefully. What other means can be used? Chunyu sat on the rooftop, motionless, from day to night. The explosions and collapses in the city are getting more and more frequent. From east to west, from south to north. The undead seem to be venting its anger and swearing its sovereignty. Jiancheng has become it. In the end, there was only one enemy left. The Jianbei Hotel. An enemy that would never let it rest in peace. An enemy who shot it in the head. Midnight. When the moon is at its zenith. On the top of a distant building. The undead roared to the sky and roared at the moon, as if venting the rage in his heart. Chunyu was shocked. Jiancheng might have been cleared. He suddenly opened his eyes, took out the Barrett heavy sniper from the space, set it on the edge of the roof at a very fast speed, picked up the night vision telescope and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw it. It roared like a gorilla on the top of a skyscraper. Chunyu immediately held his breath. The scope was aimed at his vitals. Then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A loud gunshot. However, just after Chunyu fired the gun, he watched the undead in the distance suddenly twist his waist and turn sideways. The bullet grazed its thigh and shot past. It only brought up a puff of blood mist. Chunyu was secretly shocked. At this distance, the bullet could only travel in the air for 1 or 2 seconds at most. In the end, it was avoided. This shows that its body had already reacted when it heard the sound. Chunyu put down the gun helplessly and slowly stood up. Sniping is no longer effective. It can completely avoid it. However, this shot is not completely ineffective. At least one thing was tested. Its fatal weakness should be in its crotch. In the past, it did not dodge when it was shot. Even if its head was smashed, it could stand there calmly and show off its power. But this time, it dodged. It dodged the bullet under its crotch. So, its crystal core must be in its vitals. Chunyu took a deep breath. Seeing the undead on the rooftop roaring at him in anger, he made a decision in his heart. Maybe it's time to take Suya out. Can he bear her crystal core? Suya's body has been in the space for a long time. He never touched her. Ever since Chunyu knew that a high level of superpowers would affect the structure of the human brain. He hesitated, because Suya was the most beautiful corpse king in the previous life. She was also nearly invincible. In Jiancheng, she wandered for a long time. And she was still alive during the Doomsday Ice period 5 years later. She is not afraid of any power. She is not afraid of any species. She is almost invincible. Now, Qinyu also vaguely realized what form Suya's power is in. It is a bit similar to magic energy. It belongs to one of the spiritual abilities. It has a terrifying annihilation effect. Any power is ineffective against her annihilation field. That's why she is invincible. She is not afraid of the Beast King Gorilla, the Insect King Red Fire Ant Queen, or the human thermal weapons. Her energy is too great. Therefore, Qinyu hesitated. What if he swallowed her crystal core, and the activated superpowers were too terrifying, and his brain could not bear it directly, and was stimulated to have problems? After all, this is a gamble. Swallowing a crystal core itself has a certain probability of turning into a monster. In the last life, the most beautiful corpse emperor had no one or mutant creature who could defeat her. So no one had swallowed her crystal core. Chapter 239 The Last Moment. Everything is unknown. It's just a gamble. So this is one of the reasons why Qinyu asked everyone in the hotel to leave and go north. If they fail, they will not be implicated. Tonight is the last moment. The power of the undead has increased so horribly that it almost has an immortal body. If you want to kill it, you have to blow up its vitals. But now the undead, no matter how strong the body is or how agile it is almost the same as Qinyu after he opened the level 1 supernatural power. It's even better. No tricks. You can only go all out. Qinyu put down the telescope and ignored the undead. It can do whatever it wants, judging from its actions. It will not attack Jianbei Hotel tonight. Qinyu returned downstairs and entered the luxury suite. He looked at the empty room and took a deep breath. There was no one but himself. Facing this dangerous situation, Qinyu could only rely on himself. Come on, Suya. Qinyu made all preparations and directly released the formalin jar containing Suya. Half a year. Seeing Suya's body again, Qinyu couldn't help but feel shocked and surprised. Her body was originally in tatters. There were many wounds on her body. Her face was disfigured. But now, in Qinyu's subspace, she has strangely restored her appearance. This is shocking. In the level 1 subspace, there is a dead space without the concept of time. Entering it is like time standing still. But Suya's body is slowly recovering. In other words, her ability is so strange that she can almost ignore the existence of the subspace. Terrible. In the formalin solution, Suya is quietly suspended. Naked. Not only did the wounds on her body disappear, but even her face has regained its former glory, and even become more perfect and charming. Her figure is infinitely beautiful. A long hair floats in the solution, seemingly undamaged. And as soon as its body was taken out, Qinyu felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. That was the sense of oppression that could only be felt after the superpower was activated. At the same time, in the distance of Jiancheng, the undead wiped out all the survivors in the city. In its perception, there was no one alive except Qinyu in Jianbei Hotel. So it was very excited. It was also looking forward to the final battle with Qinyu. It could sense that Qinyu had superpowers. So it kept improving itself and used an almost beast-like instinct to improve its strength. Once it felt that it had surpassed Qinyu, it would launch an attack without hesitation, tear Qinyu into pieces. If it didn't destroy Qinyu, it felt that the whole world was dangerous. Qinyu is the source of this danger. So, tonight is not the time to attack. The undead could feel that Qinyu was a little more dangerous after he activated his supernatural power. In terms of his physical body, he was still a little stronger than him. But there was not much left. So he had to be patient. So the undead decided to leave. But just as he was about to go downstairs and drive the beast tied back to the nest, he suddenly noticed a very familiar feeling slowly spreading in the Jianbei Hotel. This feeling made him tremble all over. All the energy in his body rushed to his lower body. He roared to the sky with excitement and turned his head suddenly to look in the direction of the Jianbei Hotel. That feeling was so wonderful. It was her. It must be her. In the few remaining memories of the undead, a beautiful body slowly emerged. It was Suya. It was the corpse of the beautiful woman on the top floor of the hospital. It was broken and had a bloody and tattered beauty. The undead violated her corpse. Those 2 days were the best time in the undead's life. That was the whole meaning of its life. Now, the corpse appeared again. The undead could not consider how the corpse appeared. It only knew that the corpse was in the same building as Qinyu. So, The undead went berserk instantly. The power in its body spread out in an explosive way, and it began to use its unique spiritual power to drive away the beast tide and began to rush madly towards Jianbei Hotel. For a moment, the night sky was covered with dark clouds. Countless crows cackled and flew towards the hotel, blocking out the sun. At the same time, hundreds of millions of mutant rats began to gather at the hotel in every corner of the city. Those mutant wildcats, mutant livestock, and other small amounts of various mutant animals were all driven and began to sweep towards the Jianbei Hotel. At that moment, the whole city seemed to come alive. The city also mutated. It also went crazy. And the crazy target was the Jianbei Hotel. At this moment, inside the hotel, Qin Yu was admiring Suya's body. Suddenly, he heard strange noises outside, and the undead roared in the distance. He rushed to the window and took a look. He gasped at the sight. Damn it! The undead went crazy. Crazy? The beast tide actually started to attack. And this time, the beast tide it drove was larger than every previous beast tide. On the street below, almost all the surviving mutant animals appeared, all rushing towards the hotel. The scene was like a rising tide. The beast tide was rising. Qin Yu had a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was Suya's body that was sensed by the undead. That's why it was violent. It launched an attack in advance. That's fine. Let's have a decisive battle tonight. The longer it delays, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Qin Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Suya's body, then rushed over quickly and fished her body out of the formalin jar. He took out a tactical machete. He looked at Suya's body and murmured, "Your sister asked me to cremate you and scatter the ashes in the sea. Starting tonight, you can rest in peace." After that, he swung the machete suddenly and chopped Suya's head fiercely. Suya's head was split open. The situation was urgent, and Qin Yu didn't care whether it looked good or not. He activated his superpowers and chopped down with all his strength. Even though Suya's body surface now had some annihilation energy layers, it was still split open by the tactical machete. On the other hand, the tactical machete? It was completely destroyed. The blade was corroded by the annihilation energy and became useless. This tactical machete has been internationally renowned for many years, and its hardness even far exceeds that of the Swiss Army knife. But it still can't withstand the corrosion of the annihilation energy. It can be retired. Qin Yu threw away the machete and used all his strength to pry open Suya's head. Then he reached in and dug. While digging, the skin and flesh of his arm began to corrode slowly. Chapter 240 What to be Afraid of. A piercing pain surged into my heart. Horror! After being stored in my own space for so long, it can be said that Suya has never had the conditions to evolve. But she still has the embryonic form of evolution. This terrifying annihilation energy can already corrode my level 1 ability. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Victory or defeat depends on this move. What else to be afraid of? Suddenly opening the level 2 ability, the phalanges of both hands spread out from the skin, wrapping the arms in arms, forming a layer of white periosteum. However, the periosteum can't stop the annihilation energy. It is also being corroded. It's just that the degree is a little slower. Qin Yu was extremely shocked. He increased his speed in fear and dug around Suya's head. Finally, a round crystal core the size of a palm was caught. As soon as the crystal core left the body, the fluctuations on Suya's body disappeared instantly. Far away outside, the undead roared again, as if they were very angry and extremely corrupt. The crows in the sky had already rushed to the surroundings of the hotel and began to hit the glass crazily. Qin Yu looked down at the crystal core. The color was black, pure and transparent. It was crystal clear in his hand. With a piercing feeling, Qin Yu swallowed the crystal core into his stomach without hesitation, then collected Suya's body and turned around and ran away. Boom! Clang, clang, clang. The hotel windows were all broken. Countless big crows rushed in. After Qin Yu rushed out of the room, he rushed directly to the maintenance well. There was a single elevator there. It was a place that ran through the entire building and was used for maintenance. There were no windows in the maintenance well, only a door leading to the outside. At least going in could avoid the attack of crows. Behind him, flocks of crows were chasing him like locusts, and the deafening cawing made people dizzy. Qin Yu had completely activated the second-level supernatural power. He rushed into the maintenance well at lightning speed and quickly closed the maintenance door. Outside, there were clanging noises. The crows were trying to get into the door like crazy. but they were temporarily blocked. The main door of the maintenance well was made of pure iron, so the crows could not get in. Chinyu had a splitting headache. His head felt like it was going to burst. He staggered to his knees in the corner of the maintenance well, holding his head tightly, and quickly unlocked his supernatural power. However, even after unlocking his supernatural power, his head still hurt badly. It was as if the whole brain was constantly squirming, as if the brain itself had come alive and wanted to push its skull out and get out. It was the effect of the crystal core. Chinyu knelt on the ground in pain, banging hard against the ground, hoping to alleviate this feeling. Too scary. Is Suya's crystal core so powerful? It can easily destroy the structure of your brain without evolving into a complete form? Persist. You must persist. Chinyu covered his head in pain and curled up in the corner of the maintenance well. At this time, outside the maintenance well, a rustling sound like a tide appeared. Then, there were bursts of crunching gnawing sounds. It's the mutant rats, gnawing the maintenance well. Are they trying to chew a hole in the maintenance well? Suddenly, it was as if a big explosion had occurred in Chinyu's mind, and a terrifying darkness kept brewing in his mind. Just like the universe was created by the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe. Chinyu shuddered all over. His rationality disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was a violent killing consciousness and crazy impulse. There was a roar in the maintenance well, like the roar of a lion. Then Chinyu jumped up from the ground. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and his supernatural power was directly activated to the peak of level 2. His body bones turned outward, forming a layer of blue-black bone armor on his body surface. At the same time, an invisible energy wave slowly spread out from his forehead, forming a dark area with a diameter of 2 meters around his body. There was a loud bang. Chinyu smashed the door of the maintenance well with violent force. Outside, the overwhelming mutant rats instantly crawled all over his body, opened their mouths without hesitation, and bit at his body with their yellow fangs. The next second, something terrible happened. Those mutant rats were not thick-skinned, but ordinary beasts could not bite the skin of mutant rats. But the rats on Chinyu's body did not last even 2 seconds. As soon as their teeth bit the skin, they were quickly corroded by a force, starting from the teeth, to the claws, to the body, to the head. The body of the rat was like snow meeting the scorching sun, and it quickly dissolved. Soon, the rats on Chinyu disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. Chinyu's eyes were red, without a trace of humanity. He rushed out of the maintenance well and immediately noticed the undead outside. After a roar, he jumped. His speed had far exceeded the limit of human beings, and even left a residual image on the spot. He had already rushed out of the hotel. Outside the hotel, the overwhelming crows kept rushing down, trying to attack Chinyu. As a result, they began to fall 2 meters around his body. The scene was like dumplings falling from the sky. At this moment, Chinyu's spiritual power had locked onto the undead. Then he suddenly jumped out of the balcony, plunged into the water, and rushed towards the undead in the distance at a terrifying speed. Look at the undead again. Seems a little confused. The expression on his face is very strange. It has limited wisdom. It rushed over just now, purely because it was attracted by Suya's spirit, which made it desperate to start the final decisive battle. But when he rushed to the vicinity of the hotel, he suddenly realized that Suya's mental fluctuations disappeared. Instead, there was another terrifying mental fluctuation, powerful and extremely threatening. So the undead froze. It is not smart enough, but it has instincts. It sensed danger, but it still held on and observed for a while. It also hoped that the beast tied it control would work and wipe out Chinyu. In the end, it was disappointed. Seeing Chinyu rushing out of the building and even running towards it, the undead finally gave in. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. It has not yet evolved to its extreme. At the current level, it can only be said to be barely equivalent to Chinyu's level 2 ability. But Chinyu suddenly changed. The terrifying mental fluctuations on his body made the undead feel that his soul was trembling. If it still had a soul. Anyway, it gave in. It was a coward from the beginning. When it saw Chinyu, it had no choice but to run away. He is still a coward now. He ran away again. So, a wonderful chase battle took place in the city. The undead ran in front, and Chinyu chased him madly from behind. The crows in the sky were also chasing. The rats on the ground were also chasing. And all the mutant animals that could move followed the two people and ran wildly in the city. So, Jiancheng was completely lively. The undead was completely cowardly. It found that Chingyu's speed of pursuit was getting faster and faster, comparable to the speed of a supercar.